Been waiting a long time for this shit. Long time no see. Thought you got rid of my ass, huh? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. You take this, or I put a bullet between your fucking eyes. Here, we'll split it. Half an Ativan, I'm driving straight out of van in a black sedan, fast as I can. In Pakistan, getting chased by Pakistans. You know how I roll, bitch. I'm an avalanche.
It's my shit, I'm gonna spit it how I wanna spit it. Whoever gets offended, suck a dick and fuck a critic.
About to get retarded on this motherfucking shit. It. You can't say retarded. Shut up, midget. Stop. We've been trying to break the habit of saying any R words, but I'm still an addict, so it's getting harder. Been calling bitches hoes since a kindergartner. This is Jimmy Carter. Now I'm kitty cornered, sitting in PC court with a shitty lawyer. Like, damn.
You got an addiction, man. I know you can't get rid of me forever, cause you know that I'm prescription, man. Goddamn, I miss you, Slim. You got an addiction, man. I know you can't get rid of me forever, cause you know that I'm prescription, man. Next time I'll be in your van.
Was just a kid from Detroit who knew how to destroy the booth and had a point to prove. And I'm missing venomous till I poison you. Sentences I'm penning are just a toy with you, which is a joy to do. Slim is just a lyricist here to voice his true sentiments. Got the women pissed and it seems like men are just off growing a huge clitoris. Pussies, yeah, probably annoyed a few feminists. I reminisce on them blowing a fuse over my points of view. Still I'm devoid of true shit to give. My thinking is primitive, but when it comes to giving it to anybody, boy is Bruce generous. And I'm about as much of a boy as Bruce Jenner is, cause I'm not a boy, I'm a man, bitch. Man, bitch. My speech is free as his choice to choose genderist.
This shit is like opioid abuse, isn't it?
Yep.
You got an addiction, man. I know you can't get rid of me forever, cause you know that I'm prescription, man. Goddamn, I miss you, Slim. You got an addiction, man. I know you can't get rid of me forever, cause you know that I'm prescription, man. Next time I'll be in your van.
I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fear.
What? Yo, see, there's a motto here. Your job is just to piss them off, get them talking, arguing, and getting all their friends involved. Y'all can take it how you want it, getting gay and mad. It's all about ideas, and the good always outweigh the bad. Raise the flag, homie, take some fucking pride in that. We hate this fucking government, and ain't nobody hide that fact. It's a symbol of the freedom that they taking from your patriots, accustomed to the darkness they've been fading unto. From Lima to Cleveland, back to Toledo. These jokers, Heath Ledgers, you faggots, it's Jared Leto. Me amigos, all Devos. Shoulders got Doritos, hot Cheetos, Fritos, and those big ass bags of Tostitos. It's a party, y'all. Don't mind a little argument. We're all adults, it ain't no reputation tarnishing. Hypnotizing bitches like the slow jam bag. It's safety for no man, it's no man's land. We ain't dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang, yeah. We ain't really dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang.
Upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos.
Ooh, there you are. What's up, Righteous?
Not too much. How you doing, brother?
Not too bad, man. Shout out to everybody that's out in the chat already, too, man. Real quick, I appreciate y'all, jumping right on over here. Shout out to End of Jerk, Righteous, who's up here on the panel. Shout out to Lawrence, Ghost of a Troll. I ain't seen you in a hot minute. Got Lynx over here. I ain't seen her in a hot minute either, man. Shout out to all you. Shout out to everybody in the bushes, and fuck everybody that doesn't like what I got to say.
Yeah, I was hoping I could squeeze in real quick right before CT's stream ended. I was hoping that I could, throw in there, hey, man, send everybody over to Angry Man stream. You can, when you end a stream, you can, send people over to another stream.
Yeah, do a raid.
Yeah, I was hoping I could get them to do that.
Dude, I was trying to build the broadcast room fast enough, but the Dude, I had kids and the wife just got home from work, so I'm trying to do that and build this at the same time. You know how it is, man.
Yeah, well, no, actually, I will say that I don't, sir. I don't know anything about streaming and setting up the streams or anything like that. But I was trying to bring people over to us.
Right on. Man, I'm gonna tell you what do you think of that Mike dude that was up there?
Okay.
Because look, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I did lose. I flipped my gourd. I ain't gonna lie. I would fuck off on him, and I did it intentionally. I'll be honest with you. I did basically. I did exactly what he would have done if it was me doing that to a black woman and him attacking me.
Yeah,
I did exactly what he would have did with the same type of energy.
Yeah, and thing is like, look, CT knows what he's doing, and I pointed this out. CT did that intentionally. He did that with Mike. He did that with Lynwood, where he gave these people the platform to be able to speak uninterrupted for several minutes because he knows that those people are going to enrage people like you and me and who think differently from them, where they want to blame everything on white supremacy and all that sort of stuff. But then at the same time, when he finally gets done letting those people speak, we're not given the same respect of being able to speak uninterrupted. And so look, I love CT, great guy, funny guy, but it's an intentional thing to a degree to get us riled up and add some entertainment.
He's trying to generate revenue. I ain't mad at him for it.
Yeah. Honestly, that's the thing that aggravates me the most is because look, I don't think you know me too much, but I was on CTs quite a bit for.
Yeah, I know who you are, man.
Okay, so but I took a break so I could recenter myself and that sort of stuff. So I don't want to come up here yelling and screaming and being all like that. But it's one of those things where like when I have to sit back and listen to the retardation of these people, where the guy even said when he was asked specifically about this black on white crime, it couldn't just end at he's an animal, we should get rid of him. No. It still had to be turned around to be like, well,
there had to be something wrong with white people attached.
Yeah. What about the white people though? And that's what aggravates me.
Well, see, and that's the thing is I've been in, on these streets now for a while, and I already know that if that's the type of time you're coming with, okay, now I know what game we're playing.
Right.
Because that's all it is. I can play that game with you too. If you want to sit on here and be ratchet and obfuscate questions and sit and do nothing but a bunch of victim blaming and finger pointing, I can do the same thing right back. I can make up a bunch of shit too.
Yeah.
It ain't that hard. And I can be real vile about it too and not care about how you feel.
Right. Well, and that was the whole point back to him that I was trying to make. And you made the point too. You made the exact same point, which is, okay, look, after the statements that you just made, why should I care about your people when you obviously don't care about my people? And that's my whole point. So it's okay. It's okay for you to feel the way that you do, but it's wrong for me to feel the way that I do. And we're not. And again, as was pointed out, because Rock tried to make this like we're crying, but it's like, no, we're not. We're pointing out the double standard.
That's all that was going on.
Yes, this is just a factual double standard that we caught you guys in, and we're pointing it out.
But when we make an observation like that, now all of a sudden we're whiny ass beta cucks that all we want to do is cry. Are you serious? Coming from the people that do nothing but cry.
Yeah, and remember,
if you want to play this game about pointing fingers, I can point fingers.
Yeah, and remember, what really started it was the picture about white landlords wanting white tenants or something like that. Like that's really what started it. And I looked at that picture just as you did, and it's like, yeah, I see no problem with it. If it's okay for other races to do, why is it wrong for white people to do? And that's the thing that it always gets into. It's wrong for white people. Why is that? Why?
I don't know. because we're dude, it's weird. It's a wild. There's this wild dichotomy going on right now. That I'm supposed to be the big scary boogeyman, but I'm also supposed to just sit back and shut my mouth and not say anything like a good little white boy.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but if you put a suit and tie on me and tell me I have power, I'm going to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, why shouldn't I troll you? Why shouldn't I troll you? If you want to sit there and believe that I'm some scary white boogeyman who's ready to crack the whip, you know what? Fine, bro. I'm ready to crack the whip. Get back in line, boy. Like if you want to just claim that that's the type of person that I am, you know what? Fuck it. I'm so sick and tired of it. I'm gonna be that person.
Dude, I lean into it now. You know what? You want to call me a racist? I take that shit as a badge of honor now.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. That means that I am challenging you to have to think beyond the 4th grade level. Congratulations, sir. You're now part of the working class that actually think for themselves.
Yes, because honestly, what we have to realize is that what is it that they're trying to do by calling us racist, white supremacists, and yada yada? What they're trying to do is put us on the defensive instead of actually engaging with the arguments that we bring up. They want to put us on the defensive, so we would say, "No, massa, I'm not a racist. I'm not a white supremacist. I swear, I love black people. I have so many black friends, massa. You just got to understand." No, I say fuck that. Okay, fine. I'm a racist, white supremacist. I don't care that you say that. Now engage with my argument, and that throws them off.
Dude, what's crazy, Righteous, is it's almost like they want you to pander to them and then get mad when you do.
Yeah.
So have you ever noticed that? I want you to pander to me and tell me all the things that you know I want to hear. That way I can fucking bitch and cry and moan and groan when you do it.
Yeah. Well,
and then turn around and say you're crying.
Yes.
Wow.
Because the truth is, and I've actually done this on CT's channel several times. Is I've asked them, okay, guys, what's the threshold? What's the threshold? Okay, so
what do you mean by what's the threshold as far as how far you can go before it's too far?
No. I'm going to explain it. What is the threshold of where we reach that we have compensated black people enough to where we are no longer a racist country? What's the amount of reparations that we have to pay? What is it that we have to do to be able to get over our past of slavery? And the truth is that
you got to give your children souls to them, man.
And even still, that's not enough. That's the truth.
It's never going to be enough.
Right. It's never going to be enough. And that's
dude, how many times, Righteous? How many times have you heard on a lot of these like pro blackety wax streams on either TikTok, X, or YouTube? You hear them make the comment, well, if they would just, acknowledge what happened. How many fucking times and how many ways does it need to be acknowledged?
Yep.
I mean, Jesus Christ, we're talking shit from the time we start thinking until we die.
And that's my point of actually trying to engage in the argument. Okay, we've acknowledged it, sir. It's integrated into our education system and everything like that. Can we move on? Well, no. Because you did so many horrible things. Okay, so then what do we need to do? Well, we need to do reparations. Okay, what amount of reparations is it that we need to do? Is it, $1 million a person? What is it? Oh, well, that's still not enough because you guys just can't understand. Right. Okay, so then my point is that if it's never going to be enough, if there's never anything that we can do to satisfy you, then I don't give a shit about you. And in fact, if anything, my solution is we need to build boats and get your ass back over to your country. You know what? If you hate being around white people so much, you hate being in our country so much, then fucking go back to Africa and make Africa better.
Did you notice how he got all kinds of bent out of shape when I told him go back to where you came from then? And then I looked at him and said, isn't that what you told the white lady just 10 minutes ago? Why are you getting all bent out of shape about it?
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Come on now. Look, I'm a man just like any of these other fools, and I'm not going to sit here and let any man sit here and on YouTube of all places and think that he's just going to sit there and shit talk me, and I'm not going to shit talk back. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. I wasn't raised that way.
Right, and specifically to that guy Lynwood.
Lynwood's a piece of shit, dude. I would punch him in his face if I saw him in real life. I'm not even lying, dude.
I've specifically had this exact debate discussion with Lynwood, which, you know, everything that we just talked about. And I even said, you know what? Hey, CT, let's start a fund in your chat to send Lynwood back to Africa. Lynwood, are you okay with that? To which Lynwood says, no, I want to, no. I want to make this an anti-racist. I'm an anti-racist, so I want to change the ways of this country. Okay, then. So then shut the fuck up. Again, this country is so terrible. It's ruled by white people. There's white supremacy around every single corner. But also at the same time, you don't want to leave it. And we all know why. It's because Africa is a shithole country.
And they'll probably end up getting enslaved when they go back.
Yeah, sorry, continent. Let me make sure I say continent. Africa is a continent. I always get that wrong.
Yeah, it's a continent of like 54 countries, I believe.
Yeah. But that's truth of the matter. These people, you know, these blackity blacks, when they make these arguments, they wouldn't last a second if they were sent back to any country in Africa.
It's all female energy anyhow. All right. This is the only reason why a lot of these blacks that you hear talking that stuff say that crap is because they hear their mamas telling them that shit from the time they come out of the womb. They hear their aunties reaffirming what their mama told them. They hear their big mama telling them what their auntie was reaffirming that their mom said. They hear, you know, Miss what's her name that babysits all the baby kids down the streets telling them the same thing. All their sisters and cousins telling them the same. Most of these black men literally start their life out being told by the people that are supposed to love them the most, that are supposed to care about them the most, that they're never going to get ahead because this big scary boogeyman.
Yes.
And start building up all these mental obstacles for them to jump over that they don't even have to jump over.
Yes.
And make them hate someone they don't even know.
Yes. And then the black people who are not raised that way, you know, people like Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, more that I don't know off the top of my head, just those two right off the bat. You know, when those people overcome these hurdles of supposed white supremacy, and white people actually,
they're Sambos and coons, man. That's what they become after they
exactly. These blacks overcome the white supremacy and everything like that, and they're actually praised by white people. They're actually praised by white people, and it's exactly like you said. They're called Uncle Toms. They're called coons. They're called race traders. Like black people end up treating those black people worse and hate them more than they hate white people.
Right. Rather than using Larry Elder or Clarence Thomas as someone to look up to and be your hero.
Yes.
You know, that they would rather use, you know, any one of these horrible drill rappers out there, any, you know, some degenerate on Kardashians that they know about. That's who they look up to, rather than someone that's actually done something to actually help change things in the fucking country they live in.
Yes. Yeah. And because what it is and actually I think I can't remember if I brought this up on YouTube CT stream before. Like when Ice-T made it big, he moved back into the hood community that he grew up in. And guess what? He got robbed within hours of his stuff being moved back into his house, and then he immediately moved right back out of the hood so that he could go live around white people, because white people don't do that shit.
Well, the bad thing is, though, Righteous, is what's been going on now, because it's been allowed to go on, because people keep making excuses for it, because people keep, you know, trying to, you know, coddle and cater to people that don't want to fucking follow the law. Now it is starting to come into white communities. Now this degeneracy that was actually, you know, basically segregated from the rest of the known world. It's now infiltrating everywhere like a virus.
Yes,
it literally
and
is.
Yes, and that has to do with in the late 80s and all throughout the 90s and the 2000s. What they did was they pushed the ghetto thug rappers onto everybody, the music industry, movies and shows and all that sort of stuff.
Let's just keep it a buck. These evil fucking who's were the ones that pushed that.
No, I know that. So I make sure to try to be careful. So, but still, we have to acknowledge that this this was pushed onto black people just as much as it was pushed onto white people. Now
Yes.
the difference is that because it's black people, this is the representation that they're getting of high status black people in their community. They're not hearing about Thomas Sowell. They're not hearing about Clarence Thomas or any of these other black people who actually did something intelligent and did something different with their life. No, they're pushing thuggery onto the black community, and then they don't want to accept that. Like when we pointed out, it's like, guys, like you're getting screwed over by a certain group of people, or how about this? You're getting screwed over by the representation that's being pushed in the news, the media, and the music and all that sort of stuff, and they don't care because they're just happy to, I don't know, see black people.
Well, what's wild about this is they do the same thing with white people though too, if you notice. What they've been doing with the last probably 20 years, 30 years.
Yep.
All you see is the degenerate, redneck, trailer park, white trash that likes to go out and, breed with their sisters and cousins and go out and shoot up schools and concerts and shit like that. So we have to live with, or it's a cop that looks like you because all of us white people are cops somehow.
Yeah. Well, and here's one of the things that they're doing with media specifically is that anytime that there's a Christian religious person, they're always the bad guy because of their religion, and that's one of the things that they're pushing. So it's a twofold attack.
Let me ask you something real quick since you brought up religion, because Imperius, he brought up the whole how what was it? Madison said that only a moral and a moral. What was it? A moral and
John Adams.
John Adams, right? A moral and righteous or a godly nation would be able to keep a republic. There you go.
A moral and religious people.
Well,
our constitution. What he said was our constitution was made for a moral and religious people. For any other type of people, it would be totally folly, something like that.
Well, with that, something that I stumbled across while I was, studying and trying to learn the Constitution myself was there's some that believe, and I think that I would be, I'm leaning to believing that as well, just because of the way the things were written and framed. That whole separation of church and state wasn't to protect the state from the church; it was to protect the church from the state.
Yes, that's exactly what it was meant to do. So here's the thing, with John Adams' statement, what it means is like, look.
Thanks, Zyrax. I appreciate that $3 super sticker.
To try and have a totally free, totally free country with the Constitution that we do. It's not about what freedoms do we have to be able to exploit and go into degeneracy and everything like that. The point is to John Adams' statement, when you are a moral and religious person and you have the freedoms to do any of the things that you can do, the real freedom comes from knowing what is right and wrong. What are the things that you shouldn't do, such as tons of drugs,
or killing babies?
Yep, abortion, premarital sex, all that sort of stuff, man. Like that's what people don't understand. They always
mutilation on kids. What you're saying, there used to be just common morals that everybody understood.
Yes.
And now even that shit's starting to be skewed.
And to the point that you made, to the separation of church and state. First of all, that's not in the Constitution. If I remember correctly, it's in like one letter by Thomas Jefferson. I think I could be wrong about that.
I don't even think it was.
But you're absolutely right that it didn't have to do with keeping the church out of the government. It had to do with keeping the government out of religion. That's exactly what it had to do with.
Yeah, because wasn't the whole reason why the Puritans fled England and Europe was religious persecution?
Yes.
And religion being the government there.
Yes. And so what the separation of church and state really had to do with was that it didn't want the national federal government to declare a national religion. Right. Because at that time there were the majority of the people they were all Protestants, but there were several different sects of Protestants.
Well, European nations are known for executing people just for religious purposes and not following along.
Yes, yeah. But so when it came to our country, that that was the only thing that they had to do with was that the federal government could not nationalize a religion. That's all it had to do with. Because again, you got to think we have Catholics, we have Lutherans, we have Baptists. There are many sects to Protestants, Protestant Christians, and so that was the point, is because they all had these differences. However, they all had the same moral basis of Christianity, which was the Ten Commandments, the things
the Golden Rule,
and you're right, those sorts of things. But they didn't want to nationalize it, and they didn't want to nationalize the country into saying that everybody was Lutheran now. All of a sudden, everybody is a Lutheran. You had to believe what Martin Luther said, Calvin's, all that sort of stuff. And so, and again, even so someone made this comment near the end of the discussion, and I wasn't able to get in because I got muted by Bob because I was trying to bring logic into the conversation.
Don't hate on Bob, man. Bob's a really good ringmaster himself, man. He does a good job of orchestrating degeneracy.
Yeah.
And I rock with him for it.
Yeah. No, Bob's funny, and he's an intelligent guy, and I know that. But it's just funny to me that like he always complains about how out of hand the panels get and the stupid people that come up, yada yada, and then when I'm trying to bring some logic and order to the conversation, he's like, whoa, I didn't want that, bud. And so just proving that he's also a ninja. So, but anyways, so when they brought up, obviously they were talking the stupidity about America being a democracy. Never a democracy. Never once are we mentioned as a democracy. If anything,
from my understanding, most of the founders couldn't stand democracy.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. Our founding fathers knew that democracy, which is, like you said over in CT's chat, democracy is nothing but mob rule, which means 50% of people plus one gets to make the rules over the other 49%.
So if the majority of your city says they're going to take your house, guess what? You don't have a house no more.
Yes,
that's how that shit works.
So you go ahead for just a second. My daughter needs to ask me a question, so I'm going to mute.
Say what now?
I said, you go ahead for just a minute, sir. My daughter needs to ask me a question, so I'm going to put myself on mute.
Okay. Hey, man, while you're doing that, see if you can, a couple people mentioned, and I hear it too, the popping in your mic, if you can fix it. I don't know if that's something you can fix or if we just got to struggle through it.
I can try and drop down and pop back in, but I'm using my phone and I'm using my Bluetooth.
It's probably the Bluetooth then.
Yeah, so I can drop down and try and come back up and see if that helps.
Right on. Yeah, man, but that's the only point that I was trying to make when me and that Mike dude got into it or started going back and forth is, look, you can't sit up here and in one breath sit and expect people to be a specific way to you and treat you with some kind of decency and respect, and like you're some kind of you know I don't know, a pillar of your community or something like that, and then turn around and show any lack of humanity to anybody that doesn't look like you. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And then to sit and expect someone like me, who's already outspoken, to not have something to say about it. You've lost your mind. Not going to happen for any of you guys that don't, that are kind of out of the loop on what we were talking about. Red said, even Plato said democracy never works with a diverse society. Well, see, and that's one of the things that I've been trying, that I've really been wrapping my mind around and really like, trying to problem solve and work my way through it, is America the way it is now, with everybody being so overly polarized on everything. I mean, if there's something for someone to not like about someone, we have it today, and it's put right out in the forefront as a weapon of mass destruction to be used. And because of that, and because this nation is so diverse, you're never going to get the vast majority of people to actually come together on one idea and understand that they have the same, that they're literally fighting the same fight, maybe from different fronts, but all having the same target goal. And they don't understand that. What was it? Zyrex said, who you cuss out this? Well, actually, I don't think CT will mind. I'll pull it up. Me and this dude getting into it. Because what made me mad the most was I've been on so many panels with brothers, and there'd be, a black queen or two up on the panel getting out of pocket. And, I speak with any kind of authority or, absoluteness. And now I got 2 or 3 brothers coming at me off the panel like, hold on. Look, I like you, Snowman, but you can't be talking to our women like that. And this dude I'm talking about would have been one of them guys that would say some shit like that, but then turn around and treat another woman of another race the same way that you tell someone like me not to treat your women. You can't sit and tell someone not to treat your women that way and then turn around and treat other people's women or children in the same manner that you don't want yours treated and think that there's something okay with that. That is fucking mental illness right there.
Do I sound better to you, bro?
Yeah, it's a little better.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. I've never had any issues with this unless I was like sitting in front of my fan, which I haven't been. I've been sitting outside. So.
Right. I mean, it's better. It ain't as bad as it was. It was popping pretty bad. I'm trying to remember where the timestamp was. Oh, that's why I'm not on CT stream. I was looking at, some people want to see what I'm talking about. So,
okay. It might have been like one of the things that I know is that like, depending on certain people, when we're trying to talk over each other or we're talking at the same time, there can be a lot of, popping like that. So I don't know if maybe that's it.
No, I don't think so. I've noticed when it comes to cell phones and a lot of these Bluetooths, because the Bluetooths, they're being made by everybody under the sun now. Some of these Bluetooths, man, they'll pop and shit, and that's what it'll actually be. It's just the Bluetooth itself.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, man. I've never had that complaint before. Usually, I come in pretty good.
No, you're good. I ain't mad at you. Oh, here we go. I pulled it almost right up to where he had that. Basically, he pulled up that clip where it said we want white tenants in our white community.
Yeah,
because that's about where it all started really popping off, was right there. I believe.
Yeah, because then Rock came in and
Rock's
with
a
all of
moron,
his
dude.
bullshit, with all of his BS, talking about how we were whining when literally all I said was, look, if it's okay for black people to do and brown people to do, Hispanics, whatever, like if it's okay for every other race to do, then why isn't it okay for white people to do? That was my entire argument.
You know what? The thing is because white people generally don't do or say anything. They just sit back and and just take the shit and look. No, I'm tired of that shit. Me personally, I'm disgusted with these fucking weak ass white people that want to fucking kiss the feet of black people like they're gods. Fuck that. Why are there so many white people in America that are ashamed of who they are, that have done nothing wrong to anyone? Why are they doing this? Because I'm disgusted with it.
Right. Well, that's because we've been beaten down, and what I was trying to explain to Rock was that, look, because he's like, oh, you're crying about like one article in the newspaper, and it's like, no, bro, that's not. First of all, I'm not crying. Second of all, that's not. I'm not just talking about one news article. Okay, these are many news articles written over the years, and then not just that, but they have infiltrated and permeated our education system, K through 12 and college, and they're teaching these to black, white, brown, everybody. That's what they're teaching.
They're teaching black people to be victims. They're teaching black people to be victims, and white people. They're teaching white people to fucking be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah,
that's exactly what's going on. And let me ask you, how does that even produce a productive class of people that are going to innovate and create anything other than chaos and destruction?
Well, it's not. But like, and look, that's the plan of a certain group of people that we may or may not be allowed to talk about. Okay, I'm sorry, real quick. Look, I'm sorry, your chain is rusted out because it's been sitting in the rain and everything like that. So you may or may not be able to use it right now.
I'm gonna play some of this clip while you're. Yeah, I know you're. Handle your daughter, man. I'll play some of this.
I think it's great. No, I'm here. I think if it's allowed by other groups of people, and we know that the Indian community, they're very into nepotism in their own people. The black people do the exact same thing. It's only.
Actually, I want to go back just a little bit.
But when those casino
and a Twitter, assuming from back in the day, that says we want white tenants in our white community. Now, I don't know whether this is true or not. I don't know whether this is real. I don't think in the 1940s or 50s that they actually had this up. But if they did, what do you guys think about this real quick?
It's no different than black people today saying they only want black people in their communities.
Let's be honest about it. Righteous Muffin, what do you think about this? I'm assuming he was the one who put this up. Go ahead, Righteous Muffin.
I'm sorry, what happened?
What do you think about this?
You see that little dig? You see that little dig CT made at me?
Yeah, I saw that. I ain't mad at him, dude. He does that shit to me too, man.
Yeah, it's funny.
I don't get mad about it.
I think it's great. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Okay.
I think if it's allowed by other groups of people, and we know that the Indian community, they're very into nepotism in their own people. The black people do the exact same thing. It's only wrong when white people do it. Hispanics are the exact same way. They all love their own race and their own people, as everybody should, and there's nothing wrong with it. I don't understand.
Yeah, because look, you see this in the newspaper, and all you see is sundown town, white supremacy. But if you see that and it's a black community, we just want to, we're race conscious, and we want to, preserve our heritage and our bloodline and lineage.
Exactly. How great are these black people for raising up out of white supremacy and creating a black only town or a black only business? Yes.
Black power, positive, white power. That's racism.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And that's the shit that everybody always wants to skirt over. This is, look, that's the point that I was trying to make, even with Gary when he was up there, this is a problem in America that's not being addressed, and it's not being addressed on purpose. Everybody's pretending like this isn't an issue, and it is an issue, and it needs to be addressed. Men in this country need to fucking grab themselves by their fucking balls and start acting like men, and having these discussions and talks, and really being real about some shit. Like the fact Like the fact that white people won't ever understand racism from the black person's perspective until black people understand that they're just as racist as white people are.
Yeah. And look no further than the did you watch any of the the RNC, the Republican
Dude, I was
National
at the RNC
Convention? Okay, so then you know for a fact of all the blacks and browns that they brought up to talk about how proud they are to be black and brown and part of the Republican Party. At what point did they ever speak about at what point did any white person get up and talk about how proud he was to be white?
None. Actually, I got into it with a protester outside of the RNC who was sitting there talking about, the white oppression and this, that, and the other. And I was like, dude, you do realize you're white, right? And you're sitting here talking about why are you ashamed of being who you are, man? Why did you let these people tell you that it's not okay for you to be okay with yourself? Yeah.
Again, it's okay for black people to be black, and Hispanic people to be Hispanic. It's okay for them to build their enclaves in our country, where it's just their community and their people. But if white people do the same, and you can look this up for Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I actually just saw an article about this and it's from like 5 years ago, and they're talking about how racist it is up there because they keep a white community. Bro, it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Well, then every inner city black community is a black sundown town. It's that simple because you know what? I know for a fact that I can't go to, the inner city in New York or Chicago or LA or Oakland or Watts or, any of these liberal cities and walk down safely at night with my kids. I know I can't. I know it's not safe. I accept it. Yeah. It is what it is. But why is it my fault? How is it my fault, your fault, and everyone else's fault that looks like us that it's like that?
I should probably ask first.
I'm sorry, Snowman. My daughter came up here and asked me a question. What'd you say, bro?
Oh, you're good, man. I said a lot, so I'm just gonna play this, man.
And why is it only wrong when white people do it?
Not only is it only wrong.
What ends up happening? What happens is that for the most part, we build better communities and better places to live.
Well, look,
that's why they all come to our country.
Not only is what you're saying, what you're saying, it's weird, but think about this: if white people move into black communities, we're gentrifying it. If we move out, it's white flight. So nothing we do is a net benefit to most of these people. Everything we do, whether we're coming or going, is screwing up our community.
Everyone's always crying.
Right. And this is where Rock came in.
You sound just like everyone else. You're a victim, right? You're a victim.
No,
everybody's a victim. Let's see who's the bigger victim.
Didn't say that. Nope, didn't.
And see, this is where you have uneducated, dude. This is when you have dumbass stoners hopping on panels that don't understand or even know what the fuck's going on, just rattling at the fucking mouth because nobody even made that statement. Nobody even was premising victimhood. We were pointing out an observation. Yeah.
Which and again, which I said, like, look, I honestly, like, I've had Black Rock been up there on the panel many times, so that's why it seems so weird to me that he was coming at it the way that he did. I've never heard him go at it that way. Again, we weren't crying about it.
Ghost of a Troll Gone By, he might have something there. He says, yeah. But do you have any reason to go there? Of course not, and that's why they're angry, because you have no reason to be there, and you're there. But see, I will push back on that with this. In any other case, I would say yes, you're right, no reason to be there. But when I got on YouTube and I started, checking out these live streams, all I saw was a bunch of panels of people that don't look like me talking about me, or people that looked like me. And there was nobody there to represent people that looked like me. And somehow these people knew more about people that look like me than me.
Yeah. No, and it's exactly what you said. The biggest thing is that when we try to go back into these areas and try to clean them up, Yes, it becomes about gentrification. Now, look, the white flight thing, it mostly has to do with forced integration, which is something that should have never happened.
Right, and I agree with that. You heard me address that.
Yeah, and it led to white flight. Now, my belief is that had there not been forced integration, I really believe that it would have taken
been
longer,
natural integration that would have took a little longer.
Yes, over time we would have come to that. Why? And the bigger question is why? And I really believe this.
I think it was to push the tension. This is something that I think they've been working on for a while too. I think they forced integration just to keep putting pressure on that tension, to have the proverbial knee on the neck of that tension. That way it's always there. Let's think about it. In 2024, if you look at it, just racism itself is a multi-fucking-billion-dollar industry now. They're not ever going to let it die because they make fucking money hand over fist with it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I really do believe that over time, like you said, like it would have happened extremely slowly, but we would have integrated, and it probably would have been fine.
I'm the jerk. Hold on. I'm the jerk. I want you to understand. I am in no way, shape, or form criticizing CT at all. I've been going on CT streams for over a year, man. I understand. I know how they work. I know it's both ways on these tables. That's why there's a lot of different people that from different areas and walks of life that go over there and have these discussions. The thing that me and Righteous are sitting here addressing is the fact that there are these, pro uppity, I'm better than white people, blacks that claim that they're victims of oppression and white supremacy, but want to sit and tell me to my face on a panel that I am not any better than them, that they're better than me. How are you a victim and suffering white supremacy, but you're going to sit and tell your oppressor that you're better than them? That shit, those two fucking ideas don't even, there's no way you can Lego those together.
Right. You can't push you can't say out of one side of your mouth that white supremacy is wrong and terrible and all these horrible things, but out of the other side of your mouth you say black supremacy is great and better for society. You can't hold those two positions at the same time, bro. And that's the problem with all of this. Now, right. Look, as far as I'm concerned, which is something that I can't, we can't get into too heavily on YouTube, but I'm sure that you understand, Angry Man, is that there is a certain group of people who pushes this sort of stuff, and what the problem is that they are able to hide themselves in white people, and then also so they're able to push the anti-white stuff, and then after they've gotten the results that they want, then they can say, well, I'm not that group of people. I'm actually another group of people.
Like what he did on the panel. Dude literally said, don't be mad at us. Those are different people. They ain't us. While 10 minutes ago said, I'm going to be mad at all white people for shit white people did 150 years ago that I read about in a book.
Yeah. And the majority of those white people are not actually white people because they make sure to say that they're not white people, and we don't want them as white people anyways.
Yeah, I disavow all that shit, man. This is where Lynwood popped up. You want to listen to some of this?
I mean, it's your stream, sir, so we go where you want.
Well, it's so that, like I said, some of these listeners weren't over on CT stream,
Yeah, absolutely, and we should go over all of this bullshit. And I've tangled with Lynwood. I dropped down because the truth is that there's no actual discussion to be had with Lynwood. That's the truth.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Lynwood literally is the definition of a failed abortion. He is. I mean, for real. He's the only abortion that I think would have been justified.
Okay, I was thinking the exact same thing.
sandwich and mind your damn business. I see this stuff out here a lot.
Thank you.
Don't get me wrong. I see it out here a lot. I see the women scantily clad running around here with half the time got breasts hanging out. You can see the nipple. You can literally see it. I was drooling. I'd be drooling.
Yeah, and you tell me to mind my business, but it is my business when that shit's going on around my kids and my family. There's a certain level of decorum that people should, conduct themselves with when they're out in public instead of acting like animals.
Over the nipple. I can't take it. But anyway, just mind your damn business.
Lynwood, hush.
Mind your damn business. Mind your damn business.
Hush, boy.
So, CT, the day before that, I was over where I live, far away from Cleveland. And I go to pull out of this I'm going through like the shopping center where there's a Walmart, and there's this busted down car that's like stopped. And now it's a four-way, so I'm supposed to let them go. Well, they pull out, and then I pull out behind them, and they dead stop in the middle of the road on a green light.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on here? Now, the two people in the car happen to not be the same complexion as me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this is odd. Well, as they go to pull up, the female that's sitting on the passenger side of the vehicle throws an Eden chicken wing out the window onto the street where I live. And then they proceed to just slowly drive over to the highway and go back towards the other major city around me. And I'm like, I moved away from this.
Are we sitting here crying up the blues? I mean, this is pathetic, man. Crying over bull spit. Get over it. It's America.
Well, sir,
nobody wants to live
in the
next to
United
you.
States of white America.
So what? He doesn't have the right to not want his neighborhood littered in?
I mean, well, let's be honest. You live in the United States of white supremacy, so litter is very common around you.
We keep our neighborhoods clean, sir.
I live in the United States of I live in the United States of America. That's a big difference. And I'll give you the two differences, and I'll explain them thoroughly. The United States of America is any one, two, or more persons who have produced justice and correctness and who have eliminated falsehood, non-justice, and incorrectness in all that is said and or all that is done in all areas of activity.
I swear he's reading that right off the fucking computer screen. I swear to God, there's no way you're going to convince me that he has that shit, but he's reading that shit. But shout out to Lynwood. Shout out to Lynwood. You can read past the 4th grade level. I'm impressed. But do you understand what you're reading?
He always comes in and claims that he's an anti-racist. And that's the argument. That's the position that he always comes from. From what I know about him and what I was told is that he comes from being a grocery bagger at Aldi or some grocery store.
No, it's because he hasn't accepted that he's a fag that takes dick up the ass all the time. That's all it is.
Yeah. Oh,
he just needs to accept that that's what he is. He just needs to accept that his mama raised him to take dick in the ass and in the mouth, and that he's a faggot, and he's never going to amount to anything other than a mouth that always runs while it's full of dick, because she never taught him how to not talk with his mouth full.
Labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Now, this is your United States. The United States for you and Angel is the United States of white supremacy racism, which is two or more people, white people that is, who think, speak, and or act in manner that white supremacy racism is established, maintained, expanded, and or refined. So what you're complaining about is your United States of white supremacy. I'm in the United States of America. That's fine. So we're doing just fine over here. Keep complaining, okay?
What did this food lion monkey just...
Now, isn't this the same guy that always bitches and complains about white supremacy and how he can't get ahead in life and that his life sucks because, he has to blow his mom off for her to let him live in the basement of their trailer and shit? And
I mean, something like that.
I mean,
this
is that back and forth. I'm a victim and a victor type of double speak that you hear all the time. Like, woe is me. Remember, I'm a part of a marginalized community. I'm not represented the way I feel I should be. I'm not overly represented in America and in all the places of authority and all these corporate places and this, that, and the third. But. And then at the same time, they try and pretend like that they have something different that's actually functional.
Yes. So yes, that's exactly what he does. He cries about how white supremacist our country is, but also at the same time, they're overcoming the white supremacist majority of our country and changing it. So it honestly makes no sense.
It doesn't, I mean, how you can even try and put those two ideas together and make them jive with one another, you know, you like make them jive with one another to where it would even make sense that they would be in the, you know, in the same argument in the same breath. Dude, some of these motherfuckers, I swear, it's like arguing with my 4-year-old daughter who's still trying to learn how to talk right.
Yeah, I feel like your 4-year-old daughter would probably be more coherent.
Dude, honestly, my 7-year-old son, Shaka's seen my son on streams. A lot of these guys have that have been over here. My 7, or no, he's hold on, he's 8 now. No, he's 9. God damn, I got so many kids I keep forgetting his age. Woo, I'm getting old. That's how you know you're old, folks. When you got so many kids, you forget what their names are and how old they are. But yeah, he's 9, dude, and I tell you what, he could probably out debate most of these people on a lot of these panels on here that think they're intelligent. Seriously.
Yeah, I have no doubt about it. Because again, these people's arguments are so stupid and superficial. They really don't have that much to add. And that's why I say that, like, when it comes to the anti-racism stuff and all of the white supremacy stuff, these are faux intellectuals, and their arguments are so easy to dismantle by just asking some questions. But unfortunately,
you're not allowed to question their logic, man, because it's not logical.
Right. And then not just that, but I'm not given the time to actually ask these questions and have a back and forth with these people as I wanted to do. Because look, man, I've been on CT's panels, and I've been up there and yelling at people and all that good stuff, and I just don't want to do that anymore. I just don't want to be up there yelling and cussing and all sorts of stuff.
Dude, I'm with you on that, man. That's why a lot of places that people used to see me, they don't see me anymore. Because in all honesty, I don't want to give my energy to ignorant people, my time nor my energy. Because if you're too fucking ignorant to understand basic concepts like right is right and wrong is wrong, then we can't even start to have any kind of dialogue together. If your response to everything is, well, they did it. Are you serious? What are we? Are we fucking in second grade again on the playground? Is that where we're at now?
Well, and that's also why when they started talking about the case of the black man on the white girl, look, I let everybody speak and everything like that, and I came to Gary and I asked him a very simple question. Gary, do you believe that the crime rate is the same in the black ghetto as it is in poor white trailer trash? Well, no, it's not. Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
It's not at all, man. But
I know that.
The thing is,
you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Right. But if we continue to let this go unchecked, we're going to start seeing more and more of this shit all over America. It's not just going to be, corralled into certain areas. It's going to be everywhere.
Right. But it starts with pointing out this this unfortunate truth that nobody wants to actually talk about and realize, which is that there are differences between the races. Okay,
there absolutely are.
Yes, there are differences between intelligence, culture, all these sorts of things. The biggest thing is intelligence. I mean, my God, do you know Jared Taylor?
I do not know who that is.
Okay, well, you should look up Jared Taylor of American Renaissance. He's on Rumble. He's been banned from YouTube and Twitter. He does have some interviews that are on YouTube, and they're very good. But basically, he's a pro-white, and he speaks about continuing the white race and some of the same arguments that I've made. But he's been doing this for like 30 years, and he talks about the intellectual differences between blacks, browns, whites, and Asians. He talks about all that sort of stuff. And when it comes to an IQ test, there's a standard deviation between whites and blacks and whites and browns and whites and Asians. So when it comes to there being a standard deviation, which we're talking about like 10 to 20 IQ points difference in the average of these groups of people, that makes a huge difference. And it's an uncomfortable truth that people really don't like to talk about, and they really don't like to acknowledge. So,
well,
like,
if it wasn't an uncomfortable truth, then you wouldn't have people that try to learn from these communities getting laughed and mocked and ridiculed for trying to be better people. I mean, think about that for a second. We have a culture of people that want to laugh at, ridicule, and attack people for wanting to have decent moral character.
Yes. Well, and so here's the thing: is like a lot of this comes from a man named Charles Murphy and his books and his writings on this sort of stuff. And you can even look up the charts. So if I remember correctly, my Bluetooth is dying, so I have to hop off in a minute. But I'll so I'm gonna finish with this. I'm gonna let my Bluetooth charge, and I promise I'll come back.
Right on.
Basically, like the average IQ of a white person, I believe, is about 100. The average IQ of an African is like 65 to 70. Okay, that's a huge difference.
Do you believe there's a difference between? Well, let me ask you this: do you believe that there's a difference between Africans and Black Americans?
I think that they're maybe 5 to 10. I think that their IQ is like 5 to 10 higher than regular Africans. So
I don't know about the IQ as far as that goes. I'm just saying I don't think that Africans and Black Americans are even the same people. Black Americans are a totally different group of people than Africans.
It depends. It depends on who they mix with and everything like that. I think Black Americans, I think their average IQ is, I'm trying to remember, bring this up out of memory. I think it's around 85, maybe.
Hey, Shenard, you know what? People say all kinds of things to make themselves feel good about themselves. Why can't white people do it? Why is it wrong for white people to say things and want to feel good about themselves? Why? Explain that.
And Rack, the dude in your chat, Rax, he just calls me a white nationalist.
Yeah, but, a wignat.
As far as I see, I don't think he has actually anything to come against what I've actually said.
Look, I don't care. I wouldn't care if you were a white nationalist. Who am I to tell you that you can or can't be a white nationalist?
Yeah, why is it wrong? Is it okay to be a black? Is it okay to be a black nationalist? And that's one of the things. Is like we coming around full circle, bro. It's okay to be pro-black, pro-Hispanic, pro-Asian, all these other things. It's not okay to be pro-white. Well, you can all go fuck yourselves. I don't care at this point. And let me also just say, because before my Bluetooth dies, is that I actually came from a place of a very, very far like socialist leftist to where I'm at now. And let me just tell you that this has been a 2-year journey. This is not something that just happened overnight. It comes with research, looking into things, reading different things, looking at crime stats, all these sorts of things. So you can think whatever you want to about me. I really don't care.
And the chat's posted multiple times, or the link's posted out in the chat multiple times, man. If anybody else wants to hop up on the panel and engage, man, this is just an open panel. Us chopping it up about that shit that chopping it up about what we're chopping it up about, man.
So I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna let my Bluetooth charge, but I'll stay up here. And then I'm gonna be listening to you, bro. And if anybody comes up, I'll have to throw myself on speakerphone so that I can be heard. But yeah, so I'll stay here, but I gotta charge my Bluetooth.
You're good. And I'm with you on that, Zyrax. I think that everybody that's in America should be an American nationalist. I mean, all of our loyalty should be to our nation. The fact that we live in America in 2024 right now, and Kay, if you want to hop up, you're welcome to. I don't mind. The fact that we live in 2024 and now it is unpatriotic to be patriotic in America. What the fuck's going on? This don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? The fact that people care more about other countries than they do about their own country and their own countrymen and women. That they care more about, what's going on in another country that doesn't affect us than we do about, the homeless veterans littering the streets all across the country, all the homeless kids littering the streets all across the country, all these families that lost their homes from 2008 and back in 2020 that are still living in vans and RVs all over the place with all these empty homes everywhere. But yet we're sending billions and billions of dollars overseas to worry about other people's shit. That's fucking dumb. I'm over it. And I'm tired of people fucking supporting that shit. We should be America first. We need to shut these fucking borders. We need to put a fucking moratorium on immigration to this country for the next 50 years minimum.
Just say,
fix your United States of white supremacy before you talk about my United States of America. Because as far as I'm concerned,
you don't believe in the United States of America.
Actually, no, I do. I believe.
No, you don't. You don't. You're an African American.
I'm actually an American.
No, it's gonna be a classic.
You're an African American. You don't believe in the United States of America.
Many of you are not American. Many of you are anti-American. It should be annihilated from the face of the map. But that's
excuse me, amigos. Excuse me. Can we have the
guys, Lynwood just got here. Let's hear him out for a minute. Go ahead, Lynwood. He just got here. Let's hear him out. Go ahead.
This is chaotic.
I can't hear him when he's got a cock shoved in his mouth.
When you host the United States of white supremacists and anti-Americans and terrorists, it's hard for them to hear. When they
didn't your mom teach you not to talk with your mouth full, Lynwood?
Hold on, guys. We've been here for hours. Lynwood.
I mean, listen.
Let Lynwood finish, please. Let him finish.
Unlike you, white supremacists.
Yeah, I know you like talking with cocks in your mouth.
You like to hit your wife with an uppercut. So how's that?
Hey, you know what? I haven't had to do that in a while. She's actually acting right. So,
well, of course, it's expected in the United States of white supremacy. You beat your women while I take care of them. So there you go. Now,
that's funny.
Yeah, you're funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, you're funny too.
You couldn't even get a trashy ass internet white woman to give you the time of day. Are you serious?
You couldn't even.
We all remember when you were simping for Good Mother.
And you can't even raise your children to be American, sir.
Lynwood.
So you can't talk about me. Anyway.
Starting your children in prison.
Let an American speak for a moment, please. I know I just entered the United States of white supremacy. I know I just entered the United States of white supremacy.
Oh, I should probably give a disclaimer that there's a lot of racist shit and said here with a lot of racial undertones. So if you are offended easily or you suffer from queasy stomach or diarrhea, then this may not be the stream for you.
See, so I'm not Americans like me are not welcome. So
go ahead, bro.
Now we have
Could you sound any more like a do funny?
All right, guys. Guys. We've been here for hours. Guys, we've been here for hours. Give Lynwood about 3 minutes, just uninterrupted. Please, Lynwood, continue.
Didn't we just do that?
I don't speak homo.
No,
guys,
I don't understand what he's saying. I'm asking. Hold on for a second, guys. Just stay muted. Let Lynwood finish. Just let him finish, man. Give him 2 or 3 more minutes.
I've heard some slick comments you made about our American president, not your white supremacist president. Mm-hmm. You're our American president.
What's interesting is I find that this dichotomy right here really interesting. That you have a lot of these pro-blacks and let's just keep it a buck how I feel, racist blacks that literally support a white racist that completely overlook all the 40 to 50 years of history that's written down on the books of all the racist shit that Joe Biden has said. Somehow all of that gets overlooked, and some of the ones that fight the hardest for the black struggle actually support someone who's literally white and racist. Make that shit make sense. That's how you know that this is a fucking mental disease. These motherfuckers are brain dead.
Where you made some disparaging remarks about this republic.
It's because they say all the right things.
First of all, how dare you speak ill of this great republic when yourself have not really been American nor acted like one. So You cannot speak ill of an American when you yourself don't even practice Americanism. Hell, you don't even respect this republic. You went over to the Capitol on January 6th.
I am going to say I was surprised that he referred to America as a republic. I will give Lynwood that much credit. That caught me off guard. I will shout him out for actually being accurate on one thing.
And you beat enforcement officers and you claim to be Americans. That's not Americans. That's why it's time. Yes, it's about time we separate from the anti-American. Actually, excuse me, the United States of white supremacy. You can take Angel with you because Angel likes he likes to be the nigger of the button of the joke.
No, we got to say no.
You got to drop him. You got to drop.
No, I don't have to drop it because everybody's messed up because I haven't dropped anybody for cursing. I keep correcting everybody. Go ahead, Lynwood. Please continue, sir.
So you can take Angel with you. He likes to be raped in the asshole.
Easy, great. Go ahead.
And you can have your way with him. We don't want him, and we don't need him. So anyway, before you ever speak ill of the president, when you ever speak ill of the president of the United States, understand first and foremost, you need to clean up your United States.
You're getting cucked by someone pretending to be.
You need to also.
I said he was getting cucked by a woman pretending to be black.
Clean up your United States of white supremacy before you speak ill of this great republic.
Go ahead, sir.
And that's all I have to say about
No, it's just me and you. I dropped everybody because nobody.
Well, brother Chaotic, I have to tell you this 1,000 times. You and I are not white. They don't have to respect you. You keep catering to them, but like they did with Myron Gaines.
Be off too. So
like with Myron
Gaines.
They said to him, "Oh, he's just another nigger."
It's another no word.
See, and this is the point that I keep trying to hit on. It's always white people this, white people that, white people this, white people that, white people this, white people that. And then when white people show up and give pushback, all of a sudden everybody's in their fucking emotions and feels. What's up, Rashu?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
You know what it is.
Hey, what's up, Muffin? How you guys doing, man? What's going on?
What's up, Rashu?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm sorry, I'm on speaker phone, so I'm keeping myself muted. My Bluetooth are charging.
You're all good, dude. I heard you were working on your car, man. Just finish it up before sun goes down.
Yep. So,
yeah, no. The car work that was this morning, I got that taken care of. Unfortunately, it's more than I can handle right now.
That always sucks. Jesus.
Okay, so I've listened to enough of fucking Lynwood's fucking cock-filled mouth running. I'm gonna move on to this.
Hold on. Hey, if you don't mind, just fill me in on what Lynwood was talking about.
Normal, I'm better than you, and white people are racist and make it hard for me to be better than you.
Sounds about right. Okay, all right, continue.
I mean, where?
And your wife's vagina felt good.
Yeah, I think this is when
Black women in history were with white men. Maya Angelou, Nina Simone. A lot of these famous black women in history have been with white men. So that's par for the course. It's par for the course.
Real quick, let's get Savage in real quick. And you are correct, Reese. I agree with you.
Owning stuff and wanting to take care of it, but isn't it ironic that?
Did you mean steal from somebody's community? Because you stole that before you stole it from somebody. It's not really yours. You stole it. Just remember, colonizer. I'm talking to you, colonizer. Colonizer. I'm talking to you.
Have you stolen it, Savage?
This guy saying that Savage actually stole something.
Yeah.
Someone sold the house to me and my wife, and we gave them money for the house. And no theft that I'm aware of.
Lynwood wouldn't understand that, because he still has to be a son husband to his mom, so she'll let him live in his basement like a troll.
Exactly.
But I am aware of some low-class blacks driving to where I live and eating chicken bones out the window in the street. I am quite aware of that.
Be glad they didn't try and steal your chicken, Savage.
I'm also aware of all these students that are wearing that yak down to their calves, tearing up a McDonald's. So I don't know why. I don't know why Lynwood's hurt. The whole McDonald's story was those were kids. Those weren't full grown adults, and they were stealing and causing mayhem at a McDonald's where the police had to be called. And
Lynwood's answer was mind your own business.
girl who was underage decided to say up front that all she cared about in life to this lady was about free healthcare and free food. Talk about the entitlement of a child who can't even vote. Crazy. And then you got Lynwood up here trying to explain to us he didn't suck on the crack pipe for so long that he got a gap between his teeth from it, telling us that we're the problem when he rents from his mom and works for Aldi's.
Well, actually, you are the problem. You've always been the problem. How's it going to be a cancer on society? How's it going to have a track record that is full of death, dying, and destruction? Your history is not.
How is it that how did the lesser human manage to overthrow their master and enslave and colonize them? Lynwood?
And how does it feel to be a part?
How did we manage to enslave and colonize the chocolate gods and goddesses that created us?
How does it feel to also be a murderer, a cancer, a disease?
I don't know. Why don't you ask your dad, your brother, your uncle, your son, your cousin?
Well, I'm gonna ask your children. I'm gonna ask them. How does it feel?
One of the women that buried their kids what it's like to be a murderer.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna ask your children. How does it feel to have a father as a convicted murderer, a convicted terrorist, a convicted rapist, a convicted robber, a convicted larcenist, a convicted conspiring to commit first-degree premeditated murder? How's it going to have a father?
How much to drop Lynwood?
You can drop me whatever you want.
Yeah. Anybody say anything? Okay.
I mean, that's what you do best. You drop me all the time because you can't stomach this truth. You can't stomach these realities. You're a cancer in society.
And you can't stomach vagina. That's why you suck dick.
And your wife's vagina felt good. And your wife's vagina felt real good because
how much does $100? How much time does that get me if I drop him?
You can drop. Snowman can answer your question. Drop me anytime you want to. I don't care.
Watch out, there might be a bidding war.
He's a rapist. He will always be a rapist when I see him. And when I see him in traffic, and if I catch his ass on the mark,
great man. I really
can't make threats, bro.
Lynwood, you would never catch me in traffic or in public.
I would have a T-shirt. I would have a T-shirt with his face on it.
5% of your people.
I would have a shirt. I would have a shirt with his face on it with the bottom letters "rape."
See, and that's like I said once again to touch on the point that I was trying to make right at the beginning. Why do motherfuckers think it's all right to say some of the most egregious, disgusting, filthy shit you could ever fucking think of to someone and then expect them just to sit there and take it with a smile on their face? I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can even adopt that kind of mentality or ideology to think I can just go around and say whatever the fuck I want and nobody's going to do or say anything about it. I mean, isn't Lynwood one of those people that always say that free speech comes with consequences?
Lynwood is a double speak guy, bro. He doesn't believe in the shit that he talks about, man.
Dude, he's a gay white dude practicing blackface and doing a poor job of it. Let's keep it real.
I do not disagree with you, bro.
Lynwood, which one of your uncles touched you in an inappropriate way?
And I want his children to see the words.
Every single one of his uncles.
Snowman, can I answer your question?
Go ahead, man.
All right. So you said, how did the white people conquer the black goddesses of the world, right?
Yes. How did the white people manage to conquer and overthrow the chocolate gods and goddesses that created us?
I'll tell you why. Because, like I said before, black people, we love white people. When a Portuguese,
you know what? I'm going to put a poll in the chat, and I want all the black people to answer whether or not you love white people, because I'm curious now at this point. I really am. Let me Well, I'll let this play it.
First landed in Africa. They landed in the Congo.
What does that mean?
The first thing the Congo people did when they saw the white people.
What does what mean?
What does loving white people mean?
That look. Haven't you ever heard some of these pro-blacks say that black people love white people so much that they literally want to live around them, act like them, emulate them, this, that, and the third, and blah 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 blah. Right. So have I, and me personally, I've always thought that America, because we're so many different cultures and races of people, that we all kind of emulated each other in a sense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But for some reason, again, it's only a crime when white people do it. Or it's only bad if black people have a brain in their head and they don't want to go out and spew a bunch of racist, toxic nonsense all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's usually what it is. They try to make it like a racist trope just because you want to hang around people who are like-minded.
Right. Oh, you wanted them. You want them types.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, look, I got in here, and I have to say that at the founding of our country, and when it came to who were naturalized citizens and citizens of the United States of America, it was very explicitly written that it was white Europeans of good character. And then when it came to the voting stuff,
Also,
it had to do with
yes,
it had to do with owning property.
Hey, real quick, EAE, be honest with you, I'm surprised you guys haven't banned him from the chat because he's never getting a wrench. It's all on you. You know, he's basically he gets to see what democracy's really like.
Oh no! They've banned him in CT's chats and other
I know he's banned everywhere, but I let almost everybody that comes here regularly has a wrench. So it's up to the chat if they want to ban him. He'll never get on my panel because he's an idiot that never answers anything directly and fucking sits and does this hotep double step fucking tap dance all around the question and then wants to call you a tap dancer while he's sitting there doing a poor job tap dancing because he ain't got no footwork.
Yeah, but and again, this goes.
I still want to know where your Series 7 is, King Shenard. Where's that Series 7?
This goes back to the discussion that we were having at the end of CT's stream there, which is, we're a democracy, and because it was written in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal, that means that everybody has the right to vote. No, sir, that is absolutely false. And whether people want to actually talk about it, admit it, and accept it or not, but guess what? Our country was made by white people for good, upstanding white people and property owners. That's what it was. And it was that way for a reason, which also means that a majority of white people were probably not able to vote. So, so they want to talk about how racist the country is, but also
they weren't property owners.
Right. But that's my point. Is that there was a standard set for everybody.
I think we should go back to people only being able to vote if they're property owners or taxpayers. Really, I think that women should only be able to vote if they're married.
Yeah,
let's not take it to the marriage. Let's not take it to the marriage. That's going too far.
I said women, sir. Women can only vote if they're married.
Okay.
No, and actually, no. I'd actually say disagree with you here, Rashu, and I would actually say that it would be better if it was only married people who could be able to vote. And here's why: is because they actually have skin in the game, because they have future generations that have to be raised and continue to live in the world, in the country.
I don't have skin in the game.
Huh?
You're telling me if I own property, I don't have skin in the game? Or if
owning property is how you get skin in the game.
If I employ people, I don't have skin in the game?
No, I think you're misunderstanding what he's saying because, correct me if I'm wrong, but being a property owner means you do have skin in the game.
Yeah, no. So, hang on. From your Rashu, from your specific example, that's all I was talking about. I was saying that, like, if we're talking about married people versus unmarried people, I would say that married people have more skin in the game than unmarried people. Now,
right.
if we want to bring property owners into it, that's a different argument than what I was making.
This is where the politics comes into it, right? Because I don't disagree with what you said, but what I'm saying is that there's nuances to what you said, right? You can't just blanket label, this person is married X, Y, and Z.
We're only doing that to Rashu. We're only doing that to women. That's it.
Okay.
Because women are second-class citizens in America now.
Well, how about this, Rashu? What do you think needs to be done for voting rights? Do you think they need to be curtailed at all, or do you think that everybody should be allowed to vote?
No, I think they.
Listen, know what?
We're in agreement as far as what we said just a few minutes ago. I don't think that you should be able to vote, especially.
Well, I think the voting age should be raised to 25 too. If they say that that's when the brain becomes fully developed, then that's when voting ages should start.
Yeah, that's a like there's only like one study about that. It's no,
I'm just saying. I'm just using their own fucking arguments against them.
Yeah, no, I got you. If anything, go ahead, Raku.
No, I was just saying that if and statement. Like, if this is true, then that's pretty much what Angry Man was doing. But my fault.
Yeah. So like I could agree with a married family, but it would be one family, one vote.
Yes, absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah. There's
one vote per household.
There's no reason for an extra vote outside of that. When it comes to the property owners, look, I would say that at the time that this was written, it could make more sense. But I would say that right now in 2024, I don't see how that would actually be feasible. So I would say that passing a competency test of how the government actually works, how your local government works, how
a basic civics test.
Yeah, like a civics test, like Vivek talked about. I think that's a good possibility.
I agree with that too.
If you can't differentiate between the beginning of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and the preamble, then we can't talk. Type of shit.
Think about it.
You didn't know basics. If you don't know that you can't impeach a president that's not a president, then you don't need to be voting.
Right. But not only that, right? We're all over like 30 years old, I'm guessing here, right? On this panel right now. Back when I was a kid, we literally had like, songs being sung to us about what a bill is, what Congress is.
I remember
what the delegate house is, like
Schoolhouse Rock, brother.
Schoolhouse, exactly. So like these days, they literally have taken that out of all learning curriculums. Nobody is learning these things anymore.
Well, that's because they don't want kids to know the structure and how things are actually conducted. They just want them to obey like good little commies.
That's the reason why I brought it up, right?
Right.
I
don't even think they teach basic civics in high school anymore.
No, they don't.
When I was in school, you had to pass American and world government in order to graduate from high school.
Well, not only that, what is social studies?
The study of social structures.
Communism.
It is basically, I can see where you get that, but social studies, it's the study of how social structure and societies work. That's all. That's what I think it is personally.
But they was teaching us history. They wasn't teaching us how societies work. Teaching us like historical type of things.
when they teach you how these countries were structured, how they were governed, how legislation was created, they in essence were basically teaching you how different types of societies worked and didn't work.
They teach us how the CIA fucking infringed on different countries' governments. Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, to two comments that are in the chat here. To Black Knight, every American of 18 years or older should be able to vote. Please explain why. Why is it that just because someone hits a certain age, they should be allowed to vote? When hang on. When in all actuality, these people are not old enough to buy cigarettes, buy alcohol. They can't even rent their own vehicle. We talk about how immature they are. They can get roped into predatory loans by colleges and all these sorts of things. So it's funny that we talk about 18 being the age to vote, but also at the same time, we restrict what it is to actually be an adult. Now, if you were actually an adult at the age of 18, you would be able to do all of those things, but we don't allow it. So there's a reason for that. I'd love for you to explain why it is that just when you hit a specific age, you should be allowed to vote. Now, secondly, distant lights. But then you get situations where you're a taxpayer and you can't vote. So politicians can pass laws about what to do with your money and you have no representative say in it. Distant lights, they already do that. First of all. Second of all, again, I'm going to point to the founding of our country, where the majority of people, or a lot of people in our country, they did not have the right to vote. We had very clear standards of what it was to be able to be a voter. Okay, so it was the same thing that happened at the founding of our country. Why is it that you believe that you should get this? Especially when we look at the taxpayers of our country, if I remember correctly, it's about 50% of the taxpayers in our country are actually a net negative.
Yeah, they're a tax burden.
Right. So why should those people be able to vote? And just so we're being honest here, I am also one of those people currently, because I'm a single father. So why is it that I should have just as much of a right to vote as other people who are actually a positive taxpayer in this country? Because the thing is when you think about how many net negative taxpayers there are to the positive ones, we could actually vote in people to take away all the money, property, and the rights from the other top 50% who actually pay into the system. Why is that okay?
That's kind of what they're trying to do right now, but they're trying to do it under your nose.
Right.
I've been trying to get people to understand that if you get an income tax return at the end of the year, you don't pay taxes.
Yeah. So
that seems to go right over their head.
Yeah, Moxie came in and said it's the law for them to vote. Why are you trying to take people's rights? 18-year-olds can go to the military.
18-year-olds are dumb.
Yeah.
I remember when I was 18 and I was dumb.
Yeah.
Well, I
was dumb as hell.
Sir. That's why you sign yourself into the military.
Well, see, I think they should raise that. Look, I think they should raise the military age to 21. Personally, if you can't buy cigarettes and you can't buy beer and you can't go buy a fucking pistol and you can't do any of the things,
the military is basically like, hey, if you can survive all of these extremes.
No, I don't think you should be taking young, impressionable young men and subjecting them to that kind of fucking stress when they haven't even experienced any life yet. Let them experience life before they go off and you turn them into a warlord.
Well, you can't turn them into a warlord if they experience life, because they would have experience and they would know not to make a dumb choice by selling yourself to a fucking country.
Well, and then here's another thing.
That's another reason why I think it should be raised to 21, because how easy is it to convince a dumb 18-year-old jock that he's going to have a better way of life if he goes and signs up for a bunch of fucking promises and lies that he's never going to receive?
Right. And here's all right. Hang on one sec. Hang on one sec. And then I want to say to Moxie, who's obviously a woman, Moxie, you as a woman do not have to sign up for the selective service, which is the draft program. Only men do. So why is it that as a woman, you do not have to have the same skin in the game as the men do? So you are given the right to vote. So you can actually vote to send men to war and in a draft that you will never have to fulfill. Why do you get that right, but we do not?
And I appreciate the sub, Moxie, for real. And we we allow pandering white women to come over here too. You just have to respect my patriarchy.
Moxie, come on up. Come up on the panel.
Actually, the draft does exist. It's just the draft hasn't been actually practiced or enacted since Vietnam. That was the last time that we actually had the draft enacted. But every one of us males, like when I turned 18, I got a postcard in the mail from the federal government that told me I had 90 days or 6 months to sign this, And if I didn't, I was subject to what is it, like $10,000 fine and up to 10 years in federal prison.
I thought it was 250,000. I thought it was like something crazy
no,
number.
ma'am, it was not the 70s. That I did that in 1998 when I turned 18. I know all kinds of other people that have done it since 2000. All of us men get a postcard in the mail that we have to sign.
Yeah, and real quick to Black Knight here. Stop being an incel muffin. We are supposed to protect our women. No, Black Knight, you are absolutely correct. But here's the thing, is what happened with feminism is that women want the same rights as men. They want to be treated equally as men, but they do not want the same responsibilities and the same duties that men have. Now, as men...
Well, hold on. Just with that premise, I want to throw a different sidebar in that. Okay, is this. The only thing that I am responsible for protecting is my women. My women, my wife, my daughters, my granddaughters, my nieces, my women. I never signed a social contract with anyone saying that I would protect everyone else's women. That's your job to protect your women, not mine.
Exactly.
No. I'm gonna push back against y'all, and I'm gonna say that it is our duty as men of our country to protect the fellow women of our country. Okay, so I'm going to push back on you.
That's a general statement, but
you're not going to.
You're not going to go out here and protect all women. You're gonna.
Come on, Rocky. This is bad face.
Listen, bro. You're gonna put your daughter behind your back if an assailant comes out with a firearm, and you're gonna put your daughter and your woman behind your back, and you're gonna pull out your firearm.
Yes, this has nothing to do with the draft. Okay, so what we're specifically talking about is the draft. Okay. And that's the point of it, okay? Because Black Knight was responding to me talking about the inequality between men having to sign up for the draft and women not having to stand up, women not having to do it, okay? So that's why he's saying we are supposed to protect our women. Black Knight, yes, I agree with you. However, that's what I'm saying, is that women want the same rights and equality as men without the same responsibility and duties as men. That is not right. And then Moxie says, look up when the last draft happened. It was the 70s. Moxie, that's not the point. The point is that at any point in time that we're invaded or our country goes to war, the men can be drafted. Women will not be drafted. So you don't ever have to deal with that looming threat of being drafted into the war. That's the thing that you're not understanding, or you don't care to actually grasp and understand.
Look, I got it. All I did was, do 18-year-old men have to sign up for selective service or the draft? Because that's what selective service is a draft. Right off the top, 18 to 25-year-olds, almost all men who are 18 to 25 years old and live in the United States must register for selective service, the draft. It's the very first thing that comes up. So, it's almost, I hate to use this analogy, but you know how women tell men that they shouldn't talk about abortion or pregnancy and shit like that because they don't understand it, they don't go through it? Same kind of thing applies there. Why are women talking about something that they don't know anything about, that they don't have to participate in? And talking about it like it's fact.
Right, but that goes to my point, okay, which is that women do not have the same responsibility nor duty when it comes to being drafted. However, they are given the same right to vote, which means that the women collectively could vote to send men to war in a drafted war, and they will never have to be drafted into that war that they are sending us into.
Let's address this point. She says U.S. hasn't had a draft since 1973. Just with that alone, you realize just because they haven't had a draft doesn't mean that men aren't still required to sign up for it if they chose to enact it.
Yeah. What's happening in the world right now, guys? Isn't there
it's about to be World War X?
Isn't there a world war between Ukraine and Russia and like all of Israel and the Middle East? Yeah, I'm sure that's nothing to worry about, guys. Don't worry about it. there hasn't been a draft since 1973.
Do you know the only men that don't have to sign up for the draft? The only men? If they're the last male of their bloodline, that's the only ones that don't have to.
Why does he keep shooting me?
Yeah. So real quick.
Hey, you know what? I may be too old to be drafted, but my sons aren't.
Well, and not just that, but Moxie, have you been following the war in Ukraine, Moxie? Do you know that they have highly expanded the age range for the men that they're drafting into the war? In fact, we have tons of videos of them going after 50-year-olds out on the street, beating them, throwing them into the vans so they can be drafted and taken to the front line. Do you know about that, Moxie? Do you think that that couldn't happen here?
All about that paper, boys.
I don't know, man. I just let's go back to this chaotic shit, because I want to skip. I'm trying to skip forward and get to that Michael where me and him were going at it, because that was pretty heated.
I just wanted to come up real quick and dismantle this talking point I've seen going around. People keep saying there hasn't been a draft since 1970, whatever. But I'd say I guess we could say a distraction, like a red herring situation, or maybe a straw man. Because
you did not just pull the Scooby-Doo reference out.
It's not addressing the actual point. Nobody is talking about being drafted. We're talking about being forced to sign up for the draft.
Registering for it.
Right.
Well, talking about both.
And it's a distraction from the actual point, which proves one of two things. Either that the person trying to push this talking point does not understand it, or doesn't want other people to understand it.
Or quite possibly both.
It's a deflection of the original point, which is being forced to sign up for the draft, not being drafted. Those are two different things.
That's the social construct, the social contract men sign in order to be given the right to vote.
And yes, being drafted and signing up for the draft both include the word draft, but just ignoring the context of the argument is very weak and disingenuous. And it usually comes from women, but I've seen men doing it too. And it has to do with, I guess it could be cognitive dissonance, but I think it's more of a deliberate deception trying to distract from what the point is.
I would actually, I'd agree with you that I actually believe that it's cognitive dissonance, because honestly, we have lived in such a historically peaceful time. And anybody here in the chat and on the panel, we have all lived in a historically peaceful time that has not been known for the rest of humanity throughout any of the histories.
I agree.
So yeah. And so the thing is like, so for Moxie to just say that, like, no, it won't happen here. Right. It's easy to say that
until it does.
Exactly. But and not just that, but like, again, we've been living in such a historically peaceful time. Right. We don't understand what it means to have to actually go do that and be in a world war.
And it's also easy to say it'll never happen. It's easy for someone who won't be affected by it the same way. It's real easy for someone to say that when they know that they're not going to be affected by it in the same way. They would be affected by it. You know, women losing their husbands or their sons or whatever, if it were to happen.
That's just a normal day in America there. If you think about it.
But some people actually are naive enough to think that if we're talking about being forced to sign up for the draft, that saying, oh, there hasn't been, forced conscription or forced draft on people. Well, they're being forced to sign up for it. That's the point. And if that's not the point being addressed, then it's just deflection.
Yeah, and real quick, Black Knight. No, I'm actually going to disagree with you here. Women should not be allowed to sign up for the military at all. And in fact, this actually goes against what you said earlier, which is that we should be protecting the women and the children. Right. So why would we want and allow them to sign up for the military? That is the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah, put them around
the reason that we do not want to let them sign up for the military is because they are the only ones who can actually produce children. So why would we want them going to die on the front lines?
Right.
They are also, and I'm sorry, in case nobody knows this here, they are also the weaker sex. They are smaller, their bones density, their muscle mass, all that is less than men. So no, they should not be in war at all.
No, really, in all honesty, they're just a distraction to men. I mean, let's keep it a buck. That's what women do. They distract men from accomplishing whatever goal they're trying to accomplish generally.
Go ahead, Mike. Why? We got to start respecting people's perspectives. I want to hear.
You didn't interrupt him, CT. All I did was make a sound.
I didn't say that you interrupted him. I didn't say that.
Curious to know why he thinks that's a white supremacist call for help when it was a black person that committed the crime. So can you explain that?
I said a call for help. It's like call to arms. Like, look at these niggas out of control.
Negro, we can't say the N-word anymore. YouTube is going to get me out of here. Just say N-words or no words. Go ahead.
I tell you what, we the man, right? And they trying to say, they're weak now. They are very weak people now.
Who is they? White people. Okay, go ahead, bro. Now, Miss Mandy had so you're answering Miss Mandy's question, right?
Yeah, I heard her.
Okay, go ahead.
We can dialogue. What's up?
Okay, Mandy, he wants to dialogue with you. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just very confused how it's a white supremacist call for help. That really kind of blows my mind.
You are a white, ain't you?
I am Native American, actually.
Lies.
Okay, I'm glad you think that.
I know that.
Why would I lie about that?
I don't know. Why would you? That's the point.
That's the 1% Native American. Like Elizabeth.
I'm a half Native American, half white. My father was full Native American. My mother was full white.
Yeah, you a quarter broke too.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny? All these people know more about the person that's speaking. They know you better than you. Ignorant people always do that. That's why guys like Mike and Reese, you know where they end up? Moving with one of their kids.
That's how you know that I was making that.
Yeah, how about this, guys?
Do it right now too. Making it.
How about this? Mike, give me a second. For 5 minutes, guys. It's 3:39, 3:40, up into 3:45. Can just Black Mike, and Miss Mandy just have a dialogue? Go ahead. Just go ahead, Mike and Miss Mandy. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Mandy. Why should I care?
Well, you called me a liar, so can you explain to me why you think that?
I said I know that, but we're talking about this topic, right?
Okay,
why should my people care? Why should my people care about that girl?
Well, because she's a human being. She's a person, an innocent person. Why should it matter her color?
So do you care about Sonya Massey?
I do care about Sonya Massey. I'm very involved.
What you think about that? What you think about that?
I think it was awful, and I think those cops should be buried underneath the jail.
Let me ask you this question. When you see degenerate white people like that, why don't y'all?
You notice that her answer wasn't good enough. He has to go to another premise.
Just rid them off the earth so we don't have these problems.
Well, I don't have the ability to do that, but
and murder.
We look at like redneck thinking white people, and we are embarrassed about them. I'm telling you.
I'm embarrassed about y'all too.
But like, do you not look at like ghetto black people and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't stand those people? Are you not like that? Because we're like that.
No,
white people.
No. I know my people. I know we in a constant state of war. My people is, so they got to get it how they live. But y'all.
That right there is a key difference. What he just said.
Well, hey man, if it weren't for double standards, some people wouldn't have any.
I'm just saying, you can't sit and make excuses for the worst people or the worst part of your group of people and sit and attach you to them and then get mad when people attach you to them. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. If you're going to attach yourself and say, I'm no different than these other people, I understand, you know, that these are my people, then you can't get mad when everyone else labels you with those same people you label yourself with. Because see, white people, we separate our... I'm not the same as Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof is a totally different person than my people. He's not my people.
I'm sorry.
What?
Oh, I'm just so over the blackity blacks. This is as far as I'm concerned. You know what? Yeah, Dylan Roof's my brother, bro. Sorry, I can't help but troll a little. I apologize.
Hey, look, if you want to die on that hill, that's for you, man. But look, I don't associate myself with degenerate white culture. I don't have no part of that. It took me forever to get out of the fucking trailer park. I'm not going back. It took me forever to get away from welfare and fucking poor white trash mentality and shit like that. I'm not going back to that, sir. It's just as toxic as the poor black culture.
Yeah. So, Angry Snowman, you and I have been having a really good conversation, right, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I live in a trailer park, just so you know.
Hey, and you know what?
Trash?
Look.
There are some of us who are above it, right?
Sure, you don't present yourself as trailer trash, and there are some decent people in the trailer park. You're right. Yeah. I'm the jerk. That was me, Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja. That was my first handle. You're correct.
It's okay. I just want to talk shit to you. I know what you mean by trailer trash, bro.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, you know just as well as I do. None of us want to live in a trailer park. None of us.
Nope. If every one of us was doing better, I would not live here. That's for sure.
How do you say that you failed as a white person without saying you failed as a white person? You live in a double wide.
Well, where you live doesn't necessarily represent who you are.
Right, like, I get that.
I know. Look, guys, it's not that serious. I'm just talking shit to Snowman. That's it.
I know you were.
I understand that. But it's a good opportunity to make this point, and I'll use this example of how it works both ways. I live in one of the top 5 richest cities in this country. It's a red city in a red state, but I don't consider myself rich, wealthy, or even middle class. I'm at the bottom as far as finance is concerned, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd fit right into a trailer park.
Nah, dude, the trailer park mentality drive you nuts. I'm just saying.
Well,
the politics in a trailer park are fucking retarded.
Yeah. No, like I said, I just like to make that argument because I know I know what we all mean when we talk about trailer trash. I know I ain't that person,
right?
But just because I live in a trailer park. You know, I just like to be able to, twist that knife just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you don't mean you can't be talking about all trailer park people, right?
Well, look, and then you got gay ass people like King Chenard out there that gay ass King Chenard wants to literally sit and now get mad when we also call out our own problems in our own culture. I mean, that's the point. Like you and I were saying earlier, right? Just there's with some of these motherfuckers, just nothing, absolutely nothing will ever be good enough. I mean, you will have to literally, you'll have to commit suicide while kissing their fucking feet.
Yeah. No, and then here's the other thing. The other reason that I bring it up is because it's also about the fact that while yes, I may be a poor blue collar guy who lives in a trailer park, I am also not, and this is my point to Gary, I am not the same as the ghetto hood black people. Okay, like I have morals, I have standards, I have certain codes that I live by, and that's the thing that's not really talked about, which is why I asked Gary that entire question. which is scary. Are you saying that the ghetto hood blacks are the same as white trailer trash? Are they the exact same? They commit crimes at the exact same rate? Well, no. Right. So there's obviously something else there.
But
and again, this is a truth. This is a truth in an argument that people don't like to talk about.
Right. You're right. It's not the same, but there is a similarity of the two cultures: poor white and poor black, hood and trailer park. There are a lot of commonalities. The only thing that I will say is different is the violence level in those communities.
Yes. But that's a huge factor, okay?
It is a huge factor.
Especially when we're talking about the fact that white people as a whole are about 65% of this country. Black people are about 13% of this country. And that 13%, and actually it's really the 6% of black males make up 50% of the aggravated or the violent crime statistics in our country. So there's a huge discrepancy there.
Righteous, I really think that with these younger generations of males, white and black, and both races together, that I really believe as they start coming to full blown fruition and part of the working American community, that statistic's going to change real fast, because a lot of these young men that are coming up white and black and mixed are retarded. They're all retarded.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you. Part of that has to do with our media when it comes to the news, our television, our TV shows, our movies. It also has to do with our video games, whether people like to admit it or not, and it also has to do with our music. And so, and look, I know that people want to say that, like, oh, well, they've done, a study or two about this, and they show that there's no link. I'm sorry, I don't know how you could make me believe that if you listen to nothing but gangster rap,
drill rap, bro, it's drill rap. That drill rap is bad. Yeah, it's called drill rap. It's bad, dude.
Okay, all right. I don't know these things. So, anyways, I'm just gonna go with gangster rap because that's what I know. Okay, bro. So.
Yeah, none of these kids are listening to Snoop Dogg, though. I'm just telling you.
Okay, drill rap. Like if that's what you want to call it. You knew what I meant when I said gangster rap, though. Mm-hmm. So fine. Look. You can't tell me that when you listen to that type of music all the time. And look, it's very aggressive and angry and all that sort of stuff. You can't tell me that when you listen to that all day, nonstop, that it doesn't affect your psyche in some way. I mean, I just don't believe you. Anybody who doesn't actually take it in and listen to the lyrics of these songs and think about listening to these songs all the time, anytime that you ever listen to music, I don't know how you could ever think any differently.
Well, where is it? Hold on a second. Ghost of a Troll Gone By says, so don't let your kids play them. Don't let your kids listen to the music. Stop giving your kids iPad to get them out of your hair. And you know what? I agree with you 100% on that. The issue that we have is it's literally parents that are, putting forth the effort to actually be parents, conscious parents that, want to be parents, not friends, trying to fight against parents that are doing exactly what you're saying, so you can only do so much, which I agree with you. Myself, my 9-year-old, he on his tablet, he gets a time limit. On his Switch, he gets a time limit. He does, I think he gets like maybe an hour on his tablet, and his mom gives him an hour a day on his Switch. That's it. Once that time's gone, he's done. No electronics. Go read a book. Go play. Go outside. Go live. That type of shit.
Yeah. So, and I, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I apologize. My daughter was talking to me, so I was able to catch a little bit of what you were saying. But if I got this correctly, I think it sounded like a huge part of this is on the parents. Was that correct? Angry Snowman, that was basically your argument.
Yeah, I do. I can't disagree and say with him. I do agree with him that a lot of the onus on the way these kids are coming up is on the parents, because the lack of parenting, the lack of parental involvement. Most parents don't even know what their kid's favorite color is nowadays. Are you serious?
Yes.
They couldn't even tell you what their kid's interested in being when they grow up.
Well, here's a better thing, Snowman, is how many parents are actually trying to guide their children and teach them how to work on what they want to do as an adult. Okay, and so that, like, look, that's one of the things that I'm working on with my daughter. When it comes to, like, she likes to draw, she likes to color and draw and do artwork.
You got a liberal arts student on your hands.
She's learning how to play the viola. She's learning an instrument and that sort of stuff. And she picks it up very well and everything like that.
Let me ask you, do you force your kids to be active in some kind of group setting in school to where they're engaging with their peers and learning how to work together as a group? Do you, did you tell her you got to do a sport or band or something where you're actually out there being a part of the community that you're involved in? Because that's what I do with my kid.
No, actually, she picked up the viola because she wanted to be a part of the orchestra band at her school, and I leaned into it. I had to look at how much it was going to cost, but I was like, I think that's a great idea. I think it's awesome to learn the that type of instrument, and everything like that. So, but then here's the thing, is that while on the face, she wanted to pick up this instrument and be a part of the orchestra band. She doesn't always want to put in the time necessary to actually become good at the instrument. And then that's when I come in and I say, okay, here's the deal. If you want to actually be a part of the orchestra band and you want to play this instrument, then you need to practice a minimum of 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. And so even though, and then we have talks about this sort of stuff where it's like, look, you need to understand that if this is something that you actually want to do, you actually want to be good at it and you actually want to get better, then you have to put in the work to do it. And so a bare minimum is practicing 30 minutes a day. And the thing is like she's actually very good and very talented. She picks things up quickly, it seems.
So what you're saying is you're doing what a parent should do, and they're fostering and nurturing the things that their children are actually interested and curious about.
Yes.
Because that's what a good parent does. I do the same thing with my son. My son's been, interested in video games and shit like that since, he's been able to figure out how to operate me and his mom's phone at about 3 years old. He is 9 years old, and as of now, he's been. I don't know if you've heard of this program called Scratch that it was created by the people over at what is that? That big science college. What's it called again? It's one of the big ones over on the East Coast. Goddamn, Boston College or some. Boston Institute of Science, or I forget what it's called, but anyhow, what it is it's a coding program for kids that are in elementary school. MIT, thank you, Hafez, thank you. MIT created it for kids that were in elementary school that were interested in coding, and basically it's he's been teaching himself how to code since he was about I think 7 or 8 now. He's been doing it for 2 years. And that's what you're supposed to do as a parent. You're supposed to pay attention. You're supposed to, engage, talk, and be aware of your child's likes and interests. And you're supposed to foster that shit and help promote the growth of that.
Well, and here's the biggest thing, Snowman, as you will know, I'm absolutely sure that you will know this, is that the biggest thing that we have to be around for is that when it starts to get difficult and it starts to get tough and they want to give up and they don't want to do it, we have to be there to tell them, no, you need to do it. You need to push through this. I promise you, you need to push through this and you will be so much more you will be so much happier in the end when you make it through the other side. And I actually was just having this talk with my daughter just the other day. when we're talking about pushing through difficulties in life, okay, it's like going through a tunnel. You may not always be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I promise you that when you force yourself to go through it and force yourself to deal with the difficulty, deal with this problem, and make it through to the other side, you will be a better person for it. And not just that, but you will be happy and thankful that you actually did make it to the other side of the tunnel. And a lot of parents are not doing that these days. What they do is that when it gets too hard for their children and their children say that I don't want to do this anymore, they allow their children to give up and throw in the towel. And that's one of the biggest problems. Did I lose you?
I don't want to get too far into the weeds from what we were talking about, so I want to go ahead and hop back into this dude and him being a blatant, ignorant racist.
Yeah, Mike Jones is a dumbass.
Well, real quick, Snowman, do you agree or disagree with what I said?
No, I agree with the majority and the foundation of what you said when it comes to raising kids. I don't find no issues there. You know, but like with me and the boy, he isn't in that. I forced him to join a sport though, because if I didn't, he's a techie. He's all about video games. He's lazy and he ain't going to do it. Did I not force you? I told you it was either baseball, basketball, football, or track, right? And he was going to pick one, or I was going to pick one for him.
And look, when it comes to a little boy, look, honestly, I think that's fine. But like, again, you know, like I was just saying that, like, you know, look, one of the biggest things that you're trying to do is teach your son that you need to push through the pain and keep on going, and you will be so happy with the rewards that you get from pushing through the pain, right?
I'm also trying to teach him how to work with his peers and how to accept loss and not win in everything.
Yeah.
Because a lot of today's young men don't know how to accept loss and accept loss in a healthy way. They all, a lot of the young men today, they flip out over everything. You know, I'm raising leaders, not followers. That's my goal. I want to raise leaders, not followers.
I think that's great. You understand what I'm saying, though. I know you and I are on the same page. You have sons. I have a daughter. So, you know, obviously we go about
I have
things
sons and daughters.
differently.
I have sons and daughters.
Oh, okay. But I know that you know that, like, you treat the sons and the daughters a little bit differently.
Yeah, I can't raise my daughters the same way I raise my sons. My daughters manipulate the shit out of me.
Yeah.
For real.
Oh,
I'm just keeping a buck. They come out of their mom's vagina knowing how to manipulate their dad.
Yeah, real quick to EAE over there in the chat. EAE, you and I have had this discussion before in Discord. You can go fuck yourself. No parent. No parent.
Bring it up. EAE, come on here. Get it on. Round one. Fight.
Yeah. No parent. No parent is bringing a child into this world because they're thinking to themselves while they twiddle their fingers and go, I just can't wait to make a child suffer. Shut up, EAE. I love you though, bro.
We are friends, EAE. I ain't got no problem with you, but
he's talking to me.
but it is my job as a father to allow my children to struggle a little bit and have them learn how to work through that on their own. You know, I will give my guidance, but they need to know how to, especially young men. They see the thing that the school system has done is they've made it impossible for young men to actually blossom into young men in school. They don't allow men to really compete. They, you know, all the shit that I did with my peers when I was in school that actually helped build men into who they are and get them to understand how the social pecking order of life works. They don't allow anymore. Boys are treated like girls in school, and boys are nothing like girls at all. We know this. So why are we allowing schools to treat our sons and raise them as if they're girls? You know, I'm just saying. It's my job to allow them to struggle a little bit, but also be there to guide them, give them advice along the way. It ain't my job to protect them from everything. If I protect them from everything, then what are they going to do when I'm gone?
Well, this makes me think of something I've never fully agreed with the slogan, no pain, no gain, because there are things that hurt you that don't give you any benefit.
That's a fact.
But, you know, with proper posturing, proper moderation, proper guidance, struggle is important. And I've kind of rephrased it in the same sentiment of what people are trying to suggest with that term, no pain, no gain. Think about it like this. An inevitable consequence of stability is stagnation.
I agree with that. I just look at it like this, you know, because I'm a musician, I'm going to use musical analogies. I play guitar. You got to build calluses, man. If you don't build calluses, then you're never going to make it through life. Life's going to beat the shit out of you. It's some calluses that you work up over time that actually make it to where it becomes easier for you to maneuver and do the things you need to do to accomplish what you need to accomplish.
If anybody is familiar with the lifestyle of salamanders, you can really understand what I meant by an inevitable result of stability is stagnation. There are a lot of salamanders live their entire life never reaching a level of maturity required for reproduction. They don't have natural predators for the most part. They don't struggle in their life for the most part. They just live in a stagnant environment in the soft mud. And that's one reason they're not nearly abundant as, you know, lizards.
All right, let's get back into this racist black dude.
Just weak for no reason.
I'm sorry that you are that unguarded that you believe that.
Be helpful. Don't be sorry.
No, I'm sorry for you that you are that unlearned that you.
Time out. Why are you? Why are you letting this black man do?
I don't understand this.
You wouldn't let a black man do to a black woman.
I don't understand this.
Why are you letting this black man talk to a white woman when he wouldn't let you let?
I don't understand this. I'm asking you guys not to unmute, and you're unmuting. It's not even three. It hadn't even been a minute and a half. Let these two just talk. Hold on, I want to hear it. Go ahead, Miss Mandy, and go ahead, Mike. Black Mike.
I was finished with my sentence.
Go ahead.
You want to ask me a question, sweetheart?
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. I mean, I tell you what. I think it's time for us to part ways. If you feel my drift.
Why? Why can't we?
Why you want to keep staying? Why you want to keep running to? Why you want to do that? We don't need you.
We be in the same space. Why does it bother you so much?
Well, we got to. Every time y'all around us, y'all mess it up.
Wow, you were really brought up in an area of hate, weren't you?
I was brought up in America.
Well, like I said.
Don't y'all? Wait a minute. Are you saying that your people not known for hating my people?
Yeah, and your people are known for hating mine.
That's a lie.
And that's got to stop.
You know what? I've never seen a white titty in a black baby mouth.
What the fuck does that got to do with anything?
How we hate y'all?
What does that have to do with me?
You see what I'm saying? How we hate y'all? We're giving you too much grace at this
You're
point.
hating me right now, man.
It's time for
y'all
y'all
to right this second.
It's time for y'all to perform on your own at this point.
But you're hating on me right now. You don't think so? You can't even be. You're square.
It's time for y'all to perform on your own at this point. But yet you don't hear white people sitting and saying that, where's the legislation tailored only to me?
Well,
what are you giving me?
This is what happens when you just let a woman up here to argue. Okay, they're mostly emotional.
Oh no, you're about to hear me get emotional. For real, dude, but he got under my skin.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is like, she's responding to his emotional arguments with emotion, so it's going to go nowhere.
Yeah, but I actually think that she's being, she's not being your Karen white woman. She's actually just, shrugging it all off for the most part. If you listen to
it. Yeah, that's because most women, especially mainly white women, are agreeable And that sort of stuff. So that's why it goes this way. They just want to placate people.
Right.
Square can't even be in the same block with my square.
I'm trying to own them right now. I don't even care about your square.
It's bothering you so bad, though. We've got to learn to get along with each other, or this
Why
hate
though?
cycle,
Look,
because this hate cycle is going to
never,
continue.
you never thought about self-deporting back to Europe?
Oh my gosh, that was so immature.
I want to take a second. I want
I'm
you guys
asking a real
to,
question.
I want
You never thought about since the
hold
show.
on. I want you guys to bookmark what he just said. Have you ever thought about self-deporting back to Europe? Okay, bookmark that in your brain.
Did
for
she
later.
ever, did she ever live in Europe?
Yeah, right. You never thought about going back home?
So bad. I'm happy to be an American.
2 more minutes, guys, and I'm gonna let Angry Snowman respond because I know he's.
I'm happy to be an American.
I know you are. It's
I
a
am.
privilege.
It is. It's an honor.
Yeah. So I tell you what. You gonna support reparations?
What does this have to do with that poor girl getting deleted?
What
bro?
is it?
We have a
Yeah.
conversation.
What is it
Bro,
got to do
yeah,
with
bro,
her
that-
getting
bro,
unalive?
listen, bro, a beautiful angel, black or white or whatever, was brutally deleted by the savage in a progressive city, and you're talking about reparations, bro. What about the girl?
We're
Doesn't her
talking
life-
about being able to. We're talking about being able to exist near each other, right? Do you support reparations or not, lady?
I actually do. My best friend was black, and she.
And see, this is where this shit pisses me off because look, I want to believe that in my heart that she's being sincere, but I just think that's straight up pandering shit right there. I really do. Because look, no fucking white person that has any sense in their brain is going to be okay with giving their wealth to someone else just because.
Yeah, we can't get along unless you give me your money.
Your shit. I want your shit, man, and then I might be happy.
You give me your money for something someone else did to someone who's not me.
That I read about in a book.
Well, how about this? As soon as he pays me for the broken ribs when I was living in Natchez, Mississippi, some dude come up and hit me in the back with a crowbar. As soon as he pays me, I'll convince somebody else to pay him that same amount. Or maybe I'll just take that same amount and give it back to him, say, now we're even. But I actually had my ribs broken. He never actually went through slavery.
What's up, Savage? You with us? He's probably he's buffering right now.
Oh, because I was a little faster on the football field.
Yeah, just let us know when you're done buffering, Savage, and we'll give you the mic.
She died from COVID,
Good.
and I'm.
Good. I tell you what. Then now you can stick around. So get to work. We need to get that money.
I do work. I work.
See. So wait, can you take it back like 20 seconds?
I gotta read some super chats. I'm gonna let Angry Snowman get in. Go ahead, Black.
I'm cool. I don't think I don't trust white people. I'm gonna
Still, man, can you take it back 20 seconds for me?
I'm
do what?
Can you take it back 20 seconds? I was wondering what was it that she said that made him go, okay, now we can work together, or whatever it was he said.
She supported reparations. That's why.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, all right. She can get the fuck out of here with that.
What's up, Savage? I see you, man. You're not buffering no more. Oh, you must be working. Yeah, you'll throw your hand up when you want to talk. I got you.
I feel bad for what happened to that little girl. You know what I mean? That was a Jamaican. You know, that was not one of us that did that. So don't be mad at us.
Was that guy Martian?
Did you hear him? That's not one of us. That was a Jamaican. That's not one of us that did that. So don't be mad at us.
Yeah.
While he's sitting and saying that, it's all you white people that did this shit to, not me or my grandparents or my parents. It's someone in my family tree. But you guys are all the same. You're all the same. But don't lump me don't lump me up as the same with
that.
Oh, for the slavery. No, those were pecker.
Or if we point out the small hats, anytime we point out the small hats and be like, that wasn't That wasn't us. That was small hats.
Dude, it's always this whole, it's that whole, we're not a monolith until it's beneficial for us to be a monolith, and then even then we may not be a monolith because being a monolith might be detrimental to our monolithic monolith.
Yep.
You know, that type of shit that makes no sense at all.
Mike Jones really has that double standard thing down. I had a brief, can't really call it conversation with him about a week ago. I was talking to people about what an emulsifier is and how it gets things that don't typically bond to stick together, like water and oil. And he's like, water and oil don't bond. I was like, duh, that's why you need an emulsifier. But then he's talking about say something intelligent. And I said, okay, here's something intelligent. Why is it that you can claim you don't follow anyone, that you're your own man, but every time you say we and our and those and them and they, you're hiding behind a collective and you can't stand on your own 2 feet. You can't stand on your own argument, on your own merit when it's an inconvenience, and you hide behind this perceived victim class whenever it suits your feelings. You know, that's to paraphrase. I wasn't actually able to get those words out that way because he's over talking me the whole time.
You just got to learn how to overtalk them. Just turn your ears off and keep going.
Because he doesn't want to hear anything. He just wants to push a narrative.
Yeah. Well, and it's one of those things where, like, look, we can look around, and when you look around the cases that happened in the 2020 in that era with Black Lives Matter and everything like that, they are very ambiguous cases. And the majority of the time, when the Black Lives Matter people rioted, the black person who died, they were in the wrong. Because the thing is that when there's an actual case of a white police officer unjustifiably killing a black person, almost all white people in the country are in agreement. Yeah, that person needs to go to jail or get the death penalty. And so that's why those cases are not talked about as much. Okay, and a perfect example of this is I think his name was Philando Castro. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who Philando Castile is.
Right. Okay. So look, and that was one of those things where he told the cop specifically, like, look, I've got a gun license, whatever it is, and a concealed carry, whatever. I'm pulling it out to show you. The cop got too trigger happy, was a scared little bitch, and ended up shooting that guy in front of his wife and kid. But that was a case. That was a case where almost all white people came out and was like, yeah, that cop needs to be arrested and go to jail. So BLM could not make a big deal about it. But when it came to the cases like George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, was it Rayshard Brooks? All of those cases, they are kind of ambiguous in what should happen. But if you actually watch the body cam footage, you actually read the police reports and everything like that, you would know that the black person was in the wrong. However, there were several riots and marches that happened for the sake of those people. And it's to prove. So I apologize. So let me finish. It was to prove a narrative in our country that actually doesn't exist, which is that white police officers are just out there trying to kill as many black people as possible. It doesn't exist. It's not happening. So they had to take these ambiguous cases so that they can try and prove their narrative. And then on top of them trying to prove it, we have the media, CNN, NBC, ABC, MSNBC, all of those, they are pushing that narrative that aligns with BLM. And so they can push the racial divide further and further.
Right. Let's get Black Thoughts in here, man, before I go back to this video. What's up, my guy? I mean, American man. Dude, I'm sorry, dude. I've been doing better about, not using that name. I'm trying. But what you got,
What's
my
up,
guy?
American man? Sounds like he's eating some dinner right now.
Oh, okay, whatever. Well, let's play this video,
American man. American man, I just want to know, is it fried chicken and watermelon?
Dude, that's horrible. That's horrible. I can't believe you just said that shit, man. That's racist. That is racist as shit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
From now on, you're Private Snowball. Do you like that name?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's one thing that you won't like, Private Snowball. They don't serve fried chicken and watermelon on a daily basis in my mess hall.
That was great.
I got the clips.
What the heck? Was he a Klingon or something? Like, what the hell? Was he a Ferengi or what are you talking about? Jamaican?
Look at him. Oh, look, let me ask you one question.
Hey, I told you I was Native American because I'm half Native American.
Hold on, like a headmaster at a boys. Hold on, let me ask you. I gotta read the super chats. Bob with the $5 super chat. CT is like a headmaster at a boys' reform school during a conflict. With the $5 super chat. This black versus white blank is a massive diversion to what's really going on in this country to destabilize both sides, and you people feed into it.
He's that dude was
the media didn't even.
That man right there was given gold, but most people it went right over their head.
Angry Snowman and everybody else saying, go ahead,
Miss Lady. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you tell the difference between us and Africans and Jamaicans?
I can. I think most white people can.
Probably not. No.
That's terrible.
Their accents and their dreads.
I can tell a whole lot.
Somebody say something. Okay, I must.
I'm very good at looking y'all. I'm very good at finding who y'all is. It's very easy. You gotta look like a black.
You look like a gray round circle. That's all I can say.
Go ahead, Angry Snowman. I know you was waiting to get in. Go ahead, Angry Snowman. You can black out, sir. Go ahead.
This is retarded.
Yeah,
absolutely retarded. For those that have sensitive hearing, you might want to turn your volume down because I get retarded.
It kind of is.
Did you really just say don't be mad at us? Because this was a Jamaican. Don't be mad at us, and this just happened, and you want to sit and say all white people are guilty for some crap white people did 150 years ago? Are you insane?
They're doing it today.
You lost your freaking mind.
We're doing it today.
You're literally sitting and saying white people are murderers and killers and rapists and do this, that, and the third. And this is all stuff you're claiming happened in the past, and you're doing it right now to your own people.
I'm very fine with it. White people ain't shit. They ain't never been.
You want me to care about whether or not your kids and your women are murdered, but you don't give a crap about whether or not ours are? Are you insane?
Why do I
need to care about you and what you have and whether or not you can get around and get by in life? But I'm not, dude. Are you insane?
I don't need you.
Then get the fuck out of America.
See, here you go with that bull.
See, now remember where I said bookmark where he told her, can you selectively remove yourself, or what was the words he used? Deport yourself back to Europe. It's all right for him to make that claim. But when I say, oh, here he goes with that bullshit. See, that's what I don't like is look, if you're going to use that type of energy and be on that type of time, then why do you get pissed when someone has the balls and the backbone to come up and give it right back to you?
Well, because he can't be racist, right?
Come on with the cursing.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please stop cussing? Excuse me, fellow white man. Excuse me, fellow white man. Can you please stop cussing?
Go ahead, Angry. You got the format. Just watch we got to watch the cussing again because YouTube is going to kick me off. But go ahead, Angry.
I'm so tired of you hypocritical, racist ass black people. Tired of it.
You want to say nigga so hard, didn't you? You want to say
if I was allowed, I would have without no reservation because
you can say N-word or no word. Go ahead.
You are absolutely everything that is wrong with the black community. Everything wrong.
And you everything that's wrong with the white community.
You're a statistic, sir.
Honorary,
nothing more than a statistic, and you did that to yourself.
Keep it real. Go ahead, guys. This is good. This is good. Go ahead.
Hey, Snowman, can you pause it real quick?
Go ahead, Black Thoughts.
I just finished eating my chicken and watermelon salad.
How was it? Was it good?
No, it was excellent. It was excellent.
Oh man!
But okay, hang on, American man. Did you wash it down with some grape drink?
Listen, come on now. I didn't know there was any other drink. Was there any other drink?
I fucking love you, American man.
Well, there's that green shit.
What?
That green drink that's supposed to taste like apple, but it doesn't. It's just green.
No. No. We only know about purple drink.
So here again, so man, it comes back to what I said to you last night.
Right.
You see the energy that black guy has for the white woman, but he will not take for you. It comes back to what I said last night. Listen, Snowman, I've watched it long enough to see it. These guys don't have the energy for war, right? The fact that he's even addressing a white woman that way, or any woman, to be honest, is kind of ridiculous. I would have been like, yo, bring one of the men up. Let me talk to one of the men. I don't want to talk to this woman, not because she's a white woman, simply because this is a woman and we have nothing to talk about.
Right. My talking points are directed towards men.
Yes. And that's why I said last night, so man, these guys aren't built. These guys are not built for war.
I agree with you. You know, they just like to talk a lot. They have this disease called diarrhea of the mouth.
Right? Because you see what happened. You see what happened as soon as you were like, you know what, leave America. Then he started getting tender. Oh, you want to stop talking like that now? Like, what? Like, what are you, like, we were just talking hostile.
Dude, I call him everything but dropping the hard R on him. He ends up rage quitting.
Of course he does. Because they're not built for it. Listen, I keep saying it. They're not built for it. I'm going to continue.
Oh, that's because they're used to these pussy ass pandering soy boy fucking white cucks out here that don't push back. I'm not them.
I mean, you see how they get with me. Even with me, they start getting getting crazy. Because I'm supposed to be on code with that.
Yes, and actually, and so Snowman. This goes to the point that that I brought up to you at the beginning of this stream, which is when you have someone like Thomas Sowell, Clarence Thomas, or someone like that who goes against the grain and against the black narrative. They call them coons, Uncle Tom, and all that sort of stuff, and they cast them out. And then what do? Is they all go into one way of thinking, a hive mind thinking for the black community. But there's two things that happen. One, if you're a black person who goes against it, you're a coon or an Uncle Tom. Or two, if you're a white person who points it out, you're a racist.
Okay, I guess I'll lean into it. I mean, really, at this point, we're being given no other option. Look, either you're going to call me a racist and I'm going to sit here and try and argue with you and convince you I'm not, or I'm just going to give you what you want. It's easier just to give you what you want.
Here's the thing. They've labeled everyone racist. They labeled me racist. Like at this point, listen, I watched the interview with Adam Carolla and he was on trigonometry, right? Mm-hmm. And he was talking about his mother. And he was like, so wait, everything's white supremacy and racism? So even a black guy? Oh, okay, what's happening? Because remember when they were calling what's the guy that was running for mayor?
Larry Elder.
Larry Elder. And his mother.
Yeah, he was called a blackface of white supremacy.
Yes.
Yes, he was.
Yes. And his mother was called Adam Carolla's mother was saying that Larry Elder was a white supremacist. And Adam Carolla was like, wait, what? Everyone's white supremacy and everyone's racism? Even a black guy? Like, wait, what? Like, where are we going with all of this?
Yeah, look, like I said, for me, I'm just done with the one-sided shit and people thinking that they can just, basically, dog whistle, dog pile, and say whatever the hell they want. And look, like they always tell us, freedom of speech comes with consequences. You know, you have to be willing to deal with the pushback of what it is you're talking about. Savage, go ahead and hop in here, man.
Oh yeah, I hate that monkey. I absolutely hate that monkey. And like, it really irritates the shit out of me that like you have these retarded monkeys that come up here and chimp out and say dumb things like Lynwood, and then it makes guys like CT and American Man, it makes it like they're part of that, and they're doing everything they can do to separate themselves. But you keep having these stupid monkeys come up here and say stupid things and try to pull them into everything. Like, I hate them. I honestly, the older I get and the more I have to deal with them, the less and less I want to be around them or talk to them. Or
I hate them just as much as I hate these, dude. I hate white people anymore these days. These soft ass fucking, you know, ain't got no fucking spine white people out here that are literally kissing the feet and sucking the ass of every black person they see. They need to be smacked all about their head and shoulders. They need a daddy in their life.
Yeah, Mike Jones wanted to know wanted to know my origin story. After he come up interrupting me when I was having an intelligent conversation with intelligent people, he comes up there acting a fool. And then just out of the blue, he asked me where I'm from. You know what I told him? Your mama.
And with that being said, folks, please donate to the stream. We've been giving you a hell of a show today, you know, and I do appreciate all the viewers that we've had, man. We're having record numbers today, so I appreciate all of you that have come over, that are new, that have hit the subscribe button, that are taking part and with the engagement and everything. You know, greatly appreciate it. And Shenard, you're not coming up here. Forget it. You can talk your shit in the chat. So, actually, Shenard, you hit my Cash App with a 50 ball. I'll let you come up, but not until. That's what you get. You want to run your mouth, it'll cost you $50. But if you hold on, let me finish my shameless plug, man. Let me grift a little bit, man. But if you'd like to support, man, you know, us doing this and give you this content, please hit the super chat, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, man. Show some love. Good.
What about freedom of speech though? You don't want King Shenard to come up and exercise his freedom of speech by interrupting yours?
No, I don't feel like being lied to over and over and over again.
Oh, that's racist.
I hate that baboon.
Stop being
you know that's the only reason he wants to come up, so he can derail the conversation and direct it toward his.
Well, it's going to cost him $50 if he wants to derail it. It's going to cost him $50. You know,
It would cost him $100 because if he gives you $50, I'm going to give you $50 to neutralize his $50.
Oh shit! Oh shit! You know, if I was a soulless capitalist, I'd pull him up here just for you to pay to drop him. I would, but you know what? I like you too much, and I have a soul, man. I really do. I can't do you like that.
I'd be dropping checks from Valhalla to get him off the panel.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna talk to the girl to him. He's a nothing.
Yeah, you're a lunatic. I'm surprised you ended up in prison for doing something that dude we were talking about's done.
My name is
You absolutely have no kind of care for life at all. None.
I
All
don't
you
care
about is whether or not the people look at me and are going to give me some free shit.
And that's the problem because I care about my people's life more than yours. You better get in line.
Sir. No, I don't care if you care about your people's life more. It's the fact that you don't give a crap about anybody's life but people that look like you. And then you sit here and you want to get on a platform and complain like you're being targeted or treated like you're a lesser human being, and there's never been a better time to be black and alive in America than right now.
Just real quick, he doesn't care about people that look like him, though. That's the thing.
Oh, dude, I get that too, man. I was matching energy with energy.
No, but I'm just saying I care about people that look like me. No, you don't, sir.
Only when it benefits him. Only when it benefits him.
Like you don't care about people that look like you, because if you did, you'd be just as outraged over the constant killing of kids in these neighborhoods. And you know what? I'm not going to get into it.
Dude, it's kind of like how Rock is only white when it benefits him.
Yes. Snowman.
Yes, sir.
How long are you going to be streaming? I'm about to go out with the girls real quick.
I don't know. I might be on for a while. It depends. It's however long this goes. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it goes. Yeah. That's why I couldn't talk earlier because I was brushing my teeth and shit. Just
Well,
telling you.
cool, man. I'm glad to know that you actually have proper dental hygiene and stuff, man. That's nice to know.
So anyway, yeah. Thanks for having me, bro. And if you're still streaming, I'll jump up in a little while.
Right on, man. Be safe, man. Have fun with the ladies.
All right, bro.
I'm not complaining about that. You tell me any other country that would let somebody that's supposedly oppressed and dealing with white supremacy get on their platform and talk crap to them like you guys do to us.
I can't save you, man.
But you're a victim of white supremacy. You got to struggle. You're being held back. You hold yourself back. You're dumb.
But I hold on to white people, I hold myself back. You're right.
Go back to your own country then, sir. Because you know what? We took this one. This is ours now. We took this one. It's ours.
You talking about go back? We made this fool.
Go back to the people that didn't want you. Go back to the very people that didn't want you, sir.
Yeah. So this is ridiculous. So Mike over there, he's upset that white people make the same argument that he does. So when white people are upset about black people killing our people, that's wrong. It's white supremacy. But when he talks about black people being killed by white people, that's everything that we should be talking about. Bro, go screw yourself. And that's exactly why Angry Man is angry like he is right now. Like you said, why should we care about your people? No. Right. So why should we care about anything that happens to you or your people when you don't give us the same respect? Go screw yourself and your people.
You guys are doing it to yourself. It's proximity crap, remember? It's your own you guys are literally murdering yourselves and you're blaming us for it. You're insane.
You ain't talking about nothing, man. Chaotic. I'm way smarter.
No, what it is I'm telling the truth, and you just
way smarter. Okay. Please explain, sir. How is this all about white supremacy when that black animal killed a pretty young girl like that?
You didn't have to call him that, but go ahead, carry on. That was pretty good. I like
yeah. That's disgusting that you said that, but please continue. Thank you, CT.
Yeah.
And see, the thing is if any white man would have got on this platform and talked to a black woman the way he was talking to this white woman, he would have lost his noodle. That's why I was mad, because you was allowing him to do what he would not allow any other man to do to a woman that looks like him. Dude, why don't you actually stand on some business? I mean, for real. Show to say, you know what? If you want respect, show some respect. Why do you expect me to give you any kind of respect or treat you any different when you come at me like I did something wrong just because I look like someone that did something to someone you read about in a book?
Well, see, here's the thing.
Dropped off, but go ahead.
Okay, so Angry Snowman, let me give it to you. Let me explain it to you. As he already said himself, okay? It's okay for this sort of stuff to happen to white people because white people have done terrible things to black people. That's his argument.
Hey,
that's literally his argument.
And even with their own argument, you know what? The black queen is the one that created everything, so she's responsible for birthing white supremacy. Blame her.
Y'all got a problem. Listen, y'all got a problem. Y'all got a real problem with us drawing the line.
I saw you raise your hand, Savage. Go ahead.
I just want to say, mic drop for me. Thank you.
Yeah. So I honestly think he doesn't come on camera because he looks like a monkey that fell out of a tree and hit every branch on the way down. And he's probably one of them retards that drives around the city with a switch on. He probably gangbangs, and then he's up here talking all this pro black power.
Dude, you're probably not far from the truth on that one.
I guarantee he's probably got 3 switches. He's probably got a YouTube channel or some sort of social media where he takes pictures with guns, showing off all of his illegal guns, and he's wanted by the police.
Damn, you just profiled him, man. That's racist.
I bet he has dreads too.
Oh, you saying he's a tarantula head?
Yes.
I fucking love Savage. Yes, he is Savage.
I understand.
What's your line in the sand, sir? I'm sorry. Hang on, Mandy. I want to know. Yeah, right. This is where I get cut off. What's your line in the sand, sir?
It's dumb.
What's dumb?
I said, get your white prosecutors to prosecute these criminals.
Okay, cool. So what's the line in the sand? What's the line in the sand, Mike?
These criminals, hold them accountable, because we're obviously
this is where I get cut off.
Yeah, this is the only critique I have for Chaotic is he lets way too many helmets on the panel.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, and yeah, I was about to say, and that's the thing is like, you know, look, we again, this is what aggravates me the most. Okay, and Savage knows he does this all the time. He's a very respectful man. He sits there, he waits his turn, he raises his hand and everything like that. I sat there respectful, and listened to everything that was said. And then when I want to try and have an inquiry and a back and forth with someone, I get cut off within a minute or so. Where I was trying to get to the main point, which is, you know, he was talking about this line in the sand, and I was asking him, "What's your line in the sand, sir?" And about where you're about to get to, I get completely cut off, even though I was absolutely going to filibuster everybody. I was going to tell everybody to fuck off. I want to know where the line in the sand is, but because of CT's channel and he cut in, I backed off.
Well, and I wasn't letting you filibuster me. I really
I would have. I would have, Snowman.
No, I would have kept right on talking, dude. My inner black dude, I'm telling you, you would have been battling with the wrong dude because I would have kept right on going.
That's fine. You and I would have gone back and forth. I promise I would have won, Snowman.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, you know. Are you serious? I'm pretty sure that's a black prosecutor that's railroading. What is it? That YNG thug down in Alabama or Georgia.
You know what
That's an entire white judicial system that's been railroading that man. It has nothing to do with white people. So try again.
What are you talking about?
Mike, hang on, no. I'm gonna filibuster everybody. Everybody shut up.
For men of every race, generally respect that. I agree. And John Dunning with a $10 super chat says, "I'm waiting for the day when people realize we are all humans. The only difference is some are smart."
Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that hippie shit.
Unfortunately, John is wrong.
Yeah, we might be having the $10 super chat. Just wanted to show some support to guys.
That's what's explaining racism to white people, because you won't accept that you're racist too. That's why. You think that you're above racism, and you're just as guilty of the shit as we are.
No, their racism is okay. That's the difference.
You're calling me racist?
Hey, you guys are so funny.
Yes. Whoever just stupidly asked if I'm calling you racist? Yes, I'm calling you racist. You dumb ball. Okay.
You calling me
racist? Well, calm down, brothers and sisters. Calm down, man. Calm down.
You guys, see, this is when I started to get pissed off at Snowman. It's also tiresome.
I think this is where it just turns it, dude. Gary comes in and basically says, "You guys are all acting like women." The very man who loses his noodle almost every time he's on a chaotic stream.
Well, and then the thing is like, I wasn't even talking to that woman, and the woman came in and was like, "Did you just call me racist?" And that's when I was just like, you know what? Yes, you dumb bitch. If you think I just called you racist, I just fucking called you racist. Oh my God, I'm so sick of all of this. That's when I started to lose my shit.
Samuel just sent you some money.
Yeah, I saw that. Shout out to Samuel with that I think it was a 25 ball. Yeah, 25 ball he sent me, man. Appreciate you, good sir, man. Let me show you some proper love, my guy. What we got for you? Here soon I'll be uploading some new thank you, ladies.
Oh shit. I'm sorry.
Don't interrupt me when I'm thanking people. You're going to
yes, sir. I'm sorry.
But this is for you, my guy.
Who's your motherfucker, Jerry? You, my motherfucker! What you gonna do, Jerry? Me, the money!
Fuck a politician, come ride with the boss in the back seat. A lot on my mind, I don't wanna think. She come relax me.
Thank you, good sir. Thank you. We appreciate you for your support. It's always appreciated. Now, go ahead. You can have the. You got the mic, Muffin, and then Savage has got it after you.
I'm sorry. All I wanted to say, Snowman, the reason I cut in was because I saw Chaotic Truth Live himself in the chat. So I apologize.
Oh, what's up, Chaotic? What's up, my guy? This is twice now. 2 days in a row you've come over and popped in the chat, man. I appreciate you, good sir. I appreciate you.
Sorry. So I saw him in the chat, and I was just like, "Oh shit, Chaotic!" But I cut you off with your money thing.
Yeah, man. I gotta thank my people before I, that are actually supporting me before I, go and recognize others.
I absolutely understand, sir. So I apologize for cutting you off there.
And what me and Righteous has just been over here, basically, what Lamb, what was, we were basically just talking shit about these dumbass black people you had on your panel today. We're being dumb. We're reviewing
and chaotic. I have no problem telling you, sir. I was over here talking shit about you because you sat over there you let these pro blackity blacks like Mike and Lynwood sit up there and talk for 5-10 minutes on end so that you could rile us up.
No, look, right. Well, hold on. In his defense, if he likes you, he will let you talk shit as a white person too. Just ask, what's his name?
Imperious.
No, not him. I'm talking about the old man that's locked in a she shed. What's his name? What's his name again? I can't remember.
Be brave. Oh, be brave.
Yeah. Be gay. Be gay. That's his name. Be gay.
Yeah. No, chaotic. I'd love for you to come up here and join us. No. The only shit I was talking was that like I know what you were doing. You let those pro blacky blacks like Lynwood and Mike come on, and you let them talk nonstop for 5 minutes or so that you could rile us up and and get some chaos going. And then when we wanted to try and cut in and come back at those people, you'd allow them to cut us off.
Yes,
I know you're getting chaotic.
Yeah, CT, we have a problem with you, so this would be the perfect time for you to come up here so we could air our grievances out. And
the white diaspora is calling you to the table to basically talk shit to you to your face, I guess. So
he said he's out and about right now, but another day.
Me personally, I don't give a shit. I think Chaotic does a good enough job of letting everybody go up there talk shit to everybody. I just think you let too many stupid people up there.
Yeah, he does. This is one of the rare opportunities. This is one of the rare opportunities that I can talk shit to him unabridged and uninterrupted.
What? Dude, you mean to tell me he doesn't let you talk shit to him on his channel? Because I do.
I haven't been up in a while.
Snowman, do you remember?
I love you, CT.
Snowman, you remember what you said to me last night when I was joking about how you reviewing these TikTok intellectuals is masochistic of you?
Yes, I do. What's your point?
It's exposure.
Are you trying to say that this was masochistic going over there and subjecting myself to that shit?
No, I'm saying that what CT's doing is the same thing.
I know. He's doing the Lord's work, man, just like Hood is.
Real time. It's exposure. If they don't talk, no one hears them. If no one hears them, no one knows.
He's doing the same thing Hood is, same thing SKC is, same thing Sigma is. It's exposing shit, and rightfully so. He's allowing people to show who they really are. And I respect it.
Worked up. You all just got worked up by somebody that is an intellectual idiot. Come on, brothers. Like you guys are, I put you a little above these people. Because anybody that would stay back like that.
How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you? Because I've seen you lose your mind over dumber stuff. Get real.
But you don't see
dumbass arguments over color.
You can't
hold your no. Angry Snowman.
Snowman, are you voting?
Tell me when
I'm pointing out the fact of what was going on here.
Shut up.
Shut up. You're just it was hypocrisy, plain and simple.
I'm gonna show my intelligence by muting my mic and being able to stay muted.
That'll be a first.
Bob says, yep, it's some bum off the street that CT paid $20 to come on and cause havoc so CT could bank major cash. And Chris with the $5 super chat. Don't worry, when the Spanish people take over America, the whites and blacks will be back in their country. Your super chats are going
to... As an actual rap label.
Bonnie railroaded. That's what they're being railroaded.
Bonnie Willis, I think, no offense, Woody snitched everybody out.
By community, how is it the two white people?
The brothers? You realize that these people were killers, right? You do realize that.
No, see, the only reason why I brought up that YNC whatever down in Alabama was to point something out. Rock's ignorant ass tried saying, show me the prosecutor, that's got dreads, and show me the black judge that's doing this, and show me the black district attorney that's putting it. Dude, you got literally an entire black judicial system violating and breaking every law in the book right now. They've literally had to change the judge, twice now?
Yeah, what you don't understand, Snowman, is that those black people, they're working inside the framework of white supremacy. So therefore, they're using the same rules as white supremacists to help their own people, just like the white supremacists do to help white people.
All I'm saying is don't
that's their retarded argument.
All I'm saying is don't say that there aren't black DAs and prosecutors and judges that aren't doing this shit to black people when we've been watching it on live TV and court TV for going on almost 3 months now. These people getting railroaded, right? Whether they did whatever they did, the truth of the matter is I'm a firm believer that you shouldn't be able to break the law to be convicted of breaking the law. You know what I'm saying? Like, law enforcement shouldn't be able to break the law in order to make you a criminal.
Yes, sir. What you don't understand is that by pointing out the black-run cities and the corruption in those cities, you're a huge racist, and you just don't understand it. Because again, those black people are working within the framework of white supremacy to free.
Sure, I'm okay with that. I'll accept that. Saying I'm a racist just means that I disagree with you. I'm okay with that. Racist don't mean shit anymore. Does it have?
I know.
They've used it so much that it doesn't have any of the inflection anymore. They've used it to death.
I'm giving you Lynwood's argument. That's what Lynwood's argument would be.
Lynwood sucks dick. Why would you want to repeat anything he says?
Because it's funny.
He's literally got dicks falling out of his pocket. That's how much dick he sucks.
CT says that he's hanging out with some black people doing black things. CT, just don't do any crimes, okay? When you're talking about doing black things, all right? Don't do crimes, don't do drugs.
Well, hey, at least he'll be able to bail himself out of jail if he gets in trouble tonight.
Willie.
But be safe, CT, man. Have fun, enjoy yourself. Go out and live like a white man. Go tear some shit up.
Yes. Live like a white man.
Sorry, like the leaders.
But not the people.
I don't care about all that. We're making excuses for people.
Yeah, I think that we pretty much got the gist of all this. You guys know what was going on now. That because the dude already raged. Oh, did he rage quit? No, he's still there.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to the girl to him. He's a nothing.
Yeah, you're a lunatic. I'm surprised you ended up in prison for doing something that dude we were talking about. I already played.
Sure, are they the same?
Yeah, he's gone.
Constitution.
Yeah, he's gone. So we can carry on with something else now if you want. Anybody? Is there anybody left? What's up? What do you want to talk about now? Go ahead, Savage. I know you got something to say.
Yeah, sorry, I stepped out for a smoke. Oh, go ahead, Savage.
Yeah, so after years and years and years of seeing these animals killing white women and all these heinous crimes that these animals do, I honestly don't feel bad when the cops just murk them. I don't.
Honestly, I don't feel bad when the cops just murk any grown ass dude. I mean, generally they probably did something to put themselves in that situation to begin with.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't care when the cops murk anybody, but I really get some bit of joy out of the cops murking them.
Hold on. Real quick, we gotta address Dirty Folks. He is currently the only diversity gangbanger on the panel.
Fuck you.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man?
Oh, dealing with guys. I don't even know if we can call them guys. Dealing with a couple pussies in man suits that act like toddlers, as you call them. I don't even know what category to put these two men in.
Black.
Well, yeah. I guess if you go by your definition of black, gays, felons, and what, women? Is that black?
Yeah, that's black. Women, gays, felons. Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay. All right.
I ain't seen you in a minute. I'm gonna slide through. Today is Block Club Day. I'm supposed to be, acting like a good neighbor and taking people food, but instead I'm with you. What's going on, my favorite?
Oh man, and we were about to get into the Constitution talk in that video right before you cut it off, Snowman.
Yeah, we can talk about that without needing the video, though. I'm just saying. I was more because look, most of these guys that we deal with over there that are on a lot of these platforms that think they know something about the Constitution don't know nothing about the Constitution. I mean, they don't even understand what the 3/5 compromise was, because for one, it wasn't even in the Constitution.
Stop talking to coloreds, bro. I know you want to be a affirmative action.
You shut your dirty whore mouth. How dare you sit there?
My mouth has been on a couple dirty whores, but that was back then. I'm a virgin now. I'm re-virgin.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and let Savage finish his thought before we brought you in. Go ahead, Savage. You can have it.
No, I'm just saying, I get joy out of it.
Hey, you know what? You probably like dirty folks. He wants to start his own plantation. He wants to bring slavery back.
Dude, honestly, I honestly think, the more and more I'm over at on CT's panels and I hear some of these pro-black arguments, I'm just like, Abraham Lincoln really deserved that, because he should have never ended slavery. That was probably one of the worst decisions.
He was freeing his people, man. They were his people.
Yeah, can we all admit that black people are better off under our whip?
No.
Sir, I say some pretty slanderous and questionable shit, but you ain't going to get me to co-sign that. I'm sorry.
No, see, I have to take more of a moderate road. I think in general slavery should be legal, but I don't think every black person deserves to be enslaved. I think
slavery is legal.
Slavery is legal, and every black person wasn't enslaved. The only black people that were enslaved are those that listen to girls. Every time y'all talk about black leadership, y'all talking about black women. Every time y'all talking about black violent men, I guarantee you, half the time they're not even American. Most of the time they're like Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian. Y'all just can't tell the difference because you think everybody look alike. They not American black, but when they are single mothers, there's definitive problems, bro. I can straighten it out though.
No, what I was saying is I think that the dumb blacks and the dumb whites should be slaves. I'm not saying
I agree.
I'm not saying that slavery should have been suitable just for one color of people. Was the argument that I was making.
Yeah, they're making slaves too, though.
No, well, the argument that I was making though is honestly, it was made. What happened with the 13th Amendment, if you really look at it on a logical aspect, is the government took the right for private citizens to own slaves away from them and made it legal for only the government to have slaves.
I know, right? That's cool, though, right? I like it.
I think they need to give criminals harder sentences. And I think they need to bring back manual labor and literally just have prisons in quarries where they're just...
Have them breaking rocks on the rocks.
Literally just beating rocks with hammers all day.
Taking big rocks and making big rocks into little rocks.
I wouldn't even argue with that.
Ditch digging, man. Ditch digging, dude, that puts some hair on a man's chest.
If you take away private prisons and just make the state prisons and make state prisons rougher, I'd be with it.
Private prisons should be used for is this illegal migrant problem we have. That's what those should be used for.
Yeah, private prison, you going because you didn't pay your child support. You got caught driving without a license. Private prison is done for dumb shit. Make a state run. I'm with breaking bricks. Look, as a token American on this panel, because y'all just racist. But as a token American on this panel, I get it. I get it. I don't get, black guys attacking white women. I don't get that because nobody rapes more than white men. But I get it.
Because where this country is now, from where we came from, is pretty remarkable. There's nothing more shameful in our country's past than slavery. Okay, that's horrible. But I've grown up in a generation where I've idolized black people my entire life. They are better at everything. So the fact that we pulled off slavery, I've already said it's awful. That's off the table. I'm just saying it's kind of neat.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's racist.
Is he wrong though? Is he wrong?
The next comment.
Yeah, he is wrong because he's just pandering to blacks as if they're better than white people at everything.
Nah. Oh, you're talking about Tosh 2.0. I don't know. Black people kind of awesome. When focused, but the greatest black people end up with white women because black women ain't shit. Look.
So white women are better?
No, white women are women.
No,
black women are like vaginal men. You got to be damn near.
Not all white women are women, though, dude.
So then, hang on. So then, from your perspective, white women are better than black women because black women are men. That was your argument.
I'll allow it. That wasn't my argument, but it's close enough that I'll let it slide. Honestly, I think that black men, and this is why I push against the black men attacking white women thing. I think black men are probably the most docile around women in America. Even more.
What?
Hold on, real quick. Cyber and Dirty, you guys are in control of keeping this this shit under control. I gotta step away for a minute. So you guys got the controls. All right.
Who's got controls? I got controls. I got the whip. Are you telling me I got the whip?
No, I would never give you the whip, man. You'd end up fucking everything up for me.
I don't think so. I'm a nice guy.
You put a nice suit on you and you want to colonize and take some shit over.
And I promise you, guys grab whips, bro. I promise.
It would only be for the benefit. It would only be for the benefit of all the others. Okay.
Yeah, I heard. Look, there's too many people on the planet that's heard that story before. You know where that road goes.
Yeah. Well, what happened when the white people left their countries?
Look, I'm not getting into that discussion. I got stuff I got to go do real quick, man. But I'll be back, man.
Thank you.
Guys, keep it 100, but you know what to do.
We'll act like you monetize. I got you.
Right.
Sorry. Go ahead, dirty folks, or I'm sorry, I don't actually know what your name is here.
All right, go for it. Go ahead.
No, you were saying you were talking about how much better than you're talking about how great black men were.
I was saying that honestly, the reverse, that black men need to choke black women and make them sit the fuck down. But because they won't, that goes a lateral across the board. There are no massive like a black men attacking white women. I just took umbrance with that because it's just asinine. But,
okay. Sorry, sir.
I mean, you can laugh, but all the rapists be white. I mean, all the knock you over the head, drag you in the alley be white men. I don't know where you he in for, but all right.
You sure about that?
Man, look.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that liberal women
No. Are you sure about that, sir? You made the claim.
I did make the claim, and I stand on it. Y'all some creepy ass dudes, sexually repressed, man. I wish I could fuck my mom ass dudes. Look, I'm not gonna argue the cuckold perversion of white men just because you want to be morally right. Like, man, I don't give a fuck about that shit you talking about. Not that.
We just want to be morally right. We don't want to talk about the behavioral black men. Yes, they don't grape any women. You got me, sir.
You know, two things you can guarantee every year. You can guarantee the seasons change. You'll guarantee that some white woman falsely accuses a black football player of rape. So I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. Anytime you don't kiss a bitch, they call it grape. I don't care about that. Black men don't do that.
How about the ones that actually do? Have you seen what's been going on in the UK, sir?
Do I live in the UK, sir? Do I give a fuck about what the
know.
Nigerians do,
Didn't
sir?
Kobe grape that
I
woman?
don't know.
No, Kobe didn't grape that woman.
Yeah, didn't he testify?
That's what I'm talking about. Anytime a girl gives some pussy and you don't kiss her, it's
that
great.
he had sex with her and she didn't give him consent? Didn't he say
She
that?
did give him consent. She went back to his room after she got off her fucking shift. What the fuck you mean she didn't give him consent?
Yeah, I was about to say. I thought she had like 20 different men in her
She didn't.
underwear.
That was something. She didn't have other men's semen in her. That's what the Kobe Bryant defense team put out.
That's what the police put out.
No.
You know that it's something called a rape kit, right? They want to see if it's skin under your nails.
Yeah, white people invented it, but I'm pretty sure.
And the thing they invented went against the white girl argument. I'll go with that.
I'm 99% sure he said that she didn't give him consent, and he testified to that.
He didn't testify to shit because they played out in civil court. It never even went criminal.
Dirty. Text me your email.
I guess.
R. Kelly didn't rape no woman?
R. Kelly ain't raped nobody. You can't live with a person 9 months and he's like, yo, shit is rape because we broke up. Did R. Kelly fucking young? Yeah. R. Kelly.
Yeah, so can you consent when you're underage?
Every girl in your high school fucked a dude with a fucking Camaro. Told you she was too mature to fuck with you. That's what young girls do. I didn't say R. Kelly wasn't wrong for that, but that's what young girls do. To say that man did it.
Consent?
Yeah, they consented when they hopped in that fucking car. To say a 17-year-old girl want a 24-year-old guy is asinine.
So how old was he when he was with Aaliyah? How old was she?
Savage, did the girl fight back?
You're asking me about a statute. You just switched the fucking goalpost. And I gave y'all, I said, yo, Kelly liked him young. I said he didn't rape him.
No, see,
I didn't
you keep moving from my question. My question was,
I didn't move from your question.
When they're underage.
I conceded he liked them young. I argued he didn't rape him. It was consensual. I need you to stay focused. No, look,
can they consent
correctly? I need you to make the argument because it's like talking to a woman. I don't want to talk to a woman, or I wouldn't be on this path.
No, because you want to
stay in the pocket. Stay in the pocket. No, I asked the question 3 times. Stay in the pocket.
They can't consent, sir.
How can't they consent? So a 16-year-old girl can consent with a 16-year-old boy. That's total consent. But she can't consent if the dick older. Nah, that bitch is still
busting. No, even arguing it though.
Don't shit, because he just want to be raped.
I have no idea, Karen. That's Karen, right?
Because you keep over talking. R. Kelly was sleeping with her when she was 15. She couldn't consent.
I was sleeping with girls when I was 15, so I couldn't consent. We playing catch a girl, freak a girl. We playing house. We playing doctor. I couldn't consent. What are you saying? I know.
Listen,
I mean, girls are toddlers. And the girls, their mind ain't mature until they're 26, which means they can get a PhD before they can decide what dick to suck. But girls ain't. Well, the girls are dumb, but they ain't as dumb as you know to me.
Yeah. So is rape a legal law? Is it a statute? Because consenting would be a legal statute.
So is smoking cigarettes before you 18. So is drinking liquor before you 21.
Oh my God!
You're at no, because we're if you're arguing,
you're really
let's change the argument completely.
To not accept that R. Kelly raped Aaliyah.
No, God, hang on, no, dirty. I got you, bro. I got you, Savage. You just don't understand that grape is exactly like smoking cigarettes illegally. They're the exact same thing. You just don't understand. They're both illegal, bro.
Look.
They're both illegal.
Let's see why y'all get raped in jail. Look, a statute is like smoking cigarettes underage. Rape is a violent act of power.
I see plenty of guys that look like you that don't get raped in jail that just suck dick for commissary.
Can we say grape for the sake of Snowman's channel, please, guys?
Nigerian and Britain. So I don't give a fuck what you're talking about milk. You don't know what the fuck nothing look like. What I'm telling you is you're making 2 different arguments just so you can win an argument on a part that I can see.
I didn't make 2 different arguments. I made the same argument about consent the whole time.
You said the black man rape. I said no, they don't. And then you said it's a statute. It's statutory. It's not rape because rape is an act of violence. Act is an act of power. That is not rape. Rape is rape.
Rape.
Statutory rape is
Great.
still rape.
Pause.
Look, guys, we need to try and be careful for Snowman's channel, please. When we're talking about essay like that, please say great.
I really don't. That doesn't matter to me, honestly. We say whatever, for the most part, whatever we want, except specific trigger words like Jew and that kind of shit. But saying
I'm just trying to watch out for your channel, bro.
I appreciate it, but Cyber, drop out and check your email. That way you can come back in through that email link. That way you can control the studio.
Okay.
Please. I'm gonna give you all the controls. That way you can let people up and if they hit the link and stuff. That because I got some shit I got to do, and I don't want to stop you guys from having the convo.
You ain't got nothing to do. Oh, trailer park. Let me find out you're trying to get bad.
See, that's why I like this guy, man. Because, dude, he's just as much of a degenerate as I am. We just come from different sides of the spectrum.
The tracks, yeah, that does not make it any better.
He gets it, man. He gets it.
Yeah, but, well, no, Snowman. Are you arguing for degeneracy? Do you think
No,
that's better
I'm not
for
arguing
society?
for degeneracy.
Okay, Cyber, whoever you are you arguing that degeneracy is good for the country?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. You guys are actually on the same page. Okay.
No, I'm not taking a nap, David. I gotta go cook this chicken real quick.
You go take care of that family, bro.
The D.
A man's got to be a man. You go burn that chicken.
The D part in degeneracy should imply that it's not good for the country. It actually goes against. It's an undoing, right?
Yeah. Well, Cyber, you're absolutely right. But unfortunately, there are so many people who just don't understand that.
I think Muffin cut out.
Did I? Can you hear me?
You did for a second. I didn't hear the last end of your sentence.
Oh, I don't remember either, to be honest with you.
Okay, what was the conversation originally about? All I heard when I came up here was Savage and Dirty screaming at each other.
Yeah, they were screaming about grape.
Oh, you talking about the specifics of it?
I'm not entirely sure.
No, they changed the goalpost, so it don't matter. What's on your mind? That's crazy.
Okay.
Oh, can't get monetized. That's crazy. I was gonna monetize it. I hit it. It was like, nah, this not this.
Okay. So how about this? Okay, I'll bring something up. Do we believe that every culture is outside of criticism? Do we believe that all cultures are worthy of respect?
There's Snowman.
I say no.
I heard you say no. I heard a couple of y'all say no, but I heard someone who was kind of like, meh, not quite sure. So I'd love to hear their perspective.
That's pretty fun. I can now add Snowman to the stage and get you up out of here.
Okay, well, how about this? If we all agree that there are cultures and cultural norms, societal norms that are better than others, what is it? Which ones are those?
Those with
Which
a
one
strong
has the least
religious
amount of
background.
annual deaths?
Those with the strongest religious background.
Okay. Good answer. That was you, Jody, right? Religious background. That was you.
Why we got so much?
Yeah,
dead air?
I don't want no Muslims around. Like, fuck them.
Yeah, I was going to say, righteous. If we're going by that answer alone, then I guess the Muslims are the strongest.
Well, no. I mean, I asked him. I was asking just in general.
Okay.
Which one should we? What should we embrace culturally? And I think it was Dirty Folks who said that religious backgrounds. And he didn't specify whether that was Christian, Muslim, Jewish or not.
I don't necessarily think it matters.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't.
I think it does. You want to live under Sharia law?
Sharia law doesn't affect me as much as it affects girls. I don't give a fuck. Look,
Yeah, Sharia law doesn't really affect men.
Yes, it does. Did you know that it's during wartime they can capture any one of their enemies and enslave them whenever they want, according to Sharia law?
no different than having a POW now.
Did you know that under Sharia law they can impose a jizya tax on anybody who's not Muslim?
No different than having to barter for a captive right now, like they did for that dumbass dyke basketball bitch.
Yeah. Not to mention, all you can do is just, convert. Quote unquote.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need no camel urine drinking. Jock.
Yeah. I was going to say, you don't want to hump your sister, Savage?
No.
That's called West Virginia. You don't have to be a Muslim for that.
Actually, Muslims have the highest rate of inbreeding.
Specifically Pakistan.
Hold on, Savage. Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, Muffin, I've seen the statistic, man. It's backed up by data.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Because I feel like it's the small hats. That's why they don't. That's why they don't want DNA testing in their country.
I was going to say, when it comes to finding any criminal data or any negative perception of the small hats, you can't find it nowhere. They're not on the crimes list, but everybody else.
I wonder why that is.
They're not on the rape statistics, but everybody else is.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, they're not on the sex offender registry or kidnapping registry or child trafficking registry, but everybody else is.
Yeah.
However, isn't Israel where all the pedophiles go?
Yeah, so I would just say any of the Middle East countries, any of those religions can just stay over there. They don't need to be over here.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, if their DNA is from the Levant, they can stay out of America.
So, Dirty Folks, what'd you hop up here to say, bro? You were calling us racist earlier. So, what did we say that was racist, sir?
I mean, Dirty Folks calls everything racist.
I really do. When I walked in, he was like, "Yo, because all black people do is kill and rape white women." The fuck?
Yeah, we got better things to do, like rob a gas station.
Okay, well, how about this, Dirty Folks? I was just curious, like, what'd you hop on here? What do you want to talk about, sir?
I was going with the flow of the conversation. When I actually was pulling up, Chaotic Truth was still up here. He dipped out when I got up, but
yeah, Chaotic.
No, he was never up on stream. He was just in the chat.
I think he's talking about the recording.
Yeah, I was talking about well, I thought he was on stream because I saw him in chat too. I thought he was part of the panel addressing them because I had just pulled up.
So, oh yeah, no, we were watching his live stream that he had just done.
Yeah, speaking of, I heard you guys were arguing with Lynwood.
Well, others were. I dropped out for that because I knew there was no point.
There's really no argument with Lynwood. There's just him talking.
I was wondering if he came up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, go ahead.
There's really no arguing with Lynwood. He just talks over you and makes nonsensical points and has long diatribes. So it's not really like arguing with him.
Not gonna lie, he's fat, and I'm surprised he doesn't run out of energy or get tired when he's screeching at people. I think that's that's kind of a feat physical. I mean,
when you do nothing,
like really big.
Yeah, but when you do nothing but lay on your bed and kick your feet around like a teenage girl, I mean, he's not burning much energy, bro.
That's what I'm saying. He's not doing anything, and yet he still has all this energy and all this ability to just scream at niggas on panel. If I did all that, I wouldn't have that type of energy.
Yeah, well, the body has to get out. The body has to exert energy some way, and the body knows that.
Also, you have to take in consideration that he's enraged by the fact that he's a homosexual, so he just feeds off of that. That's really what drives him.
He can't come to terms with that.
He
I was going to say, we live in 2024. You can be proud to be as gay and black as you want. And yet he's
as Angry Snowman was saying, it's actually quite a feat how much he was able to talk with that dick in his mouth. It really was.
That's crazy. I'm never gonna get
it. Was crazy. It was crazy. He spoke just like a normal person.
Yeah, Lynwood's catchphrase is all throat, no choke. Like, he is a huge homosexual.
I thought it was every hole is a goal.
And you know what? I kind of like that one, though. I ain't gonna front. I'm not gonna front. I kind of like that one. Every hole is a goal. I kind of like that one.
Yeah, Garion, you heard how he sounded. Goddamn well that's not his saying.
I know, but it's just he applies it a lot, even though just because he doesn't say it doesn't mean he doesn't live it. And I know he does, just simply by the way he acts.
I don't have a horse in this race. I thought Lynwood was gay too, but I ain't got no horse in this race.
He's a little bit more than gay.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Oh, goodness.
Lynwood's never met a white man that he did not want to blow.
I don't even know
what I
if
like
that's
about
racist.
this channel.
I gotta think about that.
Lynwood was still gayer than that gay man.
I gotta check the racist handbook. I don't even know if that was racist or not. That a white man you didn't want to blow. That was crazy. I know that much. That was wild.
Dirty.
Well, look, to be fair, Lynwood is an anti-racist, so I think the last thing that he would want to do is to suck off a white man. I think that would be giving into white supremacy from his point of view.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that directly feeding into his already existing notions of white supremacy? Him sucking white cock.
That was very unniggardly. Nigga, what?
Well, at least he won't choke. Look, I don't know Lynwood to talk bad about Lynwood because I don't listen to guys that talk like girls. So I kind of tuned out when I see him on panels. But
that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, you got a good self-defense, man.
Well, he's definitely threatened a bunch of black women on panel many times that he was going to grape them.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he said that a lot. He even said it to Chaotic once. He said, "I'm gonna buck your ass, nigga." And I quote.
Chaotic might like it. I don't know how Chaotic get down. They say he married, but I don't know.
I think he's married.
So, dirty folks, what do you talk about on your podcast, sir?
I talk about Americanism, man. I talk about how to free ourselves from the shackles of the stereotypes that you actually just did today, my nigga. Like, here's the thing. Because I know the difference in people, right? Like, white people know the difference between a German and a Brit, but say everybody else is just white, right? And people argue about that. Puerto Ricans and Mexican, call a Puerto Rican and Mexican. They know the difference, right? A Chinaman don't want to be called a Korean or a Jap. Like, they'll fight you over that. Like, look, my Iceland up, not down, right? They'll fight over that. I say in the same vein, I know that
every race knows the differences between their in-group races or their in-group cultures. Sure.
And I'm saying that most of the things that people talk about black Bob, I'm like, them fucking ass Nigerians. Like most of the time, I'm like, yo, them motherfuckers not even. And that's the problem with being recognized as a color instead of a national group, that any color gets branded into that. And I'm like, nationally, like as Americans of tawny or swarthy complexion, nah, not really. Like the motherfucker, like the crazy ass taxi drivers, they be like Kenyan and Nigerian. All them fucking gang banging motherfuckers really be like Jamaican and Haitian. Like, I'm not saying American blacks like totally innocent. No group is totally innocent, but I'm saying most of the stereotypes aren't even American. Like, these are like first generation, second generation migrants.
You sure about that?
I'm sure about that. I'm outside. I'm traveling this whole beautiful.
You sure about that?
I travel this whole beautiful nation. I pop up in places you wouldn't expect people to be. And every time I go there, when I look, if I'm in South Dakota, it's just a group, and you can tell because they don't deal with American blacks. I'm telling you, they whole little group be a whole different sect.
Fucking awesome video.
Where's Snowman be getting these clips? I swear to God.
He's got the clips.
So okay, so really, Dirty, you're saying that the crime statistics for black people in America, that they are American blacks.
You know, when people come to this nation, they're classified legally white.
I swear to God, you keep abusing my clips.
That was why.
How was that abusing his clip at all? What? That was amazing.
No, this dude, he's went through like clips.
Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate.
He went through 5 clips. Okay, not that many. It's only 5.
You're going to give everybody up, dude, man. See, I forgot about all the clips and all the files of clips. You're like a kid in a candy store right now.
I'm going to watch
Snowman, you're the one who gave him this power. You have no one to blame but yourself.
He hasn't found the audio clips yet either.
You're like a cheating boyfriend who just gave his girlfriend the phone.
Oh, man. Dude, I'm starting to think I might have been better off giving this to the black guy.
You know you love your Snowman, you know
all power should go to the black guy. That's the problem with America. Y'all give it to the black girl. That's why everything fucked up. Don't nobody go to jail. Like, it's crazy.
You know you love your clips.
I do love my clips. My clips are the best clips.
He's got more clips. He's got more clips in one folder than he does porn in the other.
I do. I really do.
Based.
Back during the glory days of racism, where you could keep a darky from flying a plane unless he was absolutely good at it. If you ever saw Darky flying a plane, you knew damn well he was absolutely good at it. There was no fucking way back in like the 50s or the 30s or whatever, you would see a black pilot and you knew that he just Negroed his way to the top. That shit was impossible back during racism. You could not just Negro your way to the top. If a Negro was doing something that Negroes ain't supposed to do, you knew he was fucking excellent.
Fucking based.
Real quick, shout out to the hood conservative, man. That's me, giving you your flowers, sir.
See,
Oh God, what a great clip.
Was there DEI back during Jim Crow?
That was Cheddar Bob braces too. He shot himself in the leg. That was Cheddar Bob braces right there.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Get out of here, Snowman.
When I'm saying, you know the weird thing. Hold on. Okay, I want to prove a point real quick. And I don't have no beef. I don't have no beef with nobody, right? I don't have no beef with nobody. But
yeah,
black. No. Black Knight makes up an interesting point, right? So everybody else can have a tribal crest. Everybody, right? The Scots can argue with the Brits, and neither one of them can like the Irish. Same island, right? The French and the Brits can fight. They're 45-minute drive away. It's a Frenchman on the English, wearing an English crown. Nobody has a problem with that. The Germans can do what they want to do to the point they split up Germany in half.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Nobody has a problem with that.
Yeah, that's also now what happened.
I'm fucking say, yo,
the split of Germany that you're talking about, that wasn't done by the Germans, sir.
No, it wasn't done by the Germans, and they broke the wall doing Reaganomics. But my point is, people can have a division. You can have Hong Kong fighting to be separate from China. Everybody be like, all right, that's what they're doing. Once you say, you know, it's just me, I ain't gonna play the crayon game. Y'all cool, but y'all, man, we doing our own thing over here. Oh, it's that FBA bull crap. Why don't you? Nigerians can go back not only to their country, but to their nation, their tribe, their lineage. They can tell you if they're Sunni or Shiite. They can tell you their last 5. They can do all that, and it's cool. You're like, oh my God, they know where they came from, and it's fine. But once a motherfucker say, you know what, we would get the same color. They ain't me though. Oh, that's the FBA bull crap. What the fuck? That's why Chicago dudes got to take over, because only we gang bang properly. Everybody else too all inclusive, all communists and shit. Oh, we shall overcome. Fuck that shit.
The anti-commie gangbangers.
Commies ain't. Yeah, commies are. Socialism is the left hand of communism, and that's what coloreds love to push. Black and brown coalition. Mexicans don't even like black people. The fuck is a black and brown coalition? I hate these motherfuckers so much. Anyway, but what was the topic?
I don't know how it's okay. It's not okay. Supposedly, it's not okay for black people to distinguish themselves from other black people. Is that your argument?
That's my argument with the black guy. But
okay, yeah. The rest of us, how about this? The rest of us here, we don't give a shit. I really don't. I don't care. I don't care if you're a Black American or a Nigerian or
white guys have mastered
Ethiopian.
White guys
I don't give a shit about any of that.
For my whole life, all y'all do is steal pussy. Bitch be dead. Y'all damn near necrophiliacs. Talk about black man fuck white, snatch white girl pussy. Shut the fuck up. All y'all do is steal pussy. Y'all is rapists by nature. Y'all just wake up like fuck it.
You're right. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
White,
I know.
All y'all shit about
we're fucking based. We're fucking based.
I don't
stealing your bitches and raping them. What's up, bro?
But you're not gonna fuck dead people. Be like, yeah, because the black guys they fuck all the dead people. No, y'all the necrophiliacs. Y'all put shit in Molly's and bitches drinks. It didn't fuck them. Run trains. She don't find out until she pregnant 2 weeks later. Like, what happened at the?
No. See, we don't need all that sort of stuff, bro. We're Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Rick Ross
you just
said he
so.
put the Molly in her drink and she wouldn't even know it?
Did he though?
What did Bill Cosby do again?
Bill Cosby gave girls Quaaludes. You know what a
okay.
Quaalude is, but you don't know what a Quaalude does.
Okay.
A Quaalude is how you come down off a cocaine high. He was fucking white whores because y'all love drugs. You probably know
really?
Right now. You got a line right now.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
Because
I could have sworn that his victims were black women.
No.
Isn't the new trend right now in hip hop is for these young cats to buy whippets?
I don't know what the fuck a whippet is. And his victims were black women. The last woman who said something was a black woman, and she wasn't raped. You don't get on a plane several times. You don't take 9 flights to get raped. That's not how rape works. Like, I'm gonna call you. I'm pick you up from the airport so I can rape you. All right, I'm on my way. What time is my flight?
Who made syrup popular?
I think. Sorry, Savage. I think you mean scissorup. Isn't that how it's said?
Yeah,
dirty folks. Did I get that right?
Who's made cough medicine?
Dirty folks. I need some black education here. Did I say it right?
Lean lean fashionable?
Texas boys made culture popular.
All right, so was Boosie addicted to lean?
Didn't Lil Wayne talk about lean?
Wasn't it also what's that rap guy from Chicago? Didn't Chief Keef's cousin die of liver disease? Did his kidneys?
People die from KB. He'll be all right. He's tough, right?
Yeah, didn't he die from drinking too much lean?
I mean, nobody's tough enough to defeat death, bro.
Hey, what was
just saying?
Juice WRLD? What'd he die from?
Savage, I'm surprised you know about all this.
Right, and what did Elvis Presley die from?
Hey, I got a question. What was Gucci Man? What was Gucci Man addicted to?
Pussy. Now, because black people do drugs,
it was lean. It was lean.
Y'all moving the argument.
What was Lil Wayne addicted to?
The argument was how y'all use drugs to rape, and now you're like, well, black people do drugs. Yeah, black people do drugs.
No, sir. You said that we love drugs so much that we were probably snorting lines right now because white people are addicted to drugs.
Okay,
you forgot to remember all the black rappers that are dying of drugs and drug addiction.
Because minstrels do drugs, because the white boys do too. They all do acid and talk about purple fucking rabbits and all type of goofy ass shit. But just because minstrels do drugs,
what?
I think he's talking about purple drink.
Minstrels do drugs doesn't mean nothing. Like that's a fallacious argument. Oh, black people do drugs, so white people don't. The fuck, y'all are
no one said that.
How'd you say that?
We're arguing about.
When y'all go to white clubs, they selling fucking pills in the bathroom. It don't be nothing but white people there and me and whatever mixed girl I'm with. I mean, we don't.
Yeah, when I go to any hood in Ohio, black people are selling drugs and doing drugs.
Hang on, real quick. Hey, dirty folks, do you know what per capita is?
Yes, I do know what per capita is.
Would you mind explaining to me, sir?
Ask me that no, because I'm not a black woman and it's not my argument. Why do y'all keep? I'm not being a black representative. I don't even give a fuck about color. I'm not being a black representative. What I'm doing is I'm fighting racism because I'm an American.
How are you fighting racism, sir?
Because you guys are being very racist. You're being very colorist right now.
How?
Because you're taking every negative connotation and you're saying, yo, black guys. Y'all been doing that since I've been up here. Black guys.
Man, hey, what did Richard Pryor catch you on fire from?
No. Because every hero needs a villain. I understand that. And I'm on my villain arc right now. But I'm saying,
hang on. What are you talking about?
What?
You know what? Yeah, that's my question too. What are we talking about?
Okay, here's something that is very non-colorish. Okay, people who use drugs are people who use drugs. They don't do it because of their skin color, nor are they compelled by their skin color to do it. Rapists rape people because they like to rape. Okay, they're not doing it because their skin color compels them. So the people who do these things are rapists, drug addicts, thugs, criminals, and such. The black part or the white part that comes before that is a distraction. And it has nothing to do with that individual's choice and lifestyle. The lifestyle's fucked up. And there are people of all different colors that engage in terrible things. But it is not because of their color that they engage in that, or else it would be all of them. If it were skin color that compelled people to do drugs, then it would be all of them of a certain skin color, which means everybody would be doing drugs because there are people from every race that do drugs.
That was good. Give me a taste of chocolate. Give us a taste of chocolate. That was good. That was good.
What the heck were we arguing about?
It sounded like skin color to me.
I'm going to say I asked this question like 4 times and I still didn't get an answer.
I don't know. When I came up, you guys were talking about chaotic truth or whatever the topic was, and then y'all gotta get sideways. And I was trying to help y'all stay focused because man's love keeps a man steel sharp and steel. However, y'all keep moving the goalposts. Like y'all went from rape to statute of age to to y'all. You keep moving shit for the sake of arguing. I'm not even married to y'all. Like, what the fuck is we doing? Let's stay focused. Stay in the pocket.
I think the point is the fact that we kind of don't have a topic. Before Snowman left, they were talking about something that happened on Chaotic's podcast, and ever since then, it's kind of just been freeballing.
No, he just came up here on his Hotep shoebox.
Nah,
that's weird though, because Dirty wants to kill a Hotep.
I don't give a fuck about them shirtless force dudes. All they do is listen to girls with clothes on. I don't care about them. But what's the topic? Oh, give us a topic. This your show now. You got the remote control. What's the topic?
Who, me?
Yes, Arbor.
I don't know.
Celebrities, very, very famous people coming in to be seated. And that when you were seated, you got the loudest applause. People stood up and roared and cheered when you walked in. Why is that? What is this fascination?
I don't know. Maybe I should be a rock star. I think, by the way,
they thought you were going to moonwalk.
He was great. I have to say. No, I did get I don't know why. I really don't know why. I wish I could pinpoint it. I wish I could really tell you why. But I think I've done a good job in New York, and I've done a charitable job in a sense. And Trump Tower has become such a success, and it's as you and I were discussing, it's become the #1 attraction in New York, Trump Tower. And I think people recognize it. New York people are really proud of it. And
so you've sort of become like a folk hero. I mean, people. There's someone in this audience. I was reading the audience. Some man who's a businessman. You can tell me who you are later. Who went to New York and just wanted to stand by your building, hoping some of the luck would run off.
Is that true? Is he in this audience?
He's in this audience.
We have to find him.
Yeah. And so how do you explain that? Or is there an explanation?
I believe that you make your own luck to a large extent. The word luck is a very important word, very important. There's no more important word than luck, but you can help create or help make your own luck. I walk down the street a lot of times and people will touch me and they'll grab for me. And I used to really be insulted because I'm a private guy. I'd say, geez, that's horrible. Somebody punches you in the arm a little bit. And, you're just walking down the street. And then ultimately, I became, in a sense, honored by that because people are really looking for something. Unfortunately, I don't think that has any effect. I don't think it works. I think you have to go out and really work hard and do well. And you have to have the ability.
So he also releases this from Elon Musk, X, Oprah, and Trump.
Last year, criticizing U.S. foreign policy. What would you do differently, Donald?
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily. I'd make our allies pay their fair share.
So this was the whole Oprah interview that everybody was screaming over? Because I heard about it, but I never actually saw it.
Yeah, this was back in, I want to say the mid-90s, early to mid-90s when that was.
People were talking about it. I thought it was.
Well, the thing, Gary, the thing that
shit about Donald Trump, but this wasn't that bad.
No, Gary, and what I found interesting about that interview itself in particular is the fact that even as far as almost 30 years ago, Trump was already talking then about making foreign countries pay their fair share and stop abusing America and making them pay for their shit.
So he's had this in his bag for
a long time.
Goodness. I wonder how many policies he's actually had for that long. Which ones
Most
are
of
new
them.
and which ones are stuff he's thought about, if that's the case?
Well, you got to think most of them because he worked with the unions in New York to build the buildings he had. So he would have seen and he would understand what unskilled labor or undocumented labor would do to that market. So he already understands the economic effect of that. You also understand he's a business owner and he does business outside the country. So he knows exactly to some degree how tariffing works and he's been doing his taxes for years, so he knows what incentives are. Like a lot of the things that he said, I'm assuming he probably believed for a long time. Now, the only things that I could see maybe be questionable is obviously things that are newer, like EVs. EVs weren't around 30 years ago, so that really wasn't something that he had a position on back then. Also, he might have changed his position when it came to deleting of children in the womb. Like he might have been more pro-choice 30 years ago, but as he's gotten older, his views have changed. But when it comes to economic policies, I'm pretty sure he's probably believed a lot of this for a long period.
Do you think there's a stark difference between his economic policies and his social policies?
No, not really.
Not really. To be honest, like the welfare state and all the handouts that the government gives is only an issue because we send so much money across the world and we spend enough money to generate to do more things back home, like invest in the roads and the schools and things like that. But our government would rather send money out to build up Nigeria or some other country and then get kickbacks back to their nephew's plant or their nephew's company, and that money stream itself back into their pockets. We waste a lot of money.
I mean, hasn't he talked about how much he's going to fund Israel and funding them for whatever it is that they need to do, and if we have to go to war with Iran, then they will?
Yeah, but
how is he any different than like, you know, any standard conservative at this point with the things that he's saying?
Well, Muffin, when it comes to the whole conversation about him being conservative, I think he's more of a populist than a conservative. Because a conservative, at least from what I know, they focus more on a very specific elements of their voting base. But Trump doesn't have that luxury, at least not anymore. So he's got to try to get as many people as possible.
Yeah. Also.
Yes, and while doing so, he completely forgets about his base and is telling them to fuck off right now.
Did he though? Because I don't think he did. I think that today's conservative is a 1980s liberal. I think that Trump, the times have gone so left that he just seems like a conservative. But I think he's always been that.
He's really moderate.
I absolutely agree with you, Dirty, and that's the problem. Is all the people who fell for this this Trump trap that he's some like born again conservative. No, the fuck he's not, and he never was. He's always been a New York Democrat, and that's the problem.
Yeah, but what you have to realize is the parties have everything. He technically is a Republican because he's the head of the Republican platform. You also have to realize that Flynn was a Democrat who got hired in as a Democrat for the Obama administration twice. He then also got hired in as a Democrat to the Republican Trump administration. Like, there are certain people that have actual morals, and they don't. It's not the ideology. It's their whole moral position. So Trump is one of those guys that believes what he believes.
Why is it that he so if he's a conservative, you know? Okay, so why is it that he's denounced Project 2025 so much when the biggest point of Project 2025 was doing a better job of staffing the administration with actual American first people?
I mean, it makes perfect sense though, because he didn't organize Project 2025, and there's a lot of things in it that are decent things.
Yeah, wasn't that like a group project by some fringe?
Yes, it was done by. No, it was done by the Heritage Foundation, which they are not a fringe.
By the Heritage Foundation.
Yes, but they are not a fringe group.
there are things in there that are not that aren't unilateral across the board. That I would denounce it too politically, even if he agreed with it, right? Because right now he's seeking.
Dirty, could you tell me what those things are, sir?
It's 900 pages.
Right. And
yeah, I read that big thing. A lot of that stuff wasn't going to get passed.
Right. A lot of it was really more social justice stuff. How to bring a family back together, things of that nature, things that really shouldn't be legislated.
And I was like, oh, yeah,
well, not only.
Wait. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry, real quick. So if they're talking about things to be able to bring the families back together, are those actual laws and policies that are going to be put in place, or are they talking about societal prescriptions? Those are huge differences.
Yeah, it's a lot of both.
For lack of a better word, and please don't freak out when I use this, it's kind of like a manifesto. And I'll explain what that actually means rather than the common misapprehension about it. It means something that the writer wishes to see manifested into reality, right?
Yeah.
So it depends on what the manifesto is describing or wants to see become, whether it's good or bad.
Right. Okay. Wouldn't that? Okay. So what we're talking about is wouldn't that be a true America First conservative based manifesto?
No.
Okay.
No, because the Heritage Foundation had multiple groups and multiple different groups of people come together. So everyone that was inside.
What were the things that weren't America First?
Can I finish my fucking sentence before you ask me another question?
Well, you said no, and so I'm asking for clarification, sir.
There was multiple groups of people that had nothing to do with being America First. America First is a very small portion of the Republican Party when it comes to the actual candidates that actually buy into it. So,
okay, so for the Project 2025, sir, in that document, what wasn't America First?
I'm literally about to lose my shit. He is not going to endorse such a big thing with so many different points of view during an election year. It makes no sense.
Okay. That's not what I asked. Okay, so I asked how.
I was gonna say it's foreign policy. It's foreign policy suggestions, but I gotta look them up real quick because I want to give you specifics.
Okay, so I asked how.
Have you read all 900 pages?
Nope, no, I haven't, and I can admit that, no problem. So, but apparently, no, hang on. But apparently, you guys know much more about this document than me. That's fine, no problem. So I asked you, what about this document isn't America First? Or I asked you, is this document America First? You said no, and so I asked you, okay, sir, what about this document isn't America First? And then you went on to this thing about, because there are so many other different viewpoints.
There are certain things, and this is the problem that we have with liberals, right? There are certain things that can't be legislated, and the more the government interferes, the more it messes up the fabric, right? Like right now, there's certain words we can't say because a group of 4% of the nation says that it's hate speech, right? Now you got to say rainbow and skittle and tiny hat and all type of bullshit for a very small amount of organized people. That's not America First. That's
okay. So again, and I did specifically ask this: is the things that you guys are talking about, are they all legal, like laws and policy prescriptions, or are they social prescriptions? You guys said both.
There's both.
Right. Okay. So I'm asking, what are these things that you are so against?
It's not that we're not against it, but this is what you're trying to. You didn't read it, and we're telling you that other people
We're not American first. We're involved in it. So just by that definition, okay, listen. This is real simple. People that are not American
you cut
first.
out, Savage. I was trying. I'm listening to you, bro. You just cut out.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. People that are not America first were involved in it. So by definition, that automatically makes not every 900 pages America first, for one. For two, if he is to say that he would sponsor that, and there's things in there he does not agree with, then he is going to look like a retard, because then he's not going to be adopting the things that he said he supported. So it's a bad position on that.
Okay. So
on top of this, if you haven't read it, all right, and you're assuming that's America first, like that is your idea of what it is, and you're making your judgment about him not taking it based on you assuming that it's America first.
All right, hold on.
Right.
No. You've interrupted me 3 fucking times, man.
Yep.
I'll start to say something, and you'll say, "Hold on." Okay, I can hold on, but am I holding on for you to tell me to hold on again?
I stopped, sir.
Right. So, Savage, when you say America first, are you talking about the group America first, or the concept of putting America first?
I'm talking about the group and the concept. Like, you have certain people in the administration. You have, like, Trump believes in America first. You have some senators and some people in Congress, but that's a very small portion of the Republican Party. So you have rhinos and other groups that were involved with the Heritage Foundation to make this paperwork. So this is not a 900 pages of what the people that are America first, the group, and the philosophy of America first made. Like, it's not that.
So there are things within it that are not putting America first.
It's not things that Trump would agree with. Trump is America first. He's the platform.
No,
so
that was not his question.
Okay, see it like
he answered my question first right away, and he's just going deeper into it.
Well, no, he said no. His answer was that these are not things that Trump would agree with.
No,
that did not answer the question.
That's what he just said. Okay, when I first asked him the question, the first thing he said included both. So he was saying, yes, it is people who are of the group America First that he was talking about. And he was also talking about the concepts within this Agenda 2020 or Project 2025 that are not America First. So what he said was my question. He told me that it was both.
No, what he said was that there are other groups outside of the America First group that had a hand in creating Project 2025, and there are things in there that Trump would not agree with. That did not answer the question. So the direct question, Savage,
it was my question, and I know what he said because I wasn't just sitting there waiting for my turn to talk. I listened to what he said, and he answered my question satisfactorily for me. Okay? Maybe I shouldn't use the word both. Maybe I should use the word neither.
Well, I just want to know. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm trying to ask specifically, Savage, what is in Project 2025 that is not America First? Because that's the claim you're making.
Look, because it's turning into
foreign policy
real quick. Look.
Okay, what's the foreign? Okay, Garion is giving an answer, sir. So, Garion, what's the foreign policy that is not America First?
Here's the thing. Because I'm not going to go itemize 900 pages. Here's the thing. When they want,
you guys are the ones making the claim, here. That's not America First. So that's why I'm trying to ask.
No, you're asking, but you're being redundant. Okay, look.
I'm not. How am I being redundant? Because you guys aren't answering.
When they want to pass something that people don't want, you have two choices. You can all out just veto it and say, yo, this is not my thing, or you can filibuster it, right? Now I'll give you a perfect example of that. Once upon a time, they wanted to
gay marriage.
Not even gay marriage. Once upon a time,
gay marriage was something that the people didn't want, and the Supreme Court wrote it into law, sir.
Once upon a time, you know what? Here's the difference, right? The Gay Marriage Act was the bill. Now, if you just be patient, I'll work it out for you. The Gay Marriage Act was the bill, whether people agree with it or not, based on a constitutional or a tax base or whatever case, that was the bill. You have something like the debt ceiling, right? Under the Obama administration, we needed to raise the debt ceiling so we wouldn't lose our AAA credit rating with the world, right? And the reason that the Senate didn't want to raise the debt ceiling is because they had a 650-page debt ceiling bill. They had a lot of stuff in there that had nothing to do with the debt ceiling, like the roadway, right? They wanted to fix America's roads and wanted America to pay for them, which is a state thing. People didn't want to pass it because of that, right? So then they included in there something else they put in there is our ability to trade overseas, which would affect thousands of companies, thousands, not even just the S&P 500, just thousands of companies, because they were going to take away the right to the import-export bank, which means you can't trade with other countries. So they had to veto the bill, and then a filibuster had to happen in order to see what parts of the bill they were going to take out to make it acceptable to be signed for the debt ceiling to rise. We had a whole thing. It was like 10:30 at night. They're like, we got to midnight to do this. It was like 10:30 p.m. before they had
that's not how that had to happen. That's how they made it happen.
That's how it happened. So to say that he wanted to be part of Project 2025, he'd be in that same book, like, I like this, I don't like that. You can't do that in an election year on something that's not even part of your policy.
Okay, but there's a difference between saying that, look, it's a huge thing, and I haven't read it because it's 900 pages, so I have no I have no thoughts on it right now, compared to him disavowing it multiple times at this point. When it's written by people from the Heritage Foundation, people who have been in his cabinet and his campaign from the very beginning, people who are America First and all that sort of stuff, so it's a spit in the face, especially because a lot of that had to do with them trying to create a list of people who would actually be America First and who would be good people to staff his campaign and his administration with. And so he immediately spit in the faces of those people. And Trump is already making.
When did he disavow it? Because I remember him being asked about it, and he said that wasn't his thing. And he said that he wished them luck. Right? He's like, I wish them all the very best. They're very good people, but that's not my thing. My thing is Agenda 47.
No, he's disavowed it like 6 times now.
Muffin, how much do you know about the Heritage Foundation?
They're a conservative think tank.
Did you know that they have an anti-Semitism branch?
A what?
An anti-Semitism branch.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. The people that we complain about, the small hats, they're not Semitic people. They're not of the seed of Abraham. They're imposters.
But they're who is talked about when they're talking about anti-Semitism. That's why Garian's bringing it up. He knows how I feel about those people. Garian.
Also, do you know? I was going to say, do you know anything about their head, Ellen Carr?
No.
Okay.
Right. So again. Again, I'm not. I didn't come here saying that I know everything about Project 2025 or anything like that. I said what I do know about it, which is very little. And you guys were saying that you guys were saying that you know more about it than me, basically, and I'm asking you questions about it, and then when I poke and ask questions about it, I get nothing from y'all.
Because this is the logical problem. You're presupposing that this thing is good, but what you're not thinking about, he's running for president. The Heritage Foundation wants all Republican candidates to swear onto it. It makes Trump look weak to be signing on to someone else's thing when he has his own agenda.
That is another point.
So,
yes.
so okay. So hang on. I'll agree with the first half, which is let's say I'm presupposing that it is good. You guys are here saying that no, it is bad.
That's
and
not what you said.
That's not what I said.
Some parts are good, some parts aren't going to fly.
I never even said if I agreed with it or disagreed with it. What I'm trying to, you keep trying to ask us why is he not taking it, and it's because he has his own agenda.
God, okay, we're gonna retcon shit. All right, fine, whatever, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research and see if I can find Trump disavowing Project 2025 rather than making it clear. No, what he's disavowing is the fake news report trying to tie him to it. That's
He's spoken about it several times, saying that he doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't know it. Dude, I'm telling you, he's done it. He's done it several times.
But what does it matter? What does it matter if he doesn't know anything about it? Why are you so hell bent that he needs to support it?
About nothing here.
How does him saying he doesn't?
Why are you so hell bent that he shouldn't support it, Savage?
How does him saying he doesn't know anything about it? How does that equate to him disavowing it?
Are you mentally challenged?
Sure, Savage.
No, like literally, he's running for president. He chose to make his own platform. I have no problem with him making decisions on his campaign. You're asking us why he didn't take something that's all American first, and we said it's not all America first because there was other people involved. Then you're asking us why he's disavowing it. Like you're asking us questions. We're answering the questions. And then when I ask you a question back, you act like you're eating crayons.
No.
Pause. Pause.
Damn it.
Pause.
God damn it.
Yeah. I'm going to do that because you're going to have to at least let him finish his thought before you respond. That's the only that's the only way you can have a real discussion. You can't just keep stopping him from getting his thought off just because he said something you don't agree with. If he said something
he's misinterpreting me.
Hold on. If he said something you don't agree with, make a mental note and let him finish, dude.
It's not something that I don't agree with. It's that he's misrepresenting what I said.
Well, then when he's done, correct him. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay. So
look at you seizing authority like a white man.
He has his own agenda. I don't care if he supports it or doesn't support it. I asked you, why are you so hell-bent that he should support it? Real simple. He's trying to win the election. If he thought that 2025 was going to help him win, then I would be completely fine with him supporting it. But clearly there's something about it that the left keeps trying to go after that thing and fearmonger about it, even though he's not tied to it. So
you might find that on page 12.
So clearly, if he's trying to get people in the middle or that lean left that are not complete progressives, probably is not a good position to take.
You might find what you're looking for on page 12, Savage. That's where they mention taking the regulatory power away from the federal government and holding them more responsible for the duties of the executive branch instead of giving the freedom to play like they're part of the legislative branch. Holding the power, the pen and the sword, both. That's how you get tyrants. That's how you get dictators.
Yeah, they're trying to. That was
unless
yeah,
I got my numbers
another
mixed
point.
up. I'm pretty sure it's page 12.
No,
That's
no,
one
Cyber,
thing
you're
that
right.
probably has. That's probably one thing that has the left all worked up. You know, most of the public on the left because they were told to, but who told them to are the people who want to maintain the control of that. You know how they freaked out when the Chevron doctrine was overturned? Now they're calling the Supreme Justices tyrants and pursuing their own agenda. No, that's projecting. What they're really doing is upholding the Constitution as they should have been the whole time instead of deferring that power to the executive branch. They're supposed to execute the law, not interpret it.
Not to mention there are 2 direct projects or policies that they suggest that directly contradict each other.
Well, if it weren't for double standards, some people wouldn't have any at all.
By the way, to answer Muffin's question directly, I said their foreign policy.
To be honest, it's arbitrary, right?
Yeah, it is.
We're having a parental argument, right? Like, you can't go to the party of the year. Why can't I, Dad? My daddy's mean. Because you can't. Project 2025, it doesn't matter what Becky's dad says. I said you can't go. And that's where we're at with it. He didn't. To say that I'm ignorant of something isn't a disavowalment of it. I don't know anything about it. It's not my thing. I can't speak on something that's not my thing. And that's all he said. People are taking it. And the problem is that with or without Project 2025, it still wouldn't matter, because that's not even what this, I guess we'll call it a campaign, this social media campaign that we call it an election campaign. That's not even what it's about. Like, it's not about the Central Park 5, but they keep trying to put Trump as part of Central Park 5, even though everything that had to do with that was Democrats, and everybody that convicted them was a Democrat. All he did was say, man, if they did that, bro, they need to go to jail. Which any concerned citizen would say when you see the mayhem that happened that day. But now they're saying, oh man, they got exonerated, which they didn't. But they got exonerated, so it's Trump's fault. Trump wasn't an elected official. They're taking everything about Trump and trying to make Trump criminal, to the point that everything that Trump got quote unquote convicted for, Biden was accused of the same thing, and the same Justice Department said, man, we can't put Biden on trial because he's too senile to know what's going on. Trump knows what's going on.
Yeah, they can put him in the White House.
Yeah, they're like, oh, he's too senile to put on trial. Let's make him president.
Yeah, let's make him our fucking god or something. Jesus Christ.
Like that. Don't let him, man. Please don't let him, control how you see things, bro. It ain't that all the time.
Yeah, they're
sweet. Okay, now that I let everybody talk, am I allowed to ask my questions now?
No.
Yeah, go Screech.
Well, Cyber said no, so.
I said it sarcastically. I'll just make that clear. Maybe I'm not that good at sarcasm.
No, you are. I'm just I'm in a pissing mood right now. I'll be honest with you. So, especially considering I was being misrepresented there, and I tried to cut in and correct it, but I wasn't allowed to. So, Savage, when I specifically asked you about this, and I fully admit that no, I don't know everything about Project 2025 because I don't sit up here acting like I know everything about everything. I asked you, what in Project 2020, what is there anything in Project 2025 that is not America First? You guys said yes. I said, what is that? And you said that, well, there are groups that were involved that are not America First. And I specifically asked, okay, fine, I'll grant you that. What are the specific things in Project 2025 that are not America First? And then you went into a whole bunch of other stupid shit and made claims that I never made.
Yeah, so I believe Project 2025, their abortion position is counter to Trump's. Also,
nope. That's not it. It doesn't matter whether or not it's contrary to Trump. I said, is it not? If it's not America first.
okay, so
And
if Trump,
that's the argument that you tried to bring in, was that because Trump doesn't agree with it, then it must not be America first. That's not how that works.
this is how this works. Okay, so when you start a movement, all right, and you're the head of that movement, all right, your positions.
Trump is the end all be all. Got it. Okay.
I mean, he kind of is when it comes to the American first.
It has nothing to do with no. You can't say the Trump campaign and then be like, oh, well, Trump doesn't agree with that, but that's still his campaign. Like, Trump started this movement. He's running for office. All of the positions that his administration is going to run on are his positions. If he doesn't agree with a position, that by default makes it not America first. And 20 years from now,
no, it doesn't.
If you want to, in 20 years,
funding Israel for everything that they want to do, that's America first. Stapling green cards to college degrees for illegal immigrants, that's America first. Because Trump said so. Is that the position that we're going with here, Savage?
See, this is why I asked the question of, and I guess I should ask you too, Muffin. When you say America First, are you talking about the organization called America First, or are you talking about the concept of putting America first?
I'm talking about the concept, sir.
Yeah,
okay,
both,
see,
that's
where the miscommunication is coming from. You're talking about different contexts.
Okay,
and that's where the miscommunication and frustration is coming from.
Okay, that's fine. So to clarify, that's what I've been speaking about this whole time. Like I didn't know that there was some organization called, America First. Like I know that there's like the Nick Fuentes thing, but like that's not what I'm talking. I'm literally just talking about the concept of America First. That's all I've been talking about this entire time. So I apologize for not being clear about that.
Yes, but regardless if you knew or didn't know, the fact of the matter is Trump's running for campaign. So him endorsing something, all right, would mean that since it's his campaign and he's the one that started this movement, that he gets some degree of what the movement is. Now, in 40 years from now, when he's dead and in the ground, and new people move into the positions of this sort of movement, and their whole position changes, then you have a different argument. But while Trump is actively running for president and he's the person that started the movement, the movement kind of has to be somewhat on his guidelines. Like we can't change what America First is when he's running on an America First platform as we speak.
Okay, so okay, hold on. All right, so there's many things here. We think that Trump started the America First movement. There's no people before Trump who started that, and then with that again, I'm going to back. Fine. I'm going to go back to my earlier questions that I just asked a minute ago. So when he came out talking about how much we need to fund Israel, how much the Jews need to be in power of our country, he talked about stapling green cards to college degrees for illegal immigrants. That's all America First?
He never said nothing about illegal immigrants getting green cards from diplomas.
He literally said we're going to staple green cards to college degrees. What are you talking about? You can look up the clip right now.
That was Kirk that said that.
No, it was Trump.
Screw it, look it up.
Jesus Christ! See, that's a thing. Is you're telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, but you don't know what you're talking about when I ask you these questions.
I was going to say, Muffin, if you want something that's anti-American first from the document directly, I can give you two things.
Yes, sir. I would love it. Sure.
All right, cool. First thing first. Let me make sure I got my. Let me get my data right quick. Make sure I got this right.
I'm gonna bring it up.
Construed the
bring it
document
up on my computer.
All right. The heck is that noise?
Well, that was me typing on my loud ass keyboard, and then also my daughter making the correction that this is our computer, not mine.
All right, Muffin, you got the document, or do you have the wiki? It doesn't really matter. Just get one of them.
Okay, can you give me the context of what he said about these college degrees?
Sure. You'll have to give me just 1 sec so I can look it up, because I was trying to get into the Project 2025 thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just read it. So he said that any foreigner that gets a permanent residence, because it sucks that when we lose them to go back to their other country after they're done with school. That's what he said. That's different than any foreigner that gets a degree gets to stay.
It's I don't understand the distinction there.
So you don't understand the difference between Ivy League schools and doctorates?
Did he make that clarification? Did he make that difference?
That's what he said in the interview you're talking about. That's what he said. He said it's literally a shame that we have these people graduate from Harvard and have to leave after they graduate from Harvard, or they get their doctorate and they have to get sent back to their country because they're done with school. He said we should give them permanent residency because to lose brains like that makes America weak.
Why? Wouldn't that not just open the floodgates for people trying to make it into a doctorate program or a graduate program, when we already have such a huge problem with illegal immigration?
Yeah, but they would legally be coming here.
Yep.
They would legally have gotten into school in an Ivy League or be going for a doctorate. Like, this isn't an asylum seeker getting permanent residency. This is if you get into Ivy League schools or you're getting a doctorate in America, you are a very high percentage of the intellect from your country. This is a very small portion of the population that could be beneficial to the country.
He's talking about moving people from a legal student visa to permanent residence.
Yeah, I'm still against it, and I'll tell you why.
So are you against immigration at all?
For a period of time, yeah, I'm against all immigration. I think all immigration, legal, illegal, or otherwise, it should all be stopped for a period of at least 10 to 15 years so we get our shit together. So when it comes to this specific thing, about the green cards for graduates and everything like that, what it does ultimately is it's taking the smartest and it's taking some of the smartest and best people away from these other third world countries and bringing them here to come into our country. And so ultimately what it does is it's taking away that good base of people for their country. So as more and more of the smart, intelligent people move out of those countries, the worse and poorer those countries are going to be, because all the smart people move out. Yes, I think that's very bad for those countries that they move away from.
So you do realize that your position is counter to the majority of America First, right? Like, America First has never said that they're against legal immigration, correct?
Okay, so I have to agree with I have to agree with everything America First policies might be.
No, but the issue that you're using is you're using your position and asking me if it's America first, but your position is not the position that America first has agreed upon with migration.
King Shenard, I've already let you know if you want on the panel, it costs $50.
Capitalist swine.
And unfortunately, Trump would be the president of the United States. He's not the president of the world. So why would he have to worry or should worry about the brain drain of other countries?
Yeah. So okay. So the whole thing about the America First thing that had specifically to do with Project 2025. And me specifically, I'm very specific when I ask these things. I was very specific when I asked you what in Project 2025 is not America First.
Again, you were not specific because when I was talking about 2025 and the Trump campaign and then him being pretty much the front runner of the movement, you then asked me if certain... No, because you specifically asked me if certain positions were America First. That was your rebuttal to what I was saying.
No. I asked you. I asked you very specifically. I've been very specific this entire time, sir.
You're smoking crack. You asked me specifically if his position on those green cards, if that was America First. You said those words verbatim.
That was separate. That was separate from asking you about Project 2025. That's
regardless if it's separate, your words were, is these green cards America First? So I don't understand how you're asking me if something's America First, and then you ask me if another thing is America First, how somehow these aren't a theme that you're asking me if something's America First.
Okay. So the questions about Project 2025 came way before the stapling of the green cards. And I am willing to admit, Savage, I have no problem saying that I was wrong about his quotes about the stapling of the green cards. Fine. I was wrong about that. I still disagree with the reasoning for it and everything like that. But I was okay. Again, I was wrong about that. That has nothing to do with the original questions about asking you about Project 2025 and you telling me that there's stuff in there that is not America First. And I asked you what those things were. And you said, well, there are things in there that Trump doesn't agree with. So therefore they're not America First. And I asked, how does that make sense? So I specifically asked, what are the things in Project 2025 that are not America First? Please turn it down over there.
All right, I'm back.
Savage, you there?
Give me a second. I'm going to pull up the 900 pages and go through it with a fine-tooth comb to give you your answer.
Why you guys do that? I'm about to run up to this block club. They didn't call me, house, everything. I got to make an appearance. Apparently, I'm popular in real life.
No shit. People actually like your ugly lame ass.
I know, right? It's crazy, right?
That's crazy. And I bet you most of them are girls too, aren't they?
Listen here, man. Don't worry about my. See,
no, I'm just saying it, but it boggles my mind. You talk all this trash about women, and they want you more.
But that's just life, because women hate.
That's just women, though, man.
Yeah, women hate themselves, so when you hate them, that's their love language. But no, it's a bunch of the guys, man. A bunch of people came here from out of town for whatever reason. Everybody wanted, they want me to taste their barbecue. Who am I, man? Who am I to stop a block club from giving me free food? Who am I?
Hey, ghost of a troll gone by. You know, me and Dirty's met in real life.
Yeah,
we have.
Yeah, we hung out. He kidnapped me, man. I was scared. He tried to leave me at a truck stop.
Yeah, I told everybody on Hood's stream all about how he cried like a little girl because dude, I swear to God, it was like I went over and like tried to, like he said, kidnap him. That's how he acted. Driving
he kidnapped me doing a hurricane, bro. I was scared, bro. It's like how every Final Destination.
I was trying to get away from the hurricane. You wanted to stay where it was at.
It was like Final Destination, bro. I had white people flashbacks, but that's about. You know what? You know what's so crazy about that? You know the whitest, craziest person there was a black guy. It was crazy.
What'd you say?
I said the craziest white boy there was a black guy. Go figure.
Oh, you talking about Mo?
Yeah, Mo was going through it.
Dude, like, you remember Mo was going to fuck Bumpkin up, dude.
Yeah. Mo was like, I'm in a trap house full of white nationalists with guns on their hip, and the only person I'm thinking like he's gonna kill everybody was a black guy. Go figure, right? That's called racial appropriation right there, bro.
And me, because I knew what was going on, I slept in the van and left Dirty in the house by himself.
No, you didn't. You snore so loud, nobody else could sleep. Snore like a wildebeest, bro. But yo, we had a good time, man. We had a good time.
We did have a good time, man. I just wish the RNC would have been as eventful as the DNC was.
It was not.
It was, dude. It was it was very disappointing.
No. The DNC was not. Don't believe the news, bro. Those were paid protesters. Nobody was at the DNC, bro.
Really,
bro.
So the tens of thousands of Palestinian protesters weren't there.
Tens of thousands. 10 with a great camera angle.
Yeah.
No, there wasn't that many.
Well, look, is it fair to say that there was at least more of a presence of people at the DNC than at the RNC? Because the RNC was a ghost town, bro.
No. You ain't been to my channel in a while, bro. Like, I have people in Chicago. They like,
well, that's because you don't know how to do your fucking audio right. You start the show and you can't fucking hear nothing, and then you don't pay attention to your fucking chat when they're telling you for the first half hour, we can't hear you, dummy.
Hey, whatever. But yeah, people have been coming in because we did the McCormick Place and the United Center. So all the speeches were at the United Center about all the activities that was at McCormick Place.
Did Eminem do have an appearance at the the Jimmy Kimmel show when he was in Chicago that week?
I don't know, bro. I haven't watched Jimmy Kimmel in a decade, but I do know that they made the United Center.
No one should.
It was like the RNC. You know how it was packed to get into the RNC, but nobody was outside except that one little cafe block.
Right. That's what they did there. Dude, why are they doing this? This don't make sense. Why because like I said, in 2020 or in 2016 when I went to the RNC, dude, there was people fucking everywhere. I met Trees Colors. I met Alex Jones. I met fucking Ben Shapiro. I met one of the Hodge twins. I met so many fucking people in Cleveland.
And now we got
that's because the energy isn't there. Trump of 2024 is not Trump of 2015. That's the truth.
I
get that. The energy.
Well, look, I understand what you're saying, but the fact that there wasn't
be that guy again.
The fact that there wasn't a 2020 RNC or DNC, and then they still didn't have the turnout for the 2024 conventions, I find that a little bit peculiar.
Bro, look, Minister Jab did live shows from outside the DNC. It was a ghost town. It was like an old man barbecuing. Nobody was around him or anything. Like, you want some barbecue? Ain't nobody here. Like, it was a ghost town. I went down to McCormick Place because I thought it was odd that they had a baby boomer bebop bash with oldies and doo-wop and all. I'm like, I want to see what these old ass people talk about. Nobody was there. Like, the whole Chicago ignored it. Like, 2 million people ignored it.
That's wild.
And the other thing is in this economy, who has the money to be able to go to the DNC and the RNC outside of the people who live in the area and the rich influencers?
I was there, and I'm no rich influencer.
And even
the next time you come to Cleveland, you need to tell me, Angry.
Oh yeah.
And there was free tickets. If we would have got the tickets before the 31st of last month, we could have got free passes. I could have used my AP press account.
I'm only an hour from Cleveland.
So
well, north of Cleveland or south of Cleveland?
South.
South. Okay. I'll hit you up, man. I'm in Ohio all the time, man.
I don't live in Canada.
Right. I keep forgetting that above Cleveland is Lake Erie and then Canada.
So real quick, can I answer to this chat that you've got pulled up on the stream on the screen?
Yeah, that's kind of why I pulled it up. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on it.
Okay, so I feel like it's mostly directed to me. Why do you care about the brain drain of other countries? Sounds globalist. Actually, sir, it's the complete opposite. Because again, when you have the brain drain of other countries, and you take away the smartest people from those societies, what's left is the dumbest people and the people who are not at that level. So what happens then? Then we're going to have all of those people, the middle class people of those low societies, try to move in here into our country. Now, what we have to actually think about is what are the cultural backgrounds of those people? Now, I know that this is not something that people want to actually think about and actually talk about. But the truth is that when we are not making people assimilate to America, we are not making them learn our language, our culture, constitution, all these sorts of things, it doesn't go well. And in fact, Dirty has talked about this when he talks about, when you're talking about black people committing crimes, it's actually the Jamaicans and the Haitians committing those crimes. This is a perfect example of that sort of stuff happening. It's the same thing that happens with the Indians and other groups of people. You can look at the UK, France, Italy, all those sorts of things. It's the same thing that happens.
Oh, here it is. This is that video that Red was talking about earlier that he sent me. We'll check this out real quick.
Part of it was inbreeding.
This is your own theory.
No. Look at
someone else.
Muslims and inbreeding, major problem.
I've never heard this before.
Especially with immigrants in Britain, like the Pakistanis in London. They'll have all kinds of serious inbreeding problems because that's an even smaller sample size you're dealing with.
Strap yourself in for this. 70% of all Pakistanis are inbred. And in Turkey, the amount is between 25 to 30%. More stillbirths among immigrants. A rough estimate reveals that close to half of everybody living in the Arab world is inbred. A large percentage of the parents that this is blowing my mind. Actually. So listen to the BBC investigation in Britain several years ago revealed that at least 55% of the Pakistani community in Britain was married to a first cousin. Holy shit. BBC's research also discovered that while British Pakistanis account for just 3.4% of all births in Britain, they accounted for 30% of all British children with recessive disorders and a higher rate of infant mortality.
Wow.
What in the fuck? Labour Party MP has called for a ban on first cousin marriage. Medical evidence shows that one of the negative consequences of inbreeding is a 100% increase in the risk of stillbirths. Wow. That is insane.
The rest of it says, because I have a feeling it's going to cut off. It says one study comparing Norwegians and Pakistanis shows that the risk of the child dies during labor increases by 50%. The risk of death due to autosomal recessive disorders.
I can't see it. The font's too small.
E.g. cystic fibrosis and spinal muscular atrophy is 18 times higher. Risk of death due to malformations is 10 times higher. Mental health is also a risk. The probability of depression is higher in communities where
Consanguine?
I don't know. Some kind of marriages are also high.
Consanguine. Sanguine is relative to blood.
Okay. The closer the blood relative, the higher the risk of mental and physical retardation and schizophrenic illness.
You know, like the word desanguinated means that all of your blood drained.
Dude, check this out. And then there are the findings on intelligence. Research shows that if one's parents are cousins, intelligence goes down 10 to 16 IQ points.
Yeah, so what you have to realize is when you read the Quran, it states that you can marry your first cousins. So a lot of the marriages in the Middle East are first cousins for generations.
They're saying that the risk of having an IQ lower than 70, which is basically being retarded, increases 400% among them.
Yep.
Wow. Wow.
Moral of the story: don't fuck your cousins.
Yeah, cousin fuckers are not good.
Yeah. That's why they're easy to put vests on and delete themselves.
That's wild shit right there, man. Look, it makes sense on why what was that? Ilhan Omar didn't have a problem being married and having kids with her brother.
She didn't have kids with her brother. She just married her brother so he could come to America. She had a kid with her.
I thought they had a kid.
No, they didn't have any children.
No.
Who did she have a kid with then? That was
I think
she
that
has a
one
husband.
white guy she married.
She has a husband that she had a kid with, but she married her brother just to get him into the country.
I gotcha. That sounds like some dumb shit some Muslim, kitty diddler would do.
On that note, man, I got to be out, but I'll be back.
Hey, you go out there and you be great, dirty folks. Don't let them hold you back, and make sure that they know that you're better than a diversity gangbang.
Look, man. You call me diversity. They don't know I have white friends, man. You're not a real white friend though. You admit.
You're the black guy in the white group.
What?
You know I my friends got to be German, bro. I need pure racism, bro. You got oppression racism.
Oh, then you need to be friends with Righteous Muffin then.
Yeah, we're friends now. Best buddies.
What's your genes, Angry?
It's Irish, Scottish, and Scandinavian.
Oh, okay.
Dirty.
Well,
I didn't hear you say
there.
no.
I was almost there with you. I'm Irish, mainly Irish, Scottish, and English.
The wife is Irish, Scottish, and Welsh.
Ooh.
All I'm saying is Dirty didn't say no to our racist friendship.
Also, that means you're are you a descendant of Constantine too?
Yeah.
I think almost everybody that's Welsh is a direct or some kind of descendant of Constantine, man. I swear.
Yeah.
And William the Conqueror, because the wife's got William the Conqueror in her bloodline too.
I am half Anglo, half Indo-Slavic.
So, do you see my picture, Angry?
I do.
Yeah, so that's me and CT hanging out in Cleveland.
Oh, right on. I got a picture of me and angry folks somewhere. I don't know where it went.
I remember that stream of you and dirty folks eating a pizza. That was funny.
Yeah, wasn't it though?
Dinner
So
date.
do you know what I learned yesterday?
Dude, that's a pretty broad question.
Yeah, so yesterday I learned that the female star of the music video Big Papa by Notorious B.I.G. is actually a man.
Little Kim?
She's not in that.
Was a dude?
Little Kim's not in that.
I thought she was in Big Papa.
She's not in Big Papa.
Or is that what's her name? Fucking
And if you go and watch Flavor in Your Ear remix that has LL Cool J in it, the same transgender is in that music video as well.
Good Lord, that brings
Dude, look, man, they've been trying to infiltrate the black community for decades.
That brings up that question again. What did he do?
He didn't do no women.
Well, he did them sometimes because he has kids.
I don't even think they're his kids. I think he had someone else get the woman pregnant because he was scared of pussy like Lynwood is.
Damn.
Just saying. That's my whole thing. Think about it. If you look back at Diddy and when he started really getting Bad Boy to be big and bringing in new artists, you ever notice that they were all young kids? All of them?
Well, of course. But
that man surrounded himself with a bunch of little Macaulay Culkins and shit.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna let King Shinar know if he does not keep me out of his mouth, I'm going to bomb him from the atmosphere.
Savage, are you talking
Well,
about
first off, King Shinard, you've never cooked anything. I mean, I don't think you know how to cook a hamburger, let alone anybody on a panel, for one. Two, you lie your ass off, you fucking tap dance, you fucking windmill all over the place, you don't answer any direct questions, you derail conversations. I told you, if you want to disrupt my panel, it costs $50. It ain't free. And that's not much to ask. You have to put your money where your mouth is. See, it doesn't matter to me whether or not I get the $50 or you come up here. But if you want to come up here, you're going to pay for it.
Is your Cash App Angry Snowman 1?
Yes, sir.
$50, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If the money doesn't show, then you owe me.
Hey, dude. You know, speaking of that,
were you talking about Vixen Shamika?
I am the master of the clit. Remember this fucking face. Wherever you see clit, you'll see this fucking face. I make that shit work. No one rules a clit like me. Not this little fuck. None of you little fucks out there. I am the clit commander. When it comes down to business, this is what I do. I pinch it like this. Oh, you little fuck.
Hey, can you drop the link in the chat?
The link. Oh, for my Cash App?
For the StreamYard.
Oh, for the StreamYard? Yeah, I can do that. You want it in the main chat or the back chat?
I guess in the main chat, you might have had to drop down to restart.
I got you.
Savage drop down.
Okay, he needs it to be able to get back up.
I was going to say Savage didn't know that Vixen Shamika was a trans.
I didn't. Name. Is that who it was?
Yeah, it's Vixen Shamika. It took me a minute to remember her name because I knew you guys were talking about.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's a dude.
These motherfuckers are getting better at fucking pretending to be women.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, they've been practicing it over in Thailand for decades, you know?
The trick is to get them young, according to them.
Did you untime him out?
Oh.
No, I'm serious. They literally start their little transitions at like 12 years old over there.
Hey, shout out to Savage, man. He hit me with that 50 ball. Said,
dang.
He said, fuck King, he a bitch.
Did you untime him out?
No, I haven't done anything, man. The chat is on the chat, man. They control that shit, not me.
A timeout can't be undone by anyone. It can only expire. So
but real quick,
real
quick, let me go ahead and give you a proper shout out, man.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money. Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar.
Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money.
Love me 2 times, baby. Love me twice today. Love me 2 times.
I don't know if that's the type of women you're into, but that's what you got.
All right. So, hey, Garen, what was it that you were telling me about? You're telling me that about some page in Project 2025. You got that pulled up?
Yeah, there. I was going to talk about their nuclear policy, about how they're trying to. Well, to summarize, it's kind of long, so I'll summarize it. Basically, they're trying to start.
What page are you on, sir?
Oh, page. Hold on. Now I gotta find it again.
But shout out to Savage. He's officially the sponsor of tonight's show. Salute to you, sir.
Yeah, I know that homeless piece of shit King Shinar doesn't have any money, so he can't send any over.
I don't think he's ever donated to any streamer, but he talks all kinds of mad shit on everybody's panels.
Yeah,
no,
like, honestly, God,
he wouldn't give any money even if he had it.
Listen, if I ever met him in person,
give him money because he's that annoying and people want to ban him, so they pay like $200.
If
Well,
I ever ran across him in public, I'd be in prison.
Well, you know who's never donated to anybody on a YouTube panel ever?
You?
You?
Me? Yeah, me.
That's terrible.
I'll give a lot of my time, but I don't have the money to give.
I don't expect you to, man. You actually, I've had a lot of good discussions with you off panel, man. So your time and knowledge is often beneficial.
It's more valuable than money because you can't spend it. All you can do is share it, or unfortunately, sometimes we can forget things.
Well, I forget a lot of shit, man. I'm getting old.
Yeah, but if you wasted my time, I'll never get that time back.
Yep.
I think it's actually worse. It's actually worse.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a fair enough point. I mean, I can't argue with that. You know, time wasted is probably one of the biggest things that we take for granted. You know, really is our time.
Well, time spent is different than time wasted. Whether
Yeah,
time has been wasted or not is somewhat subjective. You know, to the
yes,
person.
it's in the eye of the beholder.
Time is subjective as crap.
No, not time itself. Whether it has been wasted or not is somewhat.
Yeah, the
subjective.
concept of that's what I'm saying. The concept
is in the eye of the beholder.
Wasted is subjective.
Right.
Motherfucker
Hey,
won't let me get into the document.
Real quick, Savage, did you get your chicken coop finished?
Of course.
I think you Ben got that done.
Did you?
Yeah.
How many chickens you got now?
16.
Really? Are they all layers, or do you got some for frying? You didn't hear my question, did you?
They're all layers.
Are they?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Where'd you get your
Can you hear
chickens?
me?
Because yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, they're all layers.
Where'd you get your chickens? Because the last couple of years, I ain't been able to find them at like Tractor Supply or Rural King anymore.
Oh, I don't get them from Rural King or Tractor Supply. I get them from my sister.
Oh, do you?
My sister gets them. Yeah.
What's your output? What's your output, Savage?
This dude's never going to have to buy eggs ever again.
I believe him. You said 16. I mean, yeah, I believe it.
So I'm
just curious how much they actually put out on like a daily or weekly basis. I don't even know.
So every breed lays at a different pace. There are some chickens that lay every single day. I don't have 16 of those. So I average anywhere between 8 to 12 every. Like I get at least 8 every day, and then I'll get 12 like every 2 or 3 days.
Oh, so you get a couple dozen a week then?
Shit.
Yeah. You think I was going to say, Savage, you might be able to sell some of those extra eggs.
Yeah,
he's got omelets for days, y'all.
We got 7. We have 7 people in my house, so like we easily on a Saturday morning we'll easily eat 10 or 12 eggs.
Oh yeah, you's probably doing like I used to, man, going to Sam's and buying eggs by the case.
I was going to say I don't really eat that many eggs.
We don't buy eggs. Carton. We don't buy eggs, but like I want to get more chickens.
That's what I want to do. Is I'm putting in a greenhouse in the backyard this fall, and then over the winter, vegetables. Basically, I want to keep my tomato plants going, and I want to be able to grow my own produce all year long rather than just in summer and fall.
I gotta make sure I have enough.
So Red Illusion asked me how I feed them.
Yard for a greenhouse.
So there's so my sister lives like 30 minutes from me. So like 40 or 50 minutes from me is there's this farm that they sell their chicken feed. And the chicken feed they make, and there's no bullshit in it. And it's like $13.50 for a bag of high protein chicken feed. So we go down there and we buy like 5 or 6 or 7 of them at a time. and we
how big's the bag?
50 pounds.
And how long
shit.
does that feed your chicken? How long does one 50-pound bag last for your 16 chickens?
2 days.
It's about a month. It's about a month to a month and a week.
Okay, and I'm assuming that you just scattered on the ground and let them range feed, right?
No, so we have a chicken feeder that they get to, when they're in their coop, they get to eat out of that, and then we free range them during the day, and then we also feed them table scraps.
Have you ever fed one of your chickens a chicken? I didn't catch your answer.
Okay, so a story about that is out where I live, in one of the little towns.
Yeah, hold on. I didn't hear his answer when I asked him the question. He cut out on my end. Have you ever fed one of your chickens a chicken?
Yeah, we feed them chicken. We feed them their own eggshells. When we if we scramble eggs and
oh yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, if we scramble eggs and we don't finish them, we feed them to them.
Well, technically, aren't eggs fried chickens?
No, because not every egg
like
is fertilized.
Yeah.
I mean, but if it was fertilized, I mean, the egg would.
That doesn't count as fried chicken, sir.
Why not? Do you not fry an egg? Does an egg not turn into a chicken?
We don't have a rooster. Yeah, but it's not. It's just an egg. It's just like if I was
to take the eggshell.
I was just trying to be funny, man.
Well, I understand, but if I was to take
leave it to all the white people to ruin the joke.
Well, I didn't realize it was a joke, but
this is a no fun zone, sir.
I can tell, dude. I do. What's up?
You suck, Snowman. Give me back my money.
Well, to be fair, my wife had a kid 9 days ago, so there's no fun time for me. So you have to suffer with me.
I feel you, man, on that. I do.
I mean, Savage, you have enough kids to begin with, so did that ever apply?
Yeah, you gotta wait 6 weeks.
I joined this panel for good comedy, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt.
At least you got
I got this.
What's wrong with you? You niggas are crazy. What's wrong with you? You niggas are crazy. What's wrong with you? You niggas are crazy. What's wrong with y'all? You niggas are crazy. Black man. Nigga!
Oh god.
Black man.
Oh, Pastor Manning is he is a fucking.
He's a saint.
Dude, he is he's a national treasure is what he is. Oh man.
So anyways, I was going to say real quick, in a little town where my office warehouse used to be, there was a Popeye's chicken, and we went through there, and they have like city chickens that just roam around,
chicken from Popeye.
and they would roam all around the Popeye's chicken. And my brother and I went through the drive-through and bought some food, and my brother fucking threw out some fried chicken, and those chickens gobbled it right up. They have no problem eating their own.
Well, if
real
a
quick,
chicken gets sick, they'll kill the chicken and eat it.
So real quick, man, I was telling you earlier that the boy's running cross country, right? He's been trying to. I got him running every day now while cross country's going, and he was pissed at first, but I told him that if he wanted to actually compete, that the only way to compete was to practice, and practice was every day, not just when you have cross country practice. His goal was what was your goal time? What was your target goal initially? Was it 8:30? Okay, so his target goal was to run a mile in 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and that's basically 5 laps around our 2 acres. And tonight he beat his target goal and got 7 minutes and what was it? 55 seconds.
Nice. That's awesome. That's a good mile run.
Yep, I'm proud of him.
How old is he?
9.
Yeah, because a high school male should be able to run it in like 7 minutes and like 10 seconds or something like that. So for him being 9, that's really good.
Yeah, his age group, I think that his coach said that the average time was around 8:30, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. So he's him actually getting up under 8 minutes, getting in the 7-minute mark. He's getting up there into the being able to compete times.
Well, my son started his first day at his new school this week, and he wants to join the Cub Scouts.
I'd let him. I'd just be a scoutmaster if you have the time.
I don't, but I'm going to make the time.
That's a good dad right there, man. You'll enjoy it anyhow, man. You know that.
Well, I was a Boy Scout, but I'm not going to let some odd dude hang out with my kid. No.
Right, I don't blame you. I don't blame you a bit.
I was going to say Savage. You might not even be a dude for all we know.
Yeah, because they let girls in the Boy Scouts now.
Yep.
I mean, they already had the Girl Scouts. They had to go ahead and basically take over the Boy Scouts too.
Yeah. Speaking of, what the heck happened to the Girl Scout program? Did they still even do that?
Well,
yeah,
real quick, Savage, with as many times as we've seen you chop wood on a CT stream, you'll make a great Cub Scout, bro. Or
I'm surprised Savage ain't an Eagle Scout, to be honest with you.
Well, the main reason I'm not an Eagle Scout is because I stopped being a Cub Scout because I had an attitude problem when I was a kid. But
that makes sense with the tattoos.
Yeah, I had a real problem with authority when I was young.
Yeah, so do I. So did I, dude. I can relate.
So, you used to live in Lima?
Yeah.
You know where Ravenna is?
Ravenna.
Yeah, Ohio.
No, I don't.
Do you know where Kent is?
Kent?
Kent.
Yeah, I know where Kent is. Isn't that up?
I live out there.
Okay. I think I know around about where you're at. That's only I think like maybe a couple hours from Lima.
Yeah, I'm far more east than Lima, but
yeah, you're closer to Youngstown, aren't you?
Yeah, Youngstown's like 40 minutes from me.
Okay.
I live pretty much an hour from Cleveland, almost like about 50 minutes from Youngstown, an hour from West Virginia, an hour from PA. Like I'm pretty much like an hour from everything that's like crucial.
You moved yourself right out in the middle of fucking ass fuck nowhere, didn't you?
Yeah, I wanted to get away from all the fucking monkeys.
I don't blame you, man. Me and the wife are getting to where we can
Savage.
We might be able to actually we're getting our credit right to where we might be able to get a home loan by next year, and that's what we're wanting to do. Is we're wanting to try and find a house that's farther out in the country. Farther out in the country, but in the same school district. That way the boy doesn't have to change schools.
He's 9. Him changing schools ain't going to be that big of a deal.
Well, it is because, look, since we moved from Ohio, he's been to 3 different schools now.
Well, quit moving.
Well, you know what? We're going where the money is. You know, we did promise to try and make sure that we wouldn't move out of this school district because he does have a lot of friends. You know, and I understand what it's like having to try and make new friends again.
Yeah, same, dude. The exact same with my daughter. Is she's in 5th grade now, and I think she's been to since BPK and that sort of stuff. Yeah, she's been to 3 or 4 different schools, three schools. And so yeah, I finally got her into a school that she's been in for the last couple of years, and it's the exact same thing. Where like it's one of those things where like the kid has to understand. You know, we have to give the kid stability. And part of that is the school that they go to.
Well, I disagree. In the next couple years, I'm probably going to be buying 50 to 150 acres of land, and I doubt that's going to be in the same school district that I'm currently in. So my kids are just going to have to suck it up.
How many different schools have they been to? Sorry, Savage, real quick. How many different schools have your kids been to over the years? I don't know how old your kids are.
So my 10-year-old, this is his second school. My 7-year-old, this is his second school. My 5-year-old starts school next week, so this will be her first school. And then the rest of my kids are 21 months and 9 days, so they haven't started school yet.
Jesus Christ, dude, you got an army like I do.
So I'd agree. I'd agree with you that when they're at that young age, you know, and they've only been to a couple of different schools, that's fine. But you know, when your kids are a little bit older and they've been to like 3-4 different schools, you know, so it's a little bit different when you're trying to find stability for them because you know they're trying to it's you know having to integrate into each different school. Make friends and all that sort of stuff. You know,
I'm surprised Savage don't make. Savage. I'm surprised you don't make your kids teach themselves.
So my wife is a stay-at-home mom, so she works with the kids a lot. Like my 21-month-old can say sentences. She knows sign language. The other day, my wife told her she was being a turd. She looked at her and said, "I am a turd."
Dude, Mikey, he was talking before he was a year old. He wasn't making like full sentences, but he was saying words before a year old. And by the time he was 2 years old, you could talk to him like he was 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Why ain't your wife homeschooling there, Savage?
Well, to be honest, our oldest son has lead poisoning, and he's on the spectrum, so he's a little delayed. So, like,
how do you know he had lead poisoning?
Because he tested positive for lead poisoning.
Really?
So this is he got lead poisoning when he was 9 months old. So
really, how? I'm sorry, you don't have to answer that.
No, I'll tell you. My oldest son is not my biological son. That's my wife's son. So his father is a Jamaican first generation, and he is a deadbeat. And he was one of those guys that likes to wear a bunch of accessories. So he had some jewelry from tourist spot in Florida, and it was like the thing was full of lead.
He thought it was silver and it was lead.
So when he was a kid, he was holding our son, and then he was touching it and putting his hands in his mouth. So when he put his hands in his mouth, his body absorbed the lead, and then they didn't know what was going on for months. So he had super high levels of lead in his system.
Wow. So
my 10-year-old has the mental capacity of like a 7 or 8-year-old.
That's your oldest that we've seen on streams with you, right?
Both of my sons are mixed, so like you've seen either one of them. They're about the same height and they look similar, so you could have seen either one.
Right. Okay. I mean,
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. I was curious because I don't know if you've heard me mention it, Savage, but you know, I removed lead-based paint, asbestos, and mold for a living for the last 10 years. So when you mentioned lead, I was very curious about that.
Yeah. He's the first, like in Portage County, Ohio. He was the first tested case of getting it from a necklace. Like they didn't even know about the necklaces had lead and stuff in it here in Ohio. Yeah. So but he goes to an IED program at school. So like obviously it's my wife's oldest son, so she kind of has some sort of baby into him. So him being taught by her wouldn't necessarily be maybe the best thing for him. And then my older kids, my oldest daughter, her mom neglected her and was using drugs while she was pregnant. So she has behavior issues. So again, she needs somebody that has more credentials than my wife.
Have you ever heard of that app for kids called ABC Mouse?
No.
You ought to check it out, man. That's what I used for Mikey, and I'm currently using for Lily to get her prepared for kindergarten for next year.
And also sorry, Brian.
I was just going to say it's really inexpensive. I think when I got it for Mikey, it was like $100 for a year subscription. And dude, the things that they teach is unbelievable, bro. For real, it's crazy.
And I was just gonna say another one is education.com. It's similar to ABC. I know what you're talking about there, Snowman. But yeah, education.com is another one where you can print off sheets and things for the kids to do as well to help teach them. I think that's like $15 a month.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. My wife just doesn't have it in her homeschooling. Like
no, with these, it ain't necessarily homeschooling. What it is an app that your kids think is a video game for them, and it actually teaches them stuff.
Well, no,
ABC Mouse. ABC Mouse is a good one. I know what you're talking about there, Snowman. It's a good one because, like you said, like you can put it on like phones and tablets or put them on computer. Yep. And they make it. They're like the educational games that we used to play when they were trying to teach us how to use a keyboard and that sort of stuff. Savage.
Well, so like none of my kids are like he's just his cognitive abilities is delayed, but he's not retarded. Like he can take care of himself.
Yeah, I wasn't implying that he was.
Yeah, but like
now I'll be honest with you. My oldest son, Mikey, here at the house, there's times that I think he's retarded. Seriously.
Oh. Well, like my 10-year-old can drive a 4-wheeler like a champ. Like he's just autistic. So, like he just he doesn't like change. He has like some tics because of his autism. He also was diagnosed with Crohn's when he was 3 years old, and he said he had open heart surgery when he was 4. So, long story short, he just needs he has special needs, and my wife, as great of a wife as she is, she just does not have the fortitude to raise these kids and teach them.
Hey, look, I'll be honest with you, Savage. It sounds like you guys got a lot on your plate with your kids, man, and it takes a lot. Look, I commend you for actually staying and being a dad to the kids and not doing like some of us would do and walk away from that shit.
Yeah,
for real, because it ain't easy.
Sounds like you got a jungle over there, Savage.
Well, my house is peaceful. I have 2 baby moms. I have custody of all my children.
Oh, you're a reformed pookie like me.
Yeah, all my kids live in my house. I'm trying to. Also, if I was to not let my wife send the kids to public school, I probably couldn't get any more kids out of her. So
public schools. I understand people's apprehension with them, especially after the whole shutdown shit and what people found out when they started paying attention when their kids were doing the e-learning and shit. But really, in all honesty, all parents have to do is be involved with what their kids are doing at school, and they can really, be able to, counter a lot of that shit.
Yeah. Well, where I live, we have a good school district, and then on top of the good school district, we went to school with one of the principals is a part of our church, and we went to school with her.
Nice.
So like we have a way tighter grip on what's.
Oh God.
Yeah, we have a way tighter grip on what's going on.
Right.
In our schools than maybe the average person.
Right.
Yeah, but you said her, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's an assistant vice principal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, where my kids go to school here in Indiana, it's one of the last conservative schools in the area.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so conservative that when my wife was talking to her employees at work about where Mikey was going to be going to school, they all question her, like, "Are you sure you want your kid going to that conservative school like that?" And she said, "It's a conservative school? Hell yeah, that's where I want my kids going."
Yeah, I put my daughter in a private Christian school, and where I live, there's I get a scholarship because of how much I make as a single father. That helps me with the tuition. So I mean, I'm very fortunate with that. And it's
Damn,
I mean,
and look, how are all you white people getting all this free money and I can't even get approved for disability?
Bro, freaking, I got white privilege, son. You're just in the wrong places.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Disability, they try to deny you and mess around. That's one of those things they don't care. They're trying to pay.
Disability, workman's comp, SS, dude, anything that you actually paid into and you're owed, they try to fight you on.
Yeah. So, Muffin, why don't you start your own business?
Why don't you start your own business? Just kidding.
I'm so sorry.
That's why you always see me driving in my truck.
I know.
All right. Sorry, my daughter's talking to me for 1 sec, so I'm going to mute myself. I'll come back to you.
I think you should start a pastry company called Righteous Muffins.
And you only sell semen-filled donuts.
Yes.
and
That's wrong.
Your glazed donuts are special batter.
Yeah, he takes his glazing seriously. Well, actually, we probably shouldn't be saying that, man. His daughter's listening to all of this shit.
I'm assuming he has headphones on.
He may.
But he just, if he's been doing something for 10 years, then he just needs to start his own LLC and start doing it himself.
It's a lot of time. I understand what you're saying, man, but you know, just with what you do, you know that, man, trying to start a construction business nowadays, it isn't as easy as what it used to be, man. They're trying to make it impossible for, you know.
You just have to know, you just have to know the loopholes. So why don't you start your own business, Muffin?
Because I'm a chicken.
Okay, well,
it's a whole lot of work.
All this big talk that you do online and really in real life, you're a pussy.
Listen, you need to grow.
Well,
you need to let your balls hang, bro.
When it comes, when it comes to something like that, it's a little bit different. I'm a single father. I don't have someone here to back me up and take care of my child.
I get you, man. I'm just throwing. I'm just.
That's what's up.
Hey, don't get hard, penis. I was only joking.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Look. I don't really care because I don't mind admitting my faults and where I'm wrong and everything like that. I really don't care.
So listen.
But so the thing is like, look, I've been doing asbestos mold and lead-based paint removal for the last 10 years. I was working for my brother. He got messed up in a car accident, and so his business has been going down. And so I had to move on to a different company here recently, which is I don't do asbestos and lead-based paint removal anymore. So it's now focused solely on mold and water damage sort of stuff.
Okay, so Muffin, how old are you?
35.
Okay, so we're the same age.
I'll be 35 in a couple of weeks actually. Tomorrow is September. I'll be 35 at the end of September.
All right, so I'm about 6 months older than you. So I'm gonna pull my 6 months of seniority here.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to let me listen to my elders here.
Yeah, and tell you
this
to listen.
Is fucking hilarious to me here, you guys.
So what you need to do is you need to take side jobs and start growing your business by doing extra work in something that you know. And you need to look for a woman and get married, because I'm telling you that your money will triple if you find the right woman.
He's not lying there, man, at all whatsoever. I have more money now that I'm married to a woman that actually takes marriage serious than I've ever had in my life.
Yes.
I don't think you're wrong. But look, the truth is that like I don't put myself out there. I don't try to. The other thing is that I'm extremely socially awkward when it comes to the opposite sex. And then because I'm raising a little girl, the last thing that I want her to see is me trying to be a gigolo and dating a whole bunch of women and bringing them in and out of the house and that sort of stuff. I think it sets the wrong example for if I'm trying to teach her that she should be dating to marry, and then if I'm going on multiple dates or something like that. So it's one of those things where I'm just kind of I just kind of keep to myself, bro.
So listen, I've been where you've been. I knew my wife when we went to school together, and she was friends with my brother. So we started seeing each other so we went to school together in high school and middle school. I didn't start talking to her till I was like 33. I think 32 or 33. And we got married within 10 months. You don't have to bring a bunch of random women into your kid's life, but you need to have a goal and a mindset of what you're doing. Because I'm going to tell you, if you just keep doing the same thing that you're doing, you're robbing your child of a future. Because whatever you're doing right now is only going to get better by $2 a year.
It's not only that, man. You're going to need a woman's help when it comes time for your daughter to start growing into a woman.
She started that 2 years ago, right before she turned 10.
I feel sorry for you.
Yep.
Yeah. You like. So. Like. If you honestly look into finding a good woman and you put yourself out there, you'll find one, but you have to be looking. And
and that's sorry. Go ahead.
Finding a good woman, your money will triple.
Yeah. Well, look, man.
And then look, I'm gonna go and. I'm not like savage where I try to push marriage on everyone. I understand that some people, that isn't for them. I get it. But I do like to actually be one of the people that point out the net positives to it rather than being one of these, doomers on YouTube in the manosphere and black manosphere that only seem to focus on the negatives.
No. So, man, funny enough, honestly, like when I'm on CT's channel, or John, I don't know if you know John Galt. I've hopped on his stream as well.
Yeah, everybody knows John.
Okay, so look, I'm very much one of those people who pushes for marriage and not having sex before marriage and those conservative Christian values and everything like that. I'm very much one of those people because I very much understand
the social dynamics of it.
Yep. Yes, and not just that, but how much better it is for trying to raise a child, especially a little girl when I'm a man, and I don't understand that sort of stuff at all. So no, I mean I'm very much one of those people who believes in those traditional values. It's just one of those things where, like I said, man, I'm just trying to focus on. Look, she's inside. Her mother, to be honest with you, she cheated on me multiple times, fucked me up in many ways, and everything like that. And it's just one of those things where, just didn't feel like putting myself out there for pretty much. To be honest, yeah. I mean, to be honest,
I feel you on that, dude. I was on a 3-year hiatus between my younger two kids' mom and my wife. Like I literally was the biggest fucking womanizing misogynist out there, and I let them know that that's what I was doing.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing: is again, like, look, it really is. Like, I mean it when I say it. Like, it's not that I'm some player with game or anything like that, but it is one of those things where I don't want to be one of those guys bringing in women who may or may not be able to stay, or we're not compatible, or whatever the case may be, and my daughter seeing all of that sort of stuff and that sort of stuff. So I'm trying to live by principles that I want my daughter to grow up and see and everything like that, and
Yeah. So Muffin, I can respect it, but this is let's be honest here. You got your heart shattered by a girl that cheated on you, and now you're scared, so you're sticking to this position that you don't have to take a risk. And I'm telling you right now that you think what you're doing is going to is going to be better, but the issue that you're going to run into is your kid is still growing up without seeing a woman in your life. So regardless of you, you're taking it to an extreme, saying, "Hey, I don't want a bunch of women to be in my kid's life." No one said that you need to date every woman you see or all sorts of women and bring them around your kid. We're just trying to tell you that if you believe in tradition and you believe in the moral principles of tradition, then you should put yourself out there and look for that, because you'll find it.
Yeah, the best way to advocate for your platform and your worldview is to actually participate in it.
Yeah, and I understand. I understand what you're.
Look, Savage, you're absolutely right. Look, man, I'm brutally honest with everybody else just as much as I am with myself. You're absolutely right. Yes, I got my heart broken, and I don't want to go through that bullshit again. That's the biggest thing.
But guess what? If you want more for your daughter right now, you have to take risks.
You're going to have to take the risk.
Starting a business is taking a risk. Looking for a woman is taking a risk. Like, there's not going to be anything to your life that's going to happen without some sort of risk. And I can tell you, I've been cheated on. I've done a bunch of cheating.
So have I.
I've slept with a bunch of women. I had a woman intentionally want to tell me she wanted to have my kid. And when I was a pookie, she took her birth control out and got pregnant, and then had a deletion and told me she did it to upset me. Like,
damn, that's harsh.
Yes. So you just, as a dude, you just have to get over it. Like, you're just
we was just listening to a TikTok stream yesterday that I did where this woman tried saying that women don't get abortions out of spite and revenge.
Yeah. So you're like, listen, I'm a red pill through and through. I don't think that marriage is necessarily the most fairest thing to men. And I am a misogynist, and I completely believe that women are not good at a lot of things. but the issue that you have to come down to is, so prior to being married, I've worked in the electrical field for going on 10 years. All right. I have 2 baby moms. I was paying $600 a month child support, making like $20 an hour. All right. When I first had my son, which was 7 years ago, I was making $17 an hour.
Sorry.
I was paying $1,300 a month in child support for one kid. I
was paying $1,200 for 2.
I was living off of $200 a week for months.
Yeah, on paper it says you make good money, but after everyone sticks their hand in your fucking wallet, you can barely fucking afford to feed yourself.
I was making $800 a month after I was paying this child support and taxes. I always, on paper, made good money.
Right.
It wasn't until I got married that I actually was able to depend on someone else and make more money.
Right. And so that's what killed me, what you're saying. I did not realize that if you get the right person, that you guys literally create wealth together. So on a level that you can't do by yourself.
I'm gonna give you a cheat code. So today, all right, I'm currently working on a bar downtown Cleveland in Ohio City. It's a $2,000 job. All right, that's what I've been doing this week. But on the way to do that, I had 2 service calls to do. I made $450 an hour doing these 2 service calls. I'm also finishing up a job that's a $9,000 basement that's 500 square feet that I finished. And I'm currently wiring a house in a city called Hartville. That's another $7,000. That would not be possible with me having my kids if I didn't have a wife who stays at home. Right. Now I shoulder all of the bills, and I take the responsibility of fixing all the things around the house. And of course, I have to deal with a wife, so she's married to me. So when she bitches, she thinks it's super important. but I make an insane more amount of money than I did prior to being married. And I haven't worked because I work a day job during the day. I work for an electrical company during the day, and then I work for myself after work and on the weekends. I'm trying to convince my wife that's a good idea for me to quit my job.
So I'm assuming you got your journeymans then.
I'm actually a third-year apprentice. I have to finish this year and next year to get my journeyman's card. Okay. But I've been in the trade long enough that I'm effectively a journeyman without the paper.
Yeah, when you said 10 years, I was just expecting you to say journeyman on your way to becoming a master.
Ohio doesn't have a master.
Well, they don't?
Right. Well,
no.
Savage, here's the thing is that your skill set in electrical is a lot different than mine when it comes to mold, asbestos, and lead. Those things to try and go into a business like that. There's a lot of licensures and that sort of stuff that you have to do. A whole lot more regulations that you have to follow when it comes to doing that sort of business.
Yeah, the hazmat regulations on asbestos are ridiculous.
Yeah. So
depending on the state that you live in, but that's what I'm saying is that's been my skill set for the last 10 years. So it's a lot different than just doing electrical work. Not being rude. I mean, look, electrician, you guys make good money. You guys make great money, and I know that.
Electricians are actually underpaid, in my opinion.
Sir, but that's what you have to realize.
But starting a business in electrical is way different than trying to start a business in asbestos.
It's not that far off. So my business is not electrical. So in order to have an electrical business, you have to have an electrical license.
In every town that you in Ohio, every town that you're doing electric in,
you have to pass the state electrical test, which is you have to be in the trade for 5 years, and you have to take a 2-day test. That's 8 hours per day, and if you can't fail it, so you also can't be a felon. So when I told you that I was finishing a basement, what I'm telling you is I'm a trained electrician, but I was not trained at my job to frame walls and do drywall. I went out of my way to learn these skills so that I would be able to make more money doing something other than electrical work as well.
So your business is just general contracting then?
I'm a general contractor. And I use my company that I work for. I ask my owner to pull permits for me when I need permits pulled. Like, you have to not think of excuses, and you have to think of ways to overcome your problems.
So I'm assuming you work off of, if it was an electrical job, you work off of your boss's license. That way it'll pass.
Correct.
Code inspection, right?
Yes. So if I need a permit, I'll call my boss. He'll be like, yeah, give me the info. He pulls the permit. I do all the work. I do the inspection. I pass the inspection. It goes under his license, and I get paid. But the reason I'm able to do that is because I took what I do seriously, and I have a relationship with the owner of my company, which my company has over 120 employees. Like, I don't work for like a small business. And
how many Mexicans did they hire?
None.
Really? Wow. Because there's a lot of Mexican. Dude, when I was in Lima, there were so many Mexicans in the electrical field.
Yeah, we don't have any electrical Mexicans. Like, we don't.
Because I used to work for Challenge Electric. I was one of their IT supervisors out there. I took care of all the fiber and Cat 6 data trunk, all that shit. Build IDFs and PLCs and shit like that. And I didn't have no certifications. I wasn't BISCI certified or any of that shit. I ran all underneath Challenge's certifications.
Yeah, most companies only have one license. But what I'm trying to tell you is it's not what I'm telling you that may not work when it comes to the trade that you have. but you have to think outside the box if you want more. Is what the whole purpose is. I'm trying to tell you. You have to make some sort of step other than the situation that you're in. Is what I'm trying to get you to understand. You have to take some sort of risk.
And he's talking to you, Muffin, not me.
Yeah.
No, I know, and I also know that you're absolutely correct. I also know that due to my upbringing, I'm risk avertant. How about that? You know, let's say it nicely. I'm afraid of risk, y'all. So, and, you know, look, and that's the truth. Is I don't deny my shortcomings. I don't lie about them, whether it's to other
Muffin,
people or myself. You know,
it's not about admitting your shortcomings or it's not any of that. It's I've been where you are and you can be somewhere else. All you have to do is be willing to listen and do something different than you're doing. It's like I like you having one leg that's longer than the other doesn't matter. You can't read doesn't matter. I'm just telling you that you need to do something other than what you're doing. And I did it and I'm more of a fuck up than you are. So
dude, I did it, and I'm more of a fuck up than you are.
Well, what if
Right.
what if I have one of those eyes that kind of wanders off to the side every time I blink?
Dude, I used to have one of those. Get some glasses, you'll be all right.
Measure 3 times before you cut. Like,
make sure you get a
Christ.
Dude, they have tape measures that tell you all the way down to the 1/8 inch, man, and they literally spell it out for you, so you don't have to worry about whether or not you counted the hashes wrong.
yeah, like you just have to think outside the box, and you also have to find ways to save money. Like, what state do you live in?
Florida.
Yeah, well, there's your problem right there. Move the fuck out of Florida.
Right. Dude, I think Florida's a trap for conservatives anyhow. They're trying to get you all down there so they can off you.
Well, look, this is where a lot of my family lives. This is where I was born and raised. And,
I get it.
So, like, look, the thing is like, hang on, real quick. Let me go through this. I moved to North Carolina, where my dad lived. I lived there for about 10 years. That's where I met the whore of my baby mama. And we had a child, and then my brother offered me a job doing the asbestos mold remediation, all that sort of stuff. And I finally moved back down here, and this is where I've been for the last 10 years. And because of him offering me that job and paying me and everything like that, I was able to get primary custody of my daughter, have her down here for schooling and everything like that. And then unfortunately, just because of the way that the market has been, things that have happened with my brother and everything like that, he's having to get rid of his business, and I had to get a new job doing, instead of the asbestos mold and lead-based paint stuff, now I'm just doing mold remediation. But it's also one of those things where because I've moved through so many different areas in Florida. My daughter has been to 4 different schools in her 5-6 years of schooling, and trying to get
you're wanting to root your feet in the ground somewhere.
Yeah. So
yes, yes, I am, and look, that is a huge part of it, is because I've been so unstable for my daughter and her growing up and everything like that. I'm trying to get.
You feel like you're robbing her of stability, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
And because, and also real quick, because look, I just want to say that, like, again, as I'm saying, as I've been telling y'all, look, I've been a fuck up, and I've been trying to be better and grow and everything like that, and it's taken me a long time just to get to where I am now, of trying to bring her some sort of stability, and being a better man and all that sort of stuff, and being a better father. It's one of those things where, like, yes, it's a fear thing of trying to go into something like that, and yes, rob my daughter of a stability and security that I've been able to finally get to for her.
So, Muffin, listen. Your brother has a business, so that means he's permitted and licensed. He has all the qualifications that are needed. You easily could tell him, hey, let's do this. Let me take over the business because you're fucked up. You already have the skill trade. You're hungry for money. You go out. You can get the jobs. You can do the work. But allowing your brother who's fucked up and can't do anything, that's why the business is crashing. Also, you have to realize that working in Florida, you make less money on average than other people in the country. Florida does.
I mean, sure, but it also depends on the cost of living and all that sort of
Florida's
stuff.
cost of living is
it's not as
high.
simple as that.
Florida's cost of living is high,
depending on where you are.
Dude, compared to Ohio, Florida's cost of living is through the
crazy.
roof.
Yeah.
Sure.
So listen. So a guy that I know that I grew up with, his dad's been an electrician his entire life. All right. He is now a manager of a company down in Florida. Guess how much money? 30 years in the trade. How much he makes?
30 years.
30 years. Let's go with 80.
He's not.
You said in Florida, 80,000.
Yeah, I was going to say he ain't even making six figures yet.
He makes $27 an hour in Florida.
Shit, I make that much or more.
That's crazy, dude.
Do you know how much my buddy's been an electrician longer than me? Do you know how much money he made when he lived in Florida?
Well, going based off of what you just said, I'm going to say $23 an hour.
$18 an hour. Whew. Do you know how much a guy makes up here in Ohio with less experience than less years than my buddy in Florida?
Okay, hang on. Let's going based off what you said and adjusting for the way that you're talking. Let's go with $30 an hour.
$28 an hour.
Okay.
And what was he doing, Savage? What's up,
Rashu?
So the fact of the matter is in Florida, you're a right to work state. The labor costs in the South are less. Ohio itself has lower cost of living and has higher wages. Like $100 of before all this inflation, $100 worth of goods would get you $120 worth of goods. So in other places in the country, you get better bang for your buck. Now, I can only assume that Florida is worse now that you have all the people that are migrating from across the country into Florida. But already the labor costs in Florida are low. Like if you go on, if you go on internet and type in union journeyman wages, you're going to see that in Ohio, a journeyman electrician makes like 90 grand a year. You look in Florida where the unions are not as strong, they're making like 60 or 70.
Yeah, but I don't believe in unions.
Well, I experienced the same thing on the electronic side of things because I build electronics for usually the DoD, but outside of that as well too. But like typically,
hey, real quick before you get going, I'm gonna bounce out for a minute and go do some stuff with my wife. I'll be back if you guys are still here. Cyber, you got the controls.
You're gonna do some stuff?
Yeah, I'm gonna go blow my wife's guts out.
You are.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah.
So you're giving me the power, right?
Who?
You're giving me the power since Cyber abuses your your sounders.
No, Cyber gets the controls.
Oh, son of a bitch! I'll get there one day.
This is your first time on the panel, man. Cyber's been coming around since the Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja days.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll get there one day. Don't worry, Snowman.
You know, I mean,
YDH, rise up, bro.
Right, but yeah, I'm gonna go spend some time with the wife. If you guys are still on in about a half hour or so, because I'm Al Bundy this shit.
Let's be honest. You don't need a half hour. You're gonna have a good 5 minutes, and you'll be tired.
Oh no, dude, it's got to be at least a half hour, man. Yeah, because I want some time invested in me.
Yeah. You want some cuddle time. It's all right.
Listen,
we get you,
just because you're gonna eat it for 25 minutes doesn't mean that you were still having intercourse for 30.
5
Well,
minutes.
shit, that tongue is going in something, is it not?
5 minutes in heaven is better than no minutes in heaven.
Facts, man. And you know what? She can't get pregnant no more, so I can beat it up, and I ain't got to worry about not pulling out.
Well, I never pull out even if I had to worry.
Neither did I. That's why I have so many fucking kids.
Well, hey, if it ain't worth doing again, it wasn't worth doing the first time.
Dude, my pullout game has always been trash.
Oh yeah, I can't back a car out of a parking spot.
For real, bro. But yeah, I'll see you guys here in a bit, man. If you guys are still doing it, man. But if you guys are get done, you're free to close it down if you want, Cyber. All right.
All right, man.
All right, man. Deuces. Hey, and shout out to everybody. If I don't see you, shout out to everybody who came through and rocked with us, man. You guys actually helped me get record numbers tonight. At one point, there were 40 of you guys watching.
Did you get my Cash App yesterday?
Yes, I did. Right at the end, I got your super chat, man. I appreciate that, brother. I do.
No problem. All right, man.
I do. But yeah, man. I do appreciate everybody that got us record numbers watching tonight, man. I've never had 40 people watching, just me. So I appreciate that.
It wasn't just you.
And not only that, man. We are actually about 102 subs away from that 1,000 mark. And like I said, as soon as I hit 1,000, man, we're going to have another one of them raffles where I give away two $50 gift cards.
Awesome, man. Cheers.
Yep. Later, guys. And Shenard, why don't you go eat a bag of dicks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
what I was saying was like I go through that same thing, right? Like I was going to move to Texas a couple years ago, and just because my company that I was working for at the time was moving down there, and I'm like, hey, the cost of living is cheaper, whatever. But I got offered literally probably 40 grand more to stay in the DMV at the time to work for NASA. And I'm like, oh shit, you know what I mean? So once I did that, stayed here for a little bit, and then moved to a private company, was able to increase that money even more. So it was just like one of those things, you know what I mean? Like just staying in this area, it helped me get more certifications and more experience, but at the same time, I have to deal with the cost of living and all the other bullshit. So I drive literally like an hour and 30 minutes to work every day.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you have to look outside the box and figure something out. Even like right now, I'm sure there's plenty of places around you that throw out pallets. Pallets are like people try to get rid of them for free. If you decided to take the time to pull them apart and learn how to do woodcraft and make tables or something and do some creative, you could make extra money. Like you just have to think outside of the box, and you can't accept just sitting and wallowing in where you're at. That's the moral of the story, from one man to another. If you want more out of life, you gotta do a little extra.
Yeah. No, look, man, you're absolutely right, and it's one of the things that I've been contending with is getting over my own laziness. Again, like I don't make any, I make excuses, but also at the same time, I'm honest with myself, and when I'm having an honest discussion of other people, I can admit these sorts of things, and I know that one of my biggest problems is laziness and fear of failure. I know that.
Well, like I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm lazy. Like I do a lot of shit, but like if I can
but
find
Savage,
a reason,
you have way more. You have way more going on than I do. So you know, I get it. It's one of those things where it's like, Jesus Christ, when I hear about your life and the things that you do, just like Jesus, you know, all I have are lazy excuses. You know, you're absolutely right, man. I really do understand that. And I don't want to be this way, because I really do want to look. One of the things is I've made tons of mistakes in my life and been a fuck up for most of my life, and one of the things that I've wanted to do is try to raise my daughter in a way to where she understands that it's because of all the fuck ups that I've made that I am where I am and everything like that, and I don't want her to be the same person as me. And her mom, luckily, her mom is the same way, and her mom and I have had many discussions about this, where like, you know, if we're trying to try and make our children be better, when we're having these discussions, we have to be honest about why it is that we are where we are, and why it is that we're being hypocritical in trying to raise our children to be better than ourselves. You know what I mean?
so I want you to understand something. You need to just grab your balls. Like I tell my kid, like my son's mom, I tell her, listen, he's not watching YouTube no more. That shit's done. Like you have to realize that what you tell your kids is not what your kids learn. It's what they see.
Right? Yep.
If they see you making excuses, it doesn't matter if you tell them that they need to try hard or do this. They're gonna see what you're doing and they're gonna do that.
Yep. I literally had this discussion with my daughter today. And you know, like not necessarily about work and that sort of stuff, but when it comes to like using bad language, you know, just to give a small example, I literally had this discussion with my daughter about that exact same thing. When, you know, I have to admit that the reason that she wants to try and talk and act the way that she does is because that she's seen me and her mother act that way, because we weren't better people when she was younger.
Well, you also gotta realize that kids are just kids. They're gonna do and say dumb shit. Like that's just the nature of being a child.
Yeah, but they're mirror reflections of us, the parents. You know, and I accept that, and I know that. It's one of the, and I would also say that it's one of the things that I don't think that most people realize and recognize these days. And so it's one of those things where I've tried to take up the mantle of extreme ownership of when and where
that's not true.
I fucked up.
But that's not true. Like kids come out of the womb lying. Like they learn that skill very young about lying. They don't know that you're lying to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like there's natural human effects that we have. Like our heart leads us astray, as the Bible says. So you also have to realize that kids are going to be kids, and you can't put so much weight onto things. Like obviously, if you're pimping women or smoking crack in front of your kid, then you can take blame for that stuff. But your kid being rebellious or lying or stealing, these are normal things of the human condition. You even can be a saint, and they're still going to do shit that you don't agree with. Just the nature of the beast.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that, Savage. I'm just saying that, like, look, like, you know, again, whenever you've heard me come up on CT's panel or anything like that, and talk about the things that I do when it comes to morals and all that sort of stuff, you know, look, we're having an honest discussion, you and I really appreciate this, Savage. I think from the discussion we've had, you're obviously a great man, and you're doing everything that you can and everything like that. And so it's the same thing where, you're honestly trying to help me be a better person and be a better father for my child. And so the respect that I show is by giving you the full unfiltered truth. Whether it hurts my image or not, I really don't care about that. It's more about you really trying to you're really trying to help me and everything like that. And so that's why I'm being the way that I am.
Well, I'm just letting you know, I'm not a great man. I'm an absolute piece of shit. No one is good but God. All right?
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is I just know what I've done, and I know where I've been, and I know what I did to change those things. And I'm just giving you knowledge that helped me.
But you are working on changing that, and you have been working on changing that for a long time. And you're making different decisions, and it sounds like better decisions than I'm making myself. And like you said, you're trying to help me recognize that as well.
Yeah, but things in life are a lot more simpler than you think. Do you know why I started my own business? Okay, so let me back up. Do you know why I did work outside of my normal job for the whole 10 years that I've been in the trade?
Because you don't like being told what to do.
No, because of fucking child support. That's why.
And you don't like being told what to do.
Child support was hitting me so hard that I had to physically work outside of my normal job to be able to survive. All right. The reason I started I've been literally doing side work since I was 6 months in the trade as an electrician. All right. The reason I started my business a year ago was because my wife gave birth to our daughter. She was on maternity leave. After 3 weeks of being back, she lost her job. Like, this isn't like some great story. Like, when you ask someone how they met and they give you this crazy scenario of, oh, well, we both met each other, but we didn't know it when we were 5 at this certain store, and then we met again at the same store at 20. Like, no, it's real simple. My wife lost her job because Rite Aid was going bankrupt, and they owned a company called Elixis, and they fired a bunch of people. So I said, hey, just stay home. I'll actually incorporate my business, and I'll just work more so you can stay home. It was that simple. It was a need that needed to be met, and I just fulfilled it. I'm just trying to tell you that life comes to it's much simpler. You have a need, and you have to fulfill it. That's all. I'm not some grandiose super person. I'm not a saint. I am a piece of shit with tattoos on my face that just makes better choices now.
Yeah. What I meant by that, look, Savage, obviously, you're a man who rose to the challenge that you had to face, and I haven't had the same challenges as you have. I'm very fortunate in the challenges that I've had to face and everything like that. So that's the only thing. And so when I say that you're a better man or a great man or whatever, look, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you're a God, near God or something like that. I'm saying that you're, you rose to the challenge that you had to face, and you've obviously met it and or overcome it. And you're honestly, look, man, you're honestly really trying to help me, and I appreciate that. And definitely honestly, outside of the stream, I'd love to talk to you more about these sorts of things, so that I can honestly, I can get over my own fears of failure and that sort of stuff, and trying to push past my laziness. Honestly, I really mean this.
That's why it's good to have conversations with people. You know,
like, do you think we need more strong men in the United States?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then you just need to do that. It's that simple. There's days that I don't want to get up and go to work. You just get up and go to work. There's days that you don't want to stop what you're doing because your wife is bitching about something that she thinks important that doesn't matter to anybody. You go do it.
Yeah.
Like, that's what separates men from boys is men do things that they don't want to do and boys do things that they want to do.
Right. What? Hey, I just want to say, like, look. I face that challenge every single day, Savage, about not wanting to get up and go to work, but I do, yada yada. That's completely different from starting your own business and doing your own thing. You know what I'm saying? That's completely different.
Well, see, as a person that started my own business, I can tell you it's not. Do you know why most businesses fail?
They don't work hard enough.
Overhead. Overhead. Okay. So if you start a business where you don't have any overhead, guess what happens when you only make $400 for the year?
Wow. You don't have a business for very long.
No, you're in the positive. You're in the positive.
Okay. Well, God damn it. I'm just confused, Savage.
This is what you need to understand. Most people, when they start businesses or they buy property, like, say you wanted to buy an apartment building, okay? The average standard to make your money back on an apartment building is 5 to 10 years. Most people invest into something expecting not to make money for years on a thing.
Yeah.
Okay? If you start a business, which there's literally a company that you can pay $500 and they will do all the paperwork for you, or you can do all the paperwork yourself to file for your LLC. Okay? If you have no overhead, okay, and you make $400 in 12 months, do you know what that means that you're doing? You are making a profit your first year. You don't have to make $1 million, but if you make $1 more than you lose, you're a success. That's the point of view that you need to change your mind to. The average person, when they buy a company or they buy a business or they buy real estate or any of these things, if you go and buy a house that you want to rent out and it costs you $150,000 to buy the house, and you're going to rent that house out for $2,000 a month, how many months is it going to take you to where you break even?
I'm so sorry. Say that one more time.
If you buy a house for $150,000 and you plan on renting it out for $2,000 a month, how many months is it going to take you to break even on the $150,000 that you spent?
Let's see, 10
years.
20, yeah. So 5 years?
At least 5 years.
Something like that.
Okay.
Wait. No.
Around
Like,
seven, probably around 7 years.
It'd be like closer to 10 years.
No, 10 years would be 250.
It would probably be like 7. But
you're going to make $24,000 every year. So after 4 years, you're going to be at 100,000. So it's going to take you about 6 to 7 years to break even because you have to take into account the taxes and you're going to have to take into account any maintenance that needs done in that period. But the point, and you're also not going to have someone renting it every single month. But the point that I'm trying to tell you is, in that business model of owning property and making income that's coming in every month, you're not even going to break even in 6 years. If you can start a business and not have any overhead and make $400, you are winning. All right? When it comes to owning a business, you can write shit off. The reason that you see Donald Trump not pay taxes is because he can write off things. Writing things off is what lets you keep your money.
That's a fact.
You need to learn how to make the system work for you. And I'm trying to tell you this because you're thinking that you have to have this high expectation to do something. And I'm telling you, you're in the top percentages if you make $100 off your business with no overhead. You're ahead of many people. Warren Buffett doesn't, if he goes and buys a business, he's not expecting to make a profit the first year. He's using that business and leveraging the losses. He's buying that business and leveraging the losses of the business against the gains of his actual money that he makes. So if he doesn't expect to make money on a business and you make $100, technically by definition, you made a better decision than he did that first year.
Yeah, because he has more capital, his time horizon is a lot longer than the average human. So if you're able to create some sort of capital flow within that, and you don't have any overhead, like you don't have to buy any products to in order to keep that capital flow going, then yeah, man, you're just stacking money at that point.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You easily can change your whole way of living by little tiny steps. And that's all you need is someone to tell you that you can do it and to tell you that this is what you do. That's all I'm trying to get you to do.
Sure, but it's one of those things. It's one of those things where with my skill sets, what is it that I go into, honestly? Because again, like when it comes to like, and look, working for my brother, but the majority of the work that we did is asbestos work. All right, but we had to deal with tons of regulation.
Okay, so have you ever?
Hang on. We had to deal with tons of our general comp and liability insurance is through the roof because we're dealing with asbestos. When it comes to the disposal fees of asbestos, it's through the roof.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's not. Look, Savage. I'm listening to you, but it's not as simple as taking the skill set that I have with what I've been doing for a decade compared to electrical work, and that's not. I'm not being rude to you. I'm just saying that there's more regulations.
You do flooding, right? You're now doing a job with flooding.
Mold and water damage. Yeah.
Water damage would be flooding, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you cut drywall out, right? Because the drywall in the basements get wet, correct? Do you guys hang the drywall?
The company that I just started working for, yes, they put it back as well.
Okay, so have you learned how to hang drywall?
I know how to hang drywall because I did that for my father back in 2009 when he owned his own business. So I know how to hang drywall, but I don't know how to finish. No.
Okay, so learn how to finish. That right there is your homework. That's what you do.
God damn it.
You know how to hang it. So now you can start a general contracting company and you can look for jobs. There's a thing called Thumbtack. You can literally put in that I hang drywall and you can start getting jobs hanging drywall. And while you're hanging drywall at your normal job, you learn how to finish drywall. And once you finish finishing drywall, you know what you do? You then add, I can finish drywall to your Thumbtack profile. And then after you figure out how to do that, you now put, I am a water damage specialist. And then you start doing jobs under your general contracting company. to do what you do at your job.
Yes. So, unfortunately, unfortunately, sorry. Unfortunately, and I'm drinking beer, sir.
Well, you need to drink more than.
I'm working on it. Don't you worry. Unfortunately, with the company that I just moved to, I signed a contract saying that I would not work for other companies while I'm working for this one, except for when I spoke to the owner of this business, I had very specific carve outs for working for two other companies, which is working for my brother's business as well as another company. So unfortunately, I am now tied up into a contract that says that I cannot work for other companies or do other work outside of working for the business that I work for or those other two.
Do you want to hear a fun story?
Always savage, especially from you.
Okay, so you don't like unions, but I was part of the local 38 union. Do you know what the union tells you that you can't do and know what paperwork you sign? You're not allowed under the contract that you signed to legally work or do any work of the trade that they taught you outside of the union. Guess how many times I was in the union and left the union? I was in the union twice. I left twice. Guess how many times I did not do side work? None of the times.
Okay.
None of the times.
Right. Well, I mean, savage. I work. I live in Florida, so I'm a right to work state. And I've signed the contract that I have. So I don't know if it's different or what. With what you're telling me right now, that's one of the things. Now, again, I have very specific carve outs of me being able to work for two specific companies outside
Well,
of
then you
this
better
company.
take over your brother's company then.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Like, listen. So, you ever sell any of your stuff in your house? Like, you ever sell like a lawnmower to somebody or like a tool or something you didn't need anymore?
I'm sorry, Savage. You think I can afford a lawnmower to sell to somebody? That's funny.
No, and you.
You cut out.
You breaking
Savage.
up, dude. You broke up.
I gotta mute myself. I'm gonna mute myself because my daughter's trying to ask me a question.
I don't know who's trying to talk, but Savage, you were breaking up, sir.
Yeah, he's running now. He's running now.
I mean, hey man, sometimes you need tough love,
No, and look,
Muffin, answer the question.
Look.
Have you sold any of your possessions or made any sort of money from anything that you owned that you got rid of outside of your job?
Nope. I throw it away.
So you've never went over and helped a buddy move and he gave you $20. Like, you've never done anything outside of your W-2 where someone's paid you.
No, because I just do it for free.
Damn, dude, really?
Okay.
Yes.
You're lying. If you drove someone somewhere and they gave you gas money, that counts, sir.
No, I haven't. Not how about this? Not here recently. No, I mean I haven't done anything like that in a very long time since I got a steady job.
I said ever, sir.
Oh, ever? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Ever? Then yes, Savage. Yes. I've done
Okay,
it
so when you filed your taxes and you drove that person down to the corner store and they gave you $7 in gas, did you tell the IRS, Hey, I actually made an additional $7 because I drove some hobo down to the corner store.
I plead the fifth, sir. Why are you trying to? What are you doing to me here, Savage?
Yeah. So what I'm.
I said there are so many amendments in the Constitution of the United States of America. I can only choose one. I can only choose one. I plead the fifth. I plead the...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know we're being serious, but the fact that y'all had that clip on hand, fucking amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that you have to take a leap.
Yes.
I know for a fact that if you ever did anything, if your mom gave you birthday money, your dad gave you birthday money, someone in your family died and you got a car and you sold the car, more than likely you wouldn't report it. You don't have to report your side business.
Unless you do business on Cash App over $600.
Like you need to stop finding excuses of why not and start looking for excuses for why too.
Yes, Savage, you're absolutely right, sir. I don't disagree with you.
Hey, do you know what you could do? If you actually learned how to hang drywall and mud it and do all the stuff that you do at your job, you would go out and work for yourself and do all the work yourself and charge less, a couple $1,000s less than the average job your company that you used to work for did, and you would make a hell of a lot of money because you wouldn't have the overhead. You wouldn't have all the payroll. You could make way more money, and you could set your own schedule. You could take your daughter to school, and you could go to all of her little dances, and you could work whenever you wanted. The last 3 weeks, I haven't worked in my day job. I've been putting my kids on the school bus and taking them here and putting them to bed and getting to spend time with them. And it was great. And my bills didn't suffer at all. But you have to put the work in to get to that point. Telling me that you can't do something is just you telling me I want to live like this for the rest of my life.
Again, Savage, you're absolutely right. Again, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses, other than the ones that I already have. But I also know that they are excuses. So I have no problem sitting here saying you're absolutely right, sir. I've been lazy and I'm being lazy, and I need to stop it.
I have a better question for you. How often does your daughter ask you for something you have to tell her no because you can't afford it?
Oh, God. Why, Savage, God, why are you trying to cut me so deep, man?
No, because you need to feel the pain of you need to change. Like people only change when they actually the pain hurts.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to be able to tell your daughter yes more, you have to do something more than what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that needs to be your motivation, is that you have your daughter. It's not about your feelings or what makes you comfortable. It's about your kid. That's what you need to take from the situation.
Yeah. Savage, you're absolutely right, man. I'm gonna take this. Honestly, I'm taking this in. And...
So next thing, what are you going to talk about?
I mean, even if the goal is not to be into drywalling and whatever, 6 months you can easily pivot to something else.
Yeah.
Listen,
no, but
I hate
but I just mean that, like, I am honestly taking this in, and I'm trying to figure out ways of working in the bounds of the contract that I've signed.
You know what, Savage? I just want to jump in and say you're an asshole because I've been sitting. I haven't even left the fucking seat. I've been sitting here in the clouds, just listening to you, and try and beat some sense into this dude. Who, look, you need to listen to Savage, dude. Seriously. He's literally, dude, he's doing everything he can to lift you up and tell you can. And you're literally sitting here doing like my 9-year-old son says, I can't do it, Dad. I can't.
What the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
No. Hang on. Rashu, hold on. This is about to be between me and Snowman. What the fuck are you talking about? I've literally admitted my shortcomings throughout this entire thing.
I didn't say you. Sir, did I say you didn't? But you're still admitting. I never said you didn't. But you're still sitting here telling him I can't do it, man. And he's trying to give you.
No, I didn't.
He's trying to tell you everything you can.
No, I didn't. When did I tell him that I can't do it?
Okay, you didn't openly come right out and say it, but it's been implied.
No, actually, what I was in the middle of saying.
It's like listening to Bud Bundy argue with Al.
No, actually, when you cut in, sir, I was in the middle of saying that I'm trying to figure out. I'm taking in everything that Savage said, and I'm working in my mind how to start working on this tomorrow. So, Snowman, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Good for you, sir. Good for you.
Thank you.
Take a bow. Take a fucking bow. And Savage, good for you for pushing him, dude. You know what? We need more men like that push each other to fucking get shit done instead of fucking sitting here making excuses on why nothing's happening.
Yeah. So are you gonna fucking apologize, Snowman?
No, I'm not. Because you needed to hear everything.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Well,
I didn't think so.
Ribbing you lightly, to be honest. He wasn't really like.
Yeah, he can go fuck himself.
Dismerging your character. He was just trying to.
He was
besmirching
my character. I felt it.
Do you have an Acorn account?
Dude, Sam, I am pissed off that look, man, you were dropping some serious bars, dude, some knowledge. All right, for real. You had me fucking sitting here listening rather than going in there and hanging out with the wife. You're a dick.
Well, So
yeah, and Snowman, real quick, as he was dropping these bars on me, what were my responses to him?
No, he was just giving you a hard time, man. He wasn't saying that you're a degenerate piece of shit or anything. He was
I wasn't at all.
Yeah, he was a little teasing.
I came up here and started busting your balls, and if you can't handle that, dude, then I'm just gonna keep busting your balls until you can.
Yeah, he was just giving you a little hazing.
All right.
Welcome to the island.
I don't even think that Savage would have said all of that if he didn't, rock with you to a certain degree.
Yeah. No. We're talking about Snowman. We're talking about Snowman. We're talking about the bitch who instead of going and pleasing his wife, he hung out and listened to another man talk about stuff. Gay.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Yo, that is great.
See what you just did, Arian, was two younger little crackers up here. Savage. I like Savage. Savage. He's got the spirit of a fucking old man in him. I swear to God, you do, man. But
I do.
Look, what I did is I came up here and I disrupted their bromance they were having. That's what you.
That's right.
They were having a romance, and he got fucking pissed. I came up here and I disrupted the mood.
Yes.
I fucked up the fucking feng shui. I messed up the mojo. He was mad because I came up here and did that shit. Like an older brother would.
Snowman, we were both about to finish, and you interrupted that.
Fatality.
So Muffin, download this app called Acorn. Okay?
I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
So download an app called Acorn. you can set up an account with your daughter's social security number that's tied to her. So every week you can put money into it from your account and it buys into stocks.
You're not even actively
Really?
putting money into it. You're passively putting money into it
No,
because you can set it up.
Not so the passive putting money into it is into a different account that's not for your children. So you download Acorn, you can have a retirement, you can have a roundup account, and you can have accounts for your children. So every week, so the card that's tied to my business, every time I spend money on my card, it rounds it up to the nearest dollar and donates it to this account. Then I have a savings account that's my 401k retirement that it puts money into every week. And then each one of my children, which is linked to them, so if I die, it's their money, goes to them. These accounts buy into the stock market and buy into index funds. So the money grows over time. So you can put as little as $5 a week in for your daughter, or you can put as much as you want to put into it. But if your daughter's 10 and you put, let's say, $50 a week into an account for her, she'll have like 20 or 30 grand by the time she hits 20, 21 years old.
And while you're doing that, you could be learning how to finish drywall.
Like all it takes to get out of your situation is just little different things.
No, it took exactly what you did, Savage. You came in here and you kicked him right in his fucking ball sack like he needed.
Yeah.
For real.
Like
you did.
I
mean,
yeah,
hey,
it's almost like I agreed with it and said, "Please, sir, kick me another."
Yeah, you're a masochist.
No. Yeah, it's not even Muffin. It's really not even that serious.
Only for Savage.
But it's not even so much that. It's just that a lot of the times, as a dude, you don't get advice and you don't get any knowledge from other guys.
Little girl, go to bed.
Yeah, that right there is a belt. You go and you get that belt, and she'll go to bed real quick.
No, go to bed.
Hey, do you when you put her to bed, do you go in there and lay her down and say prayers with her?
No.
Before she goes to bed? You ought to.
Yep, I say prayers with my kids.
You're absolutely right. Look, the fate. Honestly, the faith is it's something. Look, I've been an atheist for the last 10 years. It's something that I'm working on.
You ain't an atheist. You ain't an atheist, sir.
I recently, within the last year, started believing in God again because I've prayed to Him on numerous occasions.
I've never met an atheist. Every atheist that says they're an atheist believes in something, so they're not an atheist.
Okay. So fine. I'm just trying to say that I finally have started to believe in God again because I've prayed to God on numerous occasions, and He has answered my prayers. So and my daughter even goes to it. I have my daughter in a Christian private school.
So do you? Let me tell you a little.
Damn, how much does that set you back a year?
Oh God. Well, that pays for part of it.
A friend of mine, he has his child in a private school. He just told me yesterday it cost him about $800-900 a month.
Yeah, around here in Fort Wayne, it runs about I think anywhere between $800 and $900.
I love you too, little girl.
Oh, you said what, bro? Say that again. How much?
$100. I think it's a semester.
Have you ever heard of Hoban?
Yeah.
What?
Have you ever heard of the Christian school Hoban? It's down the Akron area. My niece goes there. It costs my sister like $7,000 a year for her to go there.
Around here, they have. You've heard of the Wesleyan Church College, right?
No.
It's like 3 different names, but that's the Christian college that's around here.
So so we got into an argument, Muffin, about Orthodox and Catholic and all that stuff. I just want you to realize that if you read the Bible and start looking into
Hey, dude, I'm here to tell you that I think the fucking Vatican is the devil himself.
Yeah, if you read the Bible and
Okay.
you actually,
I'm sorry, Savage. Are you sure it was me and you and not you and Imperious?
no,
Because I get
Empirius was
confused with Imperious.
no, Empirius was saying shit to me, and then I was trying to find blacks, and then you jumped in and said that I needed someone to come save me. So we argued about that. So, and just so you know,
You're talking about the Discord. Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. I
Just so you know.
remember this. Okay.
Just so you know,
and then you explained to me that I was completely wrong because you were reaching out to blacks about something completely different. And I said that I was wrong.
Yeah.
And then we moved on.
Yeah. Yeah. So
okay.
I'm trying to get he has a spice business, and I'm trying to get his spice business into stores here in Ohio. So that was the business that I was trying to talk to him about. But if you read the Bible and you look into the doctrine of the Orthodox and you look into the doctrine of the Catholic, it's counter to what the Bible is. So read the Bible.
In what way? In what way, sir?
Okay, so the Bible, at no point Jesus doesn't praise his mother.
Pause
the Catholic
real quick.
Church
Pause real
and
quick.
Orthodox praise their mother.
Stop.
Revelations
let me have a second, because there's someone in my chat I ain't seen in probably 8 months, and it's goat fucker. Goat fucker. Thank you for coming and paying us a visit tonight, man. Hey, and you notice I got a super chat button down there now too, right? I'm finally big. I'm making it, dude. I'm going somewhere. I don't. You guys probably don't. You've never seen this guy, Anunnaki.
Snowman, the fact that you didn't say I'm goating somewhere. Come on, man.
Sorry, I'm really high right now. What you said made absolutely no sense. It sounded like fucking a Peanuts cartoon.
You said there's a goat fucker.
Yeah, the guy that I got highlighted on the screen, that's goat fucker.
Yeah. So the fact that you didn't say that I'm goating somewhere, just making a dad pun, it fell.
Yeah, dad jokes are stupid.
Okay, so if you read the Bible, Revelations talks about the city that's also a state on 7 hills. That's clearly the Vatican. All right. If you actually look into church history, the church history that Catholics tell you it's not true. Also,
doesn't the Vicar of Christ actually mean like the living embodiment of Christ on earth?
Yes. Also, when you look biblically, so the Bible says not to call another man father. That's what the Catholic Church says if they call their priests. They
got a big pine cone outside, which is some pagan pineal gland shit.
Also, if you look into when you look into anything in the Vatican, there's all sorts of statues of Jesus and stuff that are demonic. They're like, you just need to read the Bible. But the reason I'm like, you bring this up, the reason that I personally know that the Bible and God is real is because prior to getting sober, I was on the run. I was on the run from probation. I was on bond at the same time for a tampering with evidence case that was tied to someone almost dying.
Ouch. I
was on the run. Somebody that me and my girlfriend, my fiance at the time, we let them borrow our car. They ran from the police. They went to another city 30 minutes away, picked up another car, and came back to get us. They pulled us over and pulled him out of the car through the window. They didn't run my name. I was dirty and wanted.
Wow.
That's the first time.
Was the other guy black?
You got lucky as fuck, Savage.
That's the first time that I've
Was
never.
the other guy black?
That's the first time that I've never had my name ran.
Did you even have tattoos on your face at that time?
I didn't have tattoos on my face, but I had tattoos.
You were a skinhead, right?
On my neck and on my hands and stuff.
Were you still a skinhead too?
I asked him if the other guy was black. He didn't answer.
What'd you say?
I asked you, the guy that the cop pulled out before, without running your name was okay. Okay, see, I asked you and you didn't answer.
Yeah, but I heard two people were talking.
Yeah, there were two people talking. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to interrupt your fucking conversation.
No, you're fine. I just couldn't hear what.
Muffin.
specific.
Yes,
Sorry, Muffin. I apologize for one to actually engage on my fucking show, dickhead.
How dare you, sir?
At least it wasn't a Negro that was cutting everybody.
Yeah,
off.
thank you. Know your place, Rashu. How dare you, Snowman?
So that was the first time. Now this was in February, like February 19th.
Ooh.
After that, I like the day before that, I decided to go to treatment. Now my dad died in December before, on the 22nd of December, from drugs.
What do you OD from?
He didn't OD. He'd been abusing pain pills for 15 years, so his organs were failing.
Oh, no shit.
So my dad died in December. I was getting high, so I was late to get there when he was on life support.
Right.
I went in there and talked to him. I came out. I was going to take my girlfriend in there, my fiance, to say one last word. And my mom and my uncle told me not to go in there because my dad didn't want him in there. And I told them to F themselves, and I left. And I didn't say my final piece to my dad. My dad was brain dead at the time, so it's not really like he could hear me. But I walked away from my dad because of my ego. February 19th, I get pulled over when I'm on the run for multiple things, and my name they don't ID me, they don't pull me. I decided to get sober February 23rd of 2015. My dad's birthday is February 28th. My dad's death is really what made me tired of wanting to be a drug addict and a criminal. Fast forward to 2000. Well, let's not fast forward. I still had a case pending because I was on bond and on probation from the case that I mentioned. I didn't report for 3 months. I was like 3 months sober when I reported to my probation officer that I was in treatment. I went to court. The judge decided to tell me, with my family and my criminal history, if I could have 3 months of sobriety, that she would give me the opportunity not to go to prison. And if I stayed sober, she would let me stay out. So I was facing 5 years, plus I was facing 2 years from my previous charge. I stayed sober. While she sent me back to the halfway house after being on bond and not reporting on probation. So then 2017 happens. My son is born. Guess what day my son is born?
The day your dad.
He was born on my dad's birthday.
I figured, yeah. Damn.
Wait, I'm sorry. Didn't you say your father's the day he died was February 28th?
No, his birthday is February 28th. His death is December 22nd.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry.
My son was supposed to be born on March 3rd. That was his due date. I prayed to God and said,
March
God,
3rd is my oldest daughter's birthday.
I prayed to God and said, hey, God, can you please have my son born on my dad's birthday in honor of me getting my life together to show him that I can do it, since he didn't get to see me sober before he died. My son was born on February 28th. That day, I woke up. I was not with my son's mom. I had a girlfriend. I woke up to go to work, and I told my girlfriend, I think my son's mom is in labor. 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from my mother telling me, hey, you need to go to the hospital. She's in labor. My son was born on February 28th. So that, like,
things just lined up for you.
Things just lined up for no in reasons that they should have never lined up for me.
They lined up. They lined up because of the moves and the decisions you were making at that point in time, Savage. That's why it happened.
Yes,
you made things happen. You did that.
But I understand that, but my point being is they do happen for a reason. But my point is on an outside view, I didn't deserve any of that.
None of us do. None of us deserve anything.
My first felony was in Kent, Ohio in 2012. I got arrested for aggravated trafficking. I got hit.
Trafficking.
Aggravated trafficking.
Yeah, trafficking with a weapon.
No, there was no gun.
Then what made it aggravated then?
Bulk amount. So, yeah, once you get a certain amount of drugs, it becomes aggravated. So
I did not know that.
Yes. So I was selling a lot of drugs at the time. So I had a felony for aggravated trafficking. That was in November. They hit my house.
What, a felony 4 in Ohio?
Yeah.
That was like, at least it wasn't a felony 1.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can I at least say that, like, I think Rush, you and I were on the same page. Like, we were thinking that you got pulled over for like a traffic violation, and somehow it became an aggravated traffic violation.
No, they kicked my door in and raided my house.
No, I got that. But Rush, you and I were on the same page, right?
So, but
yeah, I was kind of trying to figure out where it went to aggravate.
Yeah. So again, that was in November. March of 2013, I was indicted. So I was technically, when you're indicted, you're under the same stipulations as probation. I get pulled over and I have multiple drugs individually bagged and bulk amount on me.
Dude, that would have been a one-way ticket straight to fucking prison.
Yeah. Yep. My fiance, before the cop gets to the car, she says, "I'll take the charges."
Wow.
So if I would have got hit,
dude, you straight just pulled some hood shit right there.
If I would have got hit with that case, I would have had 3 more aggravated trafficking cases. So I would have been a repeat offender. I'd be doing life.
And she just got probation, didn't she?
And she got probation. And I didn't ask her to take the charges. She just wanted to take the charges. So
dude, that's a ride or die right there.
I slipped out of doing a life bid right there, because 4 aggravated trafficking charges at the same time. She
wouldn't have saw you for at least 20 years.
At least. And
in Ohio, you would have got 20 years, dude, especially if you had what I think you have, and you said it's aggravated, so you was carrying close to maybe a kilo?
I had a lot. Then my second case, the only reason I got stuck with tampering was because they couldn't tie me to the effects of what happened. So again, I lucked out. So like,
you lucked out, and then you took advantage of those those trump cards you were given. You didn't let them go to waste.
Correct.
Smart man.
So that is why I believe in God, because there's no reason that I'm on the streets today.
Savage, I believe that God allows us to do so much, questionable shit, as long as if we stay true to, when we get to a certain point, we'll actually, okay, you know what I'm saying? Stop.
No, I agree with you.
You understand what I'm saying when it comes to that shit? I really do. It's the people that, want to consistently, want a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, doing it the wrong way.
I'll tell you another story. So I've been sober since February 23rd, 2015. So
good for you, bro.
We just had my son. He's 9 days old. He was born 8/22/24. His name is Phineas. All right.
That's a nice Celtic name.
Yeah, all my kids have Celtic names. So when we first went to our first ultrasound, they came back and told us that the thickening of his neck was abnormal and that we needed to go genetic testing for Down syndrome. I prayed to God that if he made him all right, that I would make sure he knew who he was. So we went and got the genetic testing, came back negative for Down syndrome. My son was born happy and healthy.
Good for you. Good for him.
So regardless if you believe in God or not,
make sure you let that kid eat all kinds of rocks and dirt and sticks, man. It'll make him strong like it did us Gen Xers.
Yeah, that good bacteria.
I'm serious, dude.
For some reason. Yeah. Let him play in the grass and all that other stuff. Yeah.
because I worked out in the elements, you know, I roofed and did siding and shit for a lot of years. And then I worked in a foundry for a lot of years after that, you know, and I was always, you know, being forced to deal with the elements. The vast majority of my adult life, I never got sick.
Yeah, I don't get sick often at all, man.
Like I don't get the sniffles, I don't get colds, none of that shit, dude.
I was also one of those kids who they hands in their mouth. I mean, that doesn't sound good, but I mean, within reason. I'm not talking like crazy, like sucking your thumb. I never suck my thumb, but I'm talking like I used to.
The fact that you're bringing up you didn't suck your thumb, I'm calling that suspect, and I'm questioning you even trying.
You said that I didn't.
I bet. I believe that since you brought it up, you were a thumb sucker.
No, but like,
no, look, dude, I don't believe you. You did that. That was a Freudian slip you just did right there, and you tried to cover your tracks.
Oh my god, nah, man. Listen, my cousin I grew up with, she used to suck her thumb all the time, but you could tell because her teeth.
Did you have a blankie too? Did you have a blankie that you carried around?
Nah, man.
Oh fuck, dude. You know.
Now I don't even want to tell the story. Whatever.
I know you don't. You should continue though. Go ahead, tell it. We care. We want to hear what you have to say.
Nah, I mean,
I know, ain't I?
My mom, she had a assistant living from. I think she started her assistant living in 2000, and you know, me being a child, you know, in fifth, sixth grade at that time, talking to the older people, you know, I would, you know, gauge who had their mental faculties more so in play than other people. You know what I mean? So one of her guys, like, she had like a 92-year-old, and he was sharp, man. Like, he was on top of everything. And I asked him what he did when he was growing up, and he was a basketball player. He played, you know, on, you know, the Negro leagues or something like that or whatever. And then he was working on the railroad, but he was always just active. And I noticed that people who are more active and you know, more diverse in having conversations, meeting people, traveling, like those type of people, they seem more sharp, right? Versus to the people who just had like a slow life, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. You know, I was just fucking with you.
Where I was going with that because of your joke, but that was
I know, dude. I was gonna let you be great. Rashu, I was just gonna let you be great, as Dirty would say.
Hey, nah, you're good, dude. You're good.
Nah, man. Actually, dude, all you guys are pretty cool. You guys are cool as fuck, man. I've enjoyed the conversations the last few days, man. I might just start doing this more often. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I just found your channel like literally yesterday. So,
and
hey.
Savage, you fucking prick, you got an open invite anytime too. Even though me and you have butted heads a few times and said some foul shit to each other, man, you're still kin.
No, that's all good.
You know,
the thing is about Savage.
The thing about Savage is he's a fucking white dude that just don't give a fuck what other people think, and he's going to say what he wants, dude. And I understand that because I'm the same way.
Well, I'm the same way as well, because I think we all need to be critiqued to a certain degree, and because we have the best, you know, the best, what do you call it? The best outlook on it, you know, the best. We want
spit it out, motherfucker. It ain't yours.
I can't even think of the fucking word. Jesus Christ! But we want to have the best interest at hand for all of us, right?
Right.
That's that's what I like to think. So that little pep talk that Savage gave Muffin just a few minutes ago, that was that was dope. Feelings. That was like a brother telling a brother.
For real, dude. That's why I came in hot like I did, the way I did, because that's what I felt like. Savage was doing his job as a fucking big brother, trying to tell little brother, dude, stop fucking Stop feeling sorry for yourself and make the shit happen. You know what you got to do. Just do it.
Yeah.
And I respect the fuck out of that, man. Not enough men are willing to do that. Too many people are worried about what people think, man. You know, sometimes that's all a man needs is just that little push, that little kick in the balls from someone else. Even if they don't like them, just hearing another man say that shit to you, it really makes you sit back and, you know, question your own judgment.
Hey, Muffin said he wants the link to come back up.
Muffin, you can eat a dick.
I got it.
Just saying.
But yeah, man. I mean, shit, man. We all have our shortcomings in some type of way, but yeah, definitely, you got to start from somewhere. You got to start.
You know, Muffin. I'm
gonna eat all the dicks. How about that?
Shut up, real quick. Look, you know what? I used to play this little clip. I'm going to show you as a thing. Shut the fuck up. I used to play this clip I'm about to show you for a thank you when people gave me cash apps and shit. You know what? After listening to you today, this is forever going to be your clip. Enjoy it.
There you go, Mama. Get him.
Ready. Fight!
The baby needs you. Stop. You're supposed to make daycare this month.
Excuses!
You missed your son's birthday.
Excuses!
Oh, my God.
Wait! You can't do that!
Fort.
Oh, you bitch!
Fort.
Oh, you bitch! DNA
That's all you, dude. That's yours now. You own that.
No. I refuse the blacks.
Dude, that was created for you, sir. So you could look back and laugh from this day forward about everything.
No.
Fatality.
No. Maybe if it had been some whites, I might have been there. But
dude, just use your fucking imagination, man. Fuck.
No, I will not, sir.
Enjoy the fact that shit was hilarious as fuck.
No, I will not. You're trying to lump me in with those coons over there. I do not accept it, sir.
Accept it, Trailer Park Boy.
Nope.
You know what? I'm not going to hold it against you, though, because in Florida, almost everybody in Florida lives in a trailer park.
Thank you.
I'm serious, dude. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life.
Depends on which part you go to.
Well,
Fair
you
enough.
should rebuild after a hurricane.
But, dude, I granted, I've only been to Florida once, but I know a lot of people. Like, I've got a lot of family.
Right, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Dude, shut the fuck up before I boot you again.
No.
Go learn how to finish drywall.
Faggot, go fuck yourself.
I won't boot you again, Righteous. I'll let you be great.
I doubt it.
I'll let you be great.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. You want to talk shit about my state? Where do you live again, sir? I think I heard Indiana. You're gonna compare fucking Indiana to Florida?
Yeah, this is where white supremacy was birthed in America, right here, Indiana.
Oh God, you're okay. I'll give you that, sir. I'll give you that.
This is the only place ever in my life that when I was in high school, I had fucking these skinheads trying to recruit me for some neo-Nazi group and shit. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Hey, do you watch...
Whoa, hold on. You mean what the fuck was right with those people? I think that's what you meant.
Do they accept black people with dreads?
Dude, it was the wildest thing. They were a bunch of skinheads and they listened to nothing but Too Short.
Oh yeah, they would accept me then. I would.
Yeah, probably. You know.
Did you watch? Angry Man or Angry Snowman.
Snowman.
Do you watch Now You See TV or Midnight Ride? David Calico. He's one of the guys from that channel. He's in Indiana.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So he did he's a Christian, and he's been spreading the word he's been spreading the word for years. He did a documentary on the Masons in a town in Indiana with them abusing kids.
Dude, there is a humongous Scottish Rite Cathedral in downtown Indianapolis. Humongous. It's old as fuck, too.
Yeah, he did a documentary about a house where all these kids were being abused.
Was it a lady that was taking care of two kids that their parents were carnies?
I'm not sure that it's more like I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, these Masons were tied to a school and they were taking the kids like back to this house.
Oh, you're talking about the CIA thing.
I don't know if the CIA is involved in this thing. This is like a local thing, and like him and his wife.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a CIA thing.
Dude, you know that there was a white couple, I think like 3 months ago, that just got arrested for having some black kids that they had chained in fucking a shed in their backyard using as real life fucking human slaves. It was crazy.
Oh, it wasn't just black kids. It was multiple kids, but yeah.
Well, they should be hung.
You know,
they should have this.
You know, all I'm saying is maybe we should hear him out first. That's all I'm saying.
No.
First.
No, listen. Trust me, I have a football team for labor, but abuse and neglect, like, no, man.
Hey, Savage.
Look, Savage. Neglect I'll give you, because neglect is that's just bad parenting. But a little bit of abuse, I mean, for your boys.
Well, I don't consider whooping your kid abuse.
Right.
Hold on,
Savage. Wait, hold on, Rashu. We haven't heard their side of the story. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Maybe those kids deserved it. What if they were dicks?
Well, most kids are stupid, dude.
I'm trying to ask Savage about.
You were trying to ask him something. God damn it, Rashu.
Shit, maybe I'm talking too much.
No, ask me your question.
Red did?
No, I was trying to ask you about the guy who shot his boys. Was there a reason or a motive that came out behind that? You know what I'm talking about?
Well,
the guy that shot his 3 boys.
I don't think that there was a motive, but I honestly, personally, I believe that shit's demons. That's what I think.
Yeah, something was going on with that guy for sure.
Yeah,
that was so diabolical, man. Like I cried when I seen that shit. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, don't be a fag.
Listen, man, I got molested as a kid. Like, I have no tolerance for people that neglect and abuse children. Like,
my stepdad was the molester uncle, and he molested my fucking sister and physically abused me most of my childhood.
Yeah, like I don't.
Hey man, I just found out today that a guy that I grew up with, you know, one of my dad's friends, he just got locked up for molesting a child literally last week, and he isn't going to be getting out anytime soon. And this is like his second offense, and I had no idea. But this is a guy I grew up with, and it's like,
yeah,
give him the rope.
Yeah,
he needs to work.
What if those kids were asking for it?
No,
what?
No, it wasn't. No.
I mean, look.
Terrible joke.
Let me warn you about something, Righteous. That's how Trailerhood Voodoo Ninja died. By making dumb jokes, by poorly delivering pedophile jokes that were tasteless. You gotta be able to deliver that shit properly. All right. I'm just giving you I get dark humor. I use it just to deal with my own fucking traumatic past. That's why I get dark humor. The rest of the world doesn't really get dark humor. We live around a bunch of fucking pansies that cry about shit all the time. Their microaggressions have macroaggressions and microaggressions at the same time.
Yeah, so
okay.
When me and my sister were kids, my dad and my mom divorced, and my dad worked third shift, so we had to have a babysitter. The babysitter had a son who was 18 years old that molested my sister. So, like,
wait, you said what? The babysitter had what?
The babysitter, they were in their 50s or 40s. They were older. They were older.
They let their son molest his sister.
They had 3 sons. Well, they didn't let him. He just did it. And he went.
Look, dude. When it comes to that, there ain't no way a parent. You're going to convince me a parent didn't know that their kid was doing that shit.
No, because they didn't. They were friends of my dad, and they didn't really watch kids, so it wasn't like a daycare. Or
so they were boomers. They were boomer parents.
Yeah, like they were just
in their. They were in their. They were like in their 50s. The technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was in the early 90s. They were in like their 50s, and we were staying the night there.
You're talking. You went to their house, and because that was your dad's friends, and while you were in their house, they had 18-year-old sons, and one of the sons.
No, so my mom and my dad got divorced. My mom cheated on my father. They got divorced. Mm-hmm. She left. My dad had me and my sister. My mom was fighting my dad for custody, but she left, so he had custody of us while she left. The court ordered that he had to have a babysitter because he worked third shift. All right?
Right.
They happened to be in their 50s, and they were helping my dad because they were my dad's friends, so that they became our babysitters. And all it pretty much was is my dad would take us over there, and then we would go to sleep, and then we'd wake up in the morning when my dad came to get us. It was just so that we were able to have somewhere to be while he was working.
Right, we on the same page. Right.
They owned a bunch of acres. On their property, they had woods and a pond, and they had hunting grounds, and they had another house that their kids stayed in from time to time. One of the nights, it wasn't the first night that we were there, it wasn't the second, but after a certain period of time, their 18-year-old son stayed the night at that other house on the property. While we were asleep at like midnight or something, he snuck into the house because he obviously has keys to the house, and he drug my sister out to the woods. And then he assaulted her out there. So the next morning, she was covered in mud, and then the 2 older folks went out with my dad to help, like, to look to see what happened. Like, no one understood why she was covered in mud. They thought, well, maybe she sleptwalked, or maybe the dog went outside and came back in with mud. But when my sister got back to our house, she told my dad and the police what happened, and then he called his friends, and his friends
lynch mob
said he's here. Come get him. Like, they didn't try to shield him. Like, it wasn't like some conspiracy where the parents know what they're doing and try to protect him. It was just a bad man doing bad decisions. It wasn't a reflection of anyone else.
It was just a piece of shit being a piece of shit.
Yeah.
This is Sparta!
In a bowling alley. In a bowling alley parking lot by guns.
So did they beat his ass?
Okay. So Savage, is this how you got your face tattoos? Is this how you got that teardrop?
No. No. But the point that I'm making is,
would have been worth it though.
Well, I was like 6, so
man up.
I couldn't drive. He got arrested that day. Like, there was a lot of obstacles that I really could not conquer at 6 years old. I apologize that I'm a bitch. Okay.
Be better. I'm sorry. God damn it. I'm sorry. Sorry.
But when it comes down to abusing children and neglecting children, like, there's absolutely no excuse for it. There's just not. Those ladies that had those kids chained up, as soon as they get convicted, I don't even think they should get appeals. They should just be taken out to the public square and hung.
Yeah, lynch mob. God damn it. Lynch mob. We need to bring back lynch mobs. Angry Snowman, what was it that I was saying in CT stream. I said we need to bring back
that sounds
the
like
lynch
AIDS.
mobs.
That's what you said.
Fuck that shit. That sounds like AIDS.
Nah, we need to string these people up by
That's fine.
rope.
I'm okay
in
with
the
fucking them
public
too.
square.
That's fine. Fucking
Put
them,
them in
giving
the
them
middle of this-
AIDS, and then lynch mob.
Make a
That's fine.
mockery out of these people and fucking get them out of here.
Hey, Cyber, do you remember this?
You think
I can tell by your extremely serious face.
You think I'm fucking joking, motherfucker? Huh?
Remember that shit?
Yep.
I still got the soundbite. You know, he has never come back since that day I roasted the fuck out of him.
I mean, he might have been joking though, right?
No, like he stopped going anywhere that he was going on the internet. Like nobody's seen him since then. Fucking moron.
I don't know who we're talking about.
Mike Rage.
You know, I just wanted to ask. I mean, he, you know, he might have been right.
What? I'm sorry. I'm high. I didn't hear anything you just said, Righteous.
I'm drunk.
But you need to start a pastry shop and call it Righteous Muffins.
If only I
Maybe
could
a wife. Maybe when you get a wife, that's what
Maybe
she can.
when I get a wife.
Yeah, you can have your wife at your Righteous Muffin shop making muffins for people.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I can't believe there's still 11 people watching us.
Well,
We're not really that interesting.
We kind of are, though.
You don't have to point it out like that, Snowman.
Everybody, can we make way for the black man?
No.
What do you?
Oh, that's my guy. Yeah, what's up, bro?
No,
it depends on which black man.
Yammering on about?
Say what?
No.
I said, what are you pussies yammering on about?
Oh God, fuck you.
You missed so much, dude. You missed so much.
No. I was listening to Savage Story, kind of getting upset. I'm not gonna lie. I have 2 daughters, so you know I don't play that bullshit.
Right. I feel you, man.
What's going on with you, brother?
No, and I just got back from the daughters. My 2 daughters, we went out to eat, and then we went up to my buddy crib for them to hang out with his kids, and now we're back home. They're sleeping, and I'm on the internet with you guys.
That's what's up, man. That sounds like a good day. Sounds like a good day.
Damn, your life's really got to suck.
Who, me?
Yeah, for you to want to end your night hanging out with us, your life's really got to suck, American man.
Queer.
You ain't got nothing better to do than to hang out with a bunch of losers on YouTube.
Seriously.
Hey, listen, this is my crowd, man. So what's that say about me?
God damn it.
That was good.
Shout out to Fatty for that, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have that clip if Fatty wouldn't have showed it to me. I scoured the internet for it when I saw he had it. I was like, I gotta have that.
That's hilarious.
Hey,
Accurate,
man, very accurate. And look, I can talk and use that and say the word without saying the word. I found the cheat code.
Hey, you good with me, bro? You can say the word, bro.
I know I've been given the pass by my brother-in-law 20 years ago. Actually, he's going to come on and he's going to do a show with me Monday night. My brother-in-law, Jaime Brown. Yeah. We're going to talk about how me and him met.
I seen you shilling your black brother-in-law.
Do I?
Oh, sorry.
You can relax.
No, dude. No, me and him, he wants. You know what? Fuck you. You ain't going to tell me what I do on my fucking show. What's wrong with you?
I think he just
They just don't understand
He
Ohio.
kind of did.
Yeah.
They don't, dude.
You gonna let that stand?
Savage, tell him Ohio, dude. Ohio is a different breed of Midwest, man.
How dare you?
Well,
Yeah,
Savage, Savage, have you ever had a black person in Ohio say anything to you about dropping the N-bomb while you were talking to him?
Only one time in my life, and he was a real old school black dude. Like, he was real pro-black, and he was old. He was like in his 50s.
Oh, he was one of the last of the sharecroppers in Ohio. Then that's what you ran into.
Mohegans.
Well, he was like in his 50s or 60s, and I was in my 20s. So this is like 15 years ago. I was like 20 years old, 19.
God damn, dude! Seriously?
He got uppity because you weren't holding the whip, bro.
Well, no, but he was only like the one dude. Like, I used to run with Bloods, so like before I got sober, literally used it as a comma. Like, the way that I talk and carry myself now is completely different.
He used it like most white people use fuck.
I never had an issue. I've never had a problem.
Hey, you said you used to run with Bloods?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I did too.
You didn't notice that?
No, I gotta get away.
You know what's crazy?
I gotta get away from both of you guys.
Notice, but I don't like just mentioning certain things like that. But I did notice, yeah.
1 second, I'll be right back. I'm walking into the
I gotta get away from you guys. I'm on the other side.
Yeah, dude, you don't understand. At least, look, American man, at least two of us up here, I know for a fact, have been on Crime Stoppers.
I gotta stay away from you guys. I grew up around Crips my whole life.
Dude, I got along with anybody from any gang. I didn't give a shit when I was younger.
Well, that was the thing, right? That was the thing. Like I grew up, and I ain't gonna lie, I was Pyro, Blood, all types of shit. But
in Lima, it was the west side of Lima was Bloods, and the south side of Lima was Crips.
But what I'm saying is like, you have a certain respect with certain people as long as you keep it. Like, we was cool with Crips. We was cool. Like, I had Crip friends. I had Blood friends. You know, it was Hoover friends. A lot of different things, but it was all a respect type of thing.
Yeah, you knew when you were in a specific place where you had to rep a specific way.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't care about any of that shit now. That shit don't mean nothing to me.
No. I'm not. Listen, I don't even, bro. Listen, this is a rare instance that you'll catch me talking about this. But yeah, I'm just saying, just being transparent out here. But yeah, no, I don't care about any.
Nah, dude, I'll be honest with you. When I got clicked up with other dudes, though, I didn't get no black gang. I was in a white gang, like a good, honest white person should be.
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm just saying, I'm keeping it 100% real.
You know that there's some white biker gangs that are like associated with Crips and whatnot. Like, it's weird, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
Actually, the biker gang from the area that I grew up in, dude, it was called the Iron Brotherhood, and they were in Ohio. I believe Ohio, you have to get permission by the Outlaws in order to have your top and bottom rocker and have the MC patch.
You know what's funny? There was a bike clubhouse that just got set on fire in Baltimore a couple weeks ago.
Well, what I was going to say is this bike club that I grew up around, man, they had their clubhouse right on the south end of Lima where all the Crips were.
Yo, it's weird. I don't get how they get clicked. I mean, I don't know. I guess I do get it, but it's just weird to see.
I was one of them white dudes that, where I grew up, I was one of them white dudes that got what they called a South End pass or a hood pass, you know.
It's weird to see grown men doing this shit.
Doing what?
I was a kid.
Doing what?
Gangbanging, man.
Dude, grown men have been gangbanging since gangbanging was gangbanging. Who do you think was running that shit? Grown ass men.
It's a natural part of life, but what I'm saying is, like, at a certain point, man, it's just like,
dude, I know some fucking 50 and 60-year-old fucking bikers that are still out there fucking in the streets, dude.
Me too.
Dude,
Me
we
too.
actually gangbang on the internet.
I'm telling you shit that I've seen firsthand, but I gotta critique it as well. Because when I was like 19 years old and I had my own business, I was cleaning carpets and shit, right? and I never forget it. I'm going to a job, literally. I go get some gas in one of the neighborhoods that one of the homies be running around in, and they seen me and they like, bro, we ain't seen you at the function in a while. What's going on? Whoopie whoop. Next thing you know, we fighting behind the damn gas station. I'm just like, bro, I'm trying to get money right now. I'm on my way to get money right now, and I got to shoot the fade with y'all.
You're on the grind, and they're on the hustle.
They were on nothing, but
they weren't even on the hustle.
What I came to realize is that, listen, I'm 19 at the time, and I got a 32-year-old who don't even know how to roll up his own blunt, and he waiting for me to get
Blunt's
my
gay
mom's
anyway.
car so we can go to the function or something. And I'm like, bro, you are lame. I'm sitting up here trying to build something for myself, and you're so it just didn't make sense to me of why I keep hanging around these people. You see what I mean? Like, I'm like, y'all are not what I would see myself being in 10 years. You see what I'm saying?
The thing is a lot of us, man, that know street culture and street life, we feel like we have some kind of loyalty to that shit.
Yeah,
that's why you end up going back all the time.
Well, it's not for me.
Yeah, so that wasn't the case.
I seen how lame those guys was, for real.
So when I was in the life, I was loyal to the life, but I have dead cousins, dead brothers. My oldest cousin got killed. My dad died. Like, it didn't benefit any of them. So I was like, I need to do something different.
Well, so salute to you. You know what? Salute to you, Savage, for actually taking a shitty situation and finding a way to find some kind of positive out of it. You know what I'm saying? You may not have been taught how to be a father or a husband or a man or any of that shit, but you sure took all the examples that were given to you that were real shitty, and you did the opposite of it.
Well, my stepfather was a great man. My stepfather's still a great man. That's where I get my work ethic from.
Yeah, I can't say the same.
And that's the funny thing. Like, both of my parents are business owners, hard workers. My dad is a contractor. My mom had, he owns his own business. My mom had her assisted livings, but they moved me out to the county from like East Baltimore in like 1996, bro. Like, what I was doing was just rebelling, for real. It wasn't nothing crazy. It was the people I was around, and it was other people in the county, who knew people from the city, because everybody got, city ties and whatnot. And these people would come out there, and, you just start hanging around these people. And the next thing you know,
that's how it starts. Hanging around.
I'm sorry?
So that's how it starts, hanging around.
So
yeah, that's how it starts.
So, Angry, you're older than me. Do you remember those mob busts that happened in the early 90s?
In Ohio?
Yeah.
Actually, there was a couple in Lima, I believe. There's a couple Italian families that got busted.
Yeah, so my older cousin got busted. He wasn't in Lima. He was out towards the Warren area. But he got busted in a mob case in the early 90s. But, like, honestly, my dad was a criminal. All my cousins, all my brothers, all criminals.
You won the genetic lottery just like I did. You got born into fucking white trash.
Well, we weren't trash. We were just criminals.
No, my family, dude. My mom and dad were nothing.
We were successful.
No, like my dad, my family's from West Virginia. My family built a city in West Virginia. That's where we built the church. My grandparents moved from West Virginia up to Windham, Ohio.
I swear to God, I think my family, honestly, my mom and dad, well, I know that they're just fucking a bunch of dumb hillbillies that don't know nothing.
Well, my dad, he grew up in the projects in Wyndham. That's where I was born. After me and my sister were born, my dad scraped and saved money, and we moved from the projects to a trailer, from a trailer to another trailer that had a bunch of land, and we had a farm. Then we moved to a house. So even though my dad didn't graduate high school, he did everything he could to give us a different life than what he had. And I wanted to be, just like my dad. Like growing up, my favorite movie was The Goodfellas. Like when I was in like middle school, I knew that I wasn't going to graduate high school, and I knew that I was going to make money the hard way. I wanted to go the path that other people didn't go for some reason. I think it has to do with my parents' divorce and my sister getting molested and my family blaming me.
Dude, wow. Me and you got to talk sometime, Savage. Seriously, on a
shit. I mean, man. Same thing for me. I mean, my parents never really pushed me into any direction. Even though they all were business owners, they were just like, go to college and just figure that shit out. And I'm like, what do you mean? Instead of just teaching me, the business and how to run the business, they were teaching me how to be more or less cheap worker.
No, my dad was a worthless piece of shit drunk, man, that beat on his fucking wife, and then when he couldn't hack it no more, gave up on his fucking family and walked away. But before he did that, he made sure that he put a gun to my head at the age of 7 years old, told me that if he wanted to, he since he brought me into this world, he could take me out. Then I watched him fucking beat my mom half to death, and then after he did that, he tried to commit suicide in front of me.
Jesus Christ.
That's my dad. I was 7 years old when I watched that shit happen.
I didn't have a dad.
Huh?
What'd you say? I didn't have a dad.
Neither did I.
Well, at least he didn't disappoint you.
That's a fact. Now, my uncle, shout out to my uncle, because my uncle literally like raised his kids, raised my mother's 3 children, like really, really put in the work, like went to the schools when we were acting up. Like
that was my mom's brother, my Uncle Mel, and my dad's younger brother, my Uncle Kelly. Those were the 2 guys that actually stepped up in my family to try and help, keep me. Dude, if I couldn't do nothing without those 2 motherfuckers finding out.
Not all of us have dad problems.
Well, that's the case. My son. So when I got with his mom had a daughter who was 18 months old. And her dad's been in prison since she's 9 now, but he's been in prison since 2 months before she was born. And then she ended up having another kid who his dad's in prison. And that's what I do for her and those kids. So like biologically I have 4 kids and a stepson. But I also have 2 other children outside of that I'm responsible for.
Man, my uncle had just had his baby. My uncle had just had his baby like a day before he ended up getting shot 22 times in front of the baby.
Dude, that was a bit excessive, man. You can't throw curveballs like that without giving a warning.
Word, right? God damn, bro.
I mean, that like came out of nowhere. What the fuck, man? Shot 22 times?
Yeah, man. It's terrible. But yeah, he just had the child. Child was on the couch and somebody knocked on the door. He opened the door, asked him, was it Andre? And he said, yeah. And they just lit his ass up with a Tech 9. 22 rounds in it.
That's fucking crazy.
And he didn't die right away. He talked to the baby. Somebody else was there. So that's how we know all that stuff. But he was talking to the baby when.
That's wild. You know what's wild too, though? The day my day my daughter with the slut bucket I was with for a while, the day my daughter with her was born, it was wild. I watched my daughter get born in the morning, and in the afternoon I watched 2 grown men die in a car accident.
Oh wow. I saw something like that too, man. It was an accident off the side of the road, and these guys was getting burnt up in the car like alive.
Bro, I was driving down the interstate. I was on 33, and I was in between Walpock and St. Mary's, Ohio, man. And over in that area, the highway has the like raised up grass median in it, in between the eastbound and westbound lanes.
Yeah.
And as I was going towards, St. Mary's, off in the distance, it looked like a blue grocery sack from like Walmart or something. This is what it looked like in my mind, playing it back and seeing it. It looked like a grocery sack just floating in the wind. You know what I'm saying? It until it got to a point to where I realized it was a fucking minivan that hit that median and was fucking rolling. That thing rolled for like 1.5 miles down the highway.
Oh shit.
And it had a lady sitting in the front seat, a gentleman sitting in the passenger seat, another gentleman sitting in the back passenger seat, and a kid sitting in a car seat with all the windows open. And I watched when it got up to me, closer to me, because I was like right at, like it was me and a semi that were the first people, like right there where the thing came to a dead stop. All right. And I watched this thing when it got closer. This van was rolling across the lane that I was in, and I watched it bounce up in the air. A guy come flying out the fucking window. He landed on the ground. The car came down and landed on top of him, breaking his back, and then bounced up in the air again, shooting another guy out the other window. And then when it hit the ground, it missed the guy that shot out the window, bounced over him, and shot a car seat with a baby in it across the highway in front of me and a semi.
That's crazy, man.
Dude, listen, for real.
So when back when I was paying $1,300 a month of child support, I took a job at a pizza shop, working under the table to make ends meet. And one of the guys that worked there, he was the delivery driver. He went missing October 20th. He's been missing since that day. Like,
oh yeah, he's got a question for all you gangbangers. Hey, he's got a question. He says, "What's breaking blood?"
No, bragging.
Bragging blood. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know none of that shit. I just know that bloods get real mad if you call them slobs. They get real mad about that.
Yeah.
Hey, Savage, bro. I think that story was on
crab. If you call a cripple crab,
are you aware of
a crab, a ricket?
Hey, Savage, have you heard of David Politis before?
Of who?
David Politis, missing 411, anything like that?
It sounds familiar.
Well, he basically like documents like missing cases of people who go missing off of like random circumstances, like super random. Like but what you said about the guy who went missing, that sounds like something that I heard him talk about before.
Yeah, he didn't go, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, he didn't go missing randomly.
No,
it was intentional.
Yeah, like he had no intention of going missing, but I can already tell you just based on me knowing him that him missing is intentional.
Gotcha. All right, well, maybe not.
Yeah. So here's what I learned. I mean, so years ago I learned it, but even just listening to you guys tonight, that's why all that white privilege and white supremacy and all that stuff needs to stop.
Yeah, it doesn't
because most people don't actually, so most people don't actually sit down and talk with other people. And when you talk with other people, you realize, yeah, all that like white privilege and all that shit is just a farce. Like it's literally,
it's BS,
bro. Well, here's the thing, right? It's literally privileged white people telling you that all white people are privileged.
Yep.
And telling you that they are your friends.
Yep.
But they're the ones with the most privilege of everyone. White people, black people, Hispanic people. Like it's wild. My best friend, right? When we were like 19, 20, we would like argue and fight and shit. And then like later on, after we got past that phase for like probably 6 months, we would just always be like butting heads and everything. And then when he told me about his life, I was just like, oh shit. Like, so all this shit about white people like picket fence and all that shit is a lie, huh?
Yeah, dude, if I mouthed off to my mom, I time traveled when I was a kid.
Bro, let me just address what my guy just said. This, bro, if y'all really knew who the hell I am, like white people, any type of people, like I get along with all these people. I like literally, I got thousands of friends in different spaces.
You gotta be careful with that, man, because people that get along with any kind of people can sometimes tend to get themselves in situations unintentionally. I'm serious, dude.
I'm talking about we got hobbies together. This is not like I'm spending all my time with these people. Like for example, like I'm into car audio with a lot of people. So I know people all around the countries, multiple countries.
I'm a novice in that. I dabble a little bit, but I'm not no expert like you probably are.
Yeah, and I'm saying like I know owners of companies, all types of stuff, thousands of people that we interact with. But what I'm saying is like you being a quote unquote black person, you don't have to be just hanging around black people and associating yourself with that. No, you're much more open to the outside world if you just have other interests. A lot of times if you have more complex interests in things, you can be more diverse and interact with people all over the place, and nobody will really see you for your color.
Are you saying that if you have interests other than being you can actually go out and do other stuff?
Exactly.
Is that what you're trying to say? That you don't have to be that?
Yeah, that's the basic way of putting it.
Well, me personally, I hate niggers. Like I absolutely
savage. I fucking dude. You know what? I'm about to make a rule where I'm the only one allowed to drop the N-bomb on this fucking channel.
I absolutely hate them, and that is not color based. Like
no, that's fucking retard based because Ohio's full of them, all shades.
Like I just hate entitled people that make excuses and cry and beg for things.
I really hate Ohio, Savage. I do. I will never live in that fucking state ever again.
I love Ohio.
Fucking 35 years of my fucking life wasted in that shithole.
I love Ohio, but like, listen.
I would love to work for what's that deal? That DOD spot that you guys got out there in Ohio.
I'm not even sure.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, you talking about Wright Pat?
Wright Patterson Air. Yep. Yeah. There we go.
Well, Savage is right.
I grew up about an hour. I literally grew up about an hour and a half away from Wright Pat.
Yeah. I strongly agree with Savage.
Yeah,
Ohio is a fucking shithole. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with you on that. See, I thought you was agreeing with Savage that Ohio is great. Ohio sucks.
I love Ohio, but the point that I'm making is like Lynwoods. I hate Lynwoods. I hate Chenards.
Yes.
I hate for the families. Like, listen, I have 3 brothers. So there's like I have 14. There's 14 of us in my family.
Jesus
And
Christ! Were you the runt?
I'm the runt. Yeah, all my blood brothers are bigger than me. But I have 3 brothers that are one's 3 months. I have 2 brothers. One's 3 months younger than me, and one is 6 months younger than me.
How does that work?
So my dad had his first kid at 16. He had me at 30. And then
so your dad was a whore.
Yes. Like there's stories of my dad sleeping with like 3 women at the same time in his
How many
mom's
counties
house.
did he populate?
He had a lot of kids, but also
hold on. 3 women at the same time in mom's house? Jesus.
Yes. Yeah.
That's
My
crazy.
dad was a legend.
He's a
So my dad married a woman and she had a son. And then my mom married my dad's best friend and he had 2 sons. So the 2 brothers that are the same age as me but months apart are they're stepbrothers.
I know that makes sense, but I'm so high right now it sounds hillbilly as fuck.
Well, both sets of grandparents are from West Virginia. I'm a hillbilly. But my brother that's the brother that's 3 months younger than me, he's currently 35 and he's living at his mom's house back in Windham, and he's in and out of jail and rehab because he can't stay off drugs. He has absolutely hit the clip.
Oh, damn. Oh, do that again. He's absolutely what?
He's absolutely a nigga. So listen, I've tried to help this dude. I told him that I get him like 10 years ago. I told him I helped. He was down in Florida in jail. I had my sponsor who ran the halfway house I was at send the paperwork to his mom to fill out. I had the Florida State Department release him to the halfway house to get him out of jail and out of probation violations. And he got high on the way. He got high on the way to the facility, and I had to revoke my sponsorship, and he couldn't come to where we were at. About 4 months ago, he got so high that he was undressed on Route 5, trying to get into random people's cars. I've literally tried to. He had a business. I tried to have him come over and do some work at my house to pay him. I've done everything I can. He won't help himself. So
you can't help people that don't want to help themselves either.
There's nothing
listen,
you can do, Savage.
I know. Listen, I totally I know this. But what I'm saying is I've done everything I possibly can, and he's just a useless piece of shit. So
yeah.
I hate useless piece of shits. Earlier on CT's channel, I told a story about those students going into that McDonald's, and the one 15-year-old girl with her ass cheeks out told the lady that all she cared about was free food and free healthcare.
While stealing a cup of pop.
Yes. I just hate degenerate people, and I hate degenerate people that make excuses for other degenerate people.
No, it's entitled degenerates. That's what those are the worst, dude. The entitled degenerates, that they think they're entitled to being a degenerate, and you have to accept it.
Yeah, I just hate that shit. That's why I moved out to the country. I don't want my kids a part of that. I don't want my kids around that. Back when I got sober, I loved living in Cleveland when I was committing crimes, and I loved it when I got sober.
Yeah, there's always something to do.
Always something to do. It was so cool and hip to be in this shitty ass city. And now it's like, no, dude. I just want some chickens and some goats and some cows, and I'll be happy with that.
Did you ever run into any of the Bone Thugs?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I got to believe it or not, the Savage, one night when I was working part-time up at the Speedway here in town, while when the wife was getting ready to have the youngest one, there's a guy that came in, and the dude actually knew the father of Busy Bone. So he called he called the father because Busy Bone was at the dude's house, and I got to talk to him while I was at work. It was the wildest shit ever. It was just like some random shit.
I met MGK back before he became famous.
Oh, you met MGK back before he turned into where's that?
No, he was still that. He was strung out and shit, but he like MGK is soft.
He looks soft, dude, to be honest with you.
Now.
Yeah, he's soft. What's that?
He's just Kelly now.
Yeah, he's just bitch now, but
he's no different than any other white dude in Ohio that, you know, could spit fast. They were all over.
Well, like honestly, like the one thing about YouTube, like it, like I don't like these like the King Shenards and the Lynwoods and all these people. These people don't bother me. It honestly bothers me more that people give these people platforms to say dumb shit.
Hey, like I said, man, I'll let any of them come up and I'll let anybody come up and talk until they make an ass out of themselves. You know what I'm saying? Or disrupt, you know, a conversation intentionally. Or my biggest problem with some of these folks is the fact that they think that they can ask you a question and that you have to give them a concise answer, but they feel that the need to never answer any question that you ask. You know, that shit annoys the fuck out of me. But
yeah, I hate that.
I'll still let him up if he pays. I'll still let him up if he pays the tax, though.
Well, like currently, it doesn't bother me now, but I've been on YouTube since 2017, and it took me like 5 years before I could listen to these people say dumb shit about me and my family before it didn't bother me anymore. Like,
yeah, you have been around for a while, Savage.
Yeah.
Some of the things that like Lynwood and King Shenard and Lynwood, had this been like 10 years ago and they did the shit they did, like I would already be in their city.
Yeah, I'd have beat the fuck out of them.
Here's the thing, right? I don't like that talking about family, like that whole bringing up family shit. That's like,
hey, that's why I say, American man, they need to really start practicing the shit they preach. Because look, I respect freedom of speech too, but freedom of speech comes with the freedom of consequences.
No, I agree. That's why, like, year before last, when Lynwood said that shit about Savage's daughter, I flipped out, bro. Flipped the fuck out, like, because like that's weird shit. And like, nah, bro, you gotta chill. Especially me being a father with 2 daughters. Like, I don't play that. Like, you can say whatever you want about Savage, me, Snowman, right? But like, when you start talking about people's families, like, you know, Lynwood said some weird shit about Black's family, and I started flipping out on him. I don't like that shit, bro. That
hey,
shit
look, I'm gonna tell you what. Anybody will say anything, dude. On YouTube, they're gonna say anything they want. They don't care, dude. But and act all hard about it. But I'm gonna tell you what. When they're standing face to face with some of these motherfuckers, it's a whole different story. I promise you.
Oh, of course.
Well, I get that, but like the main point that I'm trying to say is, like, if I wasn't married, like,
oh, dude, my 9-year-old son doesn't realize how many times he saved his dad's life.
Yeah, like if I wasn't married, I would like.
My son has literally been what has stopped me from doing stupid shit that would end everybody's fucking life. You know what I'm saying? That would end the party for everybody. Everybody would be forever affected in a negative way. Seriously, he doesn't even know how many times he's kept me from.
Sound like my white homeboy, Brian, bro. I swear to God.
Yeah, but it's not like. This is the thing. When you're on the internet talking to people, you really don't know who you're talking to.
You don't.
And like, there are people out here that have a certain set of skills that are able to get away with things.
Yeah.
And there's some people on here that really just don't give a fuck. Let's keep it a buck, dude. There's some people on here that don't give a fuck and will literally do exactly what you are threatening.
Right. like, honest to God, the only thing that keeps me from doing dumb shit these days, because I'm an absolute garbage piece of shit human being.
Same here.
The fact is, of God and my wife and my kids is the only thing that stops me from throwing it all away on a chance.
Savage, I don't deserve to have the family and the life that I do right now at all whatsoever. There's no reason why I should have the happiness and the life that I have. I don't deserve it.
Yes,
is Muffin still up here?
You worked for it. No, he's not.
Oh, of course not. He had to run. He got his ass chewed enough.
Who? Muffin? Are you talking about Muffin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look. Look. Muffin will be back. He's up.
We're calling him up here now, so whatever.
He'll be back. I ain't worried about him. It's going. What you did is the best thing that you could have done for him, and he knows it too. He knows it,
dude.
We're just men. It hurts when another man has to tell us we're being stupid and to pull our head up from out of our ass.
No, man, you've been almost streaming for 8 hours, dude. Do you realize that shit?
Yeah, it ain't. That's not unusual.
Okay.
Seriously, dude, go back to all my live streams, and there ain't one that's probably under 5-6 hours.
Oh man, you like John Galt? Huh?
No, dude, I don't. Never. John Galt never stops streaming.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude has somebody on his fucking platform keeping that thing live 24/7. It never stops.
Nah, that's a fact.
I like John though, man. Actually, I like a lot of the people that I've met through CT, because CT is a collector of characters that I've noticed. He collects characters.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah.
You know, and he's he's really good at bringing like-minded people together. You know, and that's
absolutely true.
You know, so I'll never look, even though CT's a piece of shit sometimes, he is. Let's keep it a buck. CT can be a real fucking cocksucker. You know, he has his moments his damn self, right? Let's keep it a buck.
He's not conservative.
But you know, CT is actually through CT a lot of friendships have been formed.
Hey, Savage, Savage, bro, just leave it alone, bro. Just leave it alone.
I don't know if you guys have realized, 9 out of 10 times when I come on the stream, I literally have an issue with CT, and I'm just there to kick his back in.
You're what? I didn't hear anything. I can't hear nothing you said.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything either.
9 out of the 10 times I come on CT's stream, I'm there to kick his back in. I have smoke for him, not anyone else.
That's the way it should be. Somebody needs to push back on him.
No, I hate that he does. He lets these women and these liberals come up here and say random shit, and then he doesn't let anyone to counter their point or argue what they're saying.
Dude, that's what pisses me off about him and what he used to do with Be Brave. Is he'd let Be Brave say whatever the fuck he wanted, and when I come up there and tell Be Brave he was a fucking dumb, ignorant, fucking inbred hillbilly, he'd kick me off the fucking panel. Like, are you fucking for real, dude?
Check your Cash App.
Oh man, you didn't have to do that, bro. Appreciate it though, man. Shout out to you, man. Hitting it heavy again. No Diddy with another 50 ball. Damn. I appreciate that, sir.
It's no problem.
For real. Let me thank you properly.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to go right down through them. We're going to just start with this one. You like them goth? Hey, dude, and I got some new ones coming up. Dude, you like midgets? I got some of them in the back that I ain't got completely edited yet.
Do you like midgets?
Listen, I'm a sick fuck. I'll try anything once. As long as it's female.
Dude, then you got to see this shit. It's fucking hilarious. For real, it's a dude. This look, I've always thought midgets looked weird. All right, but this bitch is like halfway sexy, and it confused me.
That's not even when I see a midget. I don't even care if they look weird. I'm just saying like how tiny they are.
Hey, and
Yo,
I don't know if the whoever hit me with that 20 ball just now wants their real name out there.
No,
I doubt it.
So I'm assuming that's Rashu. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that, my guy. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and throw them out there for you guys. Here. You like Tiny Marias?
Do you love me? Do you need me?
What about Spicy Marias? Have you ever seen a thick Ling Ling?
That's probably more my speed right there.
Dude, she got an ass on her.
Yo, Savage, my homie been talking you up, bro.
You like big titty Becky's?
What was that?
Artie says no more swearing on CT's channel.
I didn't hear you, American Man.
I said my homie been talking you up.
Who?
Blacks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we talk outside of YouTube.
Yeah, Blacks and I communicate a lot.
Oh man. So I think it's Tuesday next week. Me and the boy are going to live stream from the science Fort Wayne's. Basically, it's like Fort Wayne's COSI. You know what COSI is, right? Savage. It's in Ohio. It's the Central Ohio Science Institute.
Yeah.
Well,
what
they got
that in?
that's. I think it's in. Is it in Columbus?
Okay. I think that does sound familiar.
But they have kind of like here in Fort Wayne, they have their own version of that, man, where it's a big science museum where you get to go in and do science experiments and shit. So me and him are going to go do that Tuesday.
Nice.
Either Monday or Tuesday. I think it might be Monday because he gets Monday off for Labor Day.
Yeah, but is it going to be open on Monday?
Yeah, actually, they're letting people come in for free. The wife got our already ordered our tickets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You just had to get tickets. Like, I went to the last Ozfest for free. You just had to get online and download tickets before they were gone.
Nice. I'll be honest with you. I don't go to concerts. I don't do that shit.
Dude, I'm a musician. That's all I did most of my adult life is go get high and drunk and act a fool at concerts.
Yeah, that's cool.
I love the concert life. For real, yeah. I did.
Yeah, I don't want my kids to look up to that stuff.
I get that. I feel what you're saying. But there's nothing wrong with going out and enjoying live music either. Music is it's a universal language, man. That's why I like music. Music can create and destroy both, and it literally it breaks language barriers.
Are you Christian?
I am.
How fierce a Christian are you?
How what?
How fierce of a Christian are you?
I'm not. Look, I'm not no like devout Christian or anything like that. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus and all that shit. I believe that.
Not a Bible thumper.
Huh?
Nothing. I was repeating Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, I'm not a Bible thumper. My mom was that.
Yeah, so I'm a devout Christian. So like my kids don't watch TV unless it's educational. They don't have tablets. We don't.
When I was a kid, the youth pastor that I used to go to his house, that's how his house was. He didn't have a TV in it. They had a radio, and they only listened to a couple like talk shows on it every now and again as a family.
We have TV, but we limit the amount of hours. Like, we don't let our kids watch TV for multiple hours. Our kids don't have tablets.
Well, look, I got two fucking crazy ass fucking lunatic daughters, and look, I'm here to tell you that Mickey Mouse Clubhouse is a fucking lifesaver.
So you're going to church tomorrow?
Me?
Savage?
So my family will be going to church tomorrow. I will be not. I'll be working.
Hey, even the Lord took the Sabbath off, Savage.
Yeah, so he did take the Sabbath off, but when he died, he became the Sabbath. Sabbath became optional after the new covenant.
I don't know if it's really optional, man. You're still supposed to.
That's
kind of, as you know, if you think about it, the Sabbath that also ties into like the farming and shit, and letting pieces of your land go fallow for every 7 years. That way it can replenish, and that's I think all that shit's tied together. You're supposed to rest.
Yeah. So if you go back to the Lord Jesus Christ, He allowed his apostles to work on Sunday. They went against the law
because Jesus was a slave driver, sir.
No, but he went against the law of the Old Testament and his teachings in the New Testament.
Well, technically, isn't that it doesn't God frown on that?
No, because this we have to realize is that a lot of the what people don't realize is in 78 AD, when the Second Temple fell, that was after Jesus' crucifixion. You can't follow the covenants, the laws of Judaism. So if you're going to be under the law, you have to have sacrifices, which you need the temple for. So because you can't have sacrifices, the law doesn't apply. So Jesus became our rest. He became the Sabbath. That's why he rose again on the Sabbath. Like, he himself is our rest. So you can go to church on Sunday, because technically during the time of Jesus, Sabbath was from Friday at dusk.
Yeah, but I thought Jesus taught that with the new covenant that the man of the house, the father, was supposed to teach his family.
Yeah, teaching your family has nothing to do with going to church. Like, there's no part in the Bible where Jesus tells you that you need to go to the temple.
Right, I get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Savage, before you get into that, because you were about to know something that I was going to ask you. When exactly did the Sabbath become Sunday? Because I've grown up my whole life.
When the Catholic Church took it over,
Sabbath being Friday night to Saturday night.
It wasn't the Catholics that did that.
No, so what ended up happening?
It was Constantine in 321.
It wasn't Constantine. So the Christians in the first century were practicing Sunday on a Sabbath. So what you have to realize is a lot of the stuff that you learn about the Christian faith is through a Catholic lens, because the Catholics actually didn't become the Catholic Church until like 400 to 600 years after Christ's death. So Christians.
Wasn't the Vatican around when?
No, the Vatican
was part of the Roman Catholic Church.
The Roman Catholic
Church. That was after the empire fell.
Was it?
Yeah, that was after the empire fell. So,
man,
so this is the way that it works. So the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church try to claim authority over the Christian faith, but you have to realize that most of the apostles were not Catholic and they were not Orthodox. So there was a Christian church in the first century after Christ's death that had rules and regulations that they followed. And it wasn't until like the 6th century or the 5th century that the Catholic Church became founded. So you have a whole 300 to 400 years of church that was happening under the Christian banner that's not tied to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason that the Sabbath changed was because in the 1st and 2nd century, the Christians started honoring the day that Jesus rose as Sabbath. That's why the holiday changed. It was prior to the Catholic Church.
Okay.
And technically, if you go by our calendar today, we put Sunday as the last day of the week, but technically
it's actually the first day.
It's technically the first day of the week. And also, if you go based on the Jewish calendar uses a hybrid between the solar calendar and also the moon calendar. So days fall differently because they're mixing between the two.
Yeah, it's not Gregorian at all.
Yeah, so a lot of the things that people learn about learn about Christianity is filtered through bullshit. So the Catholic Church and the Christendom that we learn is not actually the faith. So you have a lot of problems when it comes to Christianity. You have Christians that want to go back to it's called the Hebrew roots movement, where they want to go back to following the laws and the things as Christ did, because Christ was a Jew and he did follow the law while he was alive. And then you also have the black Hebrew Israelites that do the same thing. And then you have the influence of Judaism and the Catholic Church. But a lot of the things that these beliefs do aren't biblical. They're not in the Bible.
Right. Shouldn't they be sacrificing animals too then?
Under the law, the Jews do sacrifice animals.
Yeah, under Jewish ceremonial law, yeah.
They do. But unfortunately, they don't have a temple. So the sacrificing of animals is tied to the temple. So unfortunately, people don't realize that a lot of the laws are for time and place, and a lot of the covenants are for specific times and specific places. And if you read Paul, so there was a point in time where Paul took a Hebrew to go get circumcised. I forget which Hebrew it was. It wasn't an apostle, but it was I think it was Titus. He took him to go get circumcised so that he could preach to the Jews. There was another person that became a Christian that Paul said that he was not going to circumcise him, and he was a Gentile. So being a Gentile, we don't, even in the New Testament, we don't fall under the same laws and things.
I think it was Timothy. Sorry to cut you off.
It might have been Timothy. I forget which one it was. But unfortunately, things are not the way that they're told to us. Paul was saying that Gentiles don't need to be circumcised. Paul was also saying that you're able as a Christian to partake in the sacrifices of animals for other gods and stuff if your faith is strong. So a lot of the hard lines that we're taught that these people believe and those people believe don't make them right. Like the whole point of Jesus coming back for the Jews was for him to save them before his death. Yeah. They turned his back on him. So they are no longer the chosen people of God, because in order to be the chosen people of God, Jesus talks about the branch being spliced in. So the Gentiles were the group that was spliced in.
Well, what they
also, right. So it's a divine intervention to get rid of all these Jewish ceremonial laws, because they had become the synagogue of Satan. That's what the whole New Testament is.
Yes, effectively, the Jews became the synagogue of Satan. But also,
that's
if you read
wild.
What they were chosen for in the first place was to be of the
light of the world.
No, it was to be of the bloodline from which the Messiah would come. So
yes.
once he came, what they were chosen for was accomplished. As far as the law goes, when he was crucified without having sinned. When he resurrected himself, he had fulfilled the law. And that's when the law became the old law. As far as the synagogue of Satan goes, that goes all the way back. You can read the story about it in Numbers chapter 22, when the king of Moab and Balaam devised a plan because God would not give them permission to curse the Jews. They devised a plan to trick them into cursing themselves, and that's when they introduced all of the paganism and hedonism and idolatry and stuff that Abraham had left behind and was trying to get away from.
Yeah.
They reintroduced it to them.
Canaanites.
I would just like to point out this is why I like rocking with the people that I rock with, man. For real.
Balaam was a Gnostic soothsayer.
That's true. That's true, but also you have to realize that even in the New Testament, the Jews are the chosen people, but they were also set up to be the light of the world. And Jesus has a prediction to the he has a prophecy to the apostles where he tells them that some of you will not die until I come back when he had resurrected. So what you have to realize is under prophecy in the Bible at the time, all the majority of the prophecies are conditional. So if man does certain things, then God will he'll either give into or he won't do. So the reason Jesus hasn't come back yet is man hasn't fulfilled his part of the prophecy. And part of the prophecy of Jesus coming back is Israel accepting Christ as their Lord. So there has to be a certain amount of Jews that end up accepting Jesus before he comes back. So really, when it comes down to a lot of these things, you have to go and read what the church fathers say, and you have to read the understanding from the place and time, because currently we're so far from the New Testament that we don't understand what the people that were reading it in the first, second, and third century, what they understood to be culturally relevant to the story. So, like, a lot of the things that we learn and are taught are just watered down versions of what is actually relevant. Like, Catholics don't read the Bible.
They don't.
Yeah. They read a passed down Latin version. I mean, if you really want to get into it, you have to understand Aramaic and all that. But I have a question. When we talk about the chosen people being the bringers of light, how do you guys interpret the passage in I believe it was Peter or Paul, where Jesus is referred to as Lucifer, and Lucifer is translated as a
the morning star?
Light.
Are you talking about when they refer to him as the morning star?
Well, it means light bringer.
Right.
And yeah, it is Peter.
Yeah, so unfortunately that your understanding is incorrect. So Lucifer is called son of the morning. All right? Which means if you believe in the Genesis story of the Nephilim, which means that Lucifer's father was most likely a fallen angel, and that Lucifer himself is not Satan.
Yes. Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. So you have to realize that Satan mimics God. That's why when you look at Satanism, because I was a Satanist before coming to a Christian, Christianity does everything its way, and Satanism does everything in reverse. So if you go and you get older Bibles and you read the Bibles, they'll take a word out here and a word out there to change the meaning of the verse. So anytime that you see a translation, in order for you to have a copyright on that translation, like the New International Translation, you have to have 10% different than the source to be able to copyright it. So when it comes down to your understanding and reading of the book, you have to really see the source that you're reading, and you have to take it back to the actual original languages.
Oh, so that might be why former Satanists come to Christ, because, like you said, it is just Christianity in reverse. And if you learn things like Hermetic principles, you'll be able to read through that coded language.
Well, if you look into any Satanism, like the Church of Satan and Satanists, they do a lot of Catholic. They do actually a lot of Catholic masses. So, like, instead of doing like the Catholic mass, Satanists
Black
do the Black
Mass.
mass. Yeah. Like Catholicism itself is a mixture of paganism and idolatry infused with Christianity.
They're really like the second synagogue of Satan, if you think about it.
Yes, that's why when you hear the Pope say that if aliens came down to Earth, they would baptize them.
Yeah, right. Or when the Pope says you should allow all immigrants, or what did he say?
It's a sin not to accept immigrants.
Yeah, tell that to the Israelites.
Yeah, like a lot of the reason that Jesus and Christianity gets a bad rap is because you have a lot of dogma that's not even Christian, that's pushed down on the people, and that's the whole, like, the reason the Catholic Church is the way it is because it's to push people. It's either to push people away from Christ or it's to pull people into the religion and keep them from Christ.
Yes, yes. It really fits into Plato's noble lie.
Like if you read so another example of something that goes against, like, the Catholic doctrine going against the Bible. If you read the Bible and you read what it takes to be a priest, you have to have children, you have to be married. What do all
Yeah, and that's
Catholic priests
totally
not allowed to
opposite
do?
to the Eastern monk philosophy.
Like, Catholic fathers can't get married. They can't have children. You're not supposed to call another man father. Call him father. Like, the principles in order for you to have the authority to lead men, they go against in the Bible. So, like, you have that issue. Then when you go to
Yeah, and
Protestant
then
churches,
and then the issue of Mary.
oh yeah, they worship Mary way too much. But the problem is a lot of people don't spend the time to actually read the Bible or read it into the early church fathers, or to actually do any sort of research. Like, same thing when it comes down to like the Book of Enoch 1. The Book of Enoch 1 got taken out of Scripture because the Jews didn't like the book because the Son of Man is a term in that book that's used by Jesus. Jesus quotes it, Jude quotes it, but the Jews didn't like it. The Catholics didn't like it because
Right.
it went against their philosophy.
Right. It's like Disney taking Star Wars and making cool shit non-canon.
Correct.
What do you think about the Gospel of Thomas?
Oh, that's
I personally don't believe in any of the Apocrypha. I don't believe there are the Word of God any more than I believe the Talmud is the Word of God.
Yeah, but see, here's the issue when it comes to the Book of Enoch. So the Book of Enoch stays ahead of, like, the Book of Enoch itself stays far ahead of all the other Apocryphas because Jesus quotes it in the New Testament. Jude quotes it in the New Testament. It was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are some of the oldest scriptures that we have.
In the original language.
Yeah, so the fact that they found it and Jesus quoted it and Jude quoted it goes to show that it was common during the time in which Jesus was alive.
Well,
So if you
is it not possible that they could have taken those quotes and wrote a book around those quotes so that people would believe that the whole thing is what would you can't think of the word valid, to validate the whole thing? They actually use something from the Bible and put it into this book and write a whole book around something that is found in the Bible so as to validate the whole thing.
It's
and
possible.
the Gnostic, the Dead Sea Scrolls are a Gnostic manipulation.
Yeah, so so listen, it's possible, but here's the issue that you run into. Book of Enoch 2, I 100% agree it's Gnostic. The book Enoch 3, Gnostic. The book of Enoch 1 literally foretells Jesus, for one. For two, he calls Jesus the Son of Man multiple times in that book. Jesus calls himself the Son of Man. So there's already like a precursor to Enoch. There's already a precursor to Jesus through Enoch. Enoch is quoted by these two people, like it's verbatim quoted by they literally quote the same verses from Enoch. And the Dead Sea Scrolls, I believe, are found from, I believe it's like the 1st or 2nd century. So if we have scripture that goes to like the 1st century, Jesus said it, if you believe Jesus is God, and why would they talk about Enoch and about how he walked with God and how he was a person, and then Jesus quotes scriptures as if he didn't know what they were that refer back to Enoch, and then Jude, who is James, isn't Jude James's brother? Like, isn't Jude related to Jesus?
It's the brother of James.
Yeah, so and James is his brother. So he also quotes Enoch. And then on top of that,
So your argument is preconditional in that we have verification from Christ himself.
Yeah,
sources.
like the fact that he quotes Enoch 1. He doesn't quote Enoch 2 or 3. So like the Gnostic thing I can completely believe with the other two scriptures. But like the book of Enoch isn't it's foretelling the Nephilim, and it's foretelling like what to expect in the end times. And it the last generation, and this book will come back that generation. So like the Catholic Church kicked it out. A bunch of churches don't use the Book of Enoch, but like the story in Genesis 6 about the Nephilim and whatnot, kind of crucial. It's only like 2 sentences in the Old Testament, and then
kind of crucial is an understatement. I mean that revamps the whole thing. I mean, if you think about it, the Nephilim turning against God, becoming it revamps the whole thing from an ancient wisdom perspective to this shit is happening right now perspective.
Like, it's kind of crucial.
From my understanding, the whole book of Enoch was written posthumously.
No. So there's 3 different books.
Like, there wasn't a record of what he was saying while he was saying it. It was all written after he was caught.
Well, here's the issue. So Enoch would have been pre-flood, which he would have been Moses' great-grandfather or grandfather. So
yeah. So we're talking at least 12,000 years ago.
The argument that's made is how did it survive the flood? But the argument also is when you read the Bible and you read the Old Testament, it says that all the giants died on the earth from the flood. But then in the same book, it says that they survived after Noah. So it says it killed them all, but it also says it got rid of them. But then
I
you
think
also have Jesus.
it killed their civilization. And
it says that
remnants.
So Jesus, 2,000 years after this, says that he's quoting it. So like to some degree, even if you don't believe or hold it to the same way as Scripture, it explains Genesis 6, and the Genesis 6 explains the other religions. It also explains what to expect. So the whole transhumanism thing comes from Enoch. The mixing of technology with man and fucking up the bloodline is explained by today with the fallen angels coming into the daughters of men. Also,
and this brings it back to the Lucifer, the bringer of light, and that's what electricity is. That's what electronics are. And you have King Solomon and his sigils lining up with electronic motherboards. It's harnessing these bringers of light, which are demons, that is converging with human consciousness in the technological age.
Savage, when you say comes from Enoch, do you mean was described or explained by Enoch?
Yeah, so the whole story of story of Enoch is pretty much, he explains that the Nephilim came from angels going against God and going to Mount Hermon, and they decided to take an oath, and then they took daughters of men and taught them alchemy, the beautification of eyes. They taught them things in the heavens. They taught them how to forge. They taught them war. They taught them potions and roots. He explains that they taught them all these principles, and then he names them. All right. So
it comes from the Hellenistic period of Judaism, and the remaining text, the full text that we have, is in Ethiopian.
You see this here?
As above, so below, which isn't, that's the Nephilim principle.
Yep. People like to claim that what this shape makes is the Seal of Solomon or Star of David. It's not. It's hermetic.
Yeah, but it's actually a star of, I forget the name of the god, but it's a different star. But what you have to realize,
hermetic, it's Hermes.
It's all of those things. I read the Kabbalion, and it's all of those things.
Yeah,
the face that's in here is Hermes Trismegistus.
It predates that.
Yeah. It does predate that, because Hermes is using it as a hermetic principle.
Yeah. So what the Book of Enoch does is it explains to you the other religions of the earth. So Enoch says that the fallen angels, there's 7 seraphim that end up mating with man, and they have children. Those children were part man. So when God gave us the ability to have domain over the earth, the angels did not have domain, but their children who were mixed with men were men enough to be able to become rulers. So this explains the story of Atlantis, where there were 10 kings. Poseidon had 10 sons, and they all got rulership. So when you look at, if you go back to the Vikings and you look at Odin and his 2 brothers killed their father. They used his carcass to build the world, and his blood made a flood. Like, a lot of the religions come down to this breeding of the fallen angels and these like demigods, and the demigods being worshipped. So the transhumanism element, it doesn't say that transhumanism is in Enoch, but it explains that God put a curse between Adam and Eve and the serpent, and then he said, I'm going to put enmity between your seeds. Well, then you go and you look, and all of these deities that were being worshipped are all said to be sleeping with humans. So they were clearly polluting the bloodline. So now if you look at Revelations and it says you take the mark of the beast, it explains that the bloodline of trying to separate you from God is a consistent theme throughout the Bible. That's how
Yes.
transhumanism becomes part of Enoch, because
Yes.
Enoch
We're killing the spirit, just like Odin's killing Ymir and spreading his body parts around. We're killing the old human consciousness and creating something new in our own new universe with it.
Correct. So even if you don't believe that Enoch is scripture, you should still read it, because even a lot of those, like Thomas is not one that really has a lot of extracurricular activities that are going to be beneficial. But
I think it does. I think Thomas, the fact that Thomas shows up and the disciples are like, dude, Jesus just rose from the dead. And Thomas is like, you guys have been smoking the fucking bush. And it's like, what would we have to do to make you believe that Jesus rose from the dead? And it's like, Thomas goes, I would have to touch Jesus's wounds. And so Jesus appears right behind him, and Jesus allows him to touch his wounds. And Thomas became the only person to touch the reincarnated body of Christ because he doubted. I think that's very crucial extracurricular activity.
yeah, but there's a lot of more, like, I don't think that like the Gnosticism that's in Thomas, I don't think is outweighed by that. But the point that I'm making is even if you don't believe wholeheartedly all of what is in these extra books, there is
Non-canonical.
some sort of truth and knowledge or information that is relevant to the people of the time period. So
yeah,
even if
they were written for a reason.
Yeah, so they're like, if you look at Maccabees has information based on the rulership of the time period. Even if you're not going to come out
in the Book of Kings, the Ethiopian Kibrit and Gas.
Like, also, I literally just did a Bible study on what's the name? I forget the name. I've been drinking. What's the name of the Og? I think it's Og. Yeah.
Gog. You mean Gog and Magog?
Yeah, Gog. So Gog, I just did a Bible study that the Bible study made a good argument that Gog is actually he's pre-flood, that he survived the flood, and he is believed to be, if you read the
because he's the son of Japheth.
Yeah, if you end up reading the Odin tale, where Odin ends up killing his father, but in the story there is a giant that's not killed. He gets away on a boat and survives, that he ties into Og. And Og, if you read him, the way that it says it in the Bible, it calls him a remnant, and it's referring back to a remnant of the flood.
Are you referring to Bergelmir?
Yes. So, like, if you end up taking the Bible and you going to these other religions and these other books and you cross compare, it gives you some degree of insight onto what the story is saying. Like, I'm not saying,
and Bergelmir escapes with his wife on like a giant log, which could be considered Noah's Ark.
Like, I'm not telling you that, like, the real truth is Odin is actually God or anything like that. But when you take these people and you cross compare them to religions, and you go back to the Bible, there's people in the Bible that are being talked about from another perspective in another religion, and it gives you more insight into what the Bible's telling you.
Oh, of course, and cross-referencing mythologies gets you everywhere. But Odin seems to me more like a demiurge figure.
But yeah, like, I completely 100% believe that Enoch is not just some some crazy loon book that was written. Like I don't think that. Like even if you go into like Satanism and Freemasonry, so you have Enoch so there's two Enochs of the Bible. The one Enoch is Cain's son, and that's what he names his first city is Enoch. And the Enoch that comes from Cain, they end up sleeping with the giants. So 7 from Cain is Tubal Cain, which is the start of the Freemasons. Tubal Cain is considered to be the first like Grand Mason, and the first person that ends up doing cities and also doing like weights and measures and money is Tubal Cain. So like if you go through the history of like Nimrod falls along the Canaanite line. So these outside stories end up giving you more insight into what the Bible's saying, because the Bible is written in a way that is telling you a story without telling you 100% of the context, because the people that are relative to the time period would understand the context of the story.
Right. Like if we started speaking to each other in meme speak, like we would understand what we're saying when we're saying like on God, no homo. But 1,000 years from now, people wouldn't have any idea what the fuck we're talking about. But when you said Enoch, and there is a direct line from Nimrod to Cain, so are you under the belief that when Cain was banished from, I guess, the post garden or whatever, there was other people on the earth?
Yeah, so I'm of the belief that there are 2 creation stories in Genesis, and I believe that there were already beings that were on the earth, but Adam and Eve were set apart.
Yes, I agree with that. They were set apart in the garden to reproduce with each other.
And I also believe that the mark of Cain is like pasty chalk. I think that the mark that he gave him was his skin turned.
Yeah, and this is what Billy Carson talks about. He talks about the marks that God gives are skin pigments in different races. So you think Cain was the first white boy?
No, I think he's like the first undead looking thing. Like I think his skin was so pale and chalky, like he looked more like a clown.
Oh, so he was the first ginger.
Well, effectively, but I think that a lot of the Nephilim had like big lips, big noses, and chalky skin that looked like clowns.
Yes,
I think that's
and
why.
then they had 6 fingers, 2 rows of teeth, and most importantly, red hair.
Yes, and I also think that they were part serpent. Like they looked kind of like serpents, and that's why you have the clown with the big mouth.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I've talked about this before in some of my videos. The weird correlation between redheads in mythological history and snakes. They're always associated with serpents for some reason.
Well, you have to remember that there were 7 seraphim angels that fell, which seraphim is a serpent.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
You get it cross-referenced in, the kings of Europe, St. Patrick driving out the snakes, the Quetzalcoatl, and the giant red-headed beings in South America associated with the serpent, with the winged serpent god. This is all over the world. You see this. So these Nephilim come down. They impregnate human women. The offspring then has free reign on planet Earth. They go against God. God wipes them out. Maybe he does. Maybe he wipes out the civilization, but some remnants remain. Ultimately, what do you see as the takeaway from Enoch?
Is the takeaway from Enoch is pretty much that when the pit is opened, all of those beings that were vanquished come back, and we're going to see big monstrous creatures. Because you also have to remember that unfamiliar flesh was the animals. So
well, as above, so below, dude. So
with humans.
So when you say a pit, remember the Nephilim came from the heavens. So how do we know they're coming from the ground?
Well, Apollo gets the key. Apollyon gets the key to the pit, and he opens the pit, and then everything comes out of the pit. So the things that are from heaven are going to went to the pit because God judged them and held them in the pit. So like there's 4 angels that are locked in chains and darkness under the Euphrates. So when that pit is opened, it's going to open up those other things, and they're going to come onto the earth, and seeing them is going to stop the hearts of men. So like the story of the Scorpion King, all of the mentors, all of the I forget exactly what it says, but it talks about the things look like
the
scorpions.
5 or the 6 or 7 headed dragon and the mantis.
Yeah, like you're going to see a bunch of monsters that are going to be large, and they're going to be something that we don't see, and that's going to be from the mixing of the Nephilim and the mixing of the angels.
that's incredible. So the takeaway from Enoch. So the takeaway from Enoch is don't interbreed.
Yeah, like Enoch pretty much explains what's going on in Genesis of why God had to wipe out the earth. Because if you just read Genesis, it's like, hey, the sons of God made it with the daughters of man, and he said, fuck this, fuck the earth. But like when you read Enoch, it's like, no, they were making giant people, they were making mixing with animals, they were mixing with reptiles, they were mixing with beasts, and these things were eating humans, and it became sinful and wicked because men started worshiping those things. And then when you look at the story of Babylon with the separation of language, it explains why you can have a flood story in this culture and a flood story in this culture, and you have the Chinese that have a dragon, and then you go over to America and the natives have they have a dragon or a winged serpent.
And Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, so like Enoch is the missing link into why the world is the way it is, because if you think about it, it's like, hey, we believe in God, and then God was like, hey, I'm gonna separate your guys' language, and then you're like, why the fucking Indians have like these people that are like elephants, and like why do the Egyptians have these half man, half animal things? Like, why is that going on?
Did you ever see that interview of those? They took these isolated people from a tribe in the Amazon and they put them on a podcast with someone who spoke their language, and they showed him a picture of gray aliens, and he was like, "Aliens? We don't have that word. We call them, this word in our native language, and they're just the ant people, and they take your spirit underground, and you're not supposed to mess with them."
Well, yeah, if you look into Aleister Crowley said that they call them angels and demons now, but they will go by another name in the future.
Yes, and Aleister Crowley, he he summoned a being called Lamb that looks just like a fucking gray alien.
Yeah, if you look into Alien
I thought it was called Charizon.
No.
Lamb. No, he summoned an entity. He summoned an entity called Lamb, and it formed a bunch of different offset cults, like the cult of Lamb and whatnot. But this was an entity, and I believe it was the 1920s, which then inspired Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard to do their great work in the Babylon workings in the desert. And ever since then, we've had great alien encounters.
Yeah. And if you look into alien abductions, when it comes down to people being abducted, people that call out to Jesus, the abduction stops.
Real? So you think all so-called quote-unquote extraterrestrial encounters are all demonic?
Yeah, I also believe that parasites are demonic. And I also believe that a lot of the mental illness that we have when it comes
I
to
can understand that. I forget who said it. It was some great philosopher who said it, but he said parasites, they can't hurt you unless you lie. And when you lie, that's when you get colds and infections.
Yeah, I believe that parasites are demonic. I also believe that like I don't really put too much weight when it comes to health and stuff into this world because we're of a dying world. But I do believe a lot of the things that we end up coming across, like cancer. I think cancer, legitly, the majority of people that get like crazy cancer are people that are keeping a secret, and it's eating them alive.
Well, that would line up with the biological process. And as we already know, placebo is demonstrably real.
You know what I've always found suspect or questionable? Tardigrades.
What are tardigrades? They're on the space station. They're in Antarctica.
Yeah, they're like everywhere, and they look like pigs, like little microscopic pigs with no eyes. And I'm wondering, what the fuck are these things? Are these like demons? Like the physical embodiment.
I don't think so. I don't think they're innately evil. I think they're just around. They're like moths.
Are they like aliens that came here on a meteor or something?
I mean, they might as well be. And you look at certain organisms like fungi and octopi, completely alien to this world.
I personally don't believe in Mars or the moon or any of that shit.
Oh, so are you I won't say flat earther, but you believe that this world is isolated within the firmament?
Yeah, I believe we're on the flat plane. I don't believe we can get out of this, and I don't believe we're a sphere.
Well, if we're not a sphere, and if this is a flat plane, don't you think there are much more discoveries awaiting us, perhaps even hell itself, below?
Well, hell is definitely in this, so on a flat plane model, Earth is only the landmass, and hell is described to be in the center of the landmass. So even on
Antarctica. So hell is Antarctica.
Well, there's been scientific exploration in Antarctica, and Admiral Byrd said that there's large land masses past the ice wall of Antarctica. So,
yeah, and then we had Operation High Jump. Yeah, no, I agree with you. They definitely killed Admiral Byrd. He went to the North Pole and talked about some weird shit too. But the Germans were deep in Antarctica, and I actually know from some personal sources that they were developing technology that was like beyond, like 100 years ahead of their time. It's really gets the noggin jogging when you realize like there's New Schwabenland related to Klaus Schwab, and there's all these patents from Germany in the 1940s talking about these flying discs that we suddenly see pop up after 1950. And Operation High Jump was a military expedition. So why would you need like 5,000 troops, and why would you lose 2,000 troops exploring Antarctica?
Yeah, and they also did high jump, and they did fishbowl. Like they found the firmament. Like we can't get outside of this planet. We can't leave the atmosphere.
And I forget the actual operation, but they definitely tried to blow up the firmament. They definitely tried to like shoot atom bombs.
Oh yeah, they were taking nukes to it.
Into the upper stratosphere. But I just, I've looked in some high power quality telescopes, and I see like the deep craters on the moon, on Mars. I see the rings of Saturn, and I just can't wrap my head around all of that as being projections.
Well, no, that's not their projection. Like they're there, but the concept of space in which they tell us is not reality because we can't leave here. Like the Bible says that all the beings in the sky are for time and place. They're for signs of what's coming. So like in the old in
I see. So they're just for intents and purposes as their reference. They're heavenly bodies.
Yeah, they're heavenly bodies, and even the Bible talks about each heavenly body has an angel that's responsible for it. That's why at the end times they're going to be out of whack and not in places they're supposed to be.
Does Saturn have an angel?
I think Saturn had an angel.
I don't think they're around anymore.
I think that's why we're not supposed to make any images of things from heaven. That's what that's referring to. Those angels came down here, and that's what got worshipped.
Ooh, that makes a lot of sense. With the black cube and the hexagon.
Yep, that's why we're told not to worship other gods and not to make things of heaven.
Shit, I wasn't even on the panel.
And isn't it a coincidence that they're called Jupiter and Mars, literally gods?
Well, Red, have you ever taken just your cell phone and zoomed in on a star in the sky?
No.
No. I've looked at $15,000 telescope.
I've done that too. Have you ever noticed that when you zoom in on a fucking star, it starts becoming almost transparent with waves and shit going through it?
Yeah, it flickers.
And it's any star you point a camera or a telescope at in the sky, any of them. The more you concentrate on it, the more it becomes like almost like a transparent. It's weird, like it looks like a light under the water with ripples going through.
And that's perfectly in line with the double slit experiment and the theory of quantum mechanics, which is that the human eye, or rather the human consciousness observing light particles, actually changes the fabric of reality itself.
Aren't you curious who you really are? If you you aren't?
Absolutely not. I know what I am.
No, I mean not the vessel you are, but the consciousness, who you really are.
I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another
dude. I used to have that clip too.
My God.
No, it's like I've never been able to find the actual lecture that was given. It was like one of these college psychological philosopher types, you know, where they were sitting there and they were discussing consciousness and what it really is, and whether it's attached to the physical brain or if it's something outside of the brain.
Yeah, the mind-body problem.
You know, and one of the things that I remember they said that kind of blew my mind is your consciousness almost has to be separate from the brain and the body itself. That like the brain and the body have to be, you know, operating on their own, kind of like on autopilot. Because try giving your brain a thought.
Yeah. So,
right. And this is logically consistent, and this is with Kant's transcendental argument. In order for there to be consciousness, it has to exist outside of the human body. In order for there to be logic and reason, there has to be some ulterior, universal construct of logic and reason.
Yeah.
So if you look at so if you take that idea that we're laying out about ourselves, how our consciousness, you know, it's almost as if it's outside of the lived experience and everything else that's going on. Now, the way I look at it is now tie that to God.
Yeah.
And how he's tied into everything, how he's literally outside of everything that we experience.
Yeah, but you have to realize that our consciousness is that spark that when God made Adam and breathe into his nostrils, the metaphor there is that our consciousness is a spark of God. That's why we're in his image.
Yeah, we're literally
our image is not 2 eyes and 4 limbs and, you know, tits and ass and penis. The image of God is the conscious creation aspect. Yes. Just like we're able to, you know, play with Legos and build things.
Right.
And that's also why we also have the physical principle that you can't destroy energy. So when a person is dead, like you can
energy just transfers.
You can see the energy leave them.
You can. I witnessed it when my mom died. I felt it, dude. It's one of the most, like, it's hard to describe how it feels. You just feel
transcendental.
It's like an otherworldly, ominous type feeling.
That's what the Egyptians were trying to stop, and they were trying to guide that by mummifying their kings.
Right. What if death isn't actually, you know, death, but it's birth? You know, instead, and we've had people basically hijack religion and Christianity and convince us that we should fear our own birth into a new reality.
Well, you need to fear.
Why do you need to fear?
Well, first of all, fear is innate. Second of all, I could just point out, you know, from a utilitarian point of view, the fear of death is literally what motivates every human creation on the earth.
Yeah, but why should you fear something that's ultimately inevitable?
Because the point of the fear of your death is to be, are you right with God?
Yeah, that's why you fear it.
But the thing is if you're right with God, why would you fear it?
But how do you know if you're right with God?
Right. The question of being right with God.
If we don't know if we're ever really right with God, then we really got to question all of our reality and everything. Then,
well, no,
and that's what God wants us to do. God wants us to always question ourselves whether or not we're right with Him.
Yes. So the whole reason that Jesus says, "You'll say out that I cast out demons in your name, and you'll call upon me, and I'll say I never knew you." So the point of it is we'll let our flesh lead us where we think we're supposed to be, and not be doing what God wants us to do. So the fear of death is a fear of you not doing the right thing because you end up in hell.
You know what? To be honest with you, I feared death more as a child than I do as an older man.
Well, it's because you're tired of your hip hurting and your back hurting and you want to
Well,
rest.
you're a cocksucker. You're a
No, he's right. But
That's the
but
truth.
it does make a lot of sense. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Chris Langan. He's like a 200 IQ guy, but he wrote this book, the CTMU, the Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, and he describes the same thing. The sphere of death is a telos and a teleological thing happening to where you are constantly instantiating yourself as a form of existence, and the fear of your existence not being heard by the all, the universal, the God, is what motivates you. It's what motivates everything, every physical law.
Like, you don't find too many Christians that are lazy people and don't do anything. You find a lot of atheists or people that don't
I
really
think you
care
find a
about
lot of Christians that are actually really atheists, but they think they're Christians.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, they're called Protestants.
Well, they're called blasphemers and hypocrites. That's what they are.
Well, to be honest with you, I disagree with the Protestant comment because the church was Protestant prior to the Catholic Church for 400 years. But
Protestant in what sense?
The Christianity was in Africa long before it was in Europe.
You know, that's a good
Yeah,
question.
of course. Yeah.
Protestant in what sense? As in, what do they protest, right?
yeah,
Well, I guess we really got to ask ourselves, what is Christianity then?
No, so what you have to, so the only reason that you understand the term Protestant is because it's based on a Catholic view, and the Catholic Church didn't start until the 5th or 6th century. So
yeah,
that's not how I understand Protestant.
But
let him go. Let him go. He's bringing a pre-Catholic definition of Protestant. I want to hear this.
Yeah, let him cook for a minute.
So I'm using a Catholic term, and I'm predating it before Catholicism. So by the definition of the Catholics laid out, Jesus and his followers were Protestants because they didn't adhere to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church didn't exist for hundreds of years. So what like Catholics want to presuppose their Catholicism all the way back to Jesus, even though they didn't exist until the 6th century, 5th century. So,
well, what was the governing entity that was, the religion of Rome then at that time?
It doesn't matter. So, what you're speaking of is the root word of Protestant, and I understand where you're coming from, but what would make them Protestant, the disciples and whatnot, as opposed to Orthodox?
Well, the reason Catholics coined that term is because people who protested the hierarchy of the
we're not. We're talking about before the Catholic Church.
Yeah, so the Catholics consider Orthodox to be Protestants
because it didn't follow the hierarchy of the Catholic Church as the mediator between God and man. So believing in Jesus Christ as the mediator between God and man, according to Catholicism, is a Protestant perspective. Because you're protesting the authority of the Pope and the Catholic Church.
Yeah, the only time in which Protestant in any way means anything is through a Catholic lens. So, like, you can't take that word and presuppose it to any other situation. If the Catholic Church never existed, you would never have heard the term Protestant.
I understand where you're coming from. So when I want to talk shit about these churches who have female fucking ministers and they do gay weddings, I should just call them heretics.
Yeah, there's heretics.
Yes.
But the Catholic Church is heretic.
Or if you called them Protestant if you called them Protestant in the sense that they are protesting the word of God, but
how is Orthodox heretic?
Because they have the same beliefs about Mary that the Catholics have.
Oh, they've turned her into a deity, a god.
Correct.
She's worshipped.
Yeah, I mean, she's basically the fourth. I mean, it's not a trinity anymore. It's a quadrinity.
Like, don't get me wrong.
It's the first nuclear family.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Orthodox.
It's Homer Simpson's House of Gods.
Oh, that's messed up.
The tight rein that Orthodox has on their church is good. Like there's a lot of good principles about it, but when it comes down to the preaching of the word, they're still heretics to the Bible. They still, like, Jesus had never at any point like praised his mother. Like he referred to her as a woman. So like any religion that is upping her so high is counter to what he said.
Yep, she is the all mother.
And what the praising of the mother goes back to. It goes back to the pagan trinity, and it goes back to
Sumeria and shit like that.
So that's why technically the church, if you're going through a Catholic Christian lens, the apostles were they were prostates because they didn't worship a pope. They didn't have a church order like the Catholics did. They didn't have any of the structure the Catholics did. Like,
why do the Catholics claim that the first pope was one of the apostles, though?
Because Jesus told Peter that Peter's the foundation, the rock of the church.
Well, so that's what the Orthodox say, though.
That's what the Orthodoxy and the Catholics say. What Jesus said was, "Thou art Peter," which means a stone, and upon this rock shall I build my church. He meant himself as the foundation. Jesus Christ, key word there, is the foundation for Christianity, not Peter.
Oh.
And also
that makes a lot more sense.
That does actually.
But and you know also, what I just said, according to Catholicism and Orthodoxy, is heretical.
Is blasphemy.
Or also, blasphemy.
And also, if you go to when they're in the desert, the rock that followed them was Jesus. Like the water, the rock that gave them
manna and water.
Yeah, like that was Jesus. So
are you talking about in the Moses pilgrimage?
The rock that was split in the middle of the desert.
Wow. Yes. Yeah, and that's crazy because it was literally like a pillar, a giant rock pillar.
Yeah, it's
above
actually
the Red Sea.
They think they know where it is now too.
Moses didn't split the Red Sea. It was this giant pillar that Moses signaled to that split the Red Sea and closed it on the Egyptians.
Yes, so Jesus is the symbol of the rock, and that's also why he is the symbol of the rock to Peter. But Catholicism corrupts that verse and takes it as Peter, which there's really no proof of Peter dying in Rome.
There isn't. I tried to look for it.
Yeah, there's none.
It's like not called. It's not called Peteranity.
Come on,
it's called Christianity.
Come.
You know, it's founded on Christ. Christ is the one who fulfilled the law. Christ is the one who lived without sin and rose again from the dead. It wasn't Peter.
Is Christ really his name, though?
Well, that's the other whatever you want to call him. But I find this very interesting because it's like we're undercutting at the core of all churches, which is based on Peter, and we're basically saying that divine command is bullshit because it's subsuming whatever institution was built by Peter, whether it was in the East or West, and we're saying Christ is actually where divine command comes from, not your priest.
Right.
Correct.
Christ is the title.
He's the priest. He is the priest and the king forever.
Okay, I get that. I just know I'm pretty sure because I'm not like real. I don't remember a lot of the actual passages anymore, but I do remember reading somewhere in the Bible when I was younger and going to church all the time that isn't it a sin to speak God's name and use the wrong name?
No.
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 Or is that old shit?
No. So you have to realize that God gave names at different points in time. So technically, using the name Jesus is not Jesus' name because the J didn't exist in his time period. But people that are being abducted by aliens call it Jesus, and the abduction stops. So you can't. The only rules that God has is that you cannot worship him the way that you worship other gods, and that you cannot not to have blasphemy against him, and not to curse the
I thought you weren't allowed to worship any other gods, period.
Yeah. Well,
yes,
God's like to worship Christ and not to revoke the Holy Spirit.
That's where I find, for me, I have issues with the whole Trinity thing, because to me, it's like we're being told to treat Jesus as if he's God, but then there's God.
No.
Because Jesus supposedly sits at the right hand of God.
Well, it's the same concept as the universe, all right? Putting aside the idea that maybe space is fake, we have mass, or we have matter, we have space, and we have time.
Correct.
All of that is required for the universe to exist, because without matter, there wouldn't be anything there. Without time, there'd be no when, and without space, there'd be no place for it.
Yes, and just like time and space and self and mind and God, they are all preconditional necessities. And this is why the Trinity is true, because you could say, oh, well, how is Jesus the right hand of God? Well, Jesus is the human manifestation of God. And, there's a text, and I'd like your guys' opinion on this, where Jesus says, as he's being crucified, forgive them, Lord, forgive them, Father, for they know now what they do. Well, first of all, wouldn't God already know that? And why would Jesus have to tell God to forgive them?
Yeah, so here's the issue. So pre-Jesus, there was already in the Jewish faith a duality of God. They believe God to be more than one entity, more than one.
Yes, it was a dual figure, and they also believed a Messiah was coming.
Okay. Jesus, so okay. The words that we say are our words. They're part of us, but they're not us completely. Jesus is the Word of God, but he's not the Father. The Spirit, if you read the Old Testament, when the Spirit was on the face upon the face of the earth, so God himself has multiple. He has this. It's all the same divine essence, but they're portions of him. Just like I have a heart, a mind, a body, and a soul. Okay, my heart tells me to do things that aren't necessarily good for me. My mind is my rational part, and my body is my living form. If I die,
it's like you could have a heart attack and not intentionally mean to have it.
If I die, my body dies, but my energy doesn't die. I go to heaven or I go to hell. But it's people that knew me will still know who I am. Like Napoleon of France, people still know who he is even though he's not here. Right. So like that's the separation. Like God has one entity, and then he
correct.
Used,
and just like we don't worship Napoleon's heart or his brain, we worship the body.
So Jesus is the Word of God. So all things that were created through him. All right. He decided to take on flesh and to come to the earth in a human form. So he lived under the principles that humans lived under. So he prayed. He did Sabbath. He sacrificed and partook in the same things that we were told that we had to do.
So basically, he was a working supervisor. Is what you're saying? He was one of those guys that he was going to lead by example.
He was going to lead by example. He tells
right here this verse that I have pulled up, Hebrews. Forget what chapter I pulled it up from. 4, Hebrews chapter 4. Seeing then that we have a great high priest that is passed into the heavens, Jesus the Son of God, let us hold fast our profession. For we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but was in all points tempted like as we are, yet without sin.
What does that mean, feeling of our infirmities?
The temptations.
What are infirmities? Well, I guess what are infirmities is what I'm asking.
The drawbacks of being flesh, right? The lust, the hunger, the anger, all of those things. He was tempted like we are in every way.
That's also why the devil tells him to jump off the mountain, and that because he's the Son of Man, the Son of God, angels will catch him so he won't fall. He also makes a statement.
There is a belief. Or go ahead, man.
He makes a statement when he gets captured that if he wanted to, he could bring 10 legions on 10 times 10. He could bring 10,000 times 10,000 angels down.
Like 10 to the 7th power.
Like the point of it is he is God. He has all the powers of God, but because he took on human flesh, he did that to sacrifice and give up and to feel what we feel, to sympathize with our position.
So you can't say that he didn't go through the same.
Correct.
Right. I get what you're saying.
Even though he had the ability to stop his suffering or change things how he wanted to change them, he did not.
He chose to assume the human flesh.
Correct.
And there is a belief. There's a belief amongst Gnostics called Docetism. Doce meaning to seem. And it purports the idea that Jesus did not come in the flesh, but that he just seemed to be, was like an apparition, and was just a spirit.
Projection. It was a projection of what they call inky.
Right, like a projection. And if that were the case, then he would not have been able to be tempted, which means he would have not overcome that temptation. So could not have been set forth as an example of how it's possible to overcome temptation. And it completely throws the idea of Christ and his sacrifice out the window, because he couldn't have suffered, he couldn't have died, and that's the spirit of the Antichrist. In 1 John chapter 4, it talks about that. It says, brethren, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God. For every one that confesseth that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God, and every one that confesseth not that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is not of God, and is that spirit of Antichrist, which is already now in the world.
Interesting. Very interesting.
You also need to
what is this whole point? Like, it feels like Gnosticism to me springs out of a type of rationalization for God's asshole-like behaviors in the Old Testament.
Docetism is one of the key beliefs of Gnostics.
And what do they worship? Sophia?
Some of them worship Baphomet. Some of them worship Mercurius. The main one is called Abraxas, which was brought up in conversation between the son-in-law of Anton LaVey and Charles Manson.
Yeah, Abraxas. Listen, saying that word will get you in trouble. it's a deep rabbit hole, Abraxas. But
So
what I want to get your guys' thoughts on Prometheus and his interpret, because a lot of texts have been written about this character, post-classicalism, and if you read, Greek mythology, Prometheus is kind of a Christ-like figure, yet
Yeah,
also
he was
interpreted
one of
as a.
Zeus's bastard children.
But he's also interpreted as a Luciferian figure. He gives humans fire. He rebels against the gods of Olympus, and
yeah,
it lines up with Gnostics perfectly.
yeah. So he's just he's just the he's just a different version of the fallen angel that gave man the knowledge. He's a representation of the serpent in the garden. But going back to this Trinity thing, so Jesus is the Son of God and has the same authority as God. God gave him all authority, but he has his own position. So him and God, him and the Father's will are the same. Jesus doesn't move outside of what the will of the Father is. That's why when he says that only the Father knows the time and date of the last hour. So it's effectively like if you owned a business and your wife worked there and your son worked there, they have pretty much as much authority as you do at the business because it's a family business, but you get to make all the final calls, or they refer back to you for your opinion for the final call. Jesus himself was able to do all the things that God could do. Like if you actually go back to the Old Testament when it talks about Sodom and Gomorrah, all right, the three angels that came down, one of them was God. So in that verse, the three angels are eating. Two of them go to the city. The one stays with, I think it's Abraham. So
Lot.
they stay with, what's that? It's Lot. You're right. It's Lot. So the one stays with Lot. Okay. Well, then after he makes the deal with Lot, he goes to the city. When you read it in the original text, it says Yahweh calls fire from heaven from Yahweh. So
okay, I messed you up. It was Abraham, the one that made the deal with God.
Not to kill.
He was saying, well, what if we can find 100 righteous? He said, well, we'll spare the city. He's like, well, what if we can find 50?
Yeah.
He's like, well, we'll spare the city.
It was Abraham, like I thought. So Yahweh's talking to Abraham. He makes the deal. He then leaves Abraham and goes to the city. So then Abraham later goes to where he met God. So Yahweh calls fire from heaven from Yahweh. So in that verse, it shows that there's two different Yahwehs, one in heaven and one that's on the earth currently. Then after the fact, Abraham goes to where he was with Yahweh. So it refers, the text in the original language clearly shows that Yahweh was on the ground and Abraham knew he was Yahweh. And then Yahweh called Yahweh in the skies to bring down fire and brimstone. So the Jews prior to Jesus believed this. It was after Jesus being crucified and the second temple being destroyed that Judaism came, because they decided to go away from Christianity and to be completely 100% monotheistic. And this is where a lot of the Talmud and a lot of the beliefs that the Jews follow now come from. So
that makes sense. I mean, you really dumbed it down for me.
Bro,
I understood what you were saying.
That makes total sense when you realize, like, the Jews, their whole religion is about technically not disobeying the laws of God, and God is, like, technically not genociding them off the face of the earth in return.
Yeah, so Judaism is like, you have to, like, everything goes back to the Old Testament and the Garden of Eden. God told them not to eat of the fruit or they will surely die. The serpent says, "Is that what he said? Are you sure?" Judaism's like, "Hey, worship me." But then they decide to tweak it a bit because they didn't want to believe Jesus, and now they're not following God. Same thing when it comes to Islam. Islam's like, "Yeah, we're part of Abraham, but we don't believe Jesus died." Like,
Yeah.
it's just all these religions are a slight tweak of what, like, there's actually documentation that shows that 4,500 years ago, the Chinese were worshiping Yahweh, and they also,
Seriously?
yes, it's in China's historical record that they followed
Yeah.
Yahweh, and
That's
That's
interesting.
true.
they documented the birth and death of Jesus Christ in their historical record. Like, most people on this earth worshipped Yahweh at one point, but over time they fell
Do you,
into
do you believe in
idolatry.
the Jesus travel theories, like the theorist Jesus? You know, before he was 30, he traveled from India to China.
Yeah, I've
Where
heard that too. Like he went and
No.
studied with the yogis and you know,
No.
all these other. You don't
I
believe
don't
that?
believe that. Mm-mm.
Why not?
Well, the reason why would be he believes it's word of mouth passage from divine intervention in one part of the world. Like, it would only take a matter of years before someone realizes, you know, word spreads that some motherfucker's doing miracles.
I don't believe that Jesus would have to go study under yogis when Jesus was going to the temple as a child and preaching.
Right.
Why would
I get what you're saying, and maybe studied is the wrong vernacular to use, but
no, that's what they use in those Gnostic texts that
Yeah,
talk
it
about
is.
India.
And then that's
So-
what they say about Buddha. They say he studied under Buddha, and it's like, why? Buddha is fucking inferior.
Like, what you have to realize is, like, is it possible he went to India? Sure, it's possible. Anything's possible. But the fact that they said that he went there and he studied here, they're trying to divert away from the deity of Christ, because at the end of the day, Jesus only came back to save the Hebrews. He didn't come back to save the world. It wasn't upon the end of his life that he told Paul to go and talk to the Gentiles. So his whole interactions were about him saving his sheep. That's all of his parables go about finding the
That's
lost.
why he's the shepherd.
Yeah, finding the lost sheep, having them hear his voice. Well, who was lost at the time in which Jesus came? It was the Jews. His prophecy about him coming back was about the Jews accepting him. So, like, there is no reason for me to believe in any circumstance that he was like, "Hey, I'm preaching at 8 years old when my parents go to Jerusalem, and they didn't know that I could actually preach the word, but I'm a child and I'm doing it. But I'm gonna walk to fucking India and I'm gonna save the Indians, and then I'm gonna go to fucking Europe and I'm gonna save the Europeans. But wait, I'm gonna wait until I'm 30 years old to start preaching to the Jews and to save them." Like, it goes completely against the biblical explanation of what he was doing.
What about the Gnostic? Well, I won't say Gnostic, but the other non-canonical texts that portray Jesus' teenage years? And Jesus, like many other teenagers, they say he was like zapping people, and he was kind of an asshole.
Yeah, I don't agree with that because, again, he was the sinless lamb. So why would he be doing shit that he shouldn't be doing? Like, it makes no sense for him to be a rebellious teenager, but then at the same time to be tempted by the devil and not be tempted to decide, "Hey, you know what, Peter, you cut the ear off of these people that are capturing me in the Roman Legion. I'm going to heal his ear and then go to my death after I was a complete prick for 10 years as a teen." Like, the Gnostics don't, like, a lot of that Gnostic shit that's in the book. You can't believe any of the books that are Gnostic that have Gnostic teachings in it. Like, is it possible to believe that he went to India? Sure, he could go there. It's possible, but I don't think that you can make some claim of anything else. Like, could he have gone to Europe?
Absolutely not, because they don't just say he went to India and China. They say, oh no, he he reaffirmed reincarnation in the fucking Vedic texts, and it's like,
Yeah,
why
like,
the fuck would he do that? It makes
like,
no sense.
It's possible that he could have went those places, but like the whole purpose of what they're saying about him going there is another motive. So no, it doesn't really make sense. And
It's strange how all these religions try to like put their foot in the door of Christianity, even the Muslims.
They have to. It's the only way. It's just like the Islam using the Old Testament and the New Testament to give them their self credence, but then also
Yeah, and they say, "Oh, we recognize Jesus as a prophet, but we don't recognize the Trinity because that's polytheistic. Yet we worship Allah's foot, His arm, His leg."
the fucking Kabbalah or the big fucking rock that's in Mecca. We kiss stones.
Another black stone, another black cube of Saturn.
A black rock, dude.
Well, you know that the Jews worship their black rock too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they put a black cube on their heads.
On their foreheads. They do it every time they pray.
Well, you know who else worships a stone?
Crackheads.
Gnostics.
That's funny. I'm talking about the crackhead part.
They call it the philosopher's stone.
Correct.
They even have a slogan in Latin: Ventura interiore terra. Shit, how does it go? Well, basically, it means journey to the center of the earth, purifying, and there you will find the hidden stone.
Yeah, it's the mastery of alchemical practice.
Oh,
what do you guys?
Rectifying, rectificando, ventura interiore terra, rectificando, invenies occultum lapidum, vitriol, vitrol.
Get that out of my head. I'm gonna summon a demon. What do you guys think the Ark of the Covenant was?
I don't know.
The Ark of the Covenant, I do believe, was exactly what was described in the Bible, and I do believe it's where God dwelled.
You think it was like nuclear? People say it was a nuclear device, and that's why it made people drop dead.
Electricity.
Well, I believe that radiation and electricity would be of God. So God dwelling there.
Uh-oh, lost him.
Yeah, he'll be back. He ain't gonna.
That's interesting. He said that.
He'll be back. He ain't gonna only let half his thought get through. That'll piss him off.
But it's interesting. He said radiation and nuclear energy is of God, and Robert Oppenheimer said, "Now I am become God."
Well, that was a quote. He was
from
quoting,
a Vedic poem.
Yeah, he was quoting Vishnu.
Is it Vishnu or Krishna?
Vishnu.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're all some fucking four-legged blue elephant motherfucker.
They're all jinn anyhow.
Yeah, jinn's a good word for them.
No. You know, this has actually been a pretty interesting deep conversation, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's so rare that I find people like really in tune with these kind of topics. And not from like a dogma perspective where, oh, I heard this person say this and this person say that. No, like all of us, it seems like have actually studied this shit.
A little bit here and there. I mean, like I said, I'm rusty and I can't really quote scripture like you guys can, you know, but I grew up in a Baptist church and went to a Catholic school. That kind of gave me issues as a kid growing up with. That's why I fell from faith for a long time.
Yeah, and to that point, if the design was to make people fall from God, it fucking works.
He was quoting from the Bhagavad Gita.
The who, what, he did what? Who now?
The Bhagavad
Oppenheimer.
Gita. Bhagavad Gita is what
It sounds like that word you're not supposed to say 5 times to summon Beetlejuice.
Don't say it again. Don't say it again.
He was quoting from that. He was quoting what Vishnu said.
Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds.
Roughly what Oppenheimer said was, we knew the world would not be the same. A few people laughed. A few people cried. Most were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince to do his duty, and to impress him, he took on a multi-armed form and said, "Behold, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
And there's also a lot of archaeological evidence for an ancient nuclear blast in the region of India.
Yeah, I've heard that. Actually, isn't there evidence of that all over the Sahara Desert?
Yeah, well, the new, ancient cosmic impacts are right up my alley. They just found evidence, all these craters in, I think it's the Virginia area, and they believe the Younger Dryas cosmic impact was actually in Saginaw Bay in Michigan. And Saginaw Bay is actually a giant crater from a Ice Age catastrophe.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. I do remember from some of my reading that they claim all the Great Lakes is from an ice sheet dragging across the North Pole or the North America.
Yeah, well, I believe that. Most of the geological features, they say,
well, isn't there a big salt deposit under Lake Michigan too?
Yeah, there's all kinds of minerals. There's salt, there's diamonds, there's copper. There's a lot of shit. But it does make sense when you have, theoretically thousands of pounds of glaciers pushing down on the Earth's crust.
I bet his phone died.
That's what I was thinking. I was just thinking the same thing, to be honest with you, Cyber. I guarantee you that's what happened. His phone croaked and he's like, damn it, this needs to turn back on. He's got it plugged in, cussing it right now.
Yeah. He's praying to the, well, I won't say praying, but you know what kind of entities are running our devices.
No, I actually like Savage because he's a lot like you and Cyber. You guys are like a wealth of knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, it's crazy, and I don't want to be one of those weird spiritual bitches, but I'd like to know Cyber and Savage's numerology as well as their zodiac.
Oh yeah. Why so?
I've been learning a lot about numerology and the zodiac, and I know what you're thinking, like stupid white bitch with her crystals, but I'm
Dude,
really coming around to it. So, first of all, let me present this argument. So, if we can say anything, when you were born is an indicator of 9 months after your parents fucked, right? Now,
yeah, give or take.
Right, but when your parents fucked in the year, I believe
30, man.
I believe that says a lot about you. For example, if they did it on Valentine's Day, you're going to be a certain kind of person. If they did it in the winter, they're cozy introvert people, you're going to be a certain kind of person, and you inherit those traits. Second of all, I believe what it's getting at is this random number generator, which is the magnetic field, and it relates to all the celestial bodies. So just like how birds know when to migrate south and know exactly where to go because of the magnetic field, right. I believe the brain in utero naturally creates this random number generating field from the magnetosphere to create different personalities, because evolutionarily, if we all had the same personality, we'd be dead.
Well, honestly, my opinion of that stuff has pretty much always been that those things create an inclination, but they do not create some kind of law. You know, it's not a solid science.
It's not a universal constant.
Right. Even if it uses numbers, and numbers don't lie, but people can lie about what the numbers represent. Or if it's trying to describe something that is not consistent, such as a human's personality, then it can't be defined as an exact science, just like psychology. You know, psychological principles, personality disorders, and diagnoses and all this, they can kind of set a general tone or make certain guidelines, but people are too fluctuating, right? We're in a constant state of flux, and we have free choice. I don't believe in free will.
Yeah, it's the quantum spiral, and like Jung said, we don't fluctuate between good and evil. We fluctuate between sense and nonsense.
I can agree with that.
Interesting.
There's a lot of stuff Jung said that I really don't like, but he didn't say anything he said for people to like, just to consider. But I believe those astrological signs and the pull of the planets and all that, you know, they do have a great effect on water, and we are mostly water, but we have other things.
And Jesus is represented as a fish.
We have other things about us that aren't predetermined and can't be controlled, you know, as far as our choices and the decisions we might make. So astrological signs can maybe give somewhat of a cold reading or general guideline toward nothing more than someone's tendencies or inclinations. Right? That's how I've always seen it. It describes a general guideline, not an exact guideline or a controlling guideline of someone's tendencies and inclinations, which we are perfectly able of defying or refusing, choosing something different.
I would agree with that. But going through the individuation process and recognizing these aspects about oneself is inherently more beneficial than going to, say, a modern day therapist.
Wow. I think modern day psychiatrists and therapists are nothing more than modern day witches.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories where sometimes like a female therapist will be like, "Yeah, your dad is an asshole. You should hate him." And the guy's like, "Dude, I just want to rekindle our relationship."
Well, first you have to accept that your dad's the devil.
Yeah, they're not big on dads. Therapists don't like dads, but they do like pharmaceutical drugs.
Oh, dude, they love pharmaceuticals. Nothing gets a therapist off more than seeing somebody so drugged up they don't know what they're doing.
Well, you know what dads tend to promote more often than not? Discipline.
Oh, you motherfucker.
And you know what is offered or sold? We'll say sold to people who go to psychology courses.
What's that?
Exercising discipline. So people who are already disciplined don't typically need psychologists.
That's a fact.
So naturally, psychologists aren't going to really approve of fathers. They're going to say things like, everyone wants to kill their father, like Sigmund Freud said.
Right. Or like Sigmund Freud also defended abusers when women came out and said, "Oh, actually, this older family figure abused me." Sigmund Freud said, "No, you just have fantasies about your father."
Now come over here and let me fix that for you.
Yeah, they were a pretty
Yep.
fucked up family.
And Freud was a member of the Kabbalah.
You know about Edward Bernays, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The author of Propaganda. That was Sigmund Freud's nephew.
And Sigmund Freud's nephew created Netflix.
What?
Seriously?
His second nephew, yeah.
You mean Edward Bernays' nephew?
No, Freud's.
So one of his nephews wrote a book called Propaganda, and another one created Netflix.
Yeah, created a platform to push out propaganda.
Yeah, interesting how that works out.
That's fucking uncanny, man.
One hand washes the other.
Wow.
See, this is why they don't want people thinking.
Small world.
Just think that at one point in time in our history, this used to be a common day in a man's life to sit and ponder and have these kind of discussions to understand the universe and our creator.
So just to clarify, the creator of Netflix was Mark Randolph, and his paternal great-granduncle was Sigmund Freud, and his great-uncle was Edward Bernays.
Wow. Interesting.
Some weird shit, man.
Isn't it the fucking weirdest shit that always seems to be the realest shit?
Yeah.
Like you couldn't make this shit up if you tried to.
Right. It's like all the presidents are related, and you tell someone that.
Except for two.
Right. And you tell someone that, and they're like, "Oh, get the fuck out of here. You're crazy." And it's like, well, look into it.
Just look it up. I mean, there's some actual, credible information out there that lends credence to this thought.
But like the way pop culture and all of it is designed, it's meant to make things like this sound batshit insane, and it does sound batshit insane.
Mm-hmm. But if you think about it, dude, the practice of science itself is the same thing as religion. A lot of science is based in having faith.
Yeah, and I mean the fucking church created the scientific method in the Dark Ages.
But tell a modern day individual that claims they're atheist and don't believe in God that science is a religion, and they tell you you're a moron. They get offended, get all mad. Why? Because you're challenging their religion.
Joe Rogan in his last special, he's not a good comic. He doesn't have a lot of funny jokes, but he did have one funny joke, and that was, imagine trying to imagine a retard trying to explain evolution to you. You'd be like, oh yeah, so first there was a bunch of reptiles and there's dragons walking around. Then a big rock came, killed them all. Then it turned into a chicken and then a shrew, and that shrew kept on trying, man, and that's how we got here.
That sounds so
What?
ridiculous. That sounds so ridiculous.
And if you heard that, you'd be like, what? That sounds fucking retarded. I believe in Jesus, man.
Right. I'm sorry, but the God and creation method, that sounds more believable. It really does. Well, and another thing too that I'd like to point out also, though, that a lot of these people that put all their faith in science never seem to bring up is the fact that science has been doing a real good job of proving God exists.
Yep.
Yeah. But you guys heard about the last Shroud of Turin revelation?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, well, they did a carbon dating or some kind of weird dating, and they figured out that the Shroud of Turin is actually authentic from the time of Jesus.
Really? How'd they radiocarbon date it?
I have no fucking clue, but it was like a 8-year process.
Why would it take 8 years to date something?
Well, because fabric, it's very hard to tell when like fabric was woven. Whereas if you have like a stone tool or obviously a carbon, it's easier to date that kind of thing.
Yeah, carbon leaves a footprint.
How is that possible? Carbon doesn't have any feet.
You're stupid. Carbon has all the feet. How do you think? How do you think it gets into trees? It runs in it.
Well, another brand new scientific discovery. They found an ocean underground that's bigger than every single ocean on planet Earth.
I heard about that
and
too.
It leads credence to this idea that there's a underground to surface water cycle,
or that there might possibly be an inner Earth.
I heard that the guy that discovered that, who tried to submerge his submersible in it, found it impossible to permeate because it was too viscous, too thick.
Yeah, and then it caused that submersible to implode on itself and kill all of its captors.
Well, that guy that discovered it, he died in a plane crash.
All the good ones die in plane crashes.
Yeah, didn't a bunch of people die in a plane crash in like Brazil who were working on curing cancer?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Like this just happened like 2 weeks ago. Like some plane crashed in South America, and it just so happened like that all 17 of the passengers were like working on cancer research.
How many planes do you think are buried out there in that jungle in South America?
All of them.
All of them? That's the actual a fair answer.
Yeah.
It can't be disputed.
Well, I mean, they have fucking Mayan hieroglyphs of helicopters.
They have those in Egyptian pyramids too. Which is pretty wild if you think about it.
What's it like if you don't think about it? I'm asking you, Snowman.
Then you end up like King Shittard and
well, no, I think it's a lot better if you don't think about it. Thinking about it makes you crazy.
Thinking about stuff makes you gay. Are you trying to read that sign?
It really does make you gay. And I don't speak fag or homo.
You're trying to read that sign, aren't you? I bet you like to write stuff too, don't you?
Fucking nerd.
Nerd. Skate.
Alpha, beta, ooh, ah. Remember Revenge of the Nerds?
Remember Revenge of the Nerds? We're living in Revenge of the Nerds.
Dude. That's no lie either. Fucking Lewis and Skolnick have finally taken over the planet.
Yeah, it's just Fauci and Bill Gates.
Yeah. Fuck, man. We got, I think we whittled down to about 5 people watching. We're almost on 10 hours, man. Holy shit. We need to do this more often. Honestly. Just, and when we do it next time, we'll just pick up where this conversation left off.
Yeah, this was monumental. It started with like a race bait conversation and dirty folks, and it turned into like self-help advice, and then we started talking about mysticism and scripture. This was a opum magnus, as they call it.
Yeah. It was titled Open Panel Saturday Chop Up. I think that's a pretty good description. Dude, I could actually literally go through and break some like segments off of this and have premieres with it. I'm definitely going to do it with when fucking Savage was talking to Righteous, because there's a lot of good knowledge and information in there that other people could use.
Yeah, I couldn't honestly take a side in that argument. It was it's pretty even in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, but at the end of the day, I still have to give it leaning towards Savage trying to help lift a man up, help lift a man lift himself up.
Yeah, that was beyond debate. That was great.
You know. So yeah, we ought to do this more often, man. Be honest with you, I like that the last few days, the group of people that have been coming up here and chopping it up. I do. These are good discussions. It ain't the typical manosphere bullshit.
Absolutely not. We're not covering the latest balloon popping show. We're talking about fucking Enoch and shit.
I challenge any of you racist, moronic black people out there, though, to come and challenge anybody on this platform. I'm just saying.
Well, you're gonna have to take off that $50 King Shenard waiver.
No, King Shenard is a fucking retard. He's a helmet. That's different. I'm not putting the challenge out to fuck. This isn't a special needs drive, sir. We're not big brothers, big sisters.
It was a great discussion, honestly. I came here from a debate I was having on another channel, and we were talking about like police brutality and shit. And it's like, dude, I'm on your guys' side. I don't support the police, but this is not how you go about it. Right. Like you start citing actual laws and shit, and it's like, oh, you're sucking the cops' dick. It's like, no, I hate the cops more than you do, fucker. I just know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the only way to fight the law is to know the law.
I mean, it's simple power dynamics. You'd know this from 48 Laws of Power easily.
You don't even have to read that book. You just have to have some common fucking knowledge on some shit, dude.
Or just understand the dynamics of power. Like if this institution is what you say they are, a corrupt institution with too much power, you don't stand up to them and fucking try to fight and complain online and riot.
You don't tell them what you're going to do to them.
Well, first of all, yeah, of course. You play their game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They just stand around crying on the internet, whining and crying.
Hey, whining, crying, whine on the internet and whine and crying. Hey, whining, crying, whine on the internet and whine and crying. Hey, whining, crying, whine on the internet and whine and crying. Hey, whining, crying, whine on the internet.
That is the greatest thing ever.
I love the little Confederate flag profile picture clip for like 2 seconds in there.
Yeah, that's another Black American content creator. That and he was the one going, hey, yeah, whining, crying, whine on the internet.
Yeah.
I literally clipped it. I was on the panel for that stream. Clipped that shit, muted the StreamYard, went into I knew exactly what kind of images I wanted to put with it. I saw it, dude. Saw it all come together in my head when I heard it. And I was like, I'll be back, dude. And about 10 minutes later, I came back with that clip.
Yeah,
that's some deep lore. Yeah, it's good meme in there.
Yeah. I appreciate the acknowledgement of me being aware of what I was putting together and doing it very, very precisely. I loved it. It's like Hannibal used to say, I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
Especially when you didn't even know there was a plan to begin with. It just gets laid out right in front of you. Yeah, I be honest with you, Red. I got some clips that I've created myself from other people's shit and added shit to it, man, to make it better. I got clips that nobody else will ever have.
That's good. That's good. You need an original meme base.
You got to admit, though, I'm pretty good with the clips, though. I got lots of clips, don't I, Cyber? You've been back there digging through them. I got a lot of clips, don't I?
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The audience cares, dude, because you can't put on a good show without good clips.
And your timing is on par, I gotta say.
There's a learning curve to that. There really is. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to kind of like feel out the conversation and the energy and where it might go. You know, so dude, quit molesting.
Right. So as soon as you hear someone who's about to start whining, your cursor is already over that clip.
Yes, sir. Yes. Like you can feel it. You know how you can feel it coming on. Like, oh yes, I've been waiting to use this motherfucker on somebody.
Well, a while ago, Muffin said something about pleading the fifth, and I had just scrolled over that. I got lucky.
Right.
It was like 3 seconds after he said, "Oh, I'm gonna have to plead the fifth on that." It was like, "Oh shit, go back." Quick.
This is actually one of my latest Hood clips that I grabbed, man. Because look, Hood. If we could go back through Hood's entire catalog of shit, some of the shit he says is so fucking profoundly insane and accurate that it's wild, dude. Like you're not going to hear anybody, nobody's going to pick it apart. He's got a very unique way of fucking laying shit out there.
Oh yeah, Hood's a prophet.
Dude, listen to this shit.
Huey P. Newton said the gays were the most revolutionary. So if you want to be the most revolutionary black, as a man, you got to suck some dick. At the very least. You can do more, but, you know.
And that's why we got this is why we got our King Chenards and our Lynwoods.
I mean, that's why we got P. Diddy.
Man, I did fucking destroy Lynwood today. I would not get off his neck about him being a dick sucker. I wouldn't let it go. I just kept hammering on that one. No Diddy. And I tried to warn him. Did I? You saw it, Cyber. I showed you. I tried to warn him ahead of time. I tried to give him fair warning when he first came in and started talking shit about my wife and kids. And I said, look, dude, you can say whatever you want about me, but don't talk shit about my wife and kids. And then that's when he wanted to go and start pulling that fucking stupid ass, nigga shit. So, all right. I guess I'm going to have to, I guess we're playing cowboys and monkeys today.
Cowboys and monkeys. Wait, was that the guy that you were pissed at because he was talking shit about the white woman?
No, that was a different dude. And really, I wasn't even so much pissed, to be honest with you. If you listen to me, I wasn't pissed. I was just basically acting like a monkey.
You were making a argument from hypocrisy.
Right, and I was doing it with the same type of energy and with the same demeanor that he would have done it if it was him doing it to me. To show him just how fucking ignorant and stupid he sounds. That was the whole point of it.
Yeah. And when you do that, they get even more offended.
Absolutely.
Than you are when they did it to you, which really just showcases the whole thing.
How dare you make me look at myself? And I'll say, hey, man, there is no need for me to have any scruples regarding hypocrisy during discourse with a hypocrite. What? Do I think I'm better than you?
Yes, I do.
Is that what here's
my IQ, dude? Dude, I guarantee you, my IQ is probably 80 points higher than his.
No, not. I don't mean smarter.
Dude, I could even roast better than him.
It's literally like putting a mirror in front of a gorilla, and the gorilla just punches it.
Absolutely.
But look, man, the worst thing that could ever happen to a person is for them to piss off an entire group of people on the internet.
You got one right there.
Because you know what happens? You end up learning.
Or it's the best thing that could happen, depending on which group.
Well, what ends up happening is when you do that, you end up learning more about them people than they want you to know. You really do.
Very true.
And they start handing you ammo to use against them without even realizing it.
Yeah, I was on a divester panel the other day, and there was the conclusion they came to is that social media has been worse for black people than any racist cartoon in the 1950s.
So now social media is racist.
No, they weren't saying that. They were saying that it's social media has confirmed and portrayed more stereotypes about black people than the racist cartoons.
Yeah, because social media is racist. It wouldn't do it if it wasn't racist.
Well, it's just showing you what it is. Like you see the supermarket or the CVS aisle, and all the items are locked up except for the sunscreen. That's better than any cartoon.
Dude, go to Walmart and all the fucking Planned Parenthood shit's behind glass. For real. All the condoms, all the lube, everything, dude.
The condoms? Really?
Yeah, it's all behind glass.
The lube? Who's taking the lube?
Dude, I don't know. I have no idea who's got issues with this shit, but apparently it's such a problem that they lock that shit up like it's liquor and shit now.
Yo, it's a holdup. Give me all your condoms and lube.
Go ahead and throw in that dildo and that jacker up there too.
And I'm gonna need a shovel and 2 Plan Bs.
Oh my God. We ain't right, dude. We are not right. But I think that there needs to be more of what I was doing earlier today, and that's pushing back on this fucking bigoted racist shit going on, because it is a problem that nobody wants to address, that everybody wants to pretend like it isn't an issue, and it really is.
Well,
yeah, because like we've established before, so many weak white men have allowed this shit to get to this point.
Yeah, and now because I want to stand against it and I have a backbone, so somehow I'm the bad guy because you're a pussy.
Well, it's an issue of bigots and racists.
Yeah. I agree.
And honestly, it's not because of skin color, like what I pointed out when Dirty Folks was up here.
If
it were a matter of skin, and it were actually that it was the skin, then it would be the skin that compelled these kind of behaviors, which would mean that everyone would do it. All white women would be fucking dogs instead of just an obscene amount of them.
My pigment compels me.
Right. And, you know, it's not a black thing or a white thing. It's a low-life piece of trash thing. And the focus on the skin color and using that broad brush is absolutely meant to distract from hitting the right target. And
yeah, it's a Tower of Babel tactic.
Yeah, subversion of language, right?
I don't care if it misses the right target as long as it hits the left one.
Well, it's the difference between suppressive fire or sniper fire when your mission is to hit specific targets that are causing these problems. You know, if you just lay waste to everybody, who are you trying to save? Who are you trying to help?
Right. But I think Snowman is coming from the perspective like, yeah, he's trying to aim at the right targets, but there's these fucking Taliban motherfuckers shooting at him. So he's got to take care of that threat with precision.
Yep. It's a strange world we live in now. You know? But I find it laughable that someone gets mad because I point out their hypocrisy to them.
It's, you know, it's really brilliant the way they've set it up, because all of the social fingers are always pointed at the actual revolutionaries.
Yep.
And all the fake revolutionaries stand above.
That's a fact. You know, I wouldn't, and look, man, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't even have a problem with, you know, having a conversation with some of these folks if they could actually have a real conversation. You know what I'm saying? If they were actually people of sound mind with the ability to rationalize and have, you know, a coherent, you know, thought process, but that's not possible.
And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take supreme genius thinking. It's just, hey, don't personally attack someone. Don't make fallacious arguments. Don't time someone out or block them. Like, it's not like we're asking for, you know, Stephen Hawking up here.
Right. It ain't like I'm asking for you to give me money for something that I never lived through. I'm always going to push back on reparations. Because look, Red, I tried with David. I even came with a real tangible compromise. All right?
Me too, dude. I've made so many. I talked about the entire state of California.
Dude, we have so much unused land in America. Give people that can prove it 40 acres in a pickup truck and shut the fuck up, because the land the value of land has consistently went up with inflation.
Yeah, and I've argued, you know, how about we give black people California, but white people get Maine? And the pushback,
Maine sucks, dude. It's fucking cold all the time up there.
But it's a place for white people to be. If you only want to associate with white people, you can go to Maine. And
dude, I
we'd
can
have
find
to kick
that.
out.
I can find that in the fucking hills of Ohio.
Of course you can, but it's a state, right? So you'd have to kick out millions of people from California, but you would only have to kick out like 7 people from Maine.
That's a valid point. Hell, half of the people in Maine are hiding in the woods somewhere.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck they are. They could be Wendigos.
Right. They're up there trying to get the moose back in Canada.
Yeah, get on up over that border, eh?
But, you bring up a good point. It doesn't matter what offerings you give them. They just want to see the white man dance. They don't want any solutions to their problems. Doesn't matter how much you grovel, how much you apologize for what other people supposedly did. They just want to see you dance.
So fuck you, suck a dick. It's that simple, because I'm not dancing for nobody. Well, I might for my wife, but she blows me off.
You'll do the double hand job twist.
Oh, absolutely, man. She swallows.
I can respect it.
Hey, man, when someone is willing to be that unselfish, dancing every now and again for her, yeah, I can do that.
That's hilarious. I don't want to picture that.
Dude, she's good. I'm not even gonna go there, man. I want her. I don't
No,
want her to be embarrassed
not
with
that part.
Chat.
Not that part. The you dancing part.
Hey, believe it or not, this cracker's got rhythm, son.
It sounds like you something you'd hear from a white person with absolutely no rhythm.
No, dude, I really have rhythm though. I used to go to clubs and piss black people off because I'd pick up their black women.
Well, I get you. You're bona fide white trash.
I really am.
So
I'm not only am I bona fide white trash, but I think I'm bona fide royalty white trash.
Yeah, you're high, like
I'm high on the white trash spectrum.
Like they say, high German. You're high white trash.
I am, man. And I rock that shit proudly. I know what I am. It is what it is, man. I lost the fucking genetic lottery for parents. It's not my fault.
Yeah, that's shared. I think we all had that in common up here. Everybody that was up here, and it's crazy how we all come from like the most degenerate, fucking retarded backgrounds. Yet we have all this knowledge. It's almost like a resurgence, like a renaissance in a way.
That's because all our parents were stupid for the most part and taught us nothing.
Yeah, and our rebellion against that generation is becoming masters of that knowledge, sharing it with each other.
Right. Look, like for real, my mom, she only had a 7th grade education. My stepdad, dude, he couldn't read or spell.
What was he? Greatest generation?
No, he was a boomer too.
Really?
Yeah, my stepdad. Now my dad, on the other hand, he thinks he's smart, but he's dumb. You know what I'm saying? He's one of them people that can remember shit, but he's an idiot.
He knows the known knowns, but he doesn't know the known unknowns or the unknown unknowns.
Yes, that type of shit. He's a smart dumb person, or a dumb smart person. He would have had the potential to be smart if he wasn't such a fucking piece of shit.
Yes, I think that's what stops a lot of smart people, or potentially smart people, from becoming wise, is their rejection of morality.
Right.
There are 2 daddies, Dunning and Kruger.
Dunning and Kruger.
Yeah.
You're a piece of shit.
Hey, if I'm a piece
That's
of
funny
shit, why
because
don't
that's,
you believe
you know,
me?
that's Dunning-Kruger is like scientists use that word like passive aggressively, like women,
Right.
and it really means like fuck you, you're a
It
retard.
does, man. That's why I said you're a piece of shit, Cyber. I understood what he was saying. I got it. But guess what? Guess who didn't get their channel shut down?
Fuck you.
And I caused
What did
conflict and
Cyber
chaos
get shut down for?
for being Cyber.
Really, I would have thought his shit is too esoteric for the algorithm.
I think he's
is,
still.
but
I think
it wasn't my shit. What I was doing was I saw multiple channels who had created an AI voiceover and altered art or altered CGI.
Oh, yeah, you got hit with the altered content.
Altered CGI imagery that was impersonating Elon Musk running a crypto scam. So I started.
Dude, I remember seeing all those.
Right. So
that happened during the Trump interview. Yeah.
That was July 21st, and I got my channel shut down because I started recording it, but out of habit, I clicked on the YouTube thing as a destination instead of just recording it locally on StreamYards.
You big dummy.
And they punished me as if I were the one doing it, even though I wasn't broadcasting.
Hey, kind of like how I got in trouble for having racist and bigoted shit on my on one of my uploads I did because I was exposing someone being racist and bigoted.
Kind of, except that I wasn't broadcasting. It was being recorded privately. It was the YouTube algorithm that picked up
Holy
on
shit.
it. Yeah.
So you got the Nazi bot got you.
Wait, so how did it appear? Did it appear in like YouTube Studio where they said we detected some content?
They just deleted my channel.
Oh, so they just said "fuck you" in the shadow.
They said "fuck you." You ain't getting it back, Blackie.
Hey, guys, there's a recent thing that just came out. Sorry to cut you off, but there's a recent thing that just came out. It's the YouTube demographic survey, and if you go into your YouTube Studio, it'll tell you, we want to know about you.
I don't
And
answer none of their survey questions.
No,
Are you
here's what you
stupid?
do. Here's what you do. You take the survey, you identify as a black, non-binary, transgender, and you will be promoted in the algorithm.
I'm not gonna do it,
dude. I'm sorry. I'm not going to pretend to be pretending about something, dude. That's too much pretending. I stopped pretending when I lost my imagination.
Dude, it's the internet.
Dude, you know what? You're right. It would be so fun just to troll the shit out of YouTube.
I'm a black, non-binary, transgender woman trying to uplift marginalized voices.
Like Dirty says, he's a non-binary lesbian.
He kind of looks like one, I'm not going to lie.
Well, really, he looks like underprivileged Ari Spears.
You know what I was saying? The original channel,
Aries Sticks.
The original channels that were running
Aries Queers.
The original channels that were running that scam were up for like almost another 24 hours. I woke up the next day and found 3 other channels still doing that. So I created a Twitter account and I tagged Elon Musk with some screenshots and showed him what was going on. So there are multiple channels right now on YouTube that are impersonating you and Tesla running a crypto scam. YouTube deleted my account for recording.
That's because you had evidence, sir.
And much later after the fact, they had during the Elon Musk Trump interview when the Spaces was shut down, they had all of those playing with the Elon Musk AI crypto Zybot thing, and you see the bots in the comments all the time, and somehow these channels don't get taken down.
To be quite honest with you, I'm surprised YouTube didn't shut me down when I live streamed that Elon Musk Trump interview. Guys, I really thought they were. I thought for sure I was going to get shut down.
Well, Twitter Spaces are pretty good as far as copyrights go. Like Twitter's or X has always been.
I wasn't worried about the copyright, sir. I was worried about YouTube getting you for violating terms of service.
Oh yeah. Well, it wasn't that spicy of an interview, actually.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is really, honestly, as far as that went, it wasn't like a bad interview, but it wasn't like this great big huge historical interview either. All it was somebody actually giving Trump the opportunity to speak without being, railroaded and
right,
questioned about everything. Asked,
and
18,000 ways how are you going to disavow white supremacy?
It was DDoS attacked, and that's because, well, I mean, look at the past week. Trump did Theo Vaughn, Dr. Phil, the Mothers Conference, 2 rallies, and a press conference.
You know what I think would send Trump's numbers up through the roof is if he actually started getting on here and hopping on randomly some of these smaller YouTubers that are doing live streams and talked with the people.
Yeah, well, that's what RFK did. I mean, all Trump has to do is like say on skibbity bitch, and he wins the election.
Look, dude, I'm telling you, any black man, and the reason why I'm saying black men is because she claims to be a black. Any black man that votes for this woman is not a man at all. I'm just saying, and can't be trusted.
Well, there's 2 different groups of them. So you have the black guy who's a total simp, and he worships, the black woman's feet, and so he's like, "Yeah, Kamala Queen."
Yeah, because
and then you have the other group who is like, "I'm a red pill, I'm a black manosphere guy, but Kamala is way better than Trump because Trump is evil and racist."
Right. What's evil and racist about him, sir?
He's white.
What's evil and racist about him, sir?
He's white.
I had a debate, and this is the thing they throw out about the Central Park 5. And I did like 20 hours of research, and it turns out Central Park 5 was pretty guilty.
But they still let 2 of them speak at the DNC.
Yeah, well, it's funny. 2 out of 5 of them had blood, hair, and semen on their clothes.
And Trump wasn't the only one that thought they did it at all at that time.
And especially later with all the new evidence, they did. I mean, it's pretty obvious. And the only argument they have against it is, oh, well, the police coerced them to make all these confessions. It's like, really? The police coerced all 5 of them the second they got in the squad car to have consistent statements with each other? Funny how that works out.
Damn, them brothers cracked quick. Quick.
Well, they did because they were like 14, 15, 16, and 17, right? So I don't think like they were a roving gang of, horrible people.
No, they were just some teenage kids out committing fucking, small stage crimes. That's it.
I think it was a situation of peer pressure where the older one was like, yeah, let's do this. And the other guys just kind of like felt her up.
I think it could have been one of them things where it was something that wasn't supposed to go that way and got out of hand real fast. And once something gets out of hand, sometimes people just go with it.
Sounds about right for Central Park.
But let's be real. Most people, look, White people will snitch the fuck out another white person. They do some dumb shit. Let's keep it
with zero hesitation.
Yep,
It doesn't matter if you have
fucking
a
remorse.
loaded weapon. You could have a lemonade stand. It doesn't
matter if it's your fucking grandma, your brother. Look, I love my son, but look, the dude does something where he ends up killing somebody. He can come to me and tell me about it while I'm taking him to the fucking police station to turn his ass in.
You know what's funny is Ring. You know is it Amazon? The Ring cams. They're getting people in Detroit killed because if you have a ring cam on your front door and a crime takes place in front of your house, the cops can legally go into your house and take that footage. It's a weird right they have with Amazon, even if you have nothing to do with the crime.
So it's because you're putting your shit on in Amazon's fucking whatever putting it in, you're using their shit software and stuff, right? That's the only reason why.
Right. And it's property of Amazon and the police have authority to it.
Yeah,
so
you basically
if a crime happens in the street and it's captured on your ring cam, the cops will set up shop in your front yard and study your ring cam footage, which is basically like a big sign in the neighborhood. Hey everyone, this is the snitch house.
Right. That's why none of my security cameras are actually hooked up to the internet, because I could have it hooked up to the internet to where I could watch the shit on my phone too. But then that means there is a digital online recording of what's going on around my property that anybody could get a hold of, specifically feds. And we all know what kind of PTSD the feds have given me. So I don't keep my shit wired up. I just have it being recorded into my DVR. That way nobody can come and take my fucking shit. I don't need to, because look, honestly, I don't need to watch my house getting robbed in real time while I'm 2 states away and can't do nothing about it. But what I do need is I need video evidence of the vehicle and the plate number and what these motherfuckers look like when they were leaving or got here, you know? That's all I need.
Well, an illusion of omnipresence can more easily create an illusion of omniscience, which together combined can easily create an illusion of omnipotence. So all they gotta do is get this technology everywhere, and then they can seem to know everything, and now
they control everyone.
To control everything. Yeah.
Yeah. It makes total sense. Once you get the eyes and ears in everyone's personal lives, it's kind of hard to start thinking you're not God.
Right.
You know, you were asking earlier about numerology and stuff. They say that 3 is the number of God, and that 6 is the number of man. So, in a sense of symbolism, would that not suggest that 666 is symbolic of man as God?
It's man's replication of the Trinity. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why 777 is the heavens.
And isn't man as God exactly what the serpent promised Eve in the garden? You will be as gods.
Yep. And it was either God or one of the angels said, they can't take the fruit, for they will become as we are.
So maybe we were never intended to have this knowledge we seek out.
Well, yeah, because it's done nothing for us. It's only brought us.
The only thing it's brought is death and despair.
The knowledge
and slavery.
The knowledge of good and evil is not necessarily the knowledge for discerning between good and evil. We just know that there is good and that there is evil.
Hey, real quick before I forget, man. Shout out to Virgo Sapphire, man. I appreciate that comment. Said, "Hey, Snowman, happy I found your stream," and we appreciate you coming over here. We really do, man. All the new people that came over and signed up tonight.
We have a hard time discerning what is good and what is evil because people have different ideas of what that can mean. And that leads to people believing that morality is subjective when it's not. Morality is decided by the author of it, the authority over it, which is God.
But who's the authority over God?
Well, according to some people on a fucking power trip who think they can be
Chuck Norris.
God.
Yeah, Chuck Norris, dude. You know how kryptonite is Superman's weakness? Chuck Norris is kryptonite's weakness. Did you know that?
Well, did you know Chuck Norris is the only one who ever had a staring contest with the sun and won?
Did you know when Chuck Norris does push-ups, he doesn't actually push up, he pushes the earth away from himself?
Did you know that Brokeback Mountain is what Chuck Norris calls the pile of dead ninjas in his backyard?
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh, wow. Oh, man, I used to know so many Chuck Norris fucking jokes.
Chuck Norris went to a P. Diddy party and got his dick sucked.
Wow.
Gay.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one. I was smoking a cigarette and messing with my...
Gay.
He's back.
No, that's Virgo Sapphire.
Oh.
I believe.
Yeah, I thought it was red too. It looked like him and Chaotic for a second.
I am correct. That is that who that is? Virgo Sapphire? You with us?
Your mic's muted, Virgo.
Going once.
Yeah, that's the name that on
Going
there
twice.
says Virgo season.
Well, this is what I will do. I'm going to do where's that layout? Oh, she bounced out. She'll probably bounce back in. And you know, I've decided that if most of the women can conduct themselves the way we've been seeing it on some of these other platforms, I will allow them to hop on the panel and have the discussion. You know what I'm saying? Because actually some of the discussions we have, it warrants, you know, women's opinions sometimes. Sometimes, right?
Yeah.
You know, and women do bring bigger crowds than us men do. Is your mic working now? Still can't hear.
Maybe your volume is all the way down.
Let me check it.
Sometimes I'll do that. I'll turn the volume all the way down on my StreamYard setting.
Try talking now. I turned you all the way up. So, are you using a Bluetooth? That
I don't think Facebook is working.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Now we hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi guys. How are you?
Not bad. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Snowman. How are you?
Not too bad. How about yourself, ma'am?
Yeah, I don't think Facebook is working for me right now. I don't know what's going on. I tried to jump on and jump off and jump on, so I don't know.
Well, we can hear
Can
you.
you
I think
guys
there
hear
might
me
be
at
a
all?
slight delay. Yeah, we can hear you. I think there's like a slight delay between us because it's almost like when I stop on my end, it's a few seconds before you pick up and respond back. Maybe there's a bigger delay than I think.
Maybe a few minutes.
Maybe. Actually, I think she's been here since the beginning of the stream too, off and on. So I'm actually kind of curious of her thoughts anyhow. Because we did kind of go all over the place, and you know, I had some pretty harsh criticisms today. But I think that they're necessary criticisms. Don't you agree, Red and Cyber?
I think your criticisms are gay.
I think you're gay.
I think you're racist.
You really think that, or are you just wishing? Pause. You're looking for a clip, aren't you?
Shut the fuck up. Shut all the way the fuck up until you reach the top of Shut Fuck Mountain, where there are no more fuck ups to shut.
I knew you were looking for a clip.
Dude, I got I just got done doing clips on my computer of shit that I'm going to re-render for clips on here. I've got a whole bunch of new clips to tell people to shut the fuck up when I need them to shut the fuck up now. And I'm going to have a file that's the shut the fuck up file. Seriously. Clips are where it's at, bro. Look, I even got Jay Rillo. Jay Rillo's become a clip now. When Dave gets up here and he starts rambling on.
Oh, God, the torture that man has to go through.
You remember that stream? We were on it with him.
I was.
You remember I told you I was going to clip it?
Yeah. Do you still have, what's his name? Mike, the guy who flipped the table?
Yeah, I played that tonight. I sure do, dude. I do. He's forever going to be a clip now.
You think I'm joking?
You think I'm fucking joking?
You think I'm fucking joking? Your extremely serious face. You think I'm fucking joking, motherfucker? Huh?
Dude, he ain't been back to YouTube since I drug his ass.
That's true, which is also kind of bad behavior.
Kind of what?
It kind of adds credence to the fact that he is the Fed.
Right. Like that night that I drug his ass and then fucking Orthodox guy got on here and Bumpkin got on here. I think you were even on it for a while. But it was like an 8-hour dragging where dude, if you recall, he tried saying I blocked him in the chat. I pulled up and showed everybody my YouTube studio where he was a fucking moderator. I can't get on your panel because you got me blocked. Dude, you're a pussy.
Whining, like the whole time. He wasn't saying anything. He was just whining.
You know? Dude, he ain't been back since. Ain't been nowhere since. Can't find him. I ain't even seen him on fucking Facebook.
I forgot his fucking YouTube page.
What was it? Rage Nation. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, Mike Rage, and he tried to say like he was involved.
No, he tried. Remember, he said he started the 3%er movement.
He started this. He got legislation passed.
And he tried saying he didn't say that until I pulled up the clip where he did say that.
Dude, he said it to me.
Yeah. Look, I would have left his ass alone, but he had to bring me in the middle of some shit that had nothing to do with me, and then try and question my integrity and my character, where everything that I said you could literally look up on the internet.
I mean, he lived up to his name. He raged on the mic.
But he would never come, dude. He would never get on the panel and actually have the discussion with me, and he wouldn't let me on. If you recall, me and Orthodox guy ended up going from my stream into his chat, trying to get him to let us up on his panel, and he wouldn't. He just wanted to run his mouth like a little bitch. He wanted to cry. He needed his teddy. Dude, that's what I'm telling you, man. Before all these people end up being the demise of themselves, we need to pop off this whole mobile safe space idea that I have. I'm telling you, we can make billions off of it.
Mobile safe space?
Mobile safe space, dude. Absolutely. It'll be an app that they can have on their phone, like Grubhub or DoorDash, and what you do is you take like a box truck and you fill it with shag carpet, stuffies, crayons, some pizza, some happy Taylor Swift music and shit, and you charge them $50 an hour for a mobile safe space anytime they're offended. I'm telling you, dude, that's a moneymaker.
I've got a similar idea digitally. It's called To the Grave. Okay, and this is a digital company that keeps track of all your internet search history. And when you die and your family recovers your phone between that time, we go in and delete all the dirty stuff from your phone.
Oh, dude, that's an amazing idea, man. That way nobody no dads can get slandered and shit.
Exactly. So when you're dead and like after the funeral, no one has to worry about your internet search history.
Oh no, I'm gonna make sure everybody sees my dad's internet search history. He's a piece of shit.
What the fuck was he looking at?
Virgo, there you go, dude. Let me see if I can hear you now. Still can't hear it. Oh man, I've been smoking too much weed today, man. I got that dry throat where it feels like you got a hair in your throat. Whew.
You still smoke weed, Snowman?
Fuck yeah, I do, dude. How else do you think I can deal with all these fucking... There she is.
This has been happening on every stream that I've...
Suggest try closing out the YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, and it's storming really bad here in my area. I'm in Florida, and it's raining really bad here. So I don't know if it's that. I don't know. Well, sorry, I'll try to jump on a little bit later on if I can. I'll try to figure out what's going on, but I think it's because of the storming.
Probably.
So, yeah, I wanted to jump on and like talk and stuff, but oh well, it is what it is. And
we got you right now. We can hear you perfectly right now.
Yeah. So if there's something you want to say, man, you can have the floor. Speak your mind. Yep, it's a storm.
What a bitch storm.
Yeah, man. Well, we appreciate you attempting, maybe later on this evening we'll do a stream and you can hop up and add to the discussion then, because dude, like I said, the last couple days, man, the discussions and the men that have hopped up here and engaged, man, it's actually kind of relit a new fire in me to, get back to hosting panels again more regularly.
Some of the shit needs an archive, dude. Like, so in case anything happens to this channel, like, because a lot of the shit that's been happening here recently is really, really good content.
Right. I agree. And I'm horrible about going back through my content and breaking it down into more deliverable bite-sized pieces. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dude, you could have literally 5 premieres next week of 2-hour segments.
Right. I really could. I'm just, when it comes to that part of it, I'm lazy about it. Once the stream's over, it's over. Job done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you're focused on the creative aspect of it, and I understand you as an artist. Like after it's done, it's done. You don't
Right.
want to look at it.
Yeah, that's exactly it right there. Because and the thing is, dude, a lot of like the last couple weeks with all the stuff that was going on, me not being on streaming, people don't realize how much time it actually eats up just editing all these little clips and shit that I have in the studio, putting all that stuff together. That takes time, and a lot of time, because a lot of the clips just come from me doing stupid searches of random shit, you know what I'm saying? And just coming across something randomly like, oh dude, that would be a perfect clip to use if somebody said this.
And automatically that's providing more entertainment value than like 90% of mainstream media, which has like $1 million budgets.
Right. Like, let me see. Where is it again? Let me do this. There's a couple clips that I found that I clipped today, because I got earlier today. I was doing a bunch of shit from Instagram. You know how you do screen grabs with Windows G key on your computer?
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing. The only thing bad about that is you got to stop it after about 15 or 20 minutes, because then you start getting that electronic white noise shit in it.
I don't really use it for screen record. I just use it for screen capture.
Yeah, I mean, basically that's how I grab all my clips. I do it that way, and then I'll take that file that it basically just got downloaded onto my computer, and then I'll run it through OpenShot, and clean it up.
OpenShot is pretty nice.
It is, dude. It's real user friendly too. I will be happy though when I learn how to use DaVinci Resolve.
Oh, good luck with that fucking shit.
No, I think I'll be able to figure it out, man. But it's got, the interface is way bigger on it, man. It's basically, they give you so much free tools to use, and DaVinci Resolve is basically like a smaller version of what is that? Pro Tools or Adobe Acrobat. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, it's got a lot of Acrobat features.
Dude, I mean, the OpenShot is nice, but they don't give you as many like really, really in-depth like editing tools to be able to manipulate the video. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So if you're looking to like animate figures and like move figures across the screen,
right.
Have to go with that.
Or even just like slowing the video down and shit is hard to do on here. You know what I'm on OpenShot. But just having a regular clip, like getting one, like with them girls, what I do is I'll grab them, I'll edit all the shit outside that you have when you grab something from like Instagram or whatever. I edit all that other shit out, and then all the sound out, and then I'll go to Spotify and I'll screen grab like, so whatever music I want to put on it, and the nice thing about OpenShot is you can separate audio from the video.
It's a great way to not get sued by either of those people.
Right. It is. It's a great way to steal other people's content and get away with it.
But no, I posted my last metal album instrumental in the chat. You're more than welcome to use that in basically any video you want.
Oh, I saw that you uploaded that. Which one? What's that? The title of that one again?
Well, there's two of them. There's Curtains and Ever Since. You can use any of the songs from either of them. I have the individual songs posted on another channel, but all of that music uncopyrighted, totally original, free for use.
Oh yeah, awesome. Okay, so dude, I'm about ready to show you the stop that screen, present, share screen, or no, I don't want to share screen, cancel. I like the how with the share you can share video files now. That's the other reason why I've started taking things that I want to share with people, and I'll just clip them and run them through the software and make a file, because when you do that, you can have multiple video files lined up in the studio. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And
that's what I used to do. That's what I would do with my lives, and I would have the what is it, Google Slides or whatever. I would put a PowerPoint in it and go through the topic from there.
Oh, where is it? Where'd that bitch go? I'm about to show you this midget I was talking about earlier, dude. I mean, I couldn't believe that I was intrigued. You know what I'm saying? Because midgets ain't my thing. Unless it's midget wrestling or midget tossing.
I saw a midget at the gas station last year. It was like right after Christmas, and I wanted to make like an elf, like, good job making the toys joke so bad.
Right? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where'd that bitch go?
Look down low.
Huh?
I said, look down low.
Down low? Shut up. That dude, that was wrong. That's what that was. That was wrong.
Was it lowbrow?
Is it this one? You motherfucker.
Maybe it was low hanging fruit.
Oh, come on.
Hey, I'm 6'6". I can make a lot of short people jokes.
Jesus Christ, dude, you're like a giant.
Everybody's short people to me.
Where is that, the one? Or is it this? God damn it. I need to where is that? Preview. Show the preview there. That's what I want. The preview window, so I can actually see it. Where'd you go? God damn it, man. I got too many fucking files. And I'm still waiting on the wife to organize them for me. She hasn't yet.
You need either a woman or a gay man to like organize your files, because I'm the same way. I have files all up in my fucking
dude. I don't need no gay nothing up in my house. I don't speak homo or faggot.
Well, all right. You don't speak French?
No, I think the French are the most horrible people right next to the fucking Polish on the planet.
What did the Polish do?
Dude, Polacks are. Damn it, that's the wrong midget video. Oh, there it is. Look at this chick. She's
This
actually
is just a
cute.
little creepy. No, well, she is cute because she doesn't have like the giant head.
Right, she's
And,
not like, you know how most midgets are like, there's something about them that their body, like you said, their body is disproportioned to the fucking big ass noggin. It really is.
And furthermore, like the torso is totally disfigured. This is a pretty well done job.
They actually,
however,
their fingers always look like little sausages, like little Jimmy Dean sausages.
Let's say you're this woman's father. Okay, how can you ever let your midget daughter, date a man without thinking he's a fucking pedo?
Right. I get it, but she's cute. You know, I can't lie. And look,
I'm not getting on that train. Look at the shoulder; it comes out like a fucking baby doll. It looks like a Mr. Potato shoulder.
All I'm saying is, I think I should have a couple cute midgets, you know, in you know, in the chamber for those that appreciate it. Imagine that. You know?
You're gonna have like a Santa's toy shop in your basement.
Dude, this is the island of misfit toys.
That shoulder it's a Mr. Potato Head shoulder. It doesn't belong.
It is too, man. It's crazy.
We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild.
Let's see, video file. Where did you go? Where is this? I got some chaotic clips I need to edit down too. What is it?
We wish to welcome you to.
Oh yeah, this one was a while back. You remember when Chaotic did the Do Ninjas Understand How the World Works stream? He said some stuff that was great that I'm going to edit down and upload for my Chaotic's Truth series.
This post.
Call in, Jay Prince. I'm a nigga. Salute to everybody in the chat. Get them fucking likes up. I'm telling you, I'm in nigga mode today. I ain't fucking around. Call in, Jay Prince. Tired of you, nigga. I've been nothing but peaceful to you. Ever since I met you, you've always had smoke for me. You call in, you disrupt the show. You say we're weak. You say we're soft. The nigga last night told me that thugs are fighters. Show me the thugs in the MMA who are skilled fighters, nigga. Show me the thugs that are winning strongman competitions. I know some Amish boys right now that I beat the shit out of almost every goddamn thug in your hood, nigga. That's why you niggas. J Hub said you got cooked yesterday. CT. See, I'm a cop. See, thank you so much, J Hub. Thank you, man. Really. Oh, I gotta play the Must Be the Money for you guys. Jesus Christ, I'm over here blacking out.
Okay, I don't care about the money.
Because after I played this video,
he was blacking out.
Idiocy of how the thug black really is, sir. You better switch over. I want to give a big shout out to the USA, the military. Thank you so much for killing people so that I could be free to do this show. Thank you so much for killing our foreign enemies.
Dude, like, who says that? So much killing people so I could be free to do this show.
Like, is he drinking?
No, he's pissed off because he got cooked the other day on someone else's stream.
On the necks of these stupid ass criminals. Thank you to the firefighters. Thank you to the construction workers, the plumbers, the utility workers, the truck drivers. Salute to you all. Positivity to all of you in the chat. I'm blacking out today, man. This nigga done pissed me off. He ain't really pissed me off, but
I'm hoping this is the one where he talks about the Negro nucleic acid. Because I heard him say that, dude, I lost my shit. I was like, I'm clipping that. I am clipping it.
Let me show you. Okay, so I went to Sharon's channel. Oh, is that it? No, that's not it. Hold on. Let me go to the video. Let me go to the video. Now,
Oh, Sharon.
Let me just go to the actual
Weird,
video so you
man.
can see this.
Hey,
Now,
you guys
Sharon
that's
had a
sharing.
video called Candace Owens Said What? And he had Sonya Massey in the chat. Or on the thumbnail, excuse me, on the thumbnail. I'm in strong support of who wants to call in, please do. Please don't get afraid because I'm in nigga mode today. Her family go. Now I see that Sharon is live last night. I can play his video. I already got. So I see Sharon is live. And then resubscribe to get the notification.
It's just,
50 fucking million views.
This might be the other one.
Careful. Hour and 50.
We got our last.
Yeah, it's the other one. Hold on. The other one has got the clips on it.
Not whooping
Hold
black
on.
man ass on a dated.
Let me find that other one. It's right beside it. Because that one was fucking hilarious. Damn it. Now I don't know which one I clipped or had up there. Damn it. Oh, well. It's number 2. Is it this one?
Gather intel. Nick, you don't think that this little kid, niggas, and this is why niggers get shocked.
Yeah, this is it right here.
I remember growing up as a kid, niggas thought that they could just beat up white boys. You know how many times I saw black dudes get their fucking asses beat because they think that whites don't know how to fight. The fuck are you talking about? You don't think that this little white boy ain't training in something? You don't think that this little kid...
Dude, we drink beer and punch each other in the face for fun. I mean, seriously, I had buddies that used to trade punches to the face when they got drunk. It was a game. I thought they were crazy.
Niggas,
They were.
And this is why niggers get shocked. And again, I don't have any smoke for the nigger. Moxie says, why use the hard ER? It's super harsh and disrespectful. Can't you just call him a pookie? I'm not calling him a hard ER. I'm just talking in general. I study niggers. I study them. I study black people. I'm like the David Attenborough of blacks. I don't go around black.
This motherfucker just said he's the David Attenborough of blacks.
Get him.
People to hang out. I go around black people as an experiment.
Observe them in
Niggas
their natural
are
habitat.
like animals. And I've gone crazy for the last 20, or maybe longer than that, studying you niggers.
Hold on, I got something for that. I got something for that. Oh, I got something for that. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, is that him? Yeah, there he is.
My name is Uncle Ruckus, and I will be nigger sitting you two until your grandfather retires. Your granddaddy picked me because I am a licensed zoologist. I have studied a variety of wild animals, and the African male is by far the most savagely cunning. This is
That's CT when he gets older. I promise you.
Because I know it's something wrong. Something wrong with me, something wrong with all of us, to be honest with you. That's why we are behind.
Yeah, this is where he starts talking about Negro nucleic acid.
I would love for this planet to be ran by blacks. God knows I do. I would love for the institutions, banks, everything, banks.
You said banks twice.
Political infrastructure, et cetera, to be ran by blacks. But we don't even understand how the rail works enough to even get to that level. I had Grace Thorpe, this 21-year-old little white girl, telling me that, oh, maybe black people should just stick to the arts and entertainment and might do the critical infrastructure.
That was fucking hilarious, by the way. That was fucking hilarious. Dude, that little white girl had the black manosphere so pissed off for a week. It was fucking hilarious. Because she just came in like a hurricane, dude, and started telling people all the shit she ain't supposed to say.
She's a slut. Bang.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think there's some weird kind of relationship her and her dad has that nobody can really prove, but there's this weird energy between them. But what she did, aside from that, what she did to piss off the entire black community on YouTube was absolutely hilarious. It was great.
See, that's how white people think about niggas. Salute to Grace and Ben Thorpe. Supposedly they are going to DC with $37. Jesus Christ. Guys, please send over a cash app to them if that's the case. Nightbreaker, I'm not on crack today. I explained it earlier in my monologue. At the subatomic level exists what we call NNA, nigga nucleic acid. And that nigga last night, he made me release that NNA, DNA in me. So I'm gonna meet the nigga where he want me to meet him at. So the nigga, he calls in. Well, I called him to the show. He said, chaotic ain't gonna do shit. Now listen to this nigga. Listen to this dumb nigga.
Oh man, you just windmilling. To their property, J Prince. Even Americans that when the FBI come up to their property, they will stand tall.
Do shit.
Chaotic truth ain't gonna do shit. Chaotic truth ain't gonna do shit. He started it with me, right?
Yeah, well, fuck you. I'll go full Kevin on your ass.
Growing up, I'm pretty sure a lot of people can attest to this. Who normally started problems in school? Was it the blacks or was it the niggas? It was 99% the niggas. They say something to you, then you say something back. Man, why you call me that? Why you picking? See, when you say something back to niggas, now you picking on them. I didn't say anything to Jay. He said it to me first. So this is why I'm blacking the fuck out on this nigga. It's just constant with these people. Listen to the nigga. Listen to him. Listen to this dumb nigga.
Oh man, you just windmilling right now.
Because he's for America. That's why he ain't gonna do shit. He's for America. What race of men gonna do something?
I think men that feels a strong sense of urgency. So you have to
right.
Feel
they not black men, or the gangsters
sometimes,
will.
He said the gangsters. You heard the dumb nigga. He said the gangsters will take over. When and where have gangsters ever took over any goddamn thing amongst particularly black people, sir? The fuck
when the white people were running the mob.
A lot of these blacks, niggas, they live in fairy tale land. They do, and it's unfortunate. Ain't no goddamn black gangsters in no courts.
It is unfortunate because the fairy tale land they live in is a really horrible, shitty place that they've created. I don't know why you'd want to live there. It's full of scary white supreme pizzas and boogeymen.
You think Clarence? I should call the Supreme Court and say, "Hey, is Clarence? Hey, can I speak to Clarence Thomas? Is he a gangster? Is the Joint Chiefs of Staff who's black a gangster? Is Robert F. Smith a gangster? What the fuck is he talking about?" That's the mind of a lot of cartoon fic. Listen to this nigga. Listen to the nigga.
What I'm saying is this.
But
so
chaotic.
You don't use them for that. You don't use them for that, JP. You don't use them.
Jay Prince. So here's the problem.
I'll put the link in the box.
So when we was out here riding, it was a bunch of men in militia outfits, all black men carrying guns, walking in the street. About a couple.
It was the NFAC, the not fucking around colored militia, NFAC, something like that.
Coalition.
Yeah, and they actually had one guy discharged his weapon wrong and shot one of his own protesters when they were protesting for Breonna Taylor in Kentucky. What was funny too, though, is he was convincing all of his people in his fake ass airsoft militia that he was creating to order all of their plate armor and gear like that from Wish, and basically he had them ordering airsoft fucking body armor.
Huh.
It was fucking crazy. That dude was a moron.
Years ago,
What year?
I forgot the name. I forgot the name of the organization, but they're organization of black men. They are organization of black men, around roughly 300 of them, and they call black men with rifles, and they went and they marched together in the street. You cannot say that it's going to be just a bunch of black men sitting there. That is not true. That is not the case. That is a lie. Let me also welcome you to the show, Chaotic Truth. Good day, sir.
Now, mind you, guys, I hadn't said a word. All right, pay it.
But yeah, basically, I want to pull some shit out of that when he went off and was talking about that shit, because dude, that Negro nucleic acid shit is funny as hell. That's funny as hell. I don't care who you are. If you can't laugh at that, then you don't have a funny bone. But fuck it, man. I'm tired. How about you?
Yeah, I'm already falling asleep.
Yep, I'm gonna get out of here, man. It's been 11 hours. Let's do it again tonight. Same time, around 5-6 o'clock.
All right.
You know, let's see what kind of insightful discussion we can get going.
Sounds good, man.
All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks for coming through, Cyber. I appreciate you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Yep. Later. And shout out to everybody else that came through, all the panelists that hopped up here, man. Shout out to Red Illusion, to Rashu, he was up here. Shout out to American Man for coming through. Shout out to who else was up here, man? We had Savage Red Recovery was up here, man. Shout out to everybody that donated, you know, greatly appreciated. You guys definitely took care of your not so melanated brother up here tonight, and it's greatly appreciated. And shout out to everybody in the chat, man, that came through and you know, gave their opinions and held the chat down, man. Greatly appreciated. But I'm gonna get out of here because it's almost 4 o'clock and I'm tired, and I want to break from all you motherfuckers for a little bit, even though I appreciate you. Hey, and dude, we're a little over 100 subs away from hitting that 1,000 finally, man. So, man, let's try and get some more people over here and get that 1,000 milestone hit. That way we can have another raffle. This time at the 1,000, I'm gonna give $250 $50 cash apps out or PayPal's out, whichever way you want it. You know, so we'll have 2 raffle drawings that time. But again, appreciate everybody. We'll see you on the next one, probably later tonight. And again, like I said last night, to all the people that have recently started having an issue with some of the shit that I'm saying, and you know who I'm talking to. You know I'm talking to you. You know who I'm talking about. Again, I put a link out there in the chat every time I go live. If you got a problem with something I say, by all means, hit the link, hop up on the panel. Let's see who really wants to be honest about some shit. Seriously. Let's just air it all out. You know who the fuck I'm talking to. Don't be a pussy about it. Let's have a discussion. You know? Other than that, if you can't have the discussion, shut your fucking mouth. It's that simple. But peace out. You know what I say? Don't talk. What do I always say? Damn, I'm tired. You know what I always say. If you do what you've always done, you'll be what you've always been. Don't talk about it. Be about it. I'm out. Deuces.
This is Sparta!
I'm an agent of chaos. Oh, and you know the thing about chaos? It's fear.
What? Yo, see, there's
there's a motto here. Your job is just to piss them off, get them talking, arguing, and getting all their friends involved. Y'all can take it how you want it, getting gay and mad. It's all about ideas, and the good always outweigh the bad. Raise the flag, homie, take some fucking pride in that. We hate this fucking government, and ain't nobody hide that fact. It's a symbol of the freedom that they taking from your patriots, accustomed to the darkness they've been fading unto. From Lima to Cleveland, back to Toledo, these jokers, Heath Ledgers, you faggots, it's Jared Leto, me amigos, all Devos. Shoulders got Doritos, hot Cheetos, Fritos, and those big ass bags of Tostitos. It's a party, y'all. Don't mind a little argument. We're all adults, it ain't no reputation tarnishing. Hypnotizing bitches like the slow jam bag. It's safety for no man, it's no man's land. We ain't dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang, yeah. We ain't really dealing with your bullshit. Operator, hop out in a full kit. Got them things that go bang, ain't never out of range. Y'all should probably let me do my thing. Hot dang.